A regular rural boy accidentally acquires a magical treasure bowl, and with its ability to replicate, he gains massive resources and embarks on a path of cultivation. The journey to immortality is long, a common boy's path to becoming an immortal. Chapter 1. The Treasure Bowl. Damn farmer, I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't pay this month's land tax, they'll send you to meet the king of hell. In a thatched cottage, a soldier in armor had a fierce expression, stepping on a boy dressed in coarse cloth. The boy mustered his courage, but I already paid for next month at the beginning of the month. Bang! Before the boy could finish, the soldier kicked him in the face, knocking out several teeth and causing blood to flow. Still dare to talk back? Let me tell you, remember, if you don't pay the land tax in 3 days, they'll kill you. The soldier coldly threatened before turning to leave to collect taxes from other households. The boy clenched his fists, trembling not from fear, but from anger. His name was Jiang Pinyin, 14 years old, living in Daya village, a farming family for generations. Life was bearable at first, but years ago, the country went to war and began to impose crazy taxes. Land tax, head tax, city entry tax. In short, they wanted money. His mother died from overwork, and his father was eaten by a fierce tiger while hunting. Now, he was the only one left in the family, but these people still wanted to take advantage of this 14-year-old child. He felt so tired and wanted to die, but his parents had repeatedly urged him to survive. He didn't understand the meaning of living. If he had to say he had a goal, it was to kill those bastards oppressing the common people. But he was only 14, malnourished for years, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't possibly deal with these trained soldiers, some of whom were said to possess powers. Like immortals, Jiang Pinyin stood up, limping. He hadn't eaten all day, and after being beaten, his body was struggling to hold up. The thatched cottage was empty, the table and benches had all been sold. Jiang Pinyin's gaze fell on the broken pot beside the stove. It was the only thing left in the house, a bronze bowl his father had picked up by the river, covered in cracks, usually used for holding water, slightly bigger than his head. He limped to the broken bronze bowl, the only thing left to sell, not knowing how many copper coins it could fetch, and no matter what, he decided to sell it first, exchange it for a few flatbreads, and even if he died, he wanted to die with a full stomach. Just as he picked up the bronze bowl, blood dripped onto it, and a dazzling blue light flashed from within the bowl. Jiang Pinyin was stunned. What was happening? Why was the bronze bowl glowing? Could it be a hallucination from being beaten? Brother Pinyin, at that moment, a little girl with a round face appeared at the door, about 8 years old, wearing patched clothes that barely covered her body. Hunyu, Jiang Pinyin instinctively responded. Her real name was Liya. Hunyu was her nickname. Liya quickly ran in, opened her small, snowy white hands, and quickly placed a copper coin into Jiang Pinyin's bowl, saying in a childish voice, "Brother Pinyin, I stole. This from my dad. You need to hurry and gather the tax." Then, she pulled out half a steaming bun from her arms and stuffed it into his hand. "Hurry up and eat. It's the leftover I had. No, this money." Before Jiang Pinyin could finish, Liya giggled and ran off. Looking at the copper coin and half a bun in his hand, tears welled up in Jiang Pinyin's eyes, even though he hadn't cried when beaten by the soldiers. The world lacks embellishments, but what it truly needs is help in times of need. In this desperate situation, someone still cared for him. The feeling was indescribable. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the bronze bowl. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Jiang Pinyin. A multitude of copper coins suddenly appeared in the broken bronze bowl. He was stunned for a while, then shivered and quickly closed the door. Looking down at the bronze bowl again, the copper coins were still there. A hallucination? No, it was definitely not. Jiang Pinyin tremblingly reached into the bronze bowl and picked out the copper coins. Not counting the one Liya gave him, there were 10 coins in total. Why? Why did so many copper coins suddenly appear? He suddenly recalled the stories his father told him about immortals, saying they were incredibly powerful, able to summon wind and rain, and could easily create money without worrying about food and clothing. Some immortals had powerful magical treasures that could also create money, like the treasure bowl, where the money placed inside could continuously generate more money. Could this be the immortal's treasure bowl? Jiang Pinyin was young, quick to accept new ideas, and soon confirmed this matter, so excited that his heart almost jumped out his chest. With this treasure, he would never be short of money again. He would even have enough to pay the taxes. Jiang Pinyin threw another copper coin into the bowl, ready to replicate more coins. But after a long time, the coins inside showed no change. Is it only possible to replicate once? Or is there a time interval? If it was only once, that would be too disappointing. Jiang Pingyan ate the half bun given by Hunyu, but instead of feeling full, he felt even hungrier. Looking at the 10 copper coins in his hand, he realized it was just enough for the land tax. Jiang Pingyan decided to first fill his stomach and prepare to exchange for some food. He thought about taking the bronze bowl outside, but worried it would attract attention and be stolen. If he left it at home, he feared it might be stolen. He hadn't known the bowl's significance before, so he just left it at home now that he knew it was a treasure. It felt unsafe no matter where he placed it. The bronze bowl in his hand seemed to sense something and transformed into a blue light, burrowing into Jiang Pingyan's body. Jiang Pingyan was startled and quickly checked his body. What's going on? Where's my bronze bowl? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the bronze bowl transformed into a blue light and appeared in his hand. Jiang Pingyan was taken aback for a moment, as if he understood something, and said, "Withdraw." The bronze bowl transformed into a blue light and disappeared into his body. "Come out." The bronze bowl appeared in his hand. Jiang Pingyan was overjoyed, just as he thought. He could store it at will. After trying a few more times and feeling completely at ease, he was even more certain that this treasure was definitely not a one-time use. His stomach growled uncontrollably. He hurriedly took the money and ran to Uncle Li's house next door. At that moment, Li Min was scolding Li Yeye. "You little brat. You even know how to steal money. Who taught you that?" "No one taught me. I just don't want Brother Pingyan to get beaten," Li Yeye said, clenching her small fists, tears welling up in her eyes. "You." Li Min picked up a stick to hit her, but, seeing her pitiful expression, ultimately didn't go through with it. At the same time, he noticed Jiang Pingyan at the door. Li Min coldly said, "Get lost." Jiang Pingyan quickly replied, "Uncle Li, I'm here to return the money." "No need, just get lost," Li Min continued to scold. His family wasn't wealthy and had been plundered several times, leaving not much behind, but he knew Jiang Pingyan was even poorer. Li Min felt pity for him, but didn't want to have too much contact with him and take on more responsibility. Jiang Pingyan didn't leave instead. He opened his hand, revealing 5 copper coins. "1 coin for you. The remaining 4, I'll buy 4 bund." Li Min was stunned. "How do you have so much money?" Chapter 2. The Village Slaughter. 5 copper coins aren't much, but when Jiang Pingyan took them out, they seemed like a T14. With his parents deceased and unable to farm or work, he could now produce 5 copper coins. This surprised Li Min immensely. "I found the money my parents hid in the ground." Jiang Pingyan had already prepared his excuse. "Save this money for the tax." Li Min said he knew Jiang Pingyan hadn't paid the land tax yet, and if he couldn't pay next time, those bastards would really kill someone. "No, there's more at home." Jiang Pingyan placed 5 copper coins on the table and then walked to the stove, taking 4 steamed buns from the pot. 4 copper coins can buy 8 steamed buns, and I'll give you a piece of rabbit leg. Li Min wasn't sure if the other person had any extra money. If not, this could be Jiang Pingyan's last few days of life. So Li Min handed over a dried rabbit leg to him. "Thank you, Uncle Li." Jiang Pingyan did not refuse. He hadn't eaten rabbit meat in a long time, usually just eating roasted grasshoppers. Jiang Pingyan happily returned home with the food. After closing the wooden door, he sat on the kong, eating the buns while observing the treasure basin, occasionally tossing a few copper coins inside to experiment. But there were no results. A day passed like this. Probably when Jiang Pingyan copied the copper coins yesterday, he placed the remaining 6 copper coins inside, and a flash of light appeared. "Here it comes." Jiang Pingyan suddenly jumped up, excitedly looking into the bronze basin. A large number of copper coins appeared. Jiang Pingyan counted 16 coins. He had thrown in 6 coins, but only copied 10. Jiang Pingyan speculated that the treasure basin could only copy 1 item at a time and could replicate it 10-fold. The condition for copying was that it could only be done once a day. However, even so, Jiang Pingyan was very satisfied. He held the bronze basin and cried, thinking that if he had discovered the secret of the basin earlier, his mother wouldn't have died from exhaustion, and his father wouldn't have been eaten by a tiger while hunting in the mountains. After crying for a long time, Jiang Pingyan wiped his tears and put away the bronze basin, heading towards the town. With this bronze basin, he would never lack money again. Now, there was nothing at home, so he needed to buy some rice and flour and seasonings in the town. Life was moving in a good direction. "Brother Pingyan, where are you going?" Li Ye, playing in the mud, asked Jiang Pingyan in her sweet voice as she saw him walking out of the village. "Going to the town, and I'll buy you some candied hawthorn when I come back." Jiang Pingyan rubbed the little tiger girl's head, feeling happy. "Candy hawthorn? Lia's big eyes suddenly lit up. She had eaten one before. It was sour and sweet and very delicious. But soon, she shook her head. Brother Pingin, you can't spend money recklessly. Children in the countryside grow up early. Although she was only 8 years old, she understood many things. Don't worry, I have plenty of money now. Jiang Pingin smiled. Since his parents passed away, Tiger Girl was the closest person to him. Then, if you buy it back, Tiger Girl will be your wife. Lia said innocently, blinking her eyes. Jiang Pingin was amused. Did this little girl know what a wife was? He set off toward the town, buying a bit of rice, flour, and seasonings, and of course, he didn't forget to buy candied hawthorn. Young man, are you alone? Don't wander around outside. There are bandits causing trouble now, often robbing people on the road. Not long ago, Xiaoxi village was wiped out by bandits. The world is in chaos. Bandits are rampant. Harsh governance is as fierce as a tiger, and the people are suffering. It's tough. The old man selling candied hawthorn couldn't help but say a few words upon seeing Jiang Pingin was young. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Jiang Pingin didn't take it to heart, humming a mountain song as he walked back to the village in his straw sandals. The sandals were a bit uncomfortable, and after walking for more than an hour, he finally saw the outline of the village. When I have money, I'll buy those cool boots. Maybe I can even live in the town. He began to dream of a better life ahead, feeling extremely happy. But as he approached the village, a foul smell hit him. Who is slaughtering pigs? As Jiang Pingin entered the village, he was stunned. The rice and flour in his hands fell to the ground, and his expression was dazed. Bodies, there were bodies everywhere. Blood stained the village, flames burned, and women were disheveled. What? What happened? He thought of something and ran frantically toward Li Min's house. In the room, Li Min lay on the ground, a large gash on his stomach, blood flowing steadily. Uncle Li, what happened? Jiang Pingin was horrified, quickly dropping what he was holding to help press down on the wound. Bandits. Help. Take care of. Tiger Girl. In. The well. After saying this, Li Min's head drooped, and he lost his breath. Jiang Pingin's heart trembled. The Li Min he had seen in the morning was suddenly gone forever. He hurried to the well, where a wooden board covered it. He lifted the board and looked down. Li Yiya was sitting on the wooden bucket, shivering. The well cover being lifted startled her. When she saw it was Jiang Pingin, she burst into tears. Brother Pingin, there are bandits. Jiang Pingin pulled Tiger Girl up, and when she saw her father had died, she cried even harder. Why? Why does everyone bully us? Officials, bandits, why do they all bully us? Li Yi's piercing voice was like steel needles piercing Jiang Pingin's heart, making him feel suffocated and pained. Jiang Pingin clenched his fists, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. Yes, why were they being bullied? Why had the world turned into this? Why did what his parents said about good deeds being rewarded and evil being punished not exist at all? Jiang Pingin couldn't understand. He didn't know how to comfort Li Yiya and could only pick up the candied hawthorn on the ground and hand it to her. Li Yiya looked at the candied hawthorn in her hand and tightly hugged him. This village seems to be in trouble. There are still living people. A voice suddenly rang out from the sky, and Jiang Pingin looked up sharply. Seeing the scene above, his eyes widened. Several women dressed in luxurious Taoist robes floated in the air. God, immortals! Is this what immortals are like? They can actually fly. Jiang Pingin was so shocked he couldn't speak, and Li Yiya was also frightened into silence. One woman stepped forward and pressed down on Jiang Pingin's head. Ordinary talent. Age is also a factor. The path of cultivation is limited. She then pressed down on Li Yiya's head, and after a moment, her eyes widened. Born with a water spirit root. What strong talent. The woman was extremely delighted. Little girl, can I take you to cultivate? Are you immortals? Can you bring my father back to life? Li Yiya asked timidly, half of her face buried in Jiang Pingin's arms, her voice a bit choked. The woman shook her head. We cannot bring the dead back to life. But if you cultivate, you will no longer have to worry about food and clothing and can eliminate the murderers who killed your father. Hearing that she could take revenge for her father, Li Yiya tightly grasped the candied hawthorn. I want to take revenge for my father. The woman hugged Li Yiya, smiling. With your talent, as long as you step into cultivation, you will definitely be able to take revenge. Saying this, she took off into the air, preparing to leave. Li Yiya suddenly shouted, You haven't taken Brother Pingin with you. His talent is average. You two are not from the same world. The woman said, No, I want to be with Brother Pingin. I won't cultivate anymore. Put me down. Li Yi struggled desperately. Jiang Pingyun was the closest person to her now, and she didn't want to leave him. Chapter 3. Cultivation. Hunyu, don't be upset. Follow the immortal to cultivate, and you won't have to suffer in the future. Jiang Pingyun shouted to comfort Hunyu, who was throwing a tantrum. It is said that immortals can live forever, that they don't have to go hungry, and that they won't be bullied by officials and soldiers. This is an opportunity, a chance to change Hunyu's life. Hunyu is still young and doesn't understand what this means, but Jiang Pingyun knows. Although he feels disappointed that he is looked down upon by the other party, it's okay. He has the treasure basin, and he won't have to worry about food and clothing for a lifetime. No, I want Brother Pingyun. Li Yi cried while waving a candied hawthorn. The woman smiled and said, if you don't cultivate, your Brother Pingyun might be killed by bandits in the future. Do you want your Brother Pingyun to die? I don't want that. Li Yi shouted in fear. Jiang Pingyun is her last relative, and she doesn't want to lose him. Then you must cultivate. For the future happiness of your Brother Pingyun, you must cultivate. I'm taking you away now so that you can meet again. The woman threw down a useless breathing technique book and 3 spiritual stones. I've given you the cultivation method and resources for your Brother Pingyun, so he won't be bullied. Li Yi wanted to say something else, but the woman blew a breath at her, and Li Yi immediately fainted. Once this girl begins her cultivation and grows older, she will forget this so-called Brother Pingyun. A few women turned into a stream of light and disappeared, without saying a word to Jiang Pingyun or acknowledging him. Watching Hunyu being taken away, Jiang Pingyun felt empty inside. It seemed that the entire world had only him left, and from then on, he had no home to return to. However, he was also happy for Hunyu, who would be able to become an immortal and live happily for the rest of her life. Jiang Pingyun took a deep breath to calm his complicated emotions. He walked over to the book and the 3 crystal-clear stones that the immortal had left behind. The other party said this was the method of cultivation and resources, and it seemed very precious. Could it be that learning it would allow him to become an immortal? If one could become an immortal, why not take him along? Jiang Pingyun put the items back in his room and temporarily ignored them, instead burying the villagers' corpses. Although the villagers usually had little affection for him, they had helped him to some extent. Now that everyone had been killed, he couldn't let the villagers rot outside and be eaten by wild dogs. He spent a day lifting the villagers and burying them in a pit. Li Min was buried separately, and he planned to make a monument later. Hunyu might come back to pay respects after becoming an immortal, so he couldn't let her not find her father. At night, Jiang Pingyun sat in front of the thatched cottage. The village was empty, the barking of dogs was gone, and only the sound of mosquitoes remained, overwhelming him with a sense of loneliness. His parents were dead, the villagers were dead, Hunyu was gone, and he was left alone. Looking at the book in his hands, Jiang Pingyun gently stroked it. I swear, if I can cultivate, I will kill all the officials and soldiers who oppress the people. I swear, if I can cultivate, I will kill all the bandits I encounter. I swear, if I can cultivate, I will do my utmost to protect every person I deem worthy of protection. The stars twinkled, and the night sky was a deep blue. The boy's body was frail, but his eyes were incredibly bright. He lit the remaining oil lamp of the villagers and opened the book titled Detailed Explanation of the Breathing Technique of Thick Earth. Fortunately, his father often taught him to read, so he could understand what was written. The book stated that by controlling the rhythm of breathing with one's mind, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and open up the meridians in the body. It also said that if one could open up 10 meridians, they would be considered to have fully learned it and could use it for foundation establishment. What is foundation establishment? Jiang Pingyun couldn't understand. However, it didn't matter. He just needed to follow the instructions. He also discovered that when he practiced with the strange white stones in hand, his cultivation would speed up and his body would feel very comfortable. After a night passed, Jiang Pingyun was shocked to find that he was not tired at all. Not only that, but he felt unprecedentedly energetic. This made him very happy. Perhaps he could also become an immortal in the future. He quickly made some rice and continued his cultivation according to the instructions. Soon, 2 of the spiritual stones in his hand shattered. There was only 1 left. He didn't know where to find more of these stones. He recognized the value of this stone, but the quantity was limited. He had already opened 2/10 of the first meridian, With 8 more spiritual stones, he might be able to open the first meridian mentioned in the book. Jiang Pinyin was just about to use the last spiritual stone when he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He decided to wait until the treasure basin could replicate resources and tentatively place the white stone inside. Yes, he wanted to replicate this stone, but he didn't know if it would succeed. He just wanted to try. As the treasure basin flashed with a ray of light, Jiang Pinyin quickly looked inside and then showed a look of ecstasy. A pile of spiritual stones appeared in the treasure basin. It turned out that the treasure basin could not only replicate copper coins, but also spiritual stones. No, perhaps the treasure basin can replicate anything. Jiang Pingyin's breathing quickened. For a young boy, this was incredibly exciting. He passionately kissed the treasure basin and picked up a white stone to continue his cultivation. About a day later, the 8 spiritual stones were all used up. Crack! The first meridian in Jiang Pingyin's body opened up, and he heard a sound of breaking within him. According to the book, he officially entered the first layer of qi refinement. At this moment, the thin Jiang Pinyin grew a little taller, and his skin was no longer so dark. Most importantly, he felt a significant increase in strength, as if he had endless power. A strange energy wandered back and forth through the meridian he opened. The book stated that this power was called spiritual energy. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Where have all the people gone? With the sound of hoofbeats, curses followed. Jiang Pingyin's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly put away the treasure basin. The tax-collecting officials had arrived. He prepared 10 copper coins, opened the door, and walked out, saying to the only soldier, "I want to report to the officials." The villagers were all killed by bandits. Killed by bandits again? Yang Yuan's face darkened. This was the 3rd village that had been slaughtered, and he had lost money from 3 villages. How come you didn't die? Yang Yuan jumped off his horse and questioned. I was lucky to escape and avoided a disaster. When will the officials go to eliminate the bandits and give the people peace? Jiang Pinyin hated the bandits. They robbed and killed. Truly despicable. If the officials fought with the bandits, it would be like dogs biting each other. Damn it! How dare you question me? Since everyone in your village is dead, you are of no use alive. Go die. Because he hadn't received much money and couldn't get many kickbacks. Yang Yuan was in a bad mood and needed to vent his emotions. When he saw this kid daring to question him, he drew his knife and walked over. Jiang Pingyin's face changed drastically as he kept retreating. You are an official. How can you kill people indiscriminately? Who will know if I kill you? Yang Yuan's expression was ferocious as he swung his knife. In that instant, many images flashed through Jiang Pingyin's mind. His mother who had collapsed in the fields, his father who had been mangled by a tiger, and himself who had been beaten. At this moment, Jiang Pinyin exploded, gathering all the strength within him and pouring it into his fist, roaring in anger, "If we are to die, let us die together." Chapter 4. Killing bandits die together? Yang Yuan's eyes were filled with mockery. A malnourished, stinky kid wants to die with him? That fist couldn't even kill a chicken, let alone a person. He couldn't even hope to break his armor. He really didn't know where this kid got his confidence. Yang Yuan suddenly stopped his knife and mockingly looked at the kid's fist as it struck his vine armor, ready to play with him slowly. Idiot. My armor can't even be cut by a knife. Your little fist is like a tickle. Boom. At the moment Yang Yuan was hit by the kid's fist, he felt as if his stomach had been kicked by a horse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Yang Yuan slammed heavily against a tree, blood flowing from his mouth, his face filled with disbelief and pain. How is it possible that a child has such great strength? He was actually able to knock him several meters away. Looking down at the vine armor, it was already shattered. Yang Yuan, swaying, tried to get up, but he had already coughed up blood, indicating that his internal organs had ruptured. Indeed, he didn't manage to rise, and with wide eyes, he died, filled with unwillingness, anger, and shock. He could never have imagined that he would die here, at the hands of a child he looked down upon. Jiang Pinyin gasped for breath, his face unable to shake off the terror. He had intended to perish together with his opponent, but he never expected that his full-strength punch would be so powerful. He was just a 14 or 15-year-old child. He actually knocked someone flying. This so-called cultivation was much stronger than he had thought. Jiang Pinyin knelt on the ground and began to vomit, his body trembling. It was his first time killing someone, and he didn't know why, but he felt an overwhelming urge to throw up. A mix of surprise and fear surged in his heart. The surprise was that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, eliminating an oppressive soldier. The fear came from the fact that the opponent was not just one person. The entire Ping Shui County had 4,000 armed soldiers. If the other soldiers found out that he had killed one of their comrades, they would definitely retaliate. With his current abilities, he would undoubtedly die. Jiang Pinyin quickly suppressed the nausea and other emotions and dragged the soldier's body away. After thinking for a moment, he buried the soldier in a graveyard. Before burying him, he took all the money from the soldier, totaling over 300 copper coins and a silver ingot. Additionally, he found a book. This book was called Knife Techniques. It contained illustrations and text, which were not difficult to remember. After burying the body and driving away the soldier's horse, he sat on the grave and quickly memorized the contents of the book. He had no combat skills, and with this knife techniques, he could increase his combat power. In this chaotic era, learning more was certainly not a bad thing. Out of caution, Jiang Pinyin did not bury the soldier's knife too deeply. If he encountered danger, he could take it out for use. In the following 2 days, whenever he had spirit stones, he practiced the breathing technique. When he didn't, he learned the knife techniques. During this time, he remained in constant fear, worried that soldiers would come looking for him. Fortunately, they did not. When he went to the town to buy food, he heard that traces of imperial soldiers had appeared on the county's border, and many soldiers had gone out to search. Jiang Pinyin felt relieved after so many days. They probably wouldn't come looking for him here. Crack. On the 3rd day after killing the soldier, Jiang Pinyin used spirit stones to open up a second meridian, successfully advancing to the 2nd level of Qi training. This time, the number of spirit stones used was doubled, totaling 20. Jiang Pinyin discovered that the number of spirit stones required for the next breakthrough would again double, needing 40 spirit stones. Although the consumption was high, it was fine. He had plenty of time to replicate spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin exerted force with his legs and leaped over 2 meters high onto the roof. He was stronger than when he was at the 1st level of Qi training, and he felt so happy that he wanted to cheer. Just as he was about to cheer, he suddenly lay down on the roof and stealthily peeked toward the back of the house. Through the weeds, he saw 5 figures. These 5 people were crouching, holding weapons, slowly approaching his house. Wasn't this village already raided by us? Why is there still smoke coming from the chimney? Maybe it's a fish that slipped through the net, or perhaps it's refugees. Great, I hope it's a woman. Although the 5 people's voices were low, Jiang Pingyin's hearing had improved greatly, allowing him to clearly hear their discussions. Jiang Pingyin's eyes instantly turned red, gripping the weeds tightly, his body trembling. They were bandits, and they were the kind that slaughtered villagers. They must die. Jiang Pinyin wanted to jump down and directly deal with them, but seeing the weapons in their hands, he abandoned that idea. Although his strength was great, he was still just one person, and he was a child. They had weapons. His father had told him that no matter the situation, he must never be arrogant. Quietly, he dropped down from the other side of the house and quickly ran to the place where he had buried the soldier's body. There lay the soldier's military knife. Taking the military knife, he stealthily returned to the vicinity of the thatched house. A few bandits were cursing as they came out of his room. Where is everyone? Did they discover we ran away? Maybe they went out to chop wood. 2 are hiding in the room, and 3 are outside, waiting for them to return. The 5 of them immediately hid, preparing to ambush. Jiang Pinyin watched them from the shadows, his eyes extremely cold. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 2 hiding behind the door of the room grew a bit impatient. Could it be that the people here really ran away? Otherwise, the room is cooking. They couldn't have left for so long. Damn it, wasting time. A scar-faced man walked out of the room. Leopard brother, let us not wait any longer. Let us carry the rice and flour and go. The courtyard was silent, and no one responded. Leopard brother? The scar-faced man didn't hear any movement and called out again. Just then, a cold light flashed above him, and the scar-faced man's head fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Brother Knife. The people in the room were startled and looked at the boy who had dropped down from the roof, shouting loudly, Leopard brother, there is someone here. He killed Brother Knife. They were already dead. Jiang Pinyin, holding the bloodied military knife, walked straight over. Because he was shorter, the knife dragged on the ground, sparking as it scraped along. The last remaining bandit stared wide-eyed in horror. Impossible. You're just a child. How could you silently kill Leopard Brother and the others? This child was small, about the same height as the knife. Even if he could kill someone, it was impossible to do so quietly unless he took out Leopard Brother and the others in an instant. But this child couldn't he possibly be that powerful? Jiang Pinyin remained silent, his gaze indifferent and cold. For some reason, under his gaze, the bandit felt as if he was being watched by a fierce wolf, his body trembling uncontrollably. I'm from Big King Mountain. If you dare to touch me, our bandits from Big King Mountain will not let you go. Your whole family will die. My family is already dead. Jiang Pinyin raised the knife and struck down. The bandit still wanted to fight back, but he was no match for the boy's speed. Thud! Another body fell. The robber's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that a child had killed all 5 of them, who were used to killing, and that this child-esque knife strikes were extremely smooth, as if he had received training. Jiang Pingyin's arm trembled. Although it was his second time killing someone, his body was still filled with fear. However, it was much better than the first time. He put down the knife and skillfully searched the robber's body. Being poor, he felt that everything was a treasure and didn't he want to waste anything on these people. What is this? Chapter 5. Amulet. While searching the scar-faced man's body, he pulled out a piece of jade pendant that was a deep green color. He felt it was strange because he sensed a wave of spiritual energy from it. Unlike the wave from spirit stones, the energy in this jade pendant seemed to operate according to a certain pattern. He tried to use the breathing technique to absorb it, but he couldn't draw out the energy inside. What is this? Jiang Pinyin was puzzled. He took out a spirit stone to compare it with the jade pendant. Just as they touched, the energy in the spirit stone was rapidly drained, turning into powder. Jiang Pinyin was shocked and instinctively threw the jade pendant away. Looking at the shattered spirit stone, Jiang Pinyin felt particularly pained. He could only replicate 10 a day, and just like that, one was gone. What exactly was this jade pendant? Squatting beside the jade pendant, he poked it with a stick, but nothing happened. Picking up the jade pendant again, Jiang Pinyin noticed that the energy inside had significantly increased, still operating according to a certain pattern. What on earth is this? Jiang Pinyin wanted to ask someone, but there was no one around, only corpses. At that moment, he noticed there were 3 words on the back of the jade pendant. Amulet. Could it also be a treasure of the immortals that can protect the body? Thinking about the energy fluctuations above, which are similar to the energy he uses, it might really be some kind of immortal treasure. Jiang Pinyin felt he was right. The reason he couldn't protect the scarred man before was likely because the energy in the talisman had run out. Realizing that this item had protective properties, Jiang Pinyin gritted his teeth and affixed 2 more spirit stones nearby. The energy of the spirit stones was consumed, but the jade pendant seemed not to be fully charged yet. Jiang Pinyin didn't have many spirit stones left, so he began to inject energy from his own body into the jade pendant. However, even after pouring all his energy into it, it still wasn't full. It was a bottomless pit. Jiang Pinyin felt particularly pained. He decided to absorb energy from between heaven and earth to fill it gradually. After all, there was no rush. Just then, a noise suddenly came from outside. Jiang Pinyin quickly grabbed his knife and rushed out, seeing a figure fleeing at high speed. He immediately chased after them. It was likely a bandit accomplice. He couldn't let them escape. However, after a long pursuit, Jiang Pinyin still lost track of them. He leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He had just infused all his spiritual energy into the jade pendant and had no strength left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost them. From now on, he must always leave a backup plan. Jiang Pinyin silently summarized his shortcomings and took out a spirit stone to restore his internal energy. The person who ran back was most likely a bandit. After killing 5 of them, that so-called Big King Mountain bandit would definitely not let him go. So bring it on. The only concern he had was that Tiger Girl was taken away by the immortal. Jiang Pinyin had no other attachments left. Even if the bandits didn't come looking for him, he would go find them. With his current physical condition, even if he couldn't kill the bandits, he could still escape calmly. As soon as Jiang Pinyin returned to the village, he locked eyes with 10 soldiers. Jiang Pinyin's pupils shrank sharply. 10 soldiers, but there were 11 horses. Seeing that horse, Jiang Pinyin's heart almost stopped. This horse was the mount of the soldier he had killed earlier. A phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. old horse knows the way. It must be that this horse found its way here. At the same time, those 10 soldiers also saw Jiang Ping'an. Not only that, they noticed the military knife in his hand and the corpses of the 5 bandits on ground. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, as if both sides were pressed on pause. Nay, a horse suddenly neighed, breaking this balance. Jiang Ping'an turned and ran. He had only regained a little strength and couldn't ensure he would survive against 10 seasoned soldiers. Chase! He must be the culprit, the leading soldier shouted. Although it was hard to believe that a child was the culprit, it was the closest to the truth. Jiang Ping'an had little spiritual energy left, and the other side was on horseback, so he couldn't run away. In just a moment, they were behind Jiang Ping'an, and a soldier swung his knife at Jiang Ping'an's head. When Jiang Ping'an caught sight of the soldier's knife, it was already too late to dodge. At that instant, the jade pendant at Jiang Ping'an's waist suddenly emitted a green light, and with a clang, the soldier's knife was knocked away. In that moment, both Jiang Ping'an and the pursuing soldiers were stunned, staring at the green light on him. What was going on? What was this light? Jiang Ping'an had an inkling of what was happening, but there was no time to verify it. Taking advantage of the soldier's knife falling, he leaped high and swung his knife fiercely. Thud! The large head flew off. Clang! Another soldier's knife struck the green light on Jiang Ping'an, causing no harm to him at all. Jiang Ping'an infused the remaining spiritual energy into his arm and turned to swing his knife again. Ah! With a scream, the soldier he struck fell off his horse. Without the worry of being attacked from behind, Jiang Ping'an wildly swung his knife, cutting down both soldiers and mounts alike. Blood sprayed, the war horse neighed, and that seemingly weak boy transformed into a warrior. This kid is a cultivator. He must be a cultivator. What he has on him is a magical treasure. Run! One soldier recognized something, shouting in terror and turning to flee. A 14 or 15-year-old boy jumping higher than a horse was simply abnormal. Moreover, the mysterious green light on him was likely emanating from a magical treasure. Hearing this, the soldiers panicked, stopped attacking Jiang Ping'an, and began to flee. Jiang Ping'an couldn't let them escape. He jumped onto a war horse and quickly pursued them. One by one, the soldiers were cut down and fell from their horses. When the last soldier remained, Jiang Ping'an suddenly threw his knife, piercing through the soldier's body, causing him to tumble off his horse. Jiang Ping'an dismounted and coldly looked down at the soldier. The soldier clutched his wound, his face filled with terror and anger. You little bastard dare to attack soldiers. The 4,000 Iron Cavalry of Ping Shui County will never let you go. Bang! Jiang Ping'an stomped on the soldier's neck and turned to check for any surviving soldiers. He dealt a finishing blow to the remaining soldiers, ensuring they were all dead, and searched their bodies for valuables. This time, he didn't find any treasures, only money and some rations. Following the mountain path, he used the horses to transport the bodies of the soldiers and bandits to the Wild Wolf Gorge, which was named for the wild wolves that roamed the area. People often died in attacks from wolf packs here. The bodies would be thrown here, and it wouldn't be long before they were devoured by the wolves. The 10 soldiers had found their way here thanks to the horses' instincts. Now that he had killed all the horses, he wanted to see how they would find their way back. Looking at the horse corpses, Jiang Ping'an felt a bit distressed. If these horses could be used for farming, his mother wouldn't have worked herself to death. At the very least, they could have been killed for food. However, these war horses were too conspicuous and had no place to store them. They would definitely be discovered if kept at home. Just as he thought of this, the treasure basin suddenly emerged from within him, and a green light flashed, causing all the slain horses to disappear. Jiang Ping'an's heart shook. What was going on? Chapter 6. Bandits and soldiers gathered. Jiang Ping'an picked up the cracked treasure basin and looked inside. There was only the money and spirit stones he had put in. Where were the horses? Why had they suddenly disappeared? Did the treasure basin like to eat horses? Thinking of this, the treasure basin flashed with green light again, and several of the slain horses appeared in front of him. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. Could it be that the treasure basin had the ability to store items? Put the items away. As he spoke, several horses were sucked inside. Indeed, it could store items. He tried with other belongings. Not only could it store horses, but also spirit stones, money, and branches. He even experimented with mice and insects, which didn't work. But if he killed the mice and insects, they could be stored. This meant that the treasure basin could store most things that were non-living animals. Understanding this powerful function of the treasure basin, Jiang Pinyin was extremely happy. He would no longer have to worry about items being stolen or carry heavy packs. He could just put everything in the treasure basin and take it with him. What a great treasure! Hee. Jiang Pinyin felt joyful. He touched the jade pendant at his waist, which was engraved with incomprehensible patterns, and the green light flickered. The reason he was able to kill those guys this time was largely thanks to this talisman. If it weren't for the protection of the talisman, even if he could kill those soldiers, he would definitely have been injured. The protective shield had been attacked several times, and the energy in the jade pendant had been greatly depleted. He needed to replenish it as soon as possible, as it was a life-saving item. Jiang Pinyin hummed a mountain song and bounced back to the village. Over the next few days, soldiers came to the village once to investigate the missing soldiers. Just as Jiang Pinyin had guessed, since he had wiped them all out, they found no trace of him. Who would have thought that a 14 or 15-year-old child could possess the ability to kill 10 soldiers? When the soldiers arrived, Jiang Pinyin told them about the village's situation and urged them to eradicate the bandits and avenge the villagers. However, the soldiers ignored him and turned to leave. Although the soldiers did not find him, Jiang Pinyin remained cautious and careful as he had another group of enemies, the bandits. He had previously let one escape and did not know when they would come for revenge. 4 days later, with the spirit stones he had replicated over the days, Jiang Pinyin successfully advanced from the 2nd level of qi refining to the 3rd level. The next breakthrough would require at least 80 spirit stones, and his demand for them was increasing. During these 4 days, apart from cultivating, he practiced with his knife, familiarizing himself with how to wield it and how to fight. He also did not forget about the talisman, injecting spiritual energy into the jade pendant every day to increase its energy. After 2 more days, trouble came again. A large group of bandits surrounded the village from all directions. This is the place, look, the chimney is still smoking. Brother Leopard and Brother Knife died here. A bandit with a shifty gaze stood hunched next to a terrifyingly strong man over 2 meters tall. The strong man held a wolf-tooth club thicker than a human leg. His expression fierce. Those who dare to kill our King Mountain's bandits are simply seeking death. Those inside come out and die quickly. Jiang Pinyin, who was cultivating in a room, slowly opened his eyes. He had noticed this group of people before they entered the village. After breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refining, his senses had enhanced, allowing him to hear and see far away. He brushed off the spirit stone powder from his body and calmly stood up to walk outside. Upon seeing the youthful face of the boy, both the strong man and the bandits were taken aback. Are you kidding me? Can this kid really kill Brother Leopard? The 2-meter-tall strong man angrily grabbed the bandit with a shifty gaze. I really saw him. He had a knife in his hand and was searching Brother Leopard and the others for things. Damn it! The strong man, known as the 2nd in command, threw the man away and looked back at the boy. Where's your master? Tell him to come out. He did not believe that this boy had killed their 5 capable men. I only have myself at home, Jiang Pinyin replied calmly. The strong man furrowed his brow. Then who killed our men? I don't know. When I returned, your people were already dead at my doorstep, Jiang Pinyin lied. Damn it, we came here for nothing. Kill this kid and go rob other villages. The strong man was extremely disappointed, cursing as he turned to leave, preparing to let his subordinates deal with the boy. Jiang Pinyin narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and prepared to act. Just then, urgent hoofbeats sounded from a distance. Officials. 2nd in command. There are officials. A bandit shouted in panic. Run. Quickly run. Some bandits prepared to flee, but an arrow pierced through the air and instantly shot through the head of one bandit. In just a short while, a large group of officials surrounded the area. The bandits' faces changed in fear as they tightly gripped their weapons. Don't panic. The 2nd in command remained calm and walked towards the officials. Who is the leader? I am. A robust officer in metal armor, riding a fiery red warhorse, stepped forward. It turned out to be Captain Chui Xiao. Long time no see. The 2nd in command greeted the approaching officer, clearly recognizing him. You heartless bandits dare to appear so brazenly. Prepare to kill the bandits. Captain Chui shouted. Captain Chui, don't be in a hurry. The 2nd in command said with a smile, taking out a bag from his back and respectfully handing it over. Here are today's gains: 300 taels of silver, some copper coins, and various jewelry. A satisfied look appeared in Captain Shui's eyes as he took the bag and placed it on his horse. Get lost. Don't let me see you again next time. Thank you, Captain Shui, for your mercy. Let us go. The second in command ordered his subordinates. Although it pained him to part with the stolen silver, it was better than losing his life. These bandits are the ones who slaughtered our village. Are we just going to let them go? A somewhat immature voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Pingan. Idiot. The second in command disdainfully glanced at Jiang Pingan and left, with the officials not stopping them. Jiang Pingan clenched his fists, staring intensely at the large group of soldiers before him, and shouted emotionally, "You are officials responsible for protecting the people. They are bandits, the ones who slaughtered our village. Why don't you kill them? The people pay money to the officials for protection. It is only right." Yet these people did not do so, but instead accepted the bandits' money and let them go. Captain Shui's expression was indifferent, completely ignoring Jiang Pingan, and instructed his subordinates. Hurry up and harvest the crops in the fields. The people of this village are dead. Go back to the county and put these fields in my name. I came here today because I heard the people were dead, and it's harvest season. These good fields cannot be wasted. They are all money. Oh, and that kid's family has farmland too. Get rid of it, or I'll be uncomfortable if there is even a piece of land that isn't mine among so many fields. Captain Shui said the coldest words in the calmest tone. Ha! I always believed that the ones who forced my parents to death were just a few officials, and I always thought that bad people were the minority. Ha! Jiang Pingan laughed, tears streaming down his face as his father's sense of justice collapsed. Chapter 7. Warrior, what the hell are you laughing at? So annoying. Just kill him quickly. Captain Shui, annoyed by the laughter, ordered a subordinate to approach with a knife to send the boy on his way. The glint of the blade flashed, and no one paid attention to the boy as they prepared to harvest the ripe rice. Puff! The sound of a blade cutting flesh echoed. Just like that, how can I face my deceased parents? A tender yet cold voice suddenly rang out, causing Captain Shui to abruptly turn around. Seeing the scene behind him, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was not the boy who had fallen, but his own bodyguard. Although the bodyguard was not as strong as him, he was still a capable fighter who had survived the battlefield. He had actually been killed by the boy who seized his weapon. What just happened? If the other party were an adult, it would be understandable. But this person was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Rage surged wildly in Jiang Pingan's heart. His parents worked hard to pay taxes just to live in peace, to live without worry. Yet their hard work had only brought oppression and death. Until now, he had naively thought that bad people were a minority and that many people were good. But after witnessing today's scene, all his fantasies vanished. In the future, he would never judge a person's goodness or badness based on their identity. Jiang Pingan gripped the military knife and took the initiative to attack, charging at Captain Shui. Today, he would vent his anger and use blood to honor the lives of his parents and the villagers lost. Overestimating yourself. Captain Shui looked at the charging boy with a scornful smile. He was a respectable junior squad leader, comparable to the third level of chi refining. Not to mention a boy, even 100 ordinary soldiers wouldn't pose a threat to him. He casually drew his knife, prepared to deal with this foolish boy. Just as Jiang Pingan reached Captain Shui, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, leaping high. Earlier, he had rushed over at a child's running speed to deceive his opponent. This moment was the real, killing intent. Captain Shui, a seasoned soldier, quickly blocked with his knife in that split second. Clang! Jiang Pingan's knife broke. The two knives were not on the same level at all. Captain Shui's knife was clearly superior. However, the broken blade swiftly grazed Captain Shui's face, leaving a bloodstain. Jiang Pingan swung his broken knife and aimed for the opponent's neck. Chui Zhao's face changed, and he quickly rolled off his horse. What a pity for this fiery red warhorse. As Jiang Pingan's knife passed, the massive horse's head fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. The soldiers nearby were stunned. How could this young man possess such strength? He severed the horse's head in one blow. Chui Zhao's back was soaked with cold sweat as he frantically retreated. You're not an ordinary person. The enormous roar was tinged with fear. He had almost been hit. If he had been even a bit careless, he would have been dead by now. The opponent was definitely not an ordinary youth. His speed was on par with his own. How could this boy be so formidable? Jiang Pinyin ignored him and produced another military knife, charging at him. Cui Zhao's eyes widened at this scene. A storage artifact. You are a cultivator. This ability to conjure things out of thin air can only be done with a storage artifact. Jiang Pinyin swung his knife at Cui Zhao. Cui Xiao quickly defended. Clang! The weapons clashed, sparks flying. Ha! Heaven has eyes. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity. Cui Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally. This boy must have found a treasure and embarked on the path of cultivation. This explains why he is so strong. Cui Xiao had always yearned for cultivation, but he had no methods or resources, only the hardest martial arts to learn. Now, this young man had revealed something, indicating he possessed cultivation techniques. This means that as long as he kills the opponent, he can obtain these opportunities. After the shock came excitement and greed. You're quite strong. Roughly at the 3rd level of Qi training, but you haven't learned any offensive techniques, have you? Cui Xiao sneered, suddenly swinging his black, thin-bladed long knife with force. Crack! Jiang Pingyin's ordinary military knife was once again severed. Jiang Pingyin's expression changed, and he retreated frantically. Cui Xiao chased after him with his knife. No one ever told you that among those of the same level, cultivators should not easily engage in close combat with martial artists, right? It seems you understand nothing. You really picked up a cultivation method without a sect or master. Your opportunity belongs to me. Seeing the boy so foolish, Cui Xiao was certain his opponent had no background, and his knife suddenly accelerated. Jiang Pingyin's expression changed as he quickly raised the broken knife to block. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The opponent's knife turned into a phantom, somehow passing through the broken knife and aimed at his head. Bang! The protective talisman burst forth with a green light, blocking the opponent's attack. Jiang Pinyin seized the chance to retreat madly, his heart racing with fear of death. What was that blow just now? Why did a phantom appear? A protective magic treasure. Cui Zhao's eyes turned red with envy. With this thing, his survival rate on the battlefield would greatly increase. Why does this kid have so many opportunities? All these opportunities will be his. He must get his hands on them. As Cui Xiao charged at him, Jiang Pinyin took out another military knife to counter. The previous situation repeated itself. Clearly, he had blocked the opponent's knife. Yet the opponent's knife somehow came through again, hitting the shield. Haha, are you shocked? This is the martial technique illusory blade, but even if I don't know martial techniques, we martial artists can still win in close combat against you ordinary cultivators. Moreover, you haven't learned any offensive techniques, you're undoubtedly doomed. Cui Xiao began to psychologically attack Jiang Pinyin. The mental state during a duel affects the outcome of the battle. He didn't believe the boy could withstand it. Sure enough, upon hearing Cui Zhao's words, Jiang Pingyin's attacks and reactions faltered. Jiang Pinyin knew almost nothing about cultivation. He didn't know what a martial artist was, nor did he understand any martial techniques. If it weren't for the protective talisman, he would have been dead by now. Cui Zhao's knife struck the protective talisman again, and its light grew dimmer and dimmer. If this continued, the talisman's energy would dissipate, and Jiang Pinyin would undoubtedly die. Captain, you're mighty. Kill this kid. This kid is the captain's opportunity. Haha, Captain, when you soar to great heights in the future, don't forget your little brothers. Ordinary soldiers couldn't get involved in this battle, as they could hardly see the clash between the two. However, they could see Jiang Pinyin being forced to retreat step by step. Jiang Pinyin wanted to escape, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't run away at all. He regretted attacking without understanding the opponent's strength. He wasn't the only one with extraordinary power in this world. He didn't want to die. He still needed to avenge his parents. He hadn't seen Hun Yo get married. He needed to survive. Calm down. Calm down. The opponent must have weaknesses. His father had told him to always remain calm. Jiang Pinyin took a deep breath and suppressed his fear and impatience. Gradually, he caught up with Cui Zhao's attacks again. Cui Xiao was taken aback. The boy had actually calmed down. Such strong willpower. If he were to become a soldier, he would definitely become someone significant. However, even so, the opponent still had to die. This boy doesn't know any techniques and is fundamentally no match for a martial artist in strength. This boy's opportunity is mine. Each strike landed on the shield, and it was about to shatter. At that moment, Jiang Pinyin finally discovered the opponent's weakness: greed. The opponent's eyes were filled with greed. He recalled a scene from years ago when he was with his father catching monkeys, putting fruits into a cage. The monkeys would reach in for the fruit and get their hands stuck. The monkeys could escape if they let go, but they would rather be caught than release the fruit to run away. This is the price of greed. Crack! The energy from the protective talisman dissipated, and the shield shattered. Chapter 8. Slaying the Martial Artist. D. Cui Xiao looked at the shield breaking and raised his knife again, ready to finish off this boy and seize his resources. Just then, 5 spirit stones, about the size of copper coins, suddenly fell from Jiang Pingyin's arms. The crystal-clear spirit stones emitted a soft and warm light. Cui Xiao's pupils constricted. Spirit stones. The opponent actually has such precious things. The nation's war was started for the sake of the minds of these things. Wait a minute, my neck hurts. Huh? Why is there a headless body in front of me? No way. That's my body. My head has fallen off. Cui Xiao's large head fell to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. What was supposed to be a sure victory for him ended with his own death. It was at the moment he saw the spirit stones that his mind wavered. And it was in that moment that Jiang Pinyin gathered all his spiritual energy to his hand, delivering a fatal blow. The soldiers who had been cheering suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the scene before them. Time seemed to stand still. Thud! The headless corpse fell, kicking up dust. The captain is dead. The captain was killed. The soldiers who had just been cheering turned terrified, mounting their horses and fleeing madly. The captain's strength was unquestionable, able to escape even from an attack by 100 people. But he was killed by this boy. They were afraid for their lives, not daring to stay for even a moment, fearing they would end up like the captain, with their heads rolling. Jiang Pinyin breathed heavily, his heart racing. He was just one step away from death. This incident taught him 2 things. First, never act rashly before understanding the opponent's strength, unless absolutely necessary. Second, never be greedy. He firmly etched these survival skills into his heart to avoid a repeat of this situation. He had no teacher, no one to guide him on what path to take. Everything depended on himself. Without time to catch his breath, Jiang Pinyin began to search the man's corpse. Soon, he found 2 books and a bottle labeled blood chi pills. The 2 books were titled Blood Chi Formula and Illusory Blade. The blood chi technique is unclear, but the illusionary blade is well understood. During the battle, just now, he clearly saw the opponent's blade being blocked, yet the opponent's blade inexplicably broke through the defense and struck the protective shield. This thing called blood chi pill is also unknown in purpose, so he decided to keep it for now. Jiang Pinyin picked up the opponent's treasured sword and glanced at it quickly. The sword was completely black, about 2 fingers wide, and nearly the same length as his height. The blade was narrow, and if it weren't for a slight curve, it looked more like a sword. The soldier's ferocious attack could not be separated from this sword. An ordinary military knife simply couldn't compete. Without time for a more detailed examination, Jiang Pinyin took the sword, picked up several hundred taels of silver from the corpse of the opponent's horse, and quickly ran up the mountain. Having killed the officers, he knew they would not let him go. With 4,000 iron cavalry in Ping Shui County, this person was just one of the captains, and there were surely stronger ones. With his current cultivation, he couldn't withstand stronger opponents, let alone a group of ordinary soldiers attacking him. Jiang Pinyin arrived at 2 graves and knelt down directly on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Father, mother, your child is leaving. You often reminded me to be a good child and not to cause trouble. I've tried my best to listen. However, in this world, good people do not live long. I will not become a foolishly good person, but I also will not become a ruthless killer of innocents. This time I leave, I do not know if I can come back alive to pay my respects to you. If there is reincarnation in this world, I will continue to be your child in the next life. If there are immortals in this world, I will definitely embark on the path of immortality and bring you back to life. Father, mother, I am leaving, and those who force you to death will all die. Jiang Pinyin bowed deeply 3 times and slowly stood up. He tied the long sword behind him, wiped away his tears, and his expression became resolute. The young man's hair danced in the wind as he picked up his backpack and carried the long sword, walking into the endless forest. In front of the 2 graves, Two small white flowers growing together swayed gently in the wind, as if bidding farewell to their wandering kin with a gentle wave. The sunset passed through the trees, shining on the gradually receding young man, solitary and desolate. In a tavern in Ping Shui County, a middle-aged man was embracing two shy beauties, laughing and chatting. With a table full of mountain delicacies and seafood, each dish worth a fortune. "General, something has happened." A soldier in armor rushed in. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. "Is the great Xia kingdom attacking?" "No, Captain Chui Xiao has been killed by a cunning commoner," the messenger soldier, Chen Sheng, reported. "Damn it, you scare me." The middle-aged man kicked the soldier down and returned to his seat, embracing the two women to eat and drink. However, Chui Xiao was a martial artist, comparable to a cultivator at the third level of Qi training. How could an ordinary villager kill him? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. The messenger soldier relayed the information he had received, briefly explaining the situation while omitting the part about being bribed by bandits and wanting to seize land, only mentioning the search for the missing soldiers. "Interesting, there actually is a cultivator. It seems there is a bit of small fortune." The middle-aged man took a bite of the dish offered by the beauties and said lightly, "Send a few other captains to deal with that kid. Whoever can seize the opportunity will see how lucky he is. If this cunning commoner dares to rebel today, tomorrow there will be other cunning commoners wanting to rebel. Teach these commoners a lesson. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." The middle-aged man looked down on Jiang Pingin's possessions, but for ordinary soldiers, the boy's opportunity was extremely attractive. Moreover, this boy must be killed to quell those who might want to resist. "Yes, General." The messenger soldier respectfully exited, and the room continued to echo with the pleasant laughter of women. Upon hearing this news, the captains in Ping Shui County were all extremely excited. Cultivation techniques. This is what we have longed for. The cultivation techniques are expensive, and ordinary people cannot obtain them. They can only practice blood qi, which is body refining. However, body refining has many restrictions, and excessive practice can easily affect lifespan. But having cultivation techniques makes a difference, as they can extend lifespan and become stronger. Soldiers present at the scene said that the reason the boy was able to kill Chui Xiao was entirely because a few white stones fell from the boy's arms, leading to Chui Xiao's careless death. So this proves that the boy is not strong. They speculated that the fallen white stones were likely spirit stones. Otherwise, it would not have caused Chui Xiao to lose focus. Spirit stones are very precious. Even ordinary people, without cultivating, can carry spirit stones to avoid diseases and prolong life. The boy's combat power is inferior to Chui Xiao's, but he possesses cultivation techniques, spirit stones, protective talismans, and storage treasures. Any one of these items is worth their action, let alone four. The captains were extremely excited, as if Jiang Pinyin was already theirs. Large numbers of soldiers left Ping Shui County and headed for Daya Village. But they did not notice a 14 or 15-year-old boy standing at the city gate, calmly watching them depart. Who could have imagined that the boy they were pursuing had come to their base? Chapter 9. Entering the city, Jiang Pinyin changed his clothes. Looking disheveled with long hair covering half his face, standing at the city gate of the county. "Pay the tax to enter the city, 5 copper coins." A soldier stopped Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin made a pained expression, carefully took out 5 copper coins from his bag, and reluctantly handed them over. He didn't lack money now, but he had to pretend to be short on cash. Otherwise, these guys would be greedy and ask for more. After receiving the money, the soldier returned his weapon. Jiang Pinyin actually didn't want to come to the county. He did not believe that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The reason he came to the county was entirely to understand some things. What is the blood qi technique? What is the blood qi pill? What is the actual combat power of these soldiers? And what level his own combat power is at? He knew nothing. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Rashly clashing with the enemy is unwise. Just like in the previous battle, he had no idea that cultivators should not easily engage martial artists in close combat, which almost got him killed. This visit is to gather intelligence. This was his second time in Ping Shui County. He had come once with his father before, and he was shocked by the prosperity here the first time. His childhood wish was to leave the village and live here. In the past, The faces of people on the streets were filled with smiles. But now they were hardly seen. Passing by a tea house, he heard lively conversations inside. So he went in, ordered a cup of tea, and quietly sat in a corner. The front line has lost again. An old man said angrily, "These idiots are really out of their minds. Our Ling Tai kingdom is clearly not strong. Yet we are incited to start a war. And it is the common people who suffer." "Sure, you can't say that," someone hurriedly reminded him. "What can't be said? Look at the great Xia kingdom. They treat their people so well, exempting various taxes during wartime, and their citizens help the country. Now look at our Ling Tai kingdom. It's useless. Don't talk about this. Have you heard? Someone in Dave village killed many soldiers." A well-informed, middle-aged man spoke up. "Is that true? Who is so bold?" The specifics are still unclear, but in short, many soldiers died and a lot of soldiers were sent there. Serve them right. They deserve to die. Many people in the tea house showed smiles on their faces. Jiang Pinyin said nothing, quietly sitting in the corner, listening to the discussions around him. Watching the smiles on everyone's faces, he knew he was on the right path. Moreover, he also learned that not all countries oppress the lower classes like Ping Shui County. For instance, the Great Xia Kingdom is not excessive. The tea house above was a place to stay, and Jiang Pinyin settled in. In the following days, apart from cultivating, he listened to various conversations below, learning many things he had never understood while living in the village. When it came to the topic of monks and soldiers, he would intentionally or unintentionally say a few words to better gather information. After 5 or 6 days of understanding, he obtained the information he wanted. Ping Shui County has 4,000 iron cavalry, of which 3,000 are stationed near the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. The soldiers of Ping Shui County are divided into 5 ranks. The first rank is the general, the second rank is the battalion commander, the third rank is the company commander, then the squad leader, and finally the ordinary soldier. These individuals practice martial arts, cultivating the blood chi technique, which increases their strength after training. His current strength is equivalent to a low-level company commander, far inferior to a battalion commander, and even weaker than some formidable company commanders. It is said that a battalion commander's strength is comparable to that of a practitioner at the 6th to 9th level of chi training. The general is even stronger, at the 10th level of chi training, and there are rumors that the general has already reached the level of a martial master, equivalent to a foundation-building practitioner. He also seized another book called Phantom Blade, which is a martial skill with 3 levels, commonly used in Ping Shui County. Mastering the first level creates 1 Phantom Blade image, the second level creates 2, and the third level creates 3. The higher the level of cultivation, the more powerful it is. Upon learning this information, Jiang Pinyin secretly felt a sense of fear. The opponent he fought, Cui Xiao, had only mastered the first level of Phantom Blade and was merely a low-level company commander. If the opponent were even a bit stronger, he would definitely be dead now. Jiang Pinyin also gained some understanding of the practitioner realm. It turns out that cultivation does not mean becoming an immortal, but simply being stronger than ordinary people. For a practitioner to become powerful, they need to learn spells, but he had none, only a breathing method. A wanted notice was posted at the city gate. It was the wanted notice for the one who killed the company commander Cui Xiao. It turns out the murderer is a child. A person walked into the tea house, loudly sharing the news he just received. A child? Is that true? How could a young boy kill such a powerful company commander? The guests in the tea house were shocked. They had been discussing this matter for days, but they didn't know the murderer was just a boy. Of course it's true. I saw the portrait with my own eyes. I heard that those soldiers searched for him for many days, but couldn't find him, suspecting he might have run into some town, which is why they made the wanted notice. The person sharing the news suddenly saw something, his pupils shrinking, and quickly turned his head away. Right now, the wanted notice is being posted at the city gate, and other towns are also posting it. If I were that boy, I would quickly run east. The terrain there is steep, and horses can't go up. But one must be careful of bandits, as there are many in that area. Jiang Pinyin pressed down his hat and casually walked out of the tea house, quickly heading toward the east city gate. After Jiang Pinyin had walked far away, the person sharing the news looked up and murmured, "Boy, stay alive." Soon, many people saw Jiang Pinyin's portrait. Regulars at the tea house were shocked when they saw the portrait. Isn't that the boy who often sits in the corner? He actually dared to come to Ping Shui County. Jiang Pingyun arrived at the East City Gate, wearing a straw hat, walking out leisurely. Everyone was focused on the portrait at the gate, not paying attention to him. "Stop!" A soldier suddenly shouted. Jiang Pingyun's heart sank, and he was ready to run. "Open your bag. Let me see what good stuff is inside," the soldier said greedily, seeing that Jiang Pingyun was alone and looked like a child from the side. But his bag was quite full. He thought there might be something good to rob. Jiang Pingyun pressed down his hat and handed over the bag. Inside were only clothes and a few copper coins. The soldier threw the clothes on the ground and rudely pocketed the copper coins. "Get lost? Wait a second. You are..." Jiang Pingyun pulled out the soldier's knife and quickly cut off his leg. "Focus on robbing your money. Why do you have to look more?" The soldiers here do not have the same protection as those from the Great Xia Kingdom. Once a battle results in disability, they are abandoned. Killing such a scoundrel is too easy for them. Directly crippling the opponent and leaving them to starve to death is even more painful. A piercing scream echoed throughout the East City Gate. Jiang Pingyun did not want to resort to violence, but the other party forced his hand. He stole a horse and charged toward the outside of the city. The murderer, that boy, is the one who killed the company commander. Upon hearing this, the soldiers who were initially planning to stop him instantly scattered. This guy could even kill a company commander. Facing them, mere trash soldiers. Wouldn't he just take them down with a single strike? Whoever tries to stop him is dead. Hurry and report to the higher-ups. Just say the one who killed the company commander ran out through the East Gate. Damn, this kid is really bold, actually daring to come into the city. Hurry and chase. We can't let him escape. Chapter 10. Phantom Blade. The eastern side of Ping Shui County is the Eagle Sigh mountain range, which means that even the eagles sigh upon seeing these mountains. The Eagle Sigh mountain range is full of towering peaks and perilous terrain, with ravines every 10 steps, mountain ranges every 100 steps, and cliffs every 1,000 steps. Many bandit dens are located here, making it unsuitable for war horses, which is perfect for escaping and hiding. Under the guidance of a noble, Jiang Pingyun is racing toward the Eagle Sigh mountain range. The soldiers behind him dare not chase too closely, just keeping a distance, fearing they might be killed. Just as the Eagle Sigh mountain range came into view, a loud laugh erupted from behind. "Haha, I'm so lucky. I gave up searching for you and returned to the city, only to find you were right in the city." A burly man riding a black warhorse appeared, his horse extremely fast, overtaking the ordinary pursuers behind him and closing in rapidly on Jiang Pingyun. "Stinky kid, hand over the opportunity, and I'll give you a quick death." The burly man became more and more excited. Jiang Pingyun glanced at the armor and clothing of the man, which was the same as Cui Zhao's. This man was also a company commander, but he didn't know how strong he was. Company commanders are also ranked. The weakest are equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi training and the strongest to the 5th level. As he saw the distance between them closing, Jiang Pingyun's expression darkened. There was no way to escape. He suddenly grabbed the reins, stopped the horse, and got down. "I surrender." The burly man was taken aback. Is he surrendering just like that? Jiang Pingyun saw him approaching and took out 3 spirit stones, throwing them on the ground. "I surrender. This is all I have." The burly man looked down. At the same time, Jiang Pingyun drew his long knife and swung it fiercely at the burly man. Clang! The 2 knives clashed, sparking sparks. "Haha, idiot boy. Do you think I would be like that idiot Cui Xiao?" The burly man laughed wildly, gradually exerting his strength and pushing Jiang Pingyun down. Jiang Pingyun's face changed drastically. This person was stronger than Cui Xiao. His palm was shattered and bleeding, and the muscles in his arm felt like they were bursting apart, causing immense pain. Close combat truly favors martial artists. The two were on entirely different levels of strength. The burly man sneered, comparing close combat with martial artists? What an idiot. Jiang Pingyun's knife was pressed against his neck. If the opponent exerted more force, his throat would be cut. A flash of green light appeared, instantly knocking the burly man's knife away. "Watch me break through your defense." The burly man swung his knife again, even more forcefully than before. This boy was no match for him. It was only a matter of time before he resolved the opponent. Jiang Pingyun endured the excruciating pain in his arm and quickly swung his knife to counter. Useless. Phantom Blade. A remnant image passed through Jiang Pingyun's knife, striking his protective shield. Boom! The opponent's knife struck the protective shield again. However, the opponent did not make a next move. Clang! The knife in the burly man's hand fell. He clutched his neck tightly, blood spurting continuously from between his fingers. Phantom Blade. The man's face was filled with disbelief. He had spent years to master the first level of Phantom Blade. But this kid had only obtained Phantom Blade for a few days and could already perform it to some extent. A genius. The other party is a martial arts genius. Jiang Pinyin slowly sheathed his bloodied knife, panting heavily. Although he only learned the basics of the illusion blade, it was still enough to catch them off guard. These days, aside from improving his cultivation, he has been studying the illusion blade. Just like those warriors said, close combat is his weakness, so he needed to learn close combat techniques. After studying for 5 or 6 days, he could barely create a faint shadow. If one observed closely, they wouldn't be fooled. The strange thing was that the opponent didn't expect him to use their techniques against them. Thud! The rugged man fell off his horse, lifeless. Picking up the spirit stones from the ground, Jiang Pinyin searched the man and found 2 bottles of medicine and a book. Quickly grabbing the man's knife and rushing into the Eagle's Sign mountain range. Once in the mountains, the horses were no longer useful, and the combat effectiveness of these cavalrymen would greatly diminish. The soldiers chasing after them looked at the dead rugged man, shock written all over their faces. This squad leader was clearly stronger than Cui Xiao. How could he be taken down so quickly? Could it be that the boy's strength had increased in just 5 or 6 days? They dared not pursue any further. Fear and the threat of death lingering in their hearts. This boy was too terrifying. Jiang Pinyin fled desperately through the mountains. This time he only caught a lone warrior. If a group of warriors at the same level came, he would undoubtedly die, so he had to run fast. After running for a day, crossing dozens of mountains and cliffs, and falling into ravines several times, he might have died without the protective talisman. Finally, he stopped beside a secluded pool with no signs of human presence. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and beside it was a stone crevice that could fit 2 or 3 people. Jiang Pinyin cut a tree branch and wedged it at the entrance of the stone crevice to block it, then squeezed inside. Without resting, Jiang Pinyin took out his spoils from the treasure basin. 2 bottles of pills, one containing blood energy pills with a total of 3 pills, plus the one he had previously seized, made a total of 5. These blood energy pills were used to cultivate blood energy and were very expensive. Even a squad leader could only receive 3 a month at most. There's also a bottle of hemostatic medicine for stopping bleeding, and a book, the same as the one he seized from Cui Xiao, blood energy technique. By cultivating this technique, one could become a warrior, increasing blood energy and strength. Touching the scab on his tiger's mouth, Jiang Pinyin pondered for a long time and decided to cultivate this technique. Yesterday, when he fought the rugged man, his tiger's mouth was cracked and his arm was still in pain. If the other party hadn't underestimated him and thought he would use the illusion blade, he wouldn't have escaped. These people's power was too strong. Without the protective talisman, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Other cultivators could spit fire, control water, and manipulate wood, but he couldn't do any of that. At this stage, increasing strength and sword techniques was the most cost-effective. However, before learning blood energy technique, he needed to make a breakthrough. Today, he would copy some spirit stones again. That should be enough for a breakthrough. An hour later, a crisp cracking sound came from the stone crevice, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, with gusts of wind blowing through. He reached the 4th level of Qi training. The next breakthrough would require more than 160 spirit stones, which meant at least 16 days. This was only the 4th level of Qi training. As he reached higher realms, the time and spirit stones required would increase. He heard some elders in the tea house say that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, it wasn't just about having a lot of spirit stones to break through. One also needed a teacher. Not to mention reaching the foundation establishment stage. Even just the foundation establishment itself was not simple. It seemed to require a special pill called a foundation establishment pill. Forget about that for now. He could take this time to cultivate blood energy technique. Blood energy technique has 3 levels. Reaching the 1st level is comparable to the strength of the 3rd level of Qi training. Reaching the 2nd level is equivalent to the 6th level. And mastering all 3 levels is like the 9th level of Qi training. Of course, This is only in terms of strength. If Jiang Pinyin could use techniques, he could easily deal with these warriors. Swallowing a blood energy pill, Jiang Pinyin felt a surge of fire rising in his belly, the heat spreading through his limbs. He took out his knife and jumped into the adjacent pool, beginning his knife practice. Warriors are different from cultivators. Cultivators can break through by meditating and breathing, while warriors need to temper their bodies, which means exhausting their physical strength. The clear pool water turned murky as Jiang Pinyin entered. While he was cultivating, a group of soldiers surged into the Eagle Sai mountain range. Alive, we want to see the person. Dead, we want to see the corpse. These scoundrels dare to kill our soldiers. They must be executed. Whoever finds them will be rewarded with 1,000 taels. The captain is mighty, with the incentive of rewards. Many soldiers were filled with fighting spirit. They were determined to capture this kid. Chapter 11. The Role of Monster Beasts. Crack. A series of bone-crunching sounds came from Jiang Pinyin's body. In the pool, Jiang Pinyin's body was moving strangely, as if there were worms crawling inside him. He was emitting a temperature above that of an ordinary person, and mist rose from the water's surface. Jiang Pinyin leaped high out of the water, raising his fist to smash into a nearby tree. With a loud bang, the tree trunk exploded, watching the flying wood chips. A hint of astonishment appeared on Jiang Pinyin's still youthful face. In just one day, he had actually mastered the first level of blood energy technique. Although he had taken 3 blood energy pills, which enhanced his training, this was still too fast, right? Was blood energy technique that easy to learn? No. According to the information he gathered in the city, only 1 in 500 soldiers could master the first level of blood energy technique. If it were that easy to learn, there wouldn't be so few squad leaders in the army. But if it weren't easy to learn, how could he master it in just one day? Could it be related to him being a cultivator? Or perhaps he was a genius in body cultivation. Jiang Pinyin didn't know what his situation was. He had no teacher, no friends, no guides, and no one to tell him why. However, Jiang Pinyin was very happy. Mastering the first level of blood energy technique meant that he could now confront ordinary squad leaders without using spiritual energy. He hadn't forgotten the terrifying power of that man who had severed his muscles with a single blow outside the Eagle Sai mountain range. Jiang Pinyin touched his head, feeling that this breakthrough had made him taller. His slender body now had some muscle. If his father and mother saw him like this, they would surely be very happy. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Jiang Pinyin's face, but suddenly disappeared as he clenched his fist tightly. He slowly exhaled. He wasn't strong enough yet. Not enough to take revenge. Those soldiers would definitely not let him go, and he would never spare those soldiers who forced his parents to death. Gurgle. A hungry sound came from his stomach. He had just eaten something and was already hungry again. It was said that martial artists had a large appetite, probably because warriors increased their blood energy through food. Jiang Pinyin walked over to the roasted horse meat, tore off a piece, and began to eat. The stars were scattered across the sky. The night sky was deep blue, and in the dense woods, the boy sat alone in front of the campfire, accompanied only by the flickering shadow. Whoosh! A black leopard suddenly darted out of the darkness, aiming to bite Jiang Pinyin's neck. Jiang Pinyin had long been prepared. He raised a knife beside him and swung it at the black leopard. Clang! The blade clashed with the leopard's claws, producing a sound like steel colliding. The leopard quickly landed on the ground, pushing off with its legs and lunging toward Jiang Pinyin's neck with incredible speed. Jiang Pinyin's heart sank. This leopard's claws could actually withstand his knife. He was a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi training. Was this the monster beast? His father had said before that besides some ordinary wild beasts on the mountain, there were also some particularly powerful monster beasts. These monster beasts had intelligence higher than ordinary wild animals, and their strength and speed far surpassed other beasts. If this leopard bit him, it would definitely be the end. Jiang Pinyin dared not be careless, quickly getting up and retreating while swinging his knife. Illusion blade. The blade left a lingering shadow as it swung towards the black leopard. Although he hadn't fully mastered the first layer of the illusion blade, it was still sufficient against these intelligent, yet not overly wise beasts. Sure enough, the leopard raised its paw to block the shadow of the illusionary blade, but failed to stop the real blade. With a thud, the blade struck heavily against the leopard's thigh. Despite such tremendous strength, it didn't sever the leg. The leopard let out a painful howl. Falling to the ground, it dared not attack again and turned to flee. Jiang Pinyin would not give it the chance. Infusing both spiritual energy and blood energy into his arm, he threw the knife with all his might. The long knife whistled through the air and plunged deep into the black leopard's belly. Jiang Pinyin pounced, using the method his father taught him, riding on the leopard's back and tightening his arm around its neck. The leopard struggled violently, and after about half a tea time, it fell silent. Jiang Pinyin let out a long breath. It seemed that the eagle's cry mountain was not as safe as he had imagined. He still had to guard against beasts. He wondered what these beasts tasted like. Dragging the leopard's corpse, Jiang Pinyin sat by the campfire and began to clean the body. He had only eaten ordinary wild beasts before and had never tasted these stronger demon beasts. During the busy process, he infused spiritual energy into his ears, constantly observing the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks from other beasts. A few hours later, he took his first bite of meat. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened. The texture was reminiscent of the chewiness of beef jerky he had eaten as a child, and saliva began to flow unconsciously. Swallowing it down, warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body. It felt somewhat like taking a blood chi pill. No, it wasn't like. It was blood chi. Jiang Pinyin was overjoyed. He had been contemplating whether to set aside a few days to use the treasure pot to replicate blood chi pills for practicing the blood chi technique. This discovery made him abandon that idea. This demon beast's body contained blood chi. Although one bite only replenished a small amount of blood chi, the leopard was large. The leg of this leopard was comparable to a blood chi pill. After eating his fill, Jiang Pinyin skewered the remaining leopard meat on a stick to smoke it while he returned to the rock crevice to practice his breathing technique. Fortunately, after learning the breathing technique, he no longer needed to sleep. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sleep in the wild. In the following days, Jiang Pinyin practiced the breathing technique at night and exercised his body by eating meat during the day, also cultivating the blood chi technique. To train the illusion blade and obtain demon beast meat, he often ventured out. He didn't need to look for the beasts himself. They would come running upon, catching his scent. Fortunately, these beasts were not too strong. The black leopard he encountered that day was considered quite formidable. With these demon beasts, his physical cultivation speed increased significantly. "Please spare us. Please spare my daughter. She's just a child, I beg you." While Jiang Pinyin was searching for extraordinary beasts, he heard commotion not far away and quickly jumped into a tree. Soon, a group of people passed beneath the tree. A dozen armed men, looking fierce and menacing, were herding a number of women. These women, young and old, were crying, their faces filled with fear and panic. Meanwhile, the armed men wore wicked smiles, occasionally taking advantage of the women. "Please spare my daughter. I'll go with you. She's still small." A man in rough cloth was holding a 7- or 8-year-old girl, repeatedly pleading with the men beside him. "Damn it, you're the only one who could drag things out. How annoying." A man with several scars on his head, clearly impatient, pulled the nagging woman away. He turned to the other men and said, "You all go ahead. I need to vent some anger." Mom, let go of my mom." The daughter, seeing her mother being taken away, cried out desperately, quickly rushing forward in her tattered straw sandals, opening her small mouth to bite the man's hand. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, slapping the little girl to the ground. "You little brat, I'll kill you right now." The man's expression twisted as he pinned the girl to the ground. Chapter 12. Battle with Sue. How let go of my daughter. The woman, seeing her daughter about to be harmed, became fierce, disregarding her fear, picking up a stone from the ground and preparing to fight back. The man raised his knife to strike. "You idiot woman, go die." Thud. Blood splattered. The man's heart was pierced by a knife, and his weapon froze in midair. The woman, who was about to fight, was stunned. The man turned mechanically to see a youth appearing in his line of sight. This youth she had seen before. She had seen him on the wanted poster. He was the one who killed Captain Shui Xiao. "Damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you attack our bandits of Wangshan?" A bandit with a black cloth tied around his head roared in extreme anger upon seeing his brother killed. Thud! Jiang Pinyin drew his black knife, coldly staring at the bandit who had cursed at him. The bandit, feeling the cold gaze, suddenly felt a strange fear. But he couldn't show weakness now, especially since the opponent was just a child. Why be afraid? Look at your father. Damn it, anyone who dares to kill us, brothers. Kill him. Just as he was about to rally his brothers to attack, he noticed that many of his brothers suddenly shuddered and desperately fled. What are you doing? Why are you running? He's just a kid. Let's all get him. The bandit with the black cloth couldn't understand why his previously boastful brothers were cowering like dogs. Trash. He is the boy who killed Captain Shui Xiao of the cavalry. One fleeing bandit kindly reminded him in a trembling voice. Upon hearing this, the bandit with the black cloth froze. Now, in all of Pingshui County, few people didn't know this youth. He had killed the cavalry captain, and whether it was the common folk or bandits, everyone was pleased. People often discussed why the boy was so formidable. Recently, they had heard that the boy had entered the Eagle's Cry Mountain. They never expected to encounter him. The bandit with the black cloth's face turned pale. He struggled to swallow, losing all his previous arrogance. Be brother, I'll give you money. Thud. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Is this what it feels like to have your heart pierced? Jiang Pingyun ignored him and quickly charged at the other bandits. These are just ordinary bandits, lacking the ability to resist, and they fell like chopped cucumbers. Watching Jiang Pingyun approach, the remaining women stood dumbfounded, not daring to move. Jiang Pingyun cut the ropes binding them and handed them the money he scavenged from the bandits. Go. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. The women knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. If Jiang Pingyun hadn't saved them, once taken to the bandit den, they would have suffered inhuman torment until death. Just as Jiang Pingyun was about to help them up, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. I found him. That kid is over there. Quickly fire the signal flare. An excited shout came from not far away, and a group of soldiers appeared in sight. Someone lit something, and it flew into the sky, exploding in a dazzling and conspicuous display. Jiang Pingyun quickly fled. He had been discovered. Chase. Don't let it get away. That's 1,000 taels of silver. A group of soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, pursued him at high speed. Once the soldiers passed, the rescued girl suddenly looked up, confused, and asked her mother, Mom, that brother is a good person. He saved us. Why aren't the officials catching the bandits, but instead chasing after him? The woman opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to respond. In the Eagle Sign Mountains, soldiers searching for Jiang Pingyun saw a signal in the sky, and one by one, they gathered here as if they had gone mad. At the same time, a giant eagle, for meters long, appeared in the sky, and surprisingly, there was a person standing on it. The cultivation method is mine, Su Hao's. With this opportunity, I will definitely become a captain. Su Hao, one of the captains of the Pingshui County squad, was different from the other soldiers. He rode not a horse, but an eagle. This eagle was a demon beast, captured by his father, who had spent immense effort taming it. The name of the Eagle Sign Mountains means that even the eagles sigh at its sight, but it's just an exaggerated saying. With this eagle, there was no need to worry about the complex terrain below. He could reach his target at high speed. Shortly after the signal was sent, Su Hao arrived at the signal location, looking down from the eagle to search for traces of his target. Found you. Su Hao saw a figure dashing at high speed. Dive down. Su Hao commanded the giant eagle to swoop down. Jiang Pingyun, who was fleeing, suddenly saw a shadow appear on the ground, and an instinctive reaction made him roll aside quickly. At that moment, 2 sharp eagle claws descended. Nearby trees were instantly pierced by the eagle talons. A young man with long hair, around 20 years old, jumped down from the giant eagle. The man raised the knife in his hand and swung it toward Jiang Pingyun. Jiang Pingyun's heart raced. This person could actually control such a large eagle. This eagle must be a demon beast. Jiang Pingyun's worldview was once again expanded with the knowledge that demon beasts could be tamed. But there was no time to think too much. The opponent's attack was already upon him. Jiang Pingyun raised his knife to defend. Clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds of collision rang out. Su Hao looked at his illusory knife being blocked, his eyes widening. You can also use the illusory knife. Just now, both of them had used their illusory knives simultaneously, and the 2 blades collided in midair, sparks flying. Su Hao knew very well how difficult it was to master the illusory knife. Among the soldiers of Pingshui County, only captains or leaders could master it. The opponent must have acquired this sword technique after killing Cui Xiao, but how could he learn it in just a few days? Others spent years learning this technique, and he had it for less than a month. While Su Hao was shocked, jealousy rose in his heart. Under his father's guidance, he spent 6 months mastering the first layer, and his father even called him a genius. But this person learned it in less than a month. Moreover, he had no one guiding him, just himself, and he was much younger than Su Hao. One genius was enough for Ping Shui County. There was no need for a second. Filled with jealousy, Su Hao swung his knife again, striking at Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan countered again, blocking the opponent's true blade hidden beneath the illusion. At that moment, the talisman at his waist lit up quickly, turning into a green light that blocked in front of him. It didn't stop the opponent's attack. Jiang Pingan's expression changed drastically. He had clearly blocked the illusory knife. But how was there still the second layer of the illusory knife? 2 illusions. Haha. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected. Seeing the shock and fear on Jiang Pingan's face, Su Hao was extremely pleased and launched another attack. Just like before, the opponent's blade hit the protective shield. The opponent's attack was incredibly strong. After just 2 strikes, the energy on the shield decreased by 20%. If he came in with 8 more strikes, the shield would definitely break. Chapter 13. Captured. Jiang Pingan had never encountered such a strong opponent. He couldn't win and decisively fled. But the giant eagle descended from the sky, blocking his path and flapping its wings to send him back. Su Hao attacked Jiang Pingan madly. This sword technique is what my father brought back from his studies abroad. What qualifications do you, a commoner, have to learn it? Each strike landed on Jiang Pingan's protective shield, which grew dimmer. Without the protective shield, you're worthless. Su Hao attacked while belittling his opponent to elevate himself. Without your father, you're nothing. Even though Jiang Pingan had almost no power to fight back, he still resisted. He would never give up until the end. Su Hao heard the taunts from his opponent, and his fragile heart was greatly stimulated. You're seeking death. He always wanted to prove that his excellence was not relying on his father, but he could never escape being cared for by his father. For someone who prided himself on being exceptional, it was a humiliation. Having it said out loud was even more humiliating. Bang! Su Hao attacked with all his might, striking the protective shield, and with a crack the shield shattered. Haha, die. Your opportunity is mine now. Su Hao's expression twisted as he swung down his final blow. We'll die together. Jiang Pingan's expression turned frantic. The knife in his hand suddenly changed direction, abandoning the attack in front of him to strike to the left. The illusory knife didn't actually make the blade intangible. Instead, it was a visual deception, allowing the blade to bypass the opponent's attack by moving through a blind spot. As long as one knew the trajectory of the illusory knife, combined with speed, one could block it. However, Jiang Pingan did not plan a block. Instead, he bypassed the opponent's attack and struck from the left, exchanging blows. Splurt. Blood splattered. Jiang Pingan's chest was struck, the wound deep enough to see bone. But Su Hao was unharmed. A golden light erupted from Su Hao, knocking his knife away. A drop of sweat dripped from Su Hao's forehead. Just a little more. Just a little more. If it weren't for the life-saving talisman, I would have died. Su Hao was extremely frightened, and then his expression twisted. He had almost been counter-killed by someone younger than him, and he could not bear such humiliation. You wasted a precious life-saving talisman of mine. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Let's see what else you have. Su Hao swung his knife in anger, preparing to finish off Jiang Pingan completely. He really disliked this kid with greater talent than his own. Su Hao's knife fell toward Jiang Pingan's neck. If this knife landed, his head would surely roll. At the same time, Jiang Pingan kicked toward him. Seeing Jiang Pingan's action, Su Hao looked disdainful. This idiot thinks he can hurt me with his feet when he can't even injure me with a knife. Su Hao's knife and Jiang Pingan's foot fell simultaneously. Bang! Su Hao was kicked away, kneeling on the ground in pain, clutching his vital area, his body trembling violently. Jiang Pingan's strike was a desperate one. Not caring whether the attack was despicable, he was about to die, so what was there to talk about being despicable? No, it can't be. Su Hao was in so much pain he nearly passed out. He struggled to lift his head and looked at the green light on Jiang Pingan's body. Filled with shock and disbelief, the opponent's protective talisman clearly had no energy left. Why was there still protection? Suddenly, he caught sight of Jiang Pingin's waist. He actually had 2 protective talismans. What kind of opportunity did this kid have to possess so many treasures? Even someone of his father's high status only gave him 1 protective talisman. But this person had 2 such durable protective talismans. 2. No, it was 10. Facing the pursuit, Jiang Pingin felt extremely insecure and specifically took a day to copy 10 protective talismans. Jiang Pingin realized that these hidden items were called trump cards. The reason he let the opponent cut him earlier was to make the opponent let their guard down, thus giving him a chance to counterkill. Otherwise, even with dozens of protective talismans, the opponent could still break through. If this kick hadn't counterkilled, he would have truly fled. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingin seized the opportunity while the opponent was down, picked up the knife on the ground, and rushed over quickly. "Beast, come protect me," Su Hao shouted at the giant eagle, his head already filled with veins from the pain. The giant eagle was about to move, but its eyes flickered twice before suddenly soaring high into the sky and fleeing. It had always been oppressed and dared not escape. Today was its opportunity. Su Hao's expression froze. He never expected such a situation to arise in the end. As Jiang Pingin charged forward, Su Hao's expression twisted as he shouted, "My father is the general of Pingxian County. If you kill me, my father will surely..." Before Su Hao could finish his sentence, his head fell to the ground. Jiang Pingin acted without hesitation and struck. He really didn't understand why the other party, despite being so old, was so immature. Was there any possibility of reconciliation between them? Absolutely none. In that case, it was better to let that general feel the pain of losing a loved one. After dealing with Su Hao, a look of pain suddenly appeared on Jiang Pingin's face. Looking down at his chest, blood was flowing out continuously, and he could even see his white bones. He had been fighting earlier and felt nothing, but now that he relaxed, the pain was excruciating. He quickly took out a bottle of healing medicine and poured it onto his chest. He didn't know how this medicine was made, but once it touched the wound, the bleeding quickly stopped. The pursuers were about to arrive. Before fleeing, Jiang Pingin skillfully crouched down to search Su Hao's corpse. This person held a high position and should have many treasures. Suddenly, a blue light burst forth from Jiang Pingin's body. The protective shield was automatically defending. Who was ambushing him? Jiang Pingin turned around abruptly and saw a middle-aged man with a goatee. The man held a small black flag in his hand, covered with mysterious runes. He injected spiritual energy into it and suddenly swung it towards Jiang Pingin, uttering a single word, "Break." At that moment, the talisman on Jiang Pingin's body suddenly opened a gap, and the formation flag heavily struck his head. Jiang Pingin's face changed drastically. The talisman was actually ineffective. He felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, a basin of cold water splashed on him. Waking him up, Jiang Pingin opened his eyes in a daze. The surroundings were very dim and exuded a strong stench. He was in a cave, or rather, it was more appropriate to call it prison. His body was tied to a strange iron stake, locked with iron chains, surrounded by various torture instruments. With a few corpses nearby, the expressions on those corpses were twisted, as if they had experienced immense suffering before death, and most only had one eye left, the other having been gouged out. Raising his head, he saw the goateed man who had attacked him. Jiang Pingin tried to summon his spiritual energy, but found he couldn't sense any within him. "Don't waste your effort. I've given you a dispersing spirit pill, and there's no spiritual energy left in your body. The formation flag nearby is also absorbing spiritual energy, so you can't recover," the man with the goatee said, playing with 2 emerald green talismans in his hand. Jiang Pingin's heart sank. A dispersing spirit pill? He had never heard of it, but it should be some kind of medicinal pill. A formation flag? Jiang Pingin looked down and saw a small black flag inserted in the ground nearby, with runes flickering, absorbing spiritual energy. Realizing that the other side could break through his protective talisman to attack him, he figured the opponent must also be a cultivator. "Who are you?" Smack! The goateed man lashed Jiang Pingin across the face, causing his youthful face to split open, blood flowing out. "You have a right to ask me?" Jiang Pingin trembled from the pain. The goateed man said indifferently, "Where did you get your cultivation methods and resources?" "Someone gave them to me." Jiang Pingin gritted his teeth, hiding his anger and hatred in his heart. Smack! Another lash struck Jiang Pingin's body, making him tremble violently. Previously protected by the talisman, he had hardly been injured in battle, but now he realized how painful being beaten was. I've heard about you, and I know you have a storage artifact. Now, tell me, where are the remaining resources? I used them up, Jiang Pingin said, nearly fainting from the pain. He would never reveal the existence of the treasure bowl. Looking for death, the goateed man flipped the whip and thrust the handle into Jiang Pingin's right eye. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. The bandits outside chuckled. What an idiot, daring to defy the boss. He was just a fool, getting arrogant with a bit of ability. The boss was a legendary level 8 chi cultivator. How long do you think this kid can hold out? He won't last long. He'll tell the truth soon. Jiang Pingin was in so much pain that he passed out, but the other side lashed him again, waking him up. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he could see nothing with his right eye. It had been gouged out, like the corpses on the ground. The other party seemed to have a penchant for gouging out people's eyes. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where the remaining resources are, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer endlessly. The goateed man issued his final ultimatum. Jiang Pingin stared fixedly at him with his remaining eye, determined to remember this face. If he survived, he would definitely kill this person, for himself and for the villagers. Seeing that Jiang Pingin wasn't speaking, the goateed man's expression darkened. You have great willpower, very suitable for cultivation, but unfortunately, you are stubborn. Your path to immortality has reached its end. He crouched down and dug out a blood-red eye from one of the dead bodies. Upon seeing this blood-red eye, the bandits at the entrance suddenly changed their expressions and quickly stepped back a few paces, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. The goateed man's expression turned sinister. This eye was stolen from my sect. I fell from foundation building to level 8 chi cultivation for this eye. Some say this eye belongs to an immortal, while others say it belongs to a demon. But whether it's an immortal or a demon, many people want to transplant it onto themselves to gain immense power. However, in the end, they all broke down, suffering immense pain before dying. Later, my sect used it to interrogate prisoners, with a success rate of over 90%. The remaining 10% died simply because they couldn't withstand it. In the entire history of interrogations, only one person succeeded, but that person was killed by me. The goateed man pressed the blood-red eyeball heavily onto Jiang Pingin's right eye. Since you won't speak, then bear the pain. After saying that, the goateed man turned and walked outside. At the door, he said to the bandits waiting outside, keep a close watch. If he begs for mercy, let me know. Yes, boss, the bandit at the door replied respectfully. After sending the goateed man away, several bandits looked at Jiang Pingin with glee. One idiot, forcing the boss to use this method. No one has been able to withstand the attack of this eye for a long time. By the way, why does this eye cause so much pain? One bandit asked curiously. I heard the boss say that this eye makes a person constantly relive their most painful experiences, replaying over and over. Each time it cycles, the pain deepens, and eventually, they can't withstand it and break down. If there is no painful experience, it will instead repeat the physical pain the person has suffered, reapplying it to them, continually intensifying it. Hiss! The bandit who asked the question took a sharp breath. This eye is too terrifying. Almost everyone has a past they are unwilling to accept, but under the influence of this eye, they will relive it, and it will amplify their suffering. Who can endure that? Now, they finally understood why those corpses had such twisted expressions. As a few bandits were talking, Jiang Pingin's body began to tremble. The most reluctant memories surfaced in his mind. In the fields, his mother, under the scorching sun, was dragging a plow with her slender shoulders, the plow behind her moving slowly forward, her knees bending and shaking, due to long hours of farming. Her shoulders were rubbed raw, soaking her coarse clothes. Mother, stop! Please stop! Jiang Pingin shouted anxiously, knowing that a suffocating scene was about to unfold. But his mother couldn't hear him and continued to toil in the fields. With a thud, his mother collapsed in the farmland, kicking up a cloud of dust. No! Jiang Pingin screamed in anguish. Seeing his mother fall again felt like a dagger piercing his heart, leaving him breathless. Young Jiang Pinyin dropped the seeds in his hand and rushed madly toward his mother. Mother, mother, what happened to you? I'm sorry. I can't stay with you, live on. Pinyin, live on. Mother. Two streams of blood tears flowed down Jiang Pinyin's cheeks as his body convulsed. The scene shifted, his mother's corpse vanished, and his father's broken body appeared before him. To pay the taxes, his father had gone hunting in the mountains, only to be left with a mutilated body after being attacked by beasts. Yet even so, his father still held 2 wild chickens in his arms. He hunched over, willing to be eaten himself, but unwilling to let the wild chickens he had worked hard to catch be taken by the tiger. Because he needed those chickens to sell for money, to provide nutrition for his son. Father, Jiang Pinyin choked out in despair. The scene changed again. His mother's slender figure once more pulling the plow. The most painful scene repeated over and over. In reality, at the prison gate, the bandits laughed heartily at the weeping Jiang Pinyin. I can't hold on much longer. This is just the beginning. The pain he experienced will keep cycling, but it can't be changed. That's what makes it unbearable. Haha, those blood-red eyes are really interesting. Meanwhile, in Pingshui County, Su Tao, embracing 2 women, smashed the table upon hearing the report from his subordinates. What did you say? My son is dead. Impossible. My son is about to become the captain, comparable to a 5th-level Qi practitioner. How can my son die? The subordinate reporting the news trembled on the ground, not daring to breathe. Su Tao's eyes turned bloodshot. Dare to kill my son? I'll kill that kid's entire family. Slaughter his whole village. He had only this one son, giving him all the good things, waiting for the other to inherit his position. But now he received the news that his son was dead. His son had a flying beast and life-saving talismans. How could he die at the hands of a 14-year-old boy? Su Tao was unwilling to accept this fact. He wanted revenge on this boy and to kill everyone related to him. General, that kid's family is already dead, and the village was also slaughtered by the bandits. He has no relatives, the subordinate reporting the news quietly reminded. Su Tao's expression froze, and then he kicked the subordinate's head until it burst. Send the order. Deploy 2,000 soldiers, 2 captains, to the Eagle Sign Mountains. No matter what, we must capture that kid. I want to kill him myself. General, over there at the border. Someone wanted to say something, but seeing Su Tao's blood-red eyes, they ultimately remained silent. Chapter 15. The power of the pupil. More than 2,000 soldiers and 2 captains headed to the Eagle Sign Mountains, searching for Jiang Pinyin's whereabouts. This incident caused a huge stir in Pingshui County. The general's son was killed by that kid. Which kid? The one who killed Captain Shui Shao. That's impossible. Su Hao is close to the captain's strength. How could that kid kill him? By the way, do you know that kid's name? He called the little hero. After this incident spread in Pingshui County, people in the land of Great Xia quickly received the news. In the General's mansion of Lianshan County, facing Pingshui County, General Meng Kuo was reviewing memorials when he heard the report from his subordinates, showing a hint of surprise and shock on his face. Is this true? A 14-year-old boy killed Su Tao's son? Meng Kuo knew the strength of Su Tao's son. He was close to being a captain and considered a genius in such a small place. Yet, such a person actually died at the hands of a 14-year-old boy. Where did this boy come from? Yes, General, it has been confirmed that Su Hao is indeed dead. Now Su Tao is extremely furious and has sent 2,000 soldiers to hunt down the opponent, the subordinate assured. Who is that boy to be so powerful? Why would he clash with the soldiers of Pingshui County? Meng Kuo asked in confusion. Replying to the general, it's not clear how it happened, but it said that the boy was just an ordinary farmer from Pingshui County before. A farmer? Meng Kuo was even more surprised. If that's the case, this boy must have obtained some incredible opportunity. General, now that the opponent is down 2,000 soldiers, it's a great time to attack. A subordinate said excitedly. No. Meng Kuo directly refused. Even if we rush over now, it wouldn't be of much use. At most, we'd kill a few enemies, which wouldn't change the situation. Send someone to rescue that boy. The subordinate was stunned. Rescue that boy? Yes, go save him. Whether we can take down Pingshui County depends on this. Meng Kuo's deep eyes burst with a glimmer of brilliance, like a fierce tiger about to descend a mountain. The subordinate asked in confusion, that boy, no matter how powerful he is, at most he is at the captain level. He can't influence the battle situation, right? He thought it would be more cost-effective to send troops to kill the enemy. Maybe they could even slay a captain. Meng Kuo shook his head. What I want is not the combat power that boy possesses, but the hearts of the people. The subordinate's body stiffened, instantly understanding something. I'll send someone to rescue him right away. Meng Kuo turned to look at the map behind him, thinking that the Lingtai kingdom was truly a group of fools for not cultivating such a genius. A day passed. At Dawang Mountain, the bandit den, in the prison, Yuanbin looked at Jiang Pinyin, whose body was still trembling, frowning. Has he not begged for mercy? No, boss, the humble guard replied. Boss, is this kid already broken and unable to speak? Another guard cautiously asked. Yuanbin shook his head. If he were broken, he would be dead already. This kid has great willpower. Although his talent is lacking, if he keeps going, he might achieve something. In the past, few could last a day below the foundation establishment stage in the sect. This boy is only at the 4th level of chi practice and has persisted until now, definitely possessing great willpower. However, looking at how he trembles now, he can't hold on much longer. The soldiers from Pingshui County are coming. Since this kid won to speak, we'll hand him over to those soldiers for some benefits. You all keep a close watch. I'll go negotiate with those soldiers. Yuanbin stroked his goatee and left leisurely. Since this kid won to talk, we'll just torture him to death. Damn it. This kid kept me awake for a day and a night. I really want to kill him. A guard wielding a wolf-toothed club angrily approached Jiang Pinyin. Are you crazy? If you kill him, the boss will chop you up. Someone quickly stopped him. I'm not an idiot. I'm just saying. The guard with the wolf-toothed club thought for a moment. What if we interrogate him to find out where he hid the resources? Will the boss reward us? Don't think about it. The blood-red-eyed kid, doesn't he have that ability? What qualifications do you have? Another guard rolled his eyes at him. Let's give it a try. What if we succeed? The bandit wielding the wolf-toothed club kicked Jiang Pinyin in the stomach. I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me where the resources are, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll continue to suffer. Death? Jiang Pinyin slowly raised his head. His weak yet resilient voice echoed. My mother repeatedly told me to live well. Live? Haha, what are you living for? If you can still survive like this. I might as well die right now, huh? The bandit holding the wolf Fong club laughed loudly, saying that the chief had already said he wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the bandit's laughter abruptly stopped. A pair of terrifying blood-red eyes was fixated on him. An unprecedented chill spread throughout his body, and a fear like never before filled his mind. He wanted to escape, but for some reason, his body was unable to move. It was as if something was holding him tightly. Jiang Pingyin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the bandit with the wolf Fong club suddenly turned his head around and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Seeing this bizarre scene, the guard at the door was startled and was about to scream in terror when his neck also twisted around, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Pinyin turned his head to look at the chains binding him. With a series of cracking sounds, the chains bizarrely shattered, and he stepped down from the iron stake. Ever since he endured that inexpressible pain repeatedly, Jiang Pinyin discovered that he had gained the ability to manipulate objects. He could feel that this power came from his right eye. This power might not be enough to deal with that goat-bearded cultivator, but it was more than enough to handle these bandits. With a thought, he retrieved 3 spirit stones from the bronze basin. While recovering his spiritual energy and healing his injuries, he walked toward the outside. As he passed by the black battle flag, he casually picked it up and tossed it into the treasure basin. The prison held many people, most of whom were women, dressed in rags and with vacant expressions. Someone is coming out. A guard shouted in alarm when he saw Jiang Pinyin. Just as he finished shouting, his chin and the top of his head misaligned, and he died a tragic death. However, his shout still alerted the bandits in the village. A group of bandits gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Jiang Pingyin's gaze was indifferent as he glanced casually, and more than 10 bandits suddenly leaned back, with a cracking sound, their waists snapping, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, creating an extremely eerie scene. The people in the prison heard the commotion and looked up. When they saw the bandits broken in half, hope reappeared in their numb and desperate faces. Children, run! Call the soldiers to save us! A woman shouted. Although they didn't know what was happening, they saw a glimmer of hope for escape. Soldiers? Jiang Pingin's eyes flickered. He didn't say anything and walked into the main bandit stronghold, sweeping through the inside bandits. Besides that goat-bearded cultivator, the other bandits were ordinary people and were no match for him. He didn't know why that goat-bearded man chose to be a bandit here. With his abilities, he could surely live a more comfortable life in the city. After killing the bandits, Jiang Pingyin returned to the cells. "Child, why are you back again? Hurry and run," a woman called out anxiously. She hoped the boy would run out and report to the officials to save them. They didn't understand why he had returned. "They're all dead. You can leave now," Jiang Pingyin said lightly. "Dead? Don't joke around." The people imprisoned in the cells looked dazed. "Kill them all? How could that be? A few hundred bandits. How could they be wiped out so quickly? Are you a martial artist?" Many prisoners in the cells didn't believe Jiang Pingin's words. It had only been a little while. A few hundred bandits weren't like a few hundred carrots that could be easily finished off. Perhaps they doubted him because he looked too young. Jiang Pingyin didn't want to waste time. That goat-bearded cultivator might return at any moment, and it would be dangerous. His gaze swept over the lock on the cell door, and the lock shattered and fell away. After doing all this, he ignored them and stepped over the bodies to leave. The people in the cell looked at each other, waiting for a while, and when they didn't see any bandits appear, they dared to come out. When they left the cell and saw the ground covered in bandit corpses, their hearts raced. That boy really had killed a few hundred bandits. How could this be possible? Although they didn't dare to believe it, the facts were right before their eyes. In just a short time, that boy had slain hundreds of bandits. "Woo, I can go home, I can go home. Damn bandits. They deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces." Many people were moved to tears, kneeling and bowing in the direction Jiang Pingyin had left. If it weren't for this boy, they might never leave here alive. He was their savior. Jiang Pingyin didn't leave directly, but instead entered a spacious and large room. The room was decorated with an ancient charm, not as foul and messy as the other bandits' rooms, but rather had a medicinal fragrance. Jiang Pingyin guessed this must be the room of that goat-bearded cultivator. On the table in the room, he saw a green jade pendant. This pendant was his talisman. 2 had been taken, and only 1 was left here. Next to the talisman, there was a book, several yellow papers, and a brush placed in paint. Jiang Pingyin intended to take the talisman and leave, but noticed the strange patterns drawn on the papers on the table and looked at them with curiosity. The appearance of these runes was very similar to the internal operation diagram of the talisman. Jiang Pingyin's gaze fell on the book beside it, titled Basics of Runes. Runes? What are those? Could the talisman be related to these runes? Jiang Pingyin didn't understand runes. He found that many of the strange patterns on the book resembled the runes on the jade pendant and the patterns on the flags. Although he didn't understand, he felt it should be something good, so he took it directly. That goat-bearded cultivator had made him suffer so much, almost driving him to collapse and commit suicide. Once he becomes stronger in the future, he would definitely kill the other party. Under the influence of the blood-red eyes, Jiang Pingyin relived the cycle of watching his parents die tragically over and over again, a feeling of unbearable pain. He really had thought about committing suicide multiple times. But precisely because of this, he didn't want to die. He wanted to keep getting stronger and find a way to resurrect his parents. When he was young, his father often told him stories about bringing the dead back to life. Since there were legends about resurrection, it must be possible. Jiang Pingyin left quickly. At 14, a boy knows little about the world. He simply harbored the purest desire to resurrect his parents. Autumn was approaching, the weather was getting a bit cool, and the leaves on the trees were falling into the clear stream. Jiang Pingyin squatted by the stream, looking at his right eye. This eye wasn't his, but it was as agile as his own, and the previous blood color was gone, indistinguishable from his left eye. He currently found nothing unusual. Not only that, he had also gained the ability to manipulate objects. Since everything was fine, he didn't think much of it, slipped into a bear cave, took out the treasure basin, and placed the blood chi pill inside to copy. His talent in body cultivation was stronger. He needed to quickly cultivate the blood chi technique to the second layer to maximize his strength. If the soldiers were looking for him, that cultivator would also be looking for him. He had to improve his cultivation quickly. Half a day later, at the foot of Dowang Mountain, Yuan stroked his goat beard and brought back 2 soldiers filled with a murderous aura. from the decorations on the two soldiers. It could be seen that they were the captains of Ping Shui County. There were only 4 captains in the entire Ping Shui County, and their status and power were extremely high. You two, according to our previous agreement, I will hand that kid over to you. Your soldiers must not provoke the Dawang Mountain bandits again. Yuan Bin reiterated the terms of the negotiation. With your strength, coming to our army would bring you more benefits. Why be a bandit? One captain asked in confusion. Yuan Bin smiled without answering. He had escaped from the sect, and the sect was looking for him. So he couldn't appear in the public eye. More accurately, the sect was searching for that blood-red eye. Before he escaped from the sect, the blood-red eye had merged with a person, granting that person mysterious powers and making him very strong. Yuan Bin developed a greedy desire for this power and attacked the person, not realizing that despite not having reached the foundation establishment stage, the opponent severely injured him, causing his realm to drop. This made Yuan Bin yearn even more for the power of the blood-colored eye. He killed that person and fled with the blood-colored eye. However, not everyone could merge with the blood-colored eye. The sect had been using the blood-colored eye to interrogate prisoners, and for a long time. Only that one person had successfully merged with it. Yuan Bin came here to be a bandit, not only to evade the sect's pursuit, but also to use ordinary people for experiments. He wanted to see what characteristics or talents those who could merge with the blood-colored eye possessed, so he could find a way to merge it with himself. As long as he could merge with the blood-colored eye, all his efforts would be worth it. However, after experimenting on over 100 people, all of them died, and no one managed to endure. But he was not in a hurry. He could continue to experiment. If 100 people didn't work, then 1,000. If 1,000 didn't work, then 10,000. He had to find a way to merge with that blood eye. Suddenly, Yuan Bin furrowed his brow. Something was off. His subordinates on the mountain usually screamed and howled, making a lot of noise, but today there was complete silence. Moreover, a faint smell of blood filled the air. Yuan Bin suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly rushed up the King Mountain. Upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, his heart sank, and his face changed dramatically as he rushed frantically towards the prison. When he saw Jiang Pinyin and his precious formation flag had disappeared, his blood pressure soared, and he almost fainted. Impossible. That kid had been tortured for a day and had no spiritual energy. How could he escape? Suddenly, Yuan Bin looked at the corpses of the bandits. Some of the bodies were bent in strange ways, not like normal battle injuries, but rather as if crushed by some force. Yuan Bin's heart tightened. Could it be that the blood-colored eye merged with that boy? Such a small probability actually succeeded. Yuan Bin, what is going on? Where is he? The captain following behind asked in a deep voice. He still needed to bring Jiang Pinyin back to report, but it seemed there was no way to do that now. Where is he? You say, where is he? Of course, he ran away. Yuan Bin roared in anger. That kid not only merged with the blood eye, but also took away his precious formation flag. That was a treasure he crafted during his foundation establishment. The loss was enormous. Bang! The jade pendant at Yuan Bin's waist burst forth with a green light as a sharp blade struck it. You worthless bandits think you can yell at us? Since we can't find that kid, then I'll kill you to report back. The bandits of King Mountain were the hardest to deal with, primarily because of the existence of this cultivator, Yuan Bin. They hadn't found Jiang Pinyin, but if they could kill Yuan Bin, they could still gain something from him. You think you can kill me? When I became famous, you were still a pile of dung. Yuan Bin was furious, watching them attack him. He raised his hand to cast a spell, and a large fireball flew out. The two quickly dodged and attacked from the side. As long as they weren't kept at a distance, martial artists could easily handle cultivators. Moreover, the two had cultivated the blood chi technique to the 3rd layer, their power comparable to that of a 9th layer chi practitioner, making them the 2 strongest captains. Boom! The battle erupted, and before long, King Mountain was engulfed in flames. Chapter 17. Killing Yuan Bin. Crack. Crack. A few days later, strange scraping sounds came from an inconspicuous bear cave. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the bear cave blew apart, sending dust flying. A young man, radiating a faint blood-colored glow, appeared. The 2nd layer of the blood chi technique completed. I indeed have talent in body cultivation. Jiang Pinyin had previously practiced the breathing technique, using a large amount of spiritual stones to accumulate, taking a month to reach the 4th layer of chi practice. In contrast, he completed the second layer of the blood chi technique in less than half the resources and time. Jiang Pinyin clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him, with an illusion that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was just an illusion. After completing the second layer of the blood chi technique, he felt surges of blood chi within him, and his wounds were healing rapidly. Unlike using spiritual energy to nourish the wounds, the blood chi within him could heal his injuries by itself and at a faster rate. Boom! Suddenly, a huge roar came from afar. Jiang Pinyin was startled and quickly hid in the grass. Although he didn't know what was happening, this world was too dangerous, and he needed to hide well. After some time, Jiang Pinyin felt it was safe and was about to rise when he suddenly heard something and quickly crouched down. A ragged, injured man stumbled out of the woods. The man had a broken arm, and blood was continuously flowing from his wounds. He leaned over a nearby pond and gulped down some water. A group of bastards. If it weren't for my realm dropping, I could have crushed you with a single finger. And that little bastard, if it weren't for him taking my formation flag, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. You all wait. Wait for me to rise again, and I will definitely tear you to pieces. This person was none other than Yuan Bin, who had been pursued for several days. Because the deal with the soldiers had not been completed, they wanted to take him down. Although his realm had dropped, he still had some foundation. Faced with two martial artists comparable to the 9th layer of chi practice, he managed to escape. But he had paid a huge price, his realm dropping another level, now only at the 7th layer of chi practice. Just as Yuan Bin was about to rest, he suddenly sensed something and turned around sharply. Seeing that familiar face, Yuan Bin's expression changed to one of wild joy. It was actually the kid who stole his formation flag and blood-colored eye. Ha ha ha, my treasure is back. I didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter him again. Jiang Pinyin also didn't expect to meet him here. Upon seeing him, the killing intent in his heart surged like a river. He could not forget the feeling of the whip striking his face. He could not forget the pain when his eye was pierced. He could not forget the endless cycle of suffering. Seeing this man heavily injured, Jiang Pinyin chose to ambush without hesitation. However, the man's senses were very sharp, and before Jiang Pinyin could get too close, he was detected. At this moment, there was no turning back. Jiang Pinyin raised the knife in his hand and charged forward. You young ones want to ambush me. Yuan Bin formed a hand seal with one hand, preparing to release a fireball spell to deal with him. But at that moment, he suddenly felt his fingers stiffen. The spell he was casting abruptly stopped, interrupted. Yuan Bin's face changed drastically. Right, that kid merged with the blood, eye, and mastered that strange power. Although it was just a brief pause, Jiang Pinyin's knife was already in front of him. You brat, I am a cultivator of the Tianling Pavilion. If you dare to kill me, blood spurted out, and a gash appeared on Yuan Bin's neck. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pinyin struck without mercy. No matter who you are, even if the King of Heaven came, you would still die. Yuan Bin's remaining hand clutched his neck in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, and frustration. How could the opponent's speed be so fast, comparable to a 6th layer chi practitioner? Yuan Bin noticed the faint red glow on the opponent's body and suddenly understood. So he was still a body cultivator. Damn it, I was once a foundation establishment cultivator, and I actually died at the hands of a kid with such a low realm. If he hadn't coveted the blood-colored eye, if he hadn't coveted the resources on the boy, perhaps he would still be living a peaceful life in the Tianling Pavilion. But there are no ifs in this world. Every choice is a cause and effect, and this cause and effect will have a counter effect on oneself. Yuan Bin died, a former foundation establishment cultivator, at the hands of this unknown little cultivator. Jiang Pinyin hacked at him 7 or 8 times, and his pent-up frustration finally eased. This old bastard has tortured him terribly. If it weren't for the fear that the other party might have a trump card, he would have tortured the opponent to death. Fortunately, the opponent is seriously injured and only has one arm left. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to kill him. I don't know who beat this guy up so badly. He took off the talisman from the opponent's waist. This talisman belongs to him, but it has lost its energy. Jiang Pinyin skillfully searched the corpse for treasures. He loves searching for things on these people, such as the blood chi technique and phantom blade, and blood chi pills, which he found on these people. These items are extremely beneficial to him. This old man is so powerful. He should have more treasures on him, right? Huh? Is there only a small bag? Jiang Pinyin searched the opponent for a long time, but found no good items. Only a small cloth bag hanging from his waist, covered in strange runes. This bag is so light, it must not contain anything valuable. However, Jiang Pinyin still pulled the bag open to take a look. Strangely, even though it was a very small bag, he found it pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. What is this? Jiang Pinyin looked at it again in the sunlight, but still saw nothing. He shook the bottom of the bag. Suddenly, a large number of items burst forth from the bag, completely covering Jiang Pinyin. He emerged from the pile of items, his small face filled with shock and disbelief. This thing seems to be similar to a treasure-collecting basin. It can hold a lot of items. Jiang Pinyin looked at the small bag in his hand and the large pile of items in front of him, filled with excitement and joy. After playing with it for a while, he figured out how to use it. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as the treasure-collecting basin. The treasure-collecting basin can duplicate resources and also store them within the body, but this bag cannot. This bag only has the ability to store items. What made Jiang Pinyin happy was not the bag that can store items, but the resources inside. There were 7 or 8 types of weapons, all engraved with strange runes. After infusing them with spiritual energy, the runes on the weapons would burst with light. He clashed a rune-engraved knife with the military knife used by the squad leader, and the military knife was easily split apart. The two weapons were not on the same level at all. Besides weapons, there were also the spells Jiang Pinyin longed for. Fireball technique, earth wall technique, healing technique, swift wind step. Jiang Pinyin trembled with excitement. He had inquired in the city before. The reason cultivators are powerful is that they can unleash energy that ordinary people cannot. For example, this fireball technique can release flames, and the stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the fireball released. Another example, the earth wall technique is a defensive spell that can release an earth wall to block attacks at critical moments. The healing technique accelerates healing, and the swift wind step enhances speed. If he had known these spells earlier, he wouldn't have faced so many crises. Only this foolish cultivator is fighting with swords against martial artists. Jiang Pinyin finally understood why some people like to be bandits. The feeling of becoming rich overnight is truly wonderful. He even thought about ambushing another cultivator. No, I can't go bad. My mother wants me to be a good child. Jiang Pinyin quickly shook his head, suppressing his greed. Chapter 18. The two squad leaders Jiang Pinyin sorted the materials. Besides weapons and spells, there were also 2 bottles of medicine. One bottle was labeled Gathering Chi Pill, and the other was labeled Dissipating Spirit Pill. He knew what the Dissipating Spirit Pill was. It was something that Old Bastard had given him to dissipate the spiritual energy within him. But what is the Gathering Chi Pill? Jiang Pinyin curiously opened the bottle and sniffed it. This operation is extremely dangerous. If it's poison, he could die. Jiang Pinyin was very lucky. The Gathering Chi Pill was not poison. When he inhaled the medicinal vapor of the Gathering Chi Pill into his body, his internal spiritual energy suddenly increased and began to circulate rapidly. Jiang Pinyin was shocked. Could this be a drug that accelerates cultivation? He had heard of pills before, but they weren't sold in Ping Shui County. Jiang Pinyin poured the medicine into his hand. There were 2 pills in total. The Gathering Chi Pill was completely white, emitting a faint fragrance. Jiang Pinyin tried taking one. Moments later, his internal spiritual energy surged, and the speed of its operation was 3 times faster than before. Jiang Pinyin quickly sat down and began to practice his breathing technique. Half an hour later, a crisp cracking sound came from within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged and gathered rapidly, causing the trees around to rustle. Jiang Pinyin opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. He had reached the 5th level of Qi training. This one Gathering Chi Pill is equivalent to 10 spirit stones. And the main thing is that it can accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy in his body. Normally, he would need at least 30 or 40 spirit stones to break through to the next realm. However, just one Gathering Chi Pill allowed him to break through. It saved him 3 or 4 days of cultivation time. Jiang Pingyin's worldview added another realization. pills are good things. There were energy fluctuations over there. Yuanbin might be there. A loud shout came from not far away. Two extremely fast figures rushed over. Jiang Pingin's face changed drastically because the sudden breakthrough caused a surge of spiritual energy, creating a wave that was detected by others. He quickly packed up his things and fled. However, the speed of the two was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up. It's that kid the general is looking for. Haha, it really is like finding something where there was none, and it came effortlessly. The two squad leaders saw Jiang Pingin and their faces filled with ecstasy. This kid killed General Su Hao's son. If they couldn't bring him back, the general would definitely be unhappy. If the general is unhappy, they certainly wouldn't get any benefits in the future. Unexpectedly, while tracking Yuan Bin, they found this kid. Moreover, it seems that this kid has also killed Yuan Bin. The two soldiers had mastered the third level of the blood chi technique and had extremely strong physical abilities. In a short moment, they charged up behind Jiang Pingin. Jiang Pingin infused spiritual energy into the knife in his hand and slashed at the person beside him. What incredible speed! No wonder he was able to kill Su Hao and Yuan Bin. However, it's useless against us. The squad leader was shocked by Jiang Pingin's knife speed. But of course, such an attack couldn't hurt them. He dodged the attack and punched forward. Bang! The protective shield on Jiang Pingin activated, but just as it opened, it was shattered by the opponent's punch. The energy in the talisman had never been fully replenished, so it couldn't withstand their attack. Jiang Pingin was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into 3 or 4 large trees. Jiang Pingin was filled with shock. This person is too strong. Definitely at the third level of the blood chi technique. Ignoring the pain in his body, he turned to run. Bang! Marlin kicked Jiang Pingin in the back, and the sound of bones cracking was clear to hear. Jiang Pingin spat out blood and crashed heavily against a rock. He tried to get up, but the excruciating pain in his body made it impossible for him to rise. With just one move, just one kick, he completely lost the ability to fight. Watching the two soldiers approach with murderous intent, Jiang Pingin was utterly despaired. Even if he took out all his talismans, it would only delay them for a few seconds. In the face of absolute strength, no trump card is useful. He is too weak to resist. However, even if he dies, he wants to break a few of their teeth. You little brat, you've made us stay in this hellish place for so many days. I really want to stomp you to death. Marlin cursed viciously. Don't be impulsive. The general wants him alive, another soldier reminded. I know. I just need to break one of his legs. Just as Marlin lifted his foot, the trees and vines suddenly grew rapidly, quickly binding Jiang Pingin and pulling him away. The two soldiers' expressions changed. Just as they were about to give chase, a row of sturdy trees rose from the ground, blocking them. Who is it? They quickly drew their knives and began to slash at the trees in front of them. The genius you don't want from Ling Tai country. We want him in the Great Xia country. A ethereal voice echoed. The two soldiers' expressions changed drastically. It's someone from the Great Xia kingdom. We absolutely cannot let this genius be rescued by the Great Xia kingdom. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two of them frantically waved their knives, clearing the trees in front of them. Their knives were sharp, but the surrounding trees surged wildly, forming a wooden cage that trapped the two of them inside. By the time they finished chopping down the trees, Jiang Pingin had already vanished without a trace. The two men turned pale. It's over, Marin said in a deep voice. This matter cannot be known to the general. Just say that you didn't find this kid. No need for you to say it, the other soldier replied solemnly. If the general finds out that they let this kid escape and that he was taken away by someone from the Great Xia kingdom, then they would be finished. Damn it, why are the cultivators from the Great Xia kingdom appearing here? Jiang Pingin was lying on the back of an old man, who was running at full speed. The old man raised his withered hand and handed Jiang Pingin a fragrant healing pill. This is a healing pill. Take it and sleep for a while. I won't hurt you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. Thank you, Jiang Pingin weakly said, took the pill, and the pain in his body triggered a self-protection mechanism, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. The old man smiled. Heroes emerge from youth. These people are really shameless, using 2 captains to catch a child. A day later, Jiang Pingin suddenly opened his eyes and quickly assumed a defensive posture. The long-term threat of death had made him extremely vigilant. He was in a beautifully decorated ancient-style bedroom, the most luxurious room he had ever seen in his life, far beyond the previous dilapidated thatch hut. Awake? A middle-aged man was sitting at a table. The middle-aged man had a straight posture, deep-set eyes, and a scar on his face that gave him an imposing presence without anger. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Pinyin and introduced himself, Meng Kuo, General of Lianshan County. Lianshan County. Jiang Pinyin was slightly taken aback. Lianshan County was not far from Pingshui County, within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. When the two countries were not at war, the two counties were connected, but their communication was cut off after the outbreak of war. He never expected that this person was the general of Lianshan County. Jiang Pinyin touched the storage bag at his waist. It was still there, and the other party had not touched it. Meng Kuo noticed the small movement, but chose not to expose it. The injuries on your body have been treated by Old Li. Old Li is the one who saved you. Thank you. Jiang Pinyin expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for that person saving him, he would have already been dead. Meng Kuo poured a cup of tea for Jiang Pinyin and got straight to the point. You have good talent. I want you to join my army. Okay, I know you might not be willing. Meng Kuo suddenly froze. All the words he had prepared were suddenly swallowed back. The other party actually agreed so readily, which left him a bit stunned. He thought the other person would hesitate, refuse because they didn't like being constrained or ask for better conditions. But unexpectedly, the other party directly agreed. This caught him off guard. Chapter 19. The girls challenged. Jiang Pinyin noticed the other person's surprise. You saved me to deal with the soldiers of Pingshui County. They forced my parents to death, and I want to kill them. Our goals align. Meng Kuo suddenly understood. No wonder he agreed so readily. What do you want? You have to propose some conditions. To better win people over, one must offer benefits. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse grass. Jiang Pinyin pondered for a moment. Do you have a way to resurrect the dead? Meng Kuo's eyes flickered twice. Realizing something, his gaze softened. I'm sorry, no one in this world can resurrect the dead. What about becoming an immortal? Jiang Pinyin asked again. Becoming an immortal? It's not easy at all. People have been searching for the path to immortality. But how many have succeeded? Meng Kuo didn't want to discourage the young man, but some things had to be said. Becoming an immortal is very difficult. It requires going through qi training, establishing a foundation, forging a golden core, giving birth to a primordial infant, and withstanding the heavenly tribulation. There haven't been any immortals for a long time. Haven't there been any immortals for a long time? So there have been some? Jiang Pinyin's eyes finally lit up. Yes. The founding monarch of the Great Xia Kingdom ascended to the immortal realm, but that was countless years ago, and now we hardly hear any news about becoming an immortal. People are all searching for the path to immortality, but for some reason, it seems that the path has been cut off, and there is no news of anyone becoming an immortal anymore. Hearing that there are immortals in the world, Jiang Pinyin clenched his fist tightly. As long as he becomes the legendary immortal, he will definitely be able to resurrect his parents. Meng Kuo wanted to say something, but seeing the determination on the young man's face, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. The boy needed a dream. When he grew a bit older, he would know that this dream was out of reach. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a girl barged in. Dad, Grandpa Li said there's a genius who's better than me. I want to compete with him. Jiang Pinyin looked at the girl. She was about the same age as him, around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in red and white training clothes, with long, fair legs wrapped in black bandages, a knife hanging at her waist, and a playful ponytail swaying gently. Her clean and fair little face carried a sense of pride and heroism. This was the first time Jiang Pinyin had seen such a beautiful girl. So pretty. I wonder if Unyo will be this beautiful when she grows up. Meng Jing drew the knife from her waist and pointed it at Jiang Pinyin, lifting her chin. Are you the genius Grandpa Li mentioned? Come on, let's have a match. Xiao Jing, stop messing around. Go outside, Meng Kuo said discontentedly. No, I just want to see who is more talented than me. Meng Jing pouted. Meng Kuo suddenly pulled a long face. Meng Jing knew her father was angry, stuck out her little tongue, and quickly ran outside. Meng Kuo sighed helplessly, turned to look at Jiang Pinyin, and saw how steady the young man was compared to his daughter. Sigh. Meng Kuo patted the storage bag at his waist, and a bag flew out from inside. From now on, you will be a member of the army. Here are 300 blood chi pills, which are your reward for previously killing 3 captains. You're a spiritual cultivator, right? If you don't want the blood chi pills, you can ask Oldly to exchange them for spirit stones. For the next few days, you should take care of your body. I will have Oldly accompany you to explore around here, and then you will formally enter the army. If all goes well, there will be a war with Ping Shui County this winter. This battle might be the decisive one. Jiang Pingyan clenched his fists tightly. He wished he could fight them right now to avenge his parents. Do you have any questions? Meng Kuo asked. Jiang Pingyan shook his head. Not for now, thank you. General, he was very grateful that the other party gave him 300 blood chi pills at once. That was a huge fortune. He knew how valuable blood chi pills were. A captain only received 3 a month, while the other party had given him 300 at once. He also knew that these blood chi pills could have been withheld from him because he was not originally from Lianshan County. But the other party still gave them to him. There are good people in the world, and then there are exceptional talents. He remembered this kindness. Meng Kuo stood up. I have many things to do, so I'll get busy first. By the way, what is your name? Jiang Pingyan replied. Meng Kuo silently remembered this name and stepped out of the room. As a general, he had countless matters to attend to. Sitting here waiting for a day was already a sign of respect for the other party. Just as Meng Kuo left, the door to the room suddenly opened again, and the girl came back. My father actually gave you 300 blood chi pills. If I had so many blood chi pills, I would definitely become a martial master. I, Meng Jing, am not convinced. Come and compete with me. The girl lifted her chin, her little face filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Pingyan shook his head and calmly said, I won't compete. Competing might hurt you. Haha, hurt me? You big talker. In the entire army, no one can hurt me. Meng Jing drew her knife from her waist. Hurry and compete with me. If you don't compete, I won't talk to you anymore. Seeing her relentless attitude, Jiang Pingyan knew that if he didn't compete with her, he would definitely not be able to get rid of her. How do we compete? To the courtyard. Meng Jing smiled happily and turned to walk into the courtyard. Jiang Pingyan followed her out. The courtyard was large, with a training ground in the middle where several soldiers were practicing sword techniques. Meng Jing bounced over to the weapon rack. To be fair, let's use weapons of the same level. What weapon are you used to? Jiang Pingyan said. Using weapons might hurt you. Stop being so arrogant. Hurry up and choose. Meng Jing was quite displeased with this arrogant young man. Jiang Pingyan shrugged helplessly and, to save time, went over and picked up a knife. The soldiers practicing nearby turned their heads to look at the commotion. The young lady is going to spar with a young man. Have you seen this young man before? He was saved by Oldly, and I heard he's quite impressive. No one is more impressive than a young lady. She's the youngest squad leader with extraordinary talent. She will definitely win. That's not necessarily true. A light, aged voice suddenly spoke up. The soldiers quickly turned to salute. Oldly. Li Yintian nodded and took a sip from his wine gourd. A soldier cautiously asked, Oldly, what do you mean by that's not necessarily true? Can this young man really defeat the young lady? Li Yintian nodded, his aged eyes fixed on the young man. Seeing the affirmative response, several soldiers were shocked. It can't be. Miss Meng's talent is so exceptional. You've praised her before. Who is this young man that he could actually defeat her? Li Yintian took another sip of wine and said slowly, talent is talent, and combat is combat. The two should not be confused. The soldiers looked at the young man in disbelief, surprised that Oldly held such a high opinion of him. They knew Miss Meng's talent. She swept through the same aged warriors in Lian County, and under 20, no one could rival her. Now, a young man of similar age appeared, and Oldly actually said he might defeat her. This was somewhat unbelievable. Meng Jing pointed her knife at Jiang Pingyan and said proudly, I'll let you attack first. If I attack first, you won't have a chance at all. Chapter 20. Meng Jing Jiang Pingyan held the blade, looking at the proud girl in front of him, and casually swung the knife. Meng Jing raised her hand to block and shouted, Be serious. When the two weapons collided, the weapon in Jiang Pingyan's hand fell. Jiang Pingyan, who had not been paying attention to the fight, suddenly widened his eyes, looking at his right arm in disbelief. His right arm was trembling violently, a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body, almost uncontrollable. Jiang Pingyan looked up at the girl and asked seriously, What kind of sword technique is this? Normally, Pain in the arm from a collision would be due to the opponent's overwhelming strength. But these were just ordinary knives. If they collided with such force, they would definitely break. However, that wasn't the case. The knife was knocked away and his arm hurt, indicating that the opponent must have used some kind of sword technique to create this effect. The discussions among the nearby soldiers provided him with the answer. The young lady is indeed a genius. She has actually mastered the second level of the shock blade technique. Yes, at just 14 years old, reaching this level, the young lady will definitely rank high in this genius selection competition. This young man doesn't seem that impressive. The soldiers looked at Meng Jing with admiration. They began to doubt old Li's words. Perhaps the young man was indeed capable, but compared to the young lady, there was surely a gap. The shock blade technique? Jiang Pingyun clenched his tingling arm. It was indeed a formidable sword technique. He had initially intended to just play around a bit to amuse this young lady. But after witnessing such an impressive sword technique, a desire to compete arose within him. Come on, if you win against me, I'll give you the shock blade technique. Meng Jing didn't believe that someone her age could defeat her. She had heard that the opponent used to be a farmer. How could a farmer compare to the daughter of a general? I'm going to attack now. Jiang Pingyun became serious and swung the knife. Not fast enough, Meng Jing shouted, raising her knife to counter. Suddenly, she noticed that the knife in front of her had turned into an illusion, while the real knife was unknown to her. Cutting towards her, illusion blade, Li Yuntian suddenly exclaimed, his wine gourd suspended in midair. Meng Jing quickly retreated to avoid the attack, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Oh, not bad. I'm going to attack now. With that, she rapidly charged back in, attacking at an even faster speed. Jiang Pingyun raised his knife to counter. Clang! Clang! The two knives collided swiftly in the air, sparks flying. With each collision, Jiang Pingyun felt his arm trembling, tingling and numb, unable to grip the knife tightly. This girl was indeed impressive. One soldier looked at the astonished Li Yuntian and asked in confusion, Old Li? This young man is indeed quite impressive, being able to perform the illusion blade at such a young age. But he's not particularly strong, right? They couldn't understand why Li Yuntian was so shocked to see Jiang Pingyun use the illusion blade. With the young lady's abilities, even if the opponent could use the illusion blade, she shouldn't be defeated. Li Yuntian took a large gulp of wine, not responding, but the shock in his eyes did not fade. According to the information, Jiang Pingyun had picked up a cultivation method and embarked on the path of spiritual cultivation. If Jiang Pingyun had used some particularly powerful spiritual sword technique, he wouldn't have been so surprised. The key point was that this illusion blade was a body cultivation technique of the soldiers from Pingshui County. The opponent might not have had the technique for long. The most terrifying thing was that he had not used spiritual energy at all, but fought the young lady with body techniques. Was the information wrong? Did Jiang Pingyun actually follow the path of body cultivation? No, when treating his body, there was clearly an energy fluctuation of the 5th level of qi refining within him. Could it be that he was cultivating both spiritual and physical techniques? When Li Yuntian thought of these 4 words, his heart trembled violently again. He would rather believe there was a mistake in the information. If it wasn't a mistake, it would be too terrifying. A month ago, he had defeated Cui Xiao using strategy, and now, a month later, he had actually reached the level to compete with the young lady. Moreover, he was following 2 cultivation routes simultaneously. In this situation, either the young man had exceptional talent or he had access to ample resources. Li Yuntian had already tried to overestimate Jiang Pingyun, but now he realized he had still underestimated him. Watching Jiang Pingyun being pushed back continuously, many soldiers knew the result was about to come. Meng Jing's smile grew increasingly radiant. I, Meng Jing, am still the #1 genius of Lian County. Final strike. She forcefully swung her arm, wielding the knife in her hand. Jiang Pingyun used the illusion blade to counter. Useless. I can see through your moves. Meng Jing's knife bypassed the illusion and headed straight for Jiang Pingyun. Just then, she felt a sudden chill on her neck, and her hand froze. Meng Jing's smile froze on her face as she blankly looked down at the knife resting on her neck. The soldiers, who had been ready to cheer, stopped, their voices caught in their throats, staring incredulously at the scene before them. You have mastered the second level of the illusion blade. Meng Jing stared intently at Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin replied softly. After cultivating the blood chi technique to the second level, his strength had significantly increased and his control over the knife had improved, allowing him to naturally perform the second level. I refuse to accept this. Let's do it again. Meng Jing unwillingly knocked away his knife. Miss, that's enough. Li Yuntian walked over with a smile. No, I was careless just now. If I had known he could use the second level of the illusion blade, I would have been better prepared. Meng Jing was unwilling to accept her defeat. She had never lost in her life. In real battle, no one will let you prepare. Moreover, Jiang Pinyin was holding back. His physical abilities should have reached the minimum requirement for a captain. Li Yuntian glanced deeply at Jiang Pinyin, recognizing his physical level. If a squad leader-level warrior had been hit by the shock blade technique so many times, they would have long since been unable to hold onto their knife, let alone use the illusion blade. So, Jiang Pinyin has definitely reached the minimum physical fitness level of a captain. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, Meng Jing and the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. This 14-year-old boy has reached the captain's minimum requirement? How terrifying. I still refuse to accept it. Meng Jing bit her small tiger tooth. I can also break through to the captain-level physical fitness. It's my father who has always stopped me from breaking through. I will break through now. Li Yuntian lightly patted Meng Jing's head. Miss, don't act impulsively. We have to participate in the county's genius election tomorrow. Save your energy. But there's no buts. Otherwise, I'll tell the general, Li Yuntian threatened. Meng Jing's small face was filled with unwillingness. Jiang Pinyin, just wait. When I return from the county genius election, I will step on you. She threw down her knife and angrily walked out, her ponytail swaying back and forth. When she walked past a few soldiers, she paused and said, I'm telling you, don't let today's events leak out, or you want to have good days ahead. Meng Jing couldn't accept failure and didn't want others to know she was defeated by a peer. The soldiers quickly swore they wouldn't disclose the matter, still unwilling to believe that the miss who had never lost actually lost. Lost to a boy of the same age as her. Meng Jing glared fiercely at Jiang Pinyin, memorizing his face before leaving. Li Yuntian waved his hand, signaling the other soldiers to leave and return to the room with Jiang Pinyin. Are you a practitioner of both spirit and martial arts? Chapter 21. Practicing both spirit and martial arts. What is practicing both spirit and martial arts? Jiang Pinyin touched his numb right arm, feeling quite confused, as it was the first time he heard this term. It means practicing spiritual energy and physical training simultaneously, Li Yuntian explained. Jiang Pinyin suddenly understood. That is indeed the case. Previously, he learned the breathing technique and later practiced the blood energy technique, which indeed followed two paths simultaneously. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. He raised his hand in salute, slightly bowing to the elder in front of him, as he had heard that this was how people greeted each other in the martial world. If it weren't for this old gentleman, he would have definitely been captured by those two soldiers and then died under inhumane torture. Li Yuntian took a sip of wine, waved his hand with a smile, saying there's no need to thank me. Just thank the general. It was the general's order. The general's kindness belongs to the general, and the elder's kindness belongs to the elder. The two cannot be mixed up, Jiang Pinyin said earnestly. His mother had told him that one should be grateful and remember who treats you well. Ha! Li Yuntian really liked this polite young man in front of him. We practitioners don't call each other sir. You should call me senior. Thank you for saving my life, senior, Jiang Pinyin said again. Feeling that you don't understand much, come, sit down, and I'll tell you about the knowledge of practitioners. Li Yuntian casually sat on a stool, without any airs. His hair messy, looking like an old farmer, very approachable. He took a sip of wine and scratched his head, wondering where to start. Let us start with cultivation. There are three main types of practitioners in the world: spirit practitioners, body practitioners, and soul practitioners, among which spirit practitioners are the most numerous and are the mainstream cultivation direction. Spirit practitioners can branch out into blacksmiths, rune masters, and alchemists. Jiang Pinyin sat up straight beside him, listening attentively, as he knew too little about cultivation. A magnificent and vast world of cultivation unfolded before him like a scroll, making his heart flutter. So there are so many realms of cultivation, and the Ling Tai kingdom he has lived in his whole life is just a small country. It turns out that storage bags need to be imprinted with spiritual consciousness to be used correctly. Jiang Pinyin was enthralled. Many legendary stories made him yearn. And he didn't feel tired even after listening all day. Yu Haven tea fully recovered, so I'll stop here for now. I'll tell you more slowly in the future. Li Yuntian had already drunk 7 or 8 bottles of wine, feeling a bit dizzy and wanting to sleep. Senior, do you know how to become an immortal? Jiang Pinyin finally asked. Become an immortal? The originally drunk Li Yuntian suddenly became much clearer, looking up at the sky outside the window, murmuring, the path to immortality is ethereal. What would a small person like me know about how to become an immortal? Perhaps only by learning the supreme secret technique left by the founding monarch of the Great Xia Kingdom could there be a chance to become an immortal. Supreme secret technique? Jiang Pingyin's heart trembled. How can one learn the secret technique left by the monarch of the Great Xia Kingdom? He now understood that the more powerful the technique learned, the greater the combat power and higher the cultivation realm would be. Burp. Li Yuntian burped and returned to a drunken state. Don't think about it. That kind of secret technique can only be learned by the royal family or those who have made significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. If you can destroy the Ling Tai Kingdom, perhaps you'll have chance. I'm tired. I'll go back and sleep now. Li Yuntian took the wine gourd and stumbled out. Senior, I'll see you off. Jiang Pinyin quickly got up. No need, I won't fall to my death. Hurry up and cultivate. There will be a battle in winter. By the way, don't practice both spirit and martial arts without resources. Otherwise, it will consume too much energy and you won't go far. Burp. Li Yuntian swayed as he drank and left. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists and deeply bowed to Li Yuntian. The elder's guidance would save him a lot of detours. Jiang Pinyin looked towards the direction of the Ling Tai Kingdom, his clear eyes shimmering. Destroying the Ling Tai Kingdom. Huh? He wants to become an immortal. He will do everything possible to resurrect his parents. The royal family's secret technique of the Great Xia Kingdom is the most likely opportunity to approach immortality. Although the Ling Tai Kingdom is not as powerful as the Great Xia Kingdom, it has a major power backing it, making it not easy to destroy. However, even if there is a slim chance, he will not give up. Jiang Pinyin closed the door and returned to bed. Now, he needs to prepare for the winter battle. Both the general and senior Li said there would be a war with Ping Shui County in winter. There are still 2 or 3 months until winter. He needs to improve his strength as much as possible during this time. With 300 blood energy pills, he doesn't have to worry about resources for body cultivation. Should he give up on spirit cultivation? His talent for spirit cultivation is not high, and he spent a lot of resources just to reach the 5th level of qi refining. Through conversations with Senior Li, he learned that 1 blood energy pill is worth about the same as 1 spirit stone. This means that the resources of many squad leaders for a month are only about 3 spirit stones. Higher-ranking soldiers might give an extra 2. Meanwhile, he consumes about 10 spirit stones a day just to elevate his realm to this level. If others had received so many resources, they would have long become qi refining 10th level practitioners. Jiang Pinyin pondered for a long time, but ultimately decided not to give up. Right now, he doesn't lack body cultivation resources. The treasure trove is idling, so it would be better to use it to replicate qi gathering pills to enhance his spirit cultivation realm. Moreover, spirit cultivation has more means of attack and allows learning runes, alchemy, and forging. In battle, having more abilities provides more means of survival. He has survived through numerous pursuits, placing great importance on means of survival, learning a little more 1T hurt. If resources fall short in the future, he can still decide to give up then. Jiang Pinyin opened the fireball technique he obtained from the goat-bearded man and began to study it earnestly. It was a bit exciting to learn a technique for the first time. Ping Shui County General's Mansion. Su Tao looked at his 2 subordinates in front of him, roaring in anger. You 2 useless fools. How could you let that kid be rescued by the Great Xia Kingdom? What? He was rescued by the Great Xia Kingdom? Captain Marin looked shocked, as if he had just learned about this. My spies received news that the kid is now in the General's Mansion of Lianshan County. Su Tao was furious. He sent 2,000 soldiers and 2 of the strongest captains to catch a mud-legged kid who ran out of the village. and yet they failed to capture him. The main issue is that the kid is a genius, having grown to the level of being able to kill my son in just a month. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a terrifying enemy. General, what should we do now? Should we send someone to assassinate him? Marin asked. Nonsense. That little bastard must die. We can't let him continue to grow. Go find a professional assassin organization. I don't believe we can't kill him. Su Tao's face twisted in rage, unwilling to see the murderer of his son continue to thrive. Additionally, inform everyone to quickly prepare food. Lianshan County is planning to launch an attack on us this winter. Compared to one son, defending Ping Shui County is the most important. If we can't hold it, my head will roll. General, that group of farmers has very little food left. Another captain spoke up. Nonsense. It's the autumn harvest season now. How can they have no food? They must not want to hand it over. If they refuse to give it, just take it by force. Su Tao had no idea what the situation was like below. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. They were just a group of troublesome peasants. If they died, so be it. Their lives are expendable. Yes, General. The two men saw the general was angry and dared not oppose him. The lives and deaths of those below had nothing to do with them. In any case, they wouldn't go hungry. Chapter 22. The captain's position. A month passed, and the leaves on the trees fell one after another. Although the midday weather was still somewhat hot, the mornings and evenings felt cool. The farmers had entered the harvest season and began preparing for winter. Boom! A fireball the size of a head smashed into a wooden post, instantly igniting it. Magic is so difficult. Jiang Ping sighed as he looked at the fireball technique he had practiced for a month, which could only be released at such a small size. He had broken through to the 6th layer of Qi training with a Qi gathering pill half a month ago, and had completely opened the 10 meridians of the thick earth-breathing technique. Yet even so, the progress in magic made him want to cry. This kind of attack might be useless in the decisive battle in winter. You should give up on spiritual cultivation. Focusing on physical cultivation will be more promising. Li Yuntian staggered into the courtyard, holding a wine gourd. Senior. Jiang Pingyan quickly cupped his fists in salute. Over the past month, this senior had frequently come to guide him and share stories about the cultivation world. He felt a long-lost warmth from the old man, which made him smile more. Li Yuntian took a sip of wine. Your mastery in physical techniques is not inferior to Miss Meng Jing. If you concentrate on cultivating physical techniques, you'll definitely reach the martial master realm before 18, making a name for yourself throughout Hafen County. Only those who had seen Jiang Pingyan's physical techniques knew how strong his talent for body cultivation was. According to the betting agreement, before participating in the County Genius Selection Tournament, Meng Jing handed the shock blade to Li Yuntian, asking him to pass it to Jiang Pingyan. In just a month, Jiang Pingyan had mastered the 2nd layer of shock blade. In all of Lianshan County, only Meng Jing and Jiang Pingyan could master the 2nd layer of the shock blade technique before the age of 20. I want to have more trump cards. Jiang Pingyan replied. He didn't want to give up on spiritual cultivation just yet. Although difficult to practice, it had strong lethality and could attack from a distance. Li Yuntian smiled. Young people are always like this, confident and rebellious. But that's what young people are. If they aren't reckless, are they still considered young? He had been much more reckless when he was younger. Li Yuntian put down his wine gourd and suddenly stopped smiling. The general wants you to go to the general's mansion. There's a meeting you need to attend. Senior, is there something important at this meeting? Jiang Pingyan noticed the seriousness in his tone. Yes, the general and I plan to promote you to captain, but there are a few people with similar strength who might not comply. Hearing this, Jiang Pingyan suddenly understood. It's fine. I have no pursuit for power. Just give it to them. Li Yuntian shook his head. This isn't about power. It's about the fact that only by reaching that position can you receive better rewards after the war ends. The blood chi technique you are currently cultivating is too low level and will limit your cultivation speed. If the war is won and you sit in the captain's position, you can request to learn better martial arts techniques from High County. Jiang Pingyan understood. Status was related to the allocation of cultivation resources. If he wanted to become stronger, he indeed needed better techniques. He absolutely needed this captain position. Adjusting his state, those people were top warriors who had survived through battles. If conflicts arose with them later, they might resolve it through combat. Li Yuntian suddenly thought of something and asked, What is your current level of physical cultivation? He knew Jiang Pinyin had learned the shock blade technique quickly, so his martial arts talent should be good. Captain level, Jiang Pinyin smiled. With the second layer of the blood chi technique, you could become a captain. With the third layer, still a captain. Seeing Jiang Pingyin's confidence, Li Yuntian guessed that his current physical combat power should be comparable to that of a cultivator at the 6th or 7th layer of chi training. He took Jiang Pinyin to the general's mansion. Before entering the door, they heard intense shouting from inside. I refuse. It's unreasonable to make a 14-year-old boy the captain. How strong can a 14-year-old child be? If it were Miss Meng Jing, that would be fine, but what's so special about this Jiang Pinyin kid? Moreover, this kid is from Lianshan County. We can't trust someone like him to command the troops. Creak. Pushing open the door, Li Yuntian brought Jiang Pinyin into the conference room. A group of soldiers clad in armor, exuding a murderous aura, all turned to look at Jiang Pinyin. If nothing unexpected happened, this young man was Jiang Pinyin. These people released a powerful aura. If an ordinary person faced this aura, they would uncontrollably kneel down. Jiang Pingyin's expression was calm as he walked in steadily. Oh, many captains were surprised to see him so calm. Not reacting to such a massive pressure indicated that his cultivation level was not low. I want the captain's position. Who wants to come first? Jiang Pinyin said directly. He didn't like wasting time. Becoming the captain would grant him better resources, and he needed this position. Having mastered the blood chi technique, if he wanted to reach the martial master level, he needed to learn better martial arts techniques. To make these soldiers comply, he had to be stronger than them. One arrogant kid. I'll go first. If you can defeat me, Yang Hu, I will withdraw from the competition. A burly soldier with a full beard stepped forward. Fight in the yard. Keep it light. Don't injure anyone, General Mengquist said. He quietly asked Li Yuntian, can Jiang Pinyin do it? He knew less about Jiang Pinyin than Li Yuntian did. Making Jiang Pinyin captain was part of a larger plan, and he wasn't too optimistic about his combat power. Who knew this kid would challenge right after entering, disrupting his rhythm? Li Yuntian took a sip of wine and laughed. He has mastered both the illusion blade and shock blade techniques. As long as he is careful, he should be fine. Mengqi nodded. As long as that's the case. It's good. This kid Jiang Pinyin does have decent talent. He actually managed to learn these two sword techniques. Should I match my daughter with this kid? They're about the same age, and their talents are similar. My daughter should be back today. I'll ask her thoughts later. Yang Hu took a large knife from his waist. Unlike a normal narrow-bladed short knife, this knife was particularly heavy and had iron rings hanging from it, making a crisp sound. Kid, don't say I, Yang Hu, am bullying you. You're still young. This captain's position isn't something just anyone could sit in. I've endured for so many years, and I'm finally close to becoming captain. How could I accept a wet behind-the-ears kid suddenly appearing? I understand, come on. Jiang Pinyin calmly stared at him. What about your weapon? Yang Hu asked. I don't need a knife today. Jiang Pinyin quickly retreated, fire swirling in his hand. Today, he would take the opportunity to test the results of his month's training against a real opponent. Doof. Li Yuntian spat out the wine in his mouth. His eyes wide open. You brat. You want to compare spiritual cultivation with Yang Hu? If Jiang Pinyin fought with his physical skills, it was a high chance he would win. Who knew this kid actually planned to use magic? This left Li Yuntian at a loss. What was this kid thinking? Chapter 23. No more playing with spiritual cultivation. Let's begin. Keep it light. Don't hurt the opponent, Meng Kuo ordered. In this match, winning or losing didn't matter. Worst case, Jiang Pinyin could be the squad leader. As soon as the battle started, Yang Hu charged forward with his 9-ring broadsword. Experienced martial artists knew that to defeat a spiritual cultivator, one should engage in close combat. Spiritual cultivators lack power in the same realm, and close combat easily interrupted their spellcasting. In summary, the weakness of spiritual cultivators is their inadequate close combat ability. Many spiritual cultivators would practice swordsmanship or knife techniques to compensate for this flaw. Jiang Pinyin quickly formed a hand seal and cast the earthwall technique. The soil beneath Yang Hu's feet suddenly lifted, and if he wasn't careful, he might trip. Despite his rugged appearance, Yang Hu was quite agile. He exerted force in his legs and jumped high to avoid the earth wall beneath him, swinging his sword at Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin swiftly released a fireball technique. A fireball the size of a human head, unleashing terrifying flames towards Yang Hu in midair. It was very difficult to dodge attacks in the air. This was his intention. Yang Hu shouted and swung his sword fiercely, cleaving the fireball in half. Seeing his opponent rushing towards him, Jiang Pinyin jumped high onto the roof and continued to cast fireball techniques to attack. Yang Hu landed on the ground, exerting force with his legs to propel himself towards Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin used the Gale Step technique, moving quickly on the roof. This time he used Gale Step, channeling energy in his legs to increase his speed, achieving the highest realm of this technique where he could walk on grass. He had received 4 techniques from the Goatbeard cultivator and was currently learning them all. Yang Hu swung his sword in pursuit, but Jiang Pinyin did not engage in direct combat, instead jumping around on the roof, occasionally releasing fireball techniques as if flying a kite. "Kid, why are you running? Aren't you a man?" Yang Hu wasn't very agile and could only rely on his strength to jump around on the roof. If he wasn't careful, his foot could sink in, making it difficult to catch up. "I'm not a man. I'm still a kid." Jiang Pinyin completely ignored the provocation, continuing to jump down and around, not engaging in close combat, and periodically releasing 2 fireball techniques to attack. "General, this kid is being unreasonable." Yang Hu complained to Meng Kuo, as he couldn't hit his opponent at all. Meng Kuo replied indifferently, "There has never been a fair fight in this world." Seeing that the general had no intention of stopping the fight, Yang Hu could only grit his teeth and continue his pursuit. The two chased each other on the roof for about the time it takes to brew tea, causing the spectators below to yawn. Yang Hu was frustrated. No matter how hard he chased, he couldn't catch up to Jiang Pinyin, with fireballs occasionally brushing past him, nearly burning his beard off. "Ah!" Yang Hu roared, his voice piercing the clouds, and he heavily dropped down from the roof. "I'm done. This is pointless. I don't want to be the squad leader anymore." His temper was too explosive to endure this torment, continuously being attacked while he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothing. "Your temper is too volatile. You can't be the squad leader with that mindset," Jiang Pinyin said lightly from the roof. The crowd thought, if anyone else had said this, they would have agreed completely. The problem was the one saying it was a 14-year-old boy, which felt strange. "This kid is really arrogant." Yang Hu gritted his teeth in anger and said to a handsome young man beside him, "Brother Yi, help me teach this kid a lesson. Don't let him become the squad leader." Yi Lin slowly drew his sword from his waist, walked to the center of the courtyard in his black boots, and smiled at Jiang Pinyin. "Your luck is quite bad. If it were any other physical cultivator, they wouldn't be able to match your speed. But I happen to be of the speed type. My attacks and my movement techniques just happen to counter your deliberate long-range consumption." As he spoke, his body suddenly flashed to the roof with incredible speed. Li Yintian took a sip of wine and sighed. "Little Yi is grown up." "Yes, he's 21 now and can shoulder great responsibilities. When we picked him up, he was only 8, Meng Kuo recalled. Li Yintian put down the wine gourd and watched intently. Little Yi had always pursued speed. In the same realm, no one could catch up with him, emphasizing one-hit kills. If Jiang Pinyin was careless, he could very well lose. Meng Kuo said nonchalantly, "If he loses, let Jiang Pinyin be the squad leader. Yi Lin being the squad leader would actually be quite suitable." Meng Kuo really liked Yi Lin. He was young, strong, and likely to be a pillar of strength for Lianshan County in the future. Without Jiang Pinyin, he had originally planned to arrange for Yi Lin to be the squad leader. His strength was undoubted. Jiang Pinyin was also shocked by the other's speed, which was not any slower than when he used Gale Step. Yi Lin stood at one corner of the roof, sword in hand, his black hair gently swaying, and his black eyes fixed on Jiang Pinyin. "I won't let a 14-year-old kid be the squad leader of the army. That would be joking with the lives of soldiers. Therefore, I won't go easy on you." Jiang Pinyin's mind moved, communicating with his storage bag through his spiritual sense, and a rune knife appeared in his hand. "I want better resources. I want to become stronger. I must have this position. This man is very strong. I can't play with spiritual cultivation anymore." If Yang Hu knew that Jiang Pinyin had been playing just now, he wouldn't know what to think. "Oh, changing to a knife? But it won't help. Once the match starts, you won't even see my attack, and the outcome is already determined." Yi Lin chuckled. "Let's begin," Meng Kuo said softly. Yi Lin and Jiang Pinyin moved simultaneously. Clang! A spark flew, and a sword flew high, embedding itself in the rockery of the courtyard. Jiang Pingin's knife was at Yi Lin's neck. Meng Kuo, Li Yuntian, and other experts' pupils constricted. Yang Hu, who was about to cheer for Yi Lin, was stunned. What happened? What just happened? He had just wanted to shout encouragement when a flash of fire appeared, and he saw Jiang Pingin's knife resting on Yi Lin's neck. Yi Lin lost? What exactly happened? The faces of the experts present were filled with shock, their voices trembling. This kid actually combined the shock knife technique with the illusion knife technique. How'd he do that? He learned the second level of the shock knife in just a month. I spent several months just barely mastering the first level. This young man's physical cultivation level is surprisingly high. Yi Lin's pride vanished, leaving only shock and disappointment. At the moment the battle began, they both moved at the same time. He saw Jiang Pingin use the illusion knife, but the speed of that illusion knife was easy for him to see through. So he swung his sword to attack the real knife. Who would have thought the opponent had a backup plan, hiding the shock knife behind the illusion knife? The two techniques collided, and his sword was knocked away. The shock knife is a very famous knife technique in Lianshan County, divided into 3 realms. The first realm is to numb the opponent's arm, the second realm is to knock the opponent's weapon away, and the third realm is to break the opponent's arm. This young man in front of him actually mastered the second realm of the shock knife. The most terrifying part is that it could be combined with the illusion knife. Yi Lin could still feel his arm tingling. He lost, and he was even defeated in an instant. If this were the battlefield, he would now be a corpse. He witnessed firsthand what it meant to be a genius, and his arrogance was completely shattered. This person, like the young lady, is a genius not belonging to this county level. Chapter 24, Becoming the Squad Leader. In fact, Jiang Pingin hadn't fully mastered the second realm of the shock knife. He was able to knock away the opponent's sword entirely due to his sheer strength. This was because he had already mastered the third level of the blood chi technique. His physical cultivation talent was better than that of spiritual cultivators. 300 blood chi pills had directly pushed the blood chi technique to the third level. His current level of strength was comparable to a 9th level chi refinement cultivator. However, he has indeed mastered the first level of the shock blade technique, which is a very useful knife skill that can catch opponents off guard during combat. You win, congratulations. Yi Lin clasped his hands in front of his chest and slightly bowed to congratulate him. This young man, like the young lady, has great talent, and even Lianshan County cannot keep them. Sooner or later, they will leave. It's just a matter of time. Therefore, it's important not to create animosity and to leave a good impression, to build a good relationship. I concede. Jiang Pingin put down the knife in his hand. Yi Lin jumped down from the rooftop. Next, Jiang Pingin looked at the soldiers below, ready to continue the fight. The remaining 2 soldiers competing for the position of captain exchanged glances and did not step forward. We admit defeat. In terms of combat strength, we're no match for you. Yi Lin is the strongest among them, and since Yi Lin was taken down in one move, why would they go up? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Haha, good. Then I announced that from today onwards, Jiang Pingin is the captain. Meng Kuo was extremely pleased with Jiang Pingin's performance. Those idiots from Ping Shui County don't even want such a genius. If the people from Ping Shui County seriously trained Jiang Pingin, Lianshan County would definitely have a terrifying enemy. But right now, this terrifying enemy belongs to Ping Shui County. Everyone returned to the room, and Jiang Pingin was appointed as the captain, getting to know many of the other captains. Meng Kuo began to arrange an attack on Ping Shui County in the winter. Jiang Pingin listened, confused. He didn't understand, but anyway, he would just lead the charge when the time came. The meeting went on for half a day, and Jiang Pingin's head was spinning. He really didn't like these matters. But in order to qualify for the reward from the governor of Hai County, he had to be the captain. Otherwise, his cultivation methods would fall behind, and his training speed would slow down. After half a day, the meeting finally ended, and Jiang Pingin quickly slipped away. Practicing was much more interesting. Passing by a piece of farmland, Jiang Pingin suddenly stopped. A family of 3 was gathered around a cow. Looking worried, "Dad, the cow is about to die. How are we supposed to harvest grain?" The little boy pouted, his eyes red. "It's okay. It'll just be a bit tiring. I'll carry it back and forth," said the man, who was tan from the sun, and rubbed the child's head, smiling. He clearly wasn't in good health, coughing from time to time. "Dad, Your health isn't recovered yet. Let me carry it, said the child's mother, bending down to lift heavy grain, her body hunched, knees trembling. No, how can a woman carry so much? I'll do it, he said, coughing. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Looking over, a handsome young man approached, his clear eyes filled with a determination not typical for his age. Kids, having some trouble? The tan man said, looking quite honest. I can help you with your illness, Jiang Pingan said. You studied medicine? It's useless. Many old doctors can't cure it, let alone you. Thank you, kid, the man said, seeing that Jiang Pingan was just a child and not believing that he could cure his illness. Many old doctors couldn't. So how could child? Jiang Pingan didn't waste words, walking up to the man and raising his hand. A green light suddenly appeared, enveloping him. The man was startled. He wanted to dodge, but the warmth enveloping him felt very comfortable. The mother and child beside him stared in shock at the scene before them. Not understanding why the boy's hand was glowing, it was incredible. After a moment, Jiang Pingan withdrew the healing technique. I think my health has recovered. The man regained his spirit, feeling full of strength and no longer coughing. This is too incredible. While the man was still in shock, Jiang Pingan squatted beside the nearly lifeless yellow cow and used the healing technique again. The cow, which was about to take its last breath, stood up again. Benefactor. Thank you, benefactor, for your help. The man and woman quickly pressed their son down and knelt before Jiang Pingan, their faces showing gratitude and respect. This young man could very well be the immortal that people often spoke of. They were very grateful to him. Without him, their family would definitely have faced a big problem. It's just a small effort. No need to thank me. Jiang Pingan picked up a dried fruit from a cart, saying it could serve as payment. After that, he bit into the fruit and left. The fruit was very astringent, reminiscent of the taste of the ones his mother used to pick. The family of three watched Jiang Pingan leave, then climbed onto their swaying ox cart. Heavily loaded with grain, their happy laughter echoing under the evening sky. Jiang Pingan looked back. Perhaps, if it weren't for the heavy taxes, he would be as happy as that family. Returning to the courtyard where he lived, before he entered, he saw a young girl standing at the door with a sword. The girl's petite figure was upright, and her developing body made her twin ponytails sway gently as she moved. Upon seeing Jiang Pingan return, the girl suddenly drew a short knife that was 2 fingers wide. Jiang Pingan, I'm Meng Jing here again. Over the past month, I've trained hard and made rapid progress, ranking 10th in the genius competition among hundreds of counties in Haifeng County. Last time, I was careless. This time, I will easily defeat you. This woman is none other than the general's daughter, Meng Jing. A month ago, she lost to Jiang Pingan, but she was not satisfied. Due to her participation in the genius selection of Haifeng County, she had to pause their martial arts duel. Today, she just returned and didn't even go to see her father. She came directly here, ready to have another match with Jiang Pingan to prove she was the strongest. You are the Jiang Pingan that Xiao Jing talks about? A chubby boy of about 14 or 15 suddenly appeared and looked coldly at Jiang Pingan. Xiang Yun, you can go away. This is none of your business. Seeing this chubby boy, Meng Jing's pretty face showed impatience. This guy was from a neighboring county, someone she had encountered in the genius tournament. After she defeated him, he followed her like a little pest. How is it none of my business? I like Xiao Jing, and the people Xiao Jing dislikes are the ones I dislike. Xiang Jun showed a self-righteous expression. Meng Jing looked at him with disdain. Can you just go away? So childish. Girls develop early and mature quickly, so they find their peers childish. No, I am persistent, and that's why I was able to reach the 6th level of Qi refining and become the 11th in the genius competition. Never give up is my motto. Xiang Jun, unfazed by Meng Jing's disdain, became even more determined. He looked at Jiang Pingan again and coldly said, You little brat, if you dare to make Xiao Jing unhappy today, I will definitely knock you down. Jiang Pingan calmly observed the two. For some reason, he felt that he was out of place with kids of this age. Xiang Jun raised a ball of intense flame in his hand. Now I'm giving you a chance. You can beg for mercy from me and apologize to Meng Jing, otherwise I'll roast you like a pig. Looking at the flame in the other person's hand, Jiang Pingan felt quite envious. The temperature was very high, clearly more powerful than the fireballs he released. In terms of spiritual cultivation at the same level, he was indeed very weak. Chapter 25. Assassin Xiangjun. Get lost. Meng Jing kicked the presumptuous, chubby boy aside. This is my opponent. I will deal with him myself. Jiang Pingyun, draw your sword. I don't want to. Jiang Pingyun was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something and rushed towards Meng Jing, grabbing her and jumping away. What are you doing? Let go. Meng Jing's face turned red as she shouted, feeling embarrassed for being held by someone for the first time. However, she suddenly noticed something and her expression changed. A dart landed where she had just been standing. At the same time, a golden light suddenly appeared, enveloping the area. Four figures surged from four directions, entering the golden light together. Spirit Chi Shield. The chubby boy Xiangjun was stunned for a moment, his expression changing drastically as he quickly rushed out. The Chi Shield is used to trap enemies, and now with the appearance of these darts, it's clear that the newcomers are not friendly. Xiangjun's reaction was still slow. His body crashed into the Chi Shield and bounced back heavily. The sudden turn of events made the three feel a sense of despair. Ha, what luck! We ran into 3 assassination targets at once. This is going to be a big score. A man in a black robe spoke ominously. No more nonsense. Finish them quickly. A black-robed man quickly issued the command, and the 4 of them swiftly charged towards the 3 children. They are assassins. Xiangjun was terrified, raising his hand to form seals, preparing to cast a fire technique in response. But at that moment, a chilling and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the 4, and the ghostly figures of slain cultivators appeared in the void. This aura was like a cold snake, directly burrowing into Xiangjun's heart, causing his body to stiffen as if entering a harsh winter. An unprecedented fear surged within him. His body trembled and became immobile, interrupting his spellcasting. Meng Jing also wanted to draw her knife to fight back, but the terrifying aura made her body rigid, affecting her movements. The celestial killing technique of the celestial killing pavilion. Despair appeared on Meng Jing's face. Her father had been attacked by these assassins before, so she recognized their identity. The Celestial Killing Pavilion is the strongest assassin organization, and its professional killers all cultivate the Celestial Killing Technique. The Celestial Killing Technique is a method that cultivates killing intent through murder. Once unleashed, it can enhance combat will and influence the spirits of other cultivators. The more people they kill, the stronger the killing aura on these individuals becomes, and the greater the influence on others. These 4 were already at the 6th or 7th level of Qi training, and with this killing aura, their combat power was even more terrifying. The chubby Xiangjun, hearing the name Celestial Killing Pavilion, was stunned and completely gave up resistance, preparing for death. Even if 4 assassins came at once, or just one from the Celestial Killing Pavilion, they couldn't stop them. Moreover, the Qi shield outside blocked their escape. The 4 swung their swords towards the necks of the 3 boys, their faces under the black robes filled with greed. They were originally tasked with assassinating Jiang Pingyun, but unexpectedly encountered 3 targets at once. All 3 were listed in the mission bounty. What a bunch of nonsense geniuses, no matter how talented they are. They will die in the face of absolute power. The cold light flashed and blood sprayed. The terrifying killing aura and the ghostly figures of the slain cultivators disappeared. The 4 covered their necks, looking at Jiang Pingyun in disbelief. You're not the 5th level of Qi training. The mission they received stated that Jiang Pingyun's cultivation was at the 5th level of Qi training. They were at the 6th or 7th level, capable of killing someone at the 5th level in an instant. Yet it was they who were killed. Now, at the 6th level of Qi training, Jiang Pingyun swung his knife again, decapitating them. They were surprisingly not killed in one blow and were still able to speak. This was too dangerous. What if they released some killing moves before dying? Killing 4 in an instant was still a bit challenging. He would need to be cautious next time. Jiang Pingyun quietly summarized his shortcomings, put away the rune knife, and began to do what he liked most. Skillfully squatting beside the corpses, he searched them. As the killing aura dissipated, the other 2 regained their ability to move. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, and then at Jiang Pingyun, who was calmly searching the bodies, their expressions turned dazed. He actually killed 4 assassins in one blow. He was so strong. When they faced the celestial killing technique, they couldn't even move. Why was he unaffected? The outside world is terrifying. I want to go home. The Qi shield vanished. and the chubby Xiang Jun cried as he ran away, his pants seemingly wet. He thought that ranking 11th in the genius battle was impressive, but after experiencing death once, he realized how weak he truly was. Forgetting about flirting with pretty girls, he just wanted to go home and hide. Meng Jing was a bit calmer. She often fought on the front lines, so she was relatively composed, looking at Jiang Pingyin's cold and calm face, and then at Xiang Jun who ran away crying. Meng Jing suddenly realized that this boy seemed to be glowing, making everything around him appear dull. What level are you at now? From beginning to end, this boy had never panicked. Meng Jing originally wanted to challenge him to prove she was stronger, but the sudden appearance of assassins made her realize that she was not on the same level as Jiang Pingyin at all. There was a significant gap in strength between them. 6th level of Qi training. Jiang Pingyin didn't answer her about his cultivation level. This was his trump card, allowing enemies to misjudge his strength, leading to strategic errors. Meng Jing felt very uncomfortable seeing his indifferent attitude. Previously, everyone treated her with utmost respect or tried hard to please her. Only this guy treated her like a piece of wood. You go report this matter. I still need to cultivate. Jiang Pingyin found 3 bottles of elixirs, 2 talismans, 3 identical cultivation techniques for weapons, and 2 spiritual stones. This group of people didn't even have storage tools. They were very poor. Holding these items, he returned to the courtyard, ignoring the corpses on the ground and the woman behind him. What do you take me for, miss? A servant? Meng Jing shouted from behind. Just wait. I will defeat you sooner or later. Bang. The room door closed. Girls are really noisy. The tiger girl is much better. Jiang Pingyin placed the items on the table, his expression turning serious. These assassins were definitely coming for him. He was certain because they mentioned his previous cultivation level before dying. There was no need to guess who sent the assassins. Su Tao, the general of Ping Shui County. Su Tao's son, Su Hao, was the one he killed. They would not let him grow freely. Su Tao, you've got 1 or 2 months left. Don't rush. I'll remember all these debts. Jiang Pingyin tried hard to suppress his killing intent. He touched his right eye. It had played a huge role during the assassination attempt. The right eye had detected the crisis in advance and helped save Meng Jing. Furthermore, it was also the right eye that released a force to resist that indescribable strange killing aura. If it weren't for the right eye, even if he survived this time, it would have been far from easy. He didn't know whose eye it was. Being removed and still seeming to be alive was strange. Jiang Pingyin put away the 2 spiritual stones and didn't rashly open the elixirs he had taken. They weren't labeled, and if they were poison, it would be dangerous. Thinking back to how he had previously just sniffed at the elixirs, he felt like a fool. Finally, his gaze fell on the blue-skinned book he had searched, the celestial killing technique. This should be the cultivation method used by these assassins. The aura it released could instill fear in people, rendering them immobile. Jiang Pingyin began to read through it. Chapter 26. The Celestial Killing Technique, half an incense stick later. Jiang Pingyin raised his head, a look of shock appearing on his face. He had read through the general content of this technique and confirmed that it was indeed the one used by the assassins earlier. According to the introduction in the book, after cultivating this technique, the more people one kills, the stronger their power becomes, and the more intense their killing aura becomes. Once a certain level is reached, it is possible to kill someone just by releasing the killing aura without needing to fight. Is this a demonic technique? Cultivating this method isn't difficult. One just needs to keep killing. Moreover, it was written that this was the first layer of the celestial killing technique. Just the first layer was enough for these people to reach this level. How powerful is the complete celestial killing technique? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Pingyin decided to cultivate it. The reason was simple. When releasing this killing aura, it could influence people's movements. After so many battles, he understood that even a momentary distraction in battle could change the final outcome. He would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. As long as after cultivating, he could make the enemy experience just a little moment of hesitation. That would be enough. The first layer is also not difficult to cultivate. Slightly easier than any techniques he had cultivated before. In Meng Kuo's room. What? You encountered people from the Celestial Killing Pavilion. Were you hurt? Meng Kuo was shocked when he heard his daughter mention encountering an assassin from the Heavenly Kill Pavilion, and he hurried to check his daughter's body. "I'm Fine. It was Jiang Pingyan who saved me," Meng Jing explained, recounting the events that had transpired. After listening, Meng Kuo was incredibly astonished. Ignoring the influence of the heavenly kill technique, he had killed 4 assassins who were stronger than him in one strike. If it weren't for his daughter's own words, Meng Kuo would never have believed it. He had tried to overestimate Jiang Pingyan's combat strength, but never expected that the other party had hidden abilities. Meng Kuo had also been targeted by the Heavenly Kill Pavilion and understood the terror of the Heavenly Kill technique. Even he, a seasoned general, had been affected by it. If it hadn't been for Oldly being there, he would have been in grave danger. Meng Kuo was filled with fear. Fortunately, Jiang Pingyan was strong, and his daughter was unharmed. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to think about the consequences of losing her. Yi Lin, who was standing nearby, had a more complicated expression upon hearing this. It turned out that Jiang Pingyan had held back during their duel. How infuriating! Jiang Pingyan was actually this formidable. Meng Jing felt a surge of unwillingness and fighting spirit. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Meng Kuo took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside other emotions, and looked gently at his daughter, Meng Jing. "Xiao Jing, Pingyan has good talent. How about your father betrothing you to him?" "Betrothing to him?" Meng Jing's small face suddenly froze, and Jiang Pingyan's calm face popped into her mind. For some reason, her heart began to race. "No way, I'm still young. I don't want to get married." Meng Jing lowered her head, her little boots kicking the ground, her small hands tightly gripping the knife at her waist. Feeling a bit shy? "Haha. Well, when would you be willing? But you better seize the opportunity. With his qualifications, many girls will like him." Meng Kuo's gaze toward his daughter was filled with indulgence. What he likes is his business. I'm going to practice my sword and defeat that guy." Meng Jing bounced out like a little deer. Once she left, the smile on Meng Kuo's face vanished, and a murderous intent surged within him. Su Tao, just you wait. He was certain that Su Tao had hired the assassins to attack his daughter. He couldn't tolerate anyone wanting to harm her. This winter, he had to capture Pingshui County at all costs. Half a day later, at the Pingshui County General's mansion, hearing the report from his subordinates, Su Tao suddenly stood up. "Impossible. How could that kid kill 2 practitioners at the 6th level and 2 at the 7th level in one blow?" Captain Ma Lin also found it unbelievable and replied, "That's what they said from the Heavenly Kill Pavilion. They also mentioned that the information you provided was incorrect, causing them huge losses, so they deducted the deposit. If you want to continue the assassination, you'll need to increase the bounty." Su Tao sat back down, his expression changing several times. The Heavenly Kill Pavilion had such a vast operation. They couldn't possibly be lying. This meant that in just a month, that kid had become even stronger. Why won't that damn commoner just die? "General, should we increase the bounty?" Ma Lin cautiously asked. "Increase my ass. Do you think I have too much money?" Su Tao cursed angrily. Although he was unwilling, he didn't have the funds to hire the Heavenly Kill Pavilion again for an assassination. Winter was approaching, and it would soon be time to decide the outcome on the battlefield. Su Tao took a deep breath and said, "The grain collected is far below expectations. How are we supposed to fight in winter? Increase the grain collection efforts." "General, many farmers have revolted over the grain collection." Ma Lin reminded him. "Kill them directly." "Damn it, a bunch of commoners dare to rebel. Why do they think they have a right? You go suppress them personally." Su Tao was furious upon hearing that there were more revolts. "Yes, General." Ma Lin retreated to gather people to collect grain. In the eyes of such people, the lower class were mere tools, unqualified to resist. In Jiang Pingyan's room, countless ghostly corpses appeared, their deaths gruesome, resembling hell and sending shivers down one's spine. Jiang Pingyan touched his right eye, his face filled with astonishment. After obtaining the Heavenly Kill technique, he intended to practice it simply, to use as a supportive technique at critical moments. After all, he wasn't a person who craved killing, nor did he wish to cultivate through murder. However, things were far beyond his expectations. The power of this technique exceeded his imagination. The room was eerie, and the resentment of the various corpses gathered into a chilling aura, making one feel cold. Jiang Pingyan could distinctly feel that when he activated this technique, energy fluctuations occurred in his right eye, leading to these phenomena. Illusory corpses appeared around him, many of which he had never seen before. These people weren't killed by him. How could they appear in the manifestations he released? Could it be that the original owner of this eye killed them, and it counted against him? Jiang Pinyin stopped using this technique, and the murderous aura around him dissipated. This technique seemed not to consume much spiritual energy. However, after activating it, his head felt a bit dizzy, as if it consumed mental energy. Jiang Pinyin wanted to test how strong this technique was, but since Old Li hadn't come, he could only find someone else to try it out. He decided to go for a walk to see if he could find other assassins. Jiang Pinyin hung 2 talismans at his waist to avoid any unexpected situations. He had already determined the level of these talismans. Once fully charged, they could withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 9th level. Just as Jiang Pinyin stepped outside, several soldiers happened to return from outside. Damn it, we didn't catch anything again. That beast runs really fast. What kind of monster is it? I've never seen anything like it before. It looks very impressive. Who knows? Tomorrow, let's bring more people. We must catch it. A few soldiers looked weary and dusty. Jiang Pinyin asked, haven't you caught that monster yet? A few days ago. Several horses in the eastern stable were eaten by a monster. A group of soldiers has been chasing it for several days, but it seems there are still no results. No, we can't catch it at all. That beast is too fast. Even Captain Yilin couldn't catch up. The soldiers were gritting their teeth in frustration, exhausted from chasing that beast. Jiang Pinyin was a bit surprised. He had seen Yilin's speed and knew it definitely surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 6th level. The fact that even Yilin couldn't catch it was astonishing. Jiang Pinyin thought for a moment, which direction did that monster run? West, towards the border. We were afraid of clashing with the soldiers from Pingshui County, so we didn't go after it, the soldier replied. Jiang Pinyin nodded, then I'll go take a look. Jiang Xiao, don't go. You won't be able to catch it. Yeah, that guy's extremely alert. It ran as soon as it saw a shadow. Today it's dark. Wait until tomorrow. We'll send 2,000 to 3,000 people. There's no way we can't catch that beast. These soldiers have been played enough over the past few days and knew how cunning the other side was. Relying on just one person definitely wouldn't capture it. Jiang Pinyin smiled. I'm just going to take a look. He actually wanted to test the heavenly kill technique. If he didn't encounter that beast, he would find other monsters to experiment on. The other soldiers saw he was determined to go and didn't say much. After all, they were certain he wouldn't catch it. They had been outside all day and were unaware that Jiang Pinyin had already become a captain. As night fell, the cold swept in, the streets gradually quieted, and the sounds of barking dogs became clearer. Jiang Pinyin walked towards the woods in the west, searching for the monster to test his heavenly kill technique. Meng Jing, who had secretly come out to buy snacks, saw Jiang Pinyin and paused for a moment. Why was he out so late? Was he also sneaking out to buy sweets? Just as Meng Jing was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something, and her steps halted. Could it be that he was meeting some kind of monster in secret? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a bit angry. As a soldier, how could he do such things? Just wait until I catch you and report you to my father. Meng Jing tucked the snacks into a small bag at her waist and quietly followed him. Entering the forest, Jiang Pinyin touched his right eye. Although the forest was pitch black, his vision was completely unaffected. It wasn't because he had learned some kind of technique, but rather the effect of his right eye. Currently, the known abilities of the right eye include manipulating objects, increasing the power of the heavenly kill technique, and enhancing vision. It's unclear if this eye has any other abilities. A sudden roar of a beast echoed through the forest, shaking the trees and startling many birds and animals, making it particularly noticeable in the darkness. Jiang Pingyin's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing the commotion. There was a demonic beast to test the heavenly kill technique on. He dashed towards the direction of the sound. Meng Jing, who was hiding behind, took a bite of her sweet pastry and wondered if this guy was not secretly meeting someone but was here to train. She continued to follow him. After about half a stick of incense worth of time, Meng Jing suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes wide open. Within her line of sight appeared a very beautiful steed. Although it was called a horse, it was vastly different from ordinary horses. This had a long tail and long hair that danced in the wind, looking ethereal and handsome. Its golden pupils and tall body were filled with explosive muscles that flowed with movement. A faint white light surrounded it, making it exceptionally conspicuous in the darkness. How could there be such a beautiful horse in the world? However, this horse was strange. While other horses grazed, this one was eating. Meng Jing noticed this, and naturally, Jiang Ping'an did too. However, he did not recognize what kind of it was. In this world, there were billions of living beings, and it was normal not to recognize every. He also did not know what level this was. Jiang Ping'an wanted to rush forward, but was afraid that this might be too powerful, putting himself in danger. Just as he thought of this, a warm current flowed from his right eye, and he could clearly see the energy fluctuations within the level 5 of Qi training. Jiang Ping'an was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Why could he also see the energy inside the? Did this right? I have the ability to identify the level of living beings? Normally, it was very difficult to know the exact strength of the other party unless a cultivator released their aura. However, this right, I seemed to have some special power that allowed him to perceive the energy fluctuations of the other party even when they did not release their energy. Jiang Ping'an was overjoyed. This ability could greatly enhance his survival capability. After all, knowing the opponent's strength in advance would allow him to prepare accordingly. Seeing that this level was not high, he suddenly dashed out from behind a tree. The white, seeing him, turned and fled. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an activated the heavenly kill technique. Countless ghostly figures of corpses appeared, some with heads severed, some turned into mummified bodies, some with broken bodies, blood converging into rivers. The forest, which had been somewhat desolate, became chillingly eerie with the appearance of these tragic corpses. The chirping of insects abruptly stopped, and in the distance, Meng Jing's petite body suddenly straightened, trembling, her small face showing terror. How many people had Jiang Ping'an killed with the heavenly kill technique? She recognized the spell Jiang Ping'an was using. The 4 assassins they encountered earlier that day had released a similar phenomenon, but none were as terrifying as the one released by Jiang Ping'an alone. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Was this guy a great demon? The white, closer to Jiang Ping'an, felt the most fear. Its golden pupils were filled with terror. Jiang Ping'an himself was not feeling well either. His head felt dizzy. Using the heavenly kill technique really consumed mental energy, and just after a brief moment of use, he was starting to struggle. Jiang Ping'an quickly retracted the illusion and jumped onto the back of this strange white. The moment he saw this, he fell in love with it. This was truly too handsome, taller than ordinary horses, with flowing and natural hair, surrounded by strange white light spots. Ever since he saw a warrior riding an eagle, Jiang Ping'an had wanted to have his own mount. He had even asked elderly how to find mount, who told him he could buy one in Black Wind County, but the price was very high. Jiang Ping'an had not had the time to go to Black Wind County, so this matter was put on hold. Seeing this beautiful and handsome today reignited his desire. Jumping onto this back, Jiang Ping'an tightly hugged its neck. It let out a screech and jumped vigorously, trying to shake Jiang Ping'an off. But Jiang Ping'an was determined to subdue this, no matter what. It was furious, using all 4 limbs to jump high onto a sturdy tree branch, then turning its body to crash down towards the ground. Bang! They crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying. Jiang Ping'an let out a muffled grunt, but still clung tightly to its neck, refusing to let go. Jiang Ping'an held on tighter. Surrender to me. This seemed to understand his words and became even angrier, jumping even higher and crashing its back against the ground again. Jiang Ping'an still did not let go. Surrender to me. I want this. I want it. Meng Jing's body returned to normal, and, seeing Jiang Ping'an's actions, guessed what he was trying to do. She had also taken a liking to this beautiful and rushed over from a distance, jumping onto this back. It roared, struggling violently, its golden eyes filled with anger and resentment. How dare these 2 humans ride on its back? It was unforgivable. Meng Jing almost got thrown off and clung tightly to Jiang Ping'an's back. Get down quickly. It's dangerous, Jiang Ping'an shouted. She was the daughter of a general, and the general had done him a favor. He could not let her be in danger. No, this is so beautiful. I want it too. You subdue it and sell it to me. Meng Jing's legs were a bit short, and she couldn't secure herself on the horse's back. So she wrapped her calves around Jiang Ping'an's body. Jiang Ping'an wanted to say something, but the white suddenly took off running. The terrifying speed startled him, and he tightened his grip on this neck. Trees flew past them in a blur, branches hitting him painfully. Meng Jing lay on Jiang Pingin's back, squinting her eyes and not daring to fully open them. Looking at the galloping, her small face filled with shock. This was almost as fast as my father's speed. Could have already given birth to a demonic spirit. Was equivalent to a cultivator's foundation establishment. Jiang Pingin was also astonished by the speed. It was too fast. It hadn't even given birth to, just at the level of 5 layers of qi training. Impossible. How could a level 5 martial arts be so fast? It wasn't a flying. Meng Jing's voice broke slightly, clearly more shocked upon learning the level of this. Chapter 28. The dignity of the beast after the shock. Jiang Pingin felt joy. This had a low realm, but such terrifying speed. If this were to grow, how powerful would it become? If he could subdue it, escaping would be faster than others. Jiang Pingin's life philosophy was entirely in line with his name. Everything was for peace. Seeing this prowess, he was even less likely to give up. You need to get down quickly to avoid danger. Jiang Pingin lowered his head, reminding Meng Jing, who was hanging on him. No, if you're not afraid of danger, then I certainly am not afraid. Meng Jing said she wasn't afraid, but her body locked onto him even tighter. She suddenly noticed something and shouted, "There's a rock wall ahead." Jiang Pingin opened his eyes to see a steep rock wall towering 100 meters ahead. The white did not slow down upon seeing the rock wall. Instead, it accelerated again. Jiang Pingin's heart sank. Was this planning to take them down with it? At this speed, crashing into the rock wall would mean death or serious injury. Jiang Pingin instinctively wanted to abandon and jump off, but in the end, he held on, deciding to take a gamble. Even if this had a bad temper, it was unlikely to die easily. Even if it really intended to perish together. With his current physical condition, the probability of death was low. The distance to the rock wall was getting closer, and Meng Jing panicked. "Get down. It wants to perish together." Jiang Pingin's eyes were incredibly determined as he activated the blood qi technique, preparing to endure the impact. Meng Jing, seeing that the other party had no intention of descending, shouted loudly, "You idiot! If I get hurt, you'll have to take care of me for the rest of your life." After cursing, she quickly closed her eyes, waiting for the terrifying collision. After a while, she felt no pain. Instead, her body leaned back as a force pulled her downward. What was going on? Meng Jing opened her eyes in confusion and was met with an even more shocking scene. The white beast, resembling a horse, was actually racing up the cliff wall. This was a cliff nearly vertical to the ground. The beast was moving as if it were on flat ground. What kind of beast was this? Even though Meng Jing had some knowledge, she had never seen such a creature. Just a few meters away from the top of the cliff, the white beast suddenly leaped up. At that moment, the moonlight and the white beast complemented each other, creating a beautiful scene. Jiang Pingin held tightly onto the beast's neck, while Meng Jing firmly locked onto Jiang Pingin. With a thud, the beast landed on top of the cliff and raced away at high speed. A soldier from Ping Shui County, who was just lowering his head in the restroom, felt a white shadow pass by and was startled. He looked up but found nothing. Turning back, he shouted to a soldier who was drinking, "Old Zhao, did you see that white shadow just now? What are you talking about? You've had too much to drink. Hurry up and pee. Then continue drinking," Old Zhao urged, holding his bottle. "Oh, maybe I saw it wrong." The soldier shivered, pulled up his pants, and returned to drinking. This cliff was one of the connections between Lian County and Ping Shui County. Because it was too steep, it was difficult to attack from this side, so the defense here was not strict with only a few soldiers on duty. The white shadow that just passed was the white beast ridden by Jiang Pingin. Meng Jing held on to Jiang Pingin tightly, her face pale. "Jiang Pingin, it seems like we've run into Ping Shui County." Jiang Pingin did not respond, gazing at the galloping steed with a look of fondness. Seeing that he offered no comfort or even a response, Meng Jing angrily bit Jiang Pingin's neck. "You deadwood, you'll never find a wife in this life." Jiang Pingin ignored her. Just as Oldly said, girls often get inexplicably angry. Oldly said at times like this, one should coax them. But Jiang Pingin did not think that was correct. The inexplicable anger was her problem. Why should the man have to coax her? This beast was truly powerful. He had to get it. Inside the general's residence of Lian County, Meng Kuo touched the scar on his face, his eyes fixed on the map, studying the winter combat plan. "General, not good. A soldier suddenly rushed in. Meng Kuo scolded the soldier. How many times have I told you to stay calm at all times? What kind of demeanor is this? It's a young lady. She's missing. The soldier shouted. What? What happened? Where did she go? Meng Kuo's face changed dramatically as he forgot his earlier words. Not only that, but Captain Jiang is also missing, the soldier said in a panic. Originally anxious, Meng Kuo suddenly froze upon hearing this, then sighed in relief. All right, no need to worry. If something had happened, they wouldn't both be missing. Young people will often go missing at night. Just go back. Meng Kuo said meaningfully. My daughter has grown up. That Jiang Pingan kid is not bad. He has good talent, practices diligently, and has no bad habits. He is very suitable to be a son-in-law. The white beast ran until dawn, finally exhausted, collapsing next to a pool of water. Jiang Pingan still held onto its neck, fearing it might be pretending and would run away once he let go. With the speed of this beast, he could never catch up. How's my mount? Jiang Pingan asked. Beasts are intelligent, and this one seemed even smarter, able to understand human speech. The beast closed its eyes, panting heavily, ignoring him. Jiang Pingan took out a qi gathering pill and put it in the beast's mouth. The beast wanted to spit it out, but feeling the energy, it swallowed it. Follow me, and I'll give you a qi gathering pill every day, Jiang Pingan said. Qi gathering pill? You're giving it a qi gathering pill? You're wasting it. Meng Jing suddenly exclaimed. A qi gathering pill is equivalent to 30 or 40 spirit stones and has the effect of accelerating cultivation. Although this beast was powerful, this was way too wasteful. 1 pill a day was equivalent to consuming 3 or 4 dozen blood qi pills. Even if their general's residence wanted to raise this beast, it would be a bit difficult. Was Jiang Pingan trying to deceive the beast? Meng Jing didn't believe Jiang Pingan had that many resources, but believed he was deceiving the beast. How about 2 pills? Jiang Pingan said again. The white beast's head glanced over, clearly disdainful. 3 pills. For pills. Jiang Pingan kept raising the offer. Meng Jing sighed and said, Stop wasting your effort. This beast is not an ordinary creature. It has its pride and is not like other beasts that can be easily tamed. She could see that this beast was extraordinary. Its speed could rival that of a Foundation establishment cultivator who couldn't fly, despite only being at the 5th level of qi refinement. It was very likely a type of exotic beast. Such exotic species are typically very proud. Just like human cultivators, the stronger the talent, the heavier the pride in their hearts. You can kill a genius, but it's hard to make a genius lower their head. Last offer, 5 qi gathering pills a day. If not, then forget it, Jiang Pingan said. I told you, stop wasting your effort. This is an exotic beast. Meng Jing hadn't finished speaking when her voice suddenly stopped. Her mouth agape in shock, because she saw that the previously proud exotic beast suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth wide. Meng Jing, damn it, how shameless. You're an exotic beast. How can you yield so easily? Where's your pride? Your dignity? Chapter 29. Submission. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with an autumn chill in the air. Under the night sky, the white horse was surrounded by dots of white light, its supple tail swaying, mouth open, looking as if it wanted to eat. Meng Jing was very angry. This exotic beast was actually slapping her in the face, opening its shameless mouth. Wasn't it said that exotic beasts are proud? It yielded to 5 qi gathering pills. That being said, 5 qi gathering pills in a day was indeed a lot. She placed her hands on her slim waist and angrily said to Jiang Pingan, It agreed, but do you have enough qi gathering pills to raise it? 5 a day is equivalent to the effect of consuming 200 spirit stones. With this price, you could hire a Foundation establishment cultivator to work for you. How does Jiang Pingan have that many resources to support this exotic beast? So in the end, this beast still wouldn't submit. Jiang Pingan, seeing that the beast agreed, smiled slightly and used his mind to communicate with his storage bag, causing 4 fragrant qi gathering pills to float out. Meng Jing's eyes widened again. This guy could actually take out 5 qi gathering pills. How could he be wealthier than the daughter of a general? Jiang Pingan grasped the 4 qi gathering pills, staring intently into the beast's golden pupils. Let me be clear, I give you resources, you become my mount. When I can no longer provide resources, you can leave. However, if you eat my pills and dare to run away, I will not be polite. At that moment, Jiang Pingin's expression turned cold as he activated the celestial killing technique. Countless corpses appeared around them, and a murderous aura filled the air. Both Meng Jing and the white beast trembled. However, the strange phenomenon quickly disappeared, and the pressure on both the person and the beast suddenly vanished. Jiang Pingin didn't understand how to tame beasts. He simply treated this beast like a person and made a trade. This behavior seemed very foolish in the eyes of others. Jiang Pingin loosened his grip on the beast's neck and placed the 4 qi gathering pills in its mouth. I don't know what kind of beast you are, so I'll just treat you like a horse. From today on, your name is Little White. What a casual name, Meng Jing commented beside him. It's simple and easy to take care of. Jiang Pingin got off the horse. He swallowed 5 qi gathering pills, and the white horse regained some strength and stood up again. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy radiated from its body, its hair fluttering, becoming even whiter and brighter. Looking quite beautiful in the night, it actually broke through directly. The white horse glanced at Jiang Pingin with complex golden eyes, then looked at Jiang Pingin's storage bag, and proudly turned its head away, lying back down without escaping. Jiang Pingin smiled slightly and patted its soft hair. With this fast beast, his survival ability would greatly improve in the future. I suggest selling this beast to exchange for resources, Meng Jing whispered to Jiang Pingin. She didn't believe he could provide enough resources for this beast. If sold, they could get a lot of resources, which would be the most cost-effective. Jiang Pingin didn't respond. It was almost dawn, and after resting for an hour, they would go back. He could replicate 10 qi gathering pills every day. Spending 5 was quite a lot, but he could still afford it. Expenses that could save lives were worth it. Men are really all bad. Meng Jing was very unhappy to see the boy being so indifferent towards her. No one had ever treated her so coldly. Just wait. Miss Ben will defeat you sooner or later. I will receive rewards from the county governor, and I will get more rewards in the subsequent competitions. And my cultivation will improve rapidly. Meng Jing angrily sat down to start cultivating. She thought Jiang Pingin was indifferent because he thought she was weak and unworthy of speaking to him. In fact, she misunderstood. Jiang Pingin was neither overly enthusiastic nor cold towards people he just met. He was just normal, and because others were enthusiastic towards Meng Jing, it led to the perception that Jiang Pingin's normal conversation was indifference. Jiang Pingin didn't explain either. He sat beside and admired his newly acquired mount. Meng Jing practiced martial arts and couldn't stay awake like cultivators. After a tiring night, she fell asleep as soon as she sat down to cultivate. In the morning, Jiang Pingin woke Meng Jing up. It was time to go back. Meng Jing reluctantly opened her eyes, drooling, looking dazed, without the arrogance and mischief she had when awake. After getting on a white horse, Meng Jing originally sat behind Jiang Pingin, but feeling like she would fall off, she crawled into Jiang Pingin's arms. This was an unconscious action she made while half asleep. Jiang Pingin shook his head helplessly. If this girl didn't make a fuss, she would be just as good as Tiger Girl. Let's go, Jiang Pingin commanded. The white horse disdainfully curled its lip, but still started running. After running for an hour, Jiang Pingin suddenly thought of something and asked, Little White, do you know the way back? Little White shook its head. Jiang Pingin, you ran for an hour without knowing the way? It seemed this beast wasn't very smart. Jiang Pingin thought it would be better to ask a villager. There were farmlands nearby, which meant there were farmers. Jiang Pingin rode his horse to the top of the mountain and immediately saw a village. Jiang Pingin was delighted, but his smile quickly disappeared and turned into a grimace. At the foot of the mountain, a group of soldiers were entangled with farmers. Please, we beg you, spare us. This is our last bit of food. My children are starving. Without this food, we won't survive the winter. I don't give a damn whether you starve or not. If you don't want to pay, then die. A soldier drew his sword and killed a woman who blocked his path. Blood flowed everywhere. Wife. Seeing his wife die tragically, the husband completely exploded. You beasts. You've taken all the food we produced this year, and it's still not enough. How are we supposed to live? If you don't let us live, then let's all die together. I rebel. I rebel too. Let's fight them. A group of farmers, pushed to their limits, completely erupted and charged at the soldiers with farming tools. A group of soldiers sneered. Idiots, you want to fight us? Kill the men. Send the women to the military camp. These soldiers were merciless, raising their weapons and attacking the rebellious civilians. One by one, farmers fell down, and small children sat on the ground crying, their sorrowful cries echoing throughout the village, the ground stained red with blood. Ordinary villagers had no professional training and poor weapons, making it impossible for them to fight against the soldiers. "You deserve to die." A furious shout suddenly rang out, startling both sides. A young man charged in on a handsome white steed. The white steed stomped on the head of a soldier who was about to kill a villager, crushing it. Team leader Jiang Jun, seeing this, roared in anger, "You little bastard, dare to attack our soldiers? You're courting death. Leave that horse here and kneel to apologize, or I'll kill your whole family." Jiang Jun had never seen such a handsome horse before. He liked it at first sight. The pure white horse, without a hint of impurities, looked very valuable. He was afraid of hurting the horse and wanted the boy to get off first. "Ha, kill my whole family." Jiang Pingan looked at the corpses on the ground, laughing madly with rage. "What is the difference between you bastards and bandits? You all deserve to die." Only those who have personally experienced it can understand what these villagers have endured. The food they had worked hard for a year to gather was stolen. And that wasn't enough. They even wanted to kill people, completely not treating them as humans. "You little bastard are nothing," Jiang Jun shouted angrily. "I'll say one last time, get off the horse quickly, or I'll kill your whole family." Team leader, he seems to be that person. A soldier suddenly spoke, tremblingly, fear in his eyes, shaking uncontrollably. "Who? Which wealthy family's offspring? Damn it, say it clearly." Jiang Jun kicked the stuttering soldier down. "He asked the one who killed Captain Shui Xiao and Captain Su Hao." The soldier shouted in fear. Chapter 30, Captain Marin. Upon learning the boy's identity, Jiang Jun's grim expression suddenly froze and turned into terror. He looked closer at the boy, noticing he was a bit different from the portrait, having lost his previous childishness, but still resembling it. Jiang Jun's heart was filled with fear. He had just been appointed as a team leader, at most on the same level as team leader Shui Xiao. And this boy could kill Su Hao, indicating he was much stronger than him. Seeing Jiang Pingan's murderous expression, Jiang Jun fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Young master, I was forced into this. It was our Captain Marin who forced me. I didn't want to kill ordinary people, but if I don't act, they'll kill me. Please, young master, spare my worthless life. I'll drop my military status and never harm anyone again." Just then, a cloud of dust arose not far away as hundreds of cavalrymen approached. Kneeling Jiang Jun showed a look of wild joy, instantly standing up, grinning maliciously at Jiang Pingan and shouting, "Little brat, you're done for. Our Captain Marin is coming with 300 cavalry. Ha, you idiot. How dare you come back? Just wait to die." Before he finished speaking, a fireball smashed over, instantly engulfing his whole body in flames. Jiang Jun screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. But this wasn't ordinary fire. It was released by a cultivator and wouldn't be easily put out. Amidst his shrieks of horror, Jiang Jun was burned alive, enduring immense pain before death. Not just him. Several other soldiers were also burned to death. The villagers watched this scene, feeling extremely relieved. "Little brother, hurry and run. Take revenge for us in the future." A wounded villager shouted anxiously. They all knew about Jiang Pingan's situation. This matter had spread in Pingshui County. Only if this young man survived could he kill more bastards and take revenge for them. "Haha, little bastard. You actually dare to come back." Marin, seeing Jiang Pingan, almost thought he was seeing things. This idiot isn't hiding well in Lianshan County and actually ran back to Pingshui County. Isn't he looking for death? Wait a minute. Why does the girl in this kid's arms look so familiar? She's Meng Jing, the daughter of General Meng Kuo from Lianshan County. Marin felt that heaven was favoring him, wanting him to achieve great merit. If he could take care of Jiang Pingan and Meng Jing, that would be a significant achievement. With this great merit, he could later negotiate conditions with the county governor to exchange for higher-level martial arts techniques. With advanced martial arts techniques, he could break through to become a martial master, shake off his captain status, and become a general. Marin had already begun to imagine himself as a general. Ha! A booming laugh erupted as Marin drew his military knife and charged on horseback towards Jiang Pingan and Meng Jing. In his eyes, these weren't just two people, but two military achievements that could be easily obtained. Meng Jing also recognized the opponent, filled with despair. The other party was one of the two strongest captains in Pingshuan County, very close to the level of a 9th-layer Qi training practitioner. Being targeted by such a person, especially with hundreds of soldiers following, meant certain death. Jiang Pingan, you've caused this young lady's demise. In the next life, you will wash my feet for a lifetime. Meng Jing gritted her teeth, preparing to get off the exotic beast and fight to the death, but was tightly embraced by Jiang Pingan around her slim waist. Hold on tight. I'll take you to kill the enemy. Pressed against Jiang Pingan's chest, Meng Jing felt an unusual warmth. A strange current flowing in her heart as she stared blankly at the stern young man in front of her. He was the captain. She couldn't possibly win against him. She should run quickly with this exotic beast. Maybe they could escape. Jiang Pingan didn't run, but infused spiritual energy into the rune knife, several basic runes flashing on it. Xiao Bai, charge with all you might. Hearing the command, the exotic beast's legs slightly sank, and then it quickly charged forward. A streak of white light flashed by, and before Marin understood what was happening, Jiang Pingan had already reached in front of him. What kind of horse is this? Zulfust. Marin's heart jolted. Just as this thought arose, a burst of rune light suddenly erupted in front of him. A knife struck forward, activating the life-saving rune on his body. The rune shattered, and a tremendous force sent Marin flying. Shock, fear, and disbelief surged within him. Impossible. How could you have such strength? Marin landed on the ground, stabilizing his body. His heart filled with shock as he stared fearfully at Jiang Pingan. If it weren't for the protective talisman, he would have undoubtedly died from that blow. Just over a month ago, he had kicked this guy into a cripple. How had he become so strong in just a month? Jiang Pingan narrowed his eyes slightly. More runes. If it weren't for the runes, he would have already resolved his opponent with one strike. He rode Xiaobai again, charging towards Marin. Marin frantically retreated while pulling out a rune, infusing it with spiritual energy, and shouted at the rune. General, Jiang Pingan and Meng Qua's daughter Meng Jing have mistakenly entered our Pingshuan County in Hai Guzi Township. Quick, send support. Oh no, it's a sound transmission rune. Meng Jing shouted anxiously. The sound transmission rune, a special and expensive talisman, could convey a message when infused with spiritual energy, after which the rune would burn and instantly transmit the message to another rune. Such runes are costly and are usually used only in emergencies. Marin believed this was an emergency. He didn't want to use the sound transmission rune unless absolutely necessary. But now things felt very wrong. Jiang Pingan's strength was oddly great, and that strange white horse was unnaturally fast. Jiang Pingan had charged right up to Marin, swinging the knife in his hand again. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. Marin immediately swung his knife with all his might to counter. At that moment, a glimmer flashed in Jiang Pingan's right eye. The opponent's movements suddenly paused. Of course, it could only stop him for a moment, because using the ability of his right eye consumed mental and spiritual energy. The stronger the opponent, the greater the energy consumption for control. The opponent's strength was not weak. If he tried to control him strongly, the energy cost would be very high. However, the brief pause reduced a lot of power, achieving the intended purpose. Both blades generated 3 phantoms simultaneously. Marin's pupils contracted sharply. Third layer of the phantom blade. The opponent actually mastered the 3rd layer of the phantom blade. Marin had practiced martial arts for decades and only recently grasped the 3rd layer, while the opponent was just 14 years old and had only learned the phantom blade technique for 2 months. This boy is a martial arts genius. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sparking. Marin felt a terrifying force transmit from his right arm. The knife in his hand was knocked away, his arm trembling violently, and blood flowed from the tiger's mouth on his hand. Shockblade art, 2nd layer. Meng Jing, in Jiang Pingan's arms, had her mouth agape as if she were stunned. She had just given Jiang Pingan the shockblade art a month ago, and he had actually already learned the 2nd layer. Jiang Pingan swung the knife in his hand, and a large head flew up, blood scattering. The expression on that head was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the boy who had been easily toyed with by him a month ago now had the strength to kill him in an instant. The hundreds of soldiers charging from behind suddenly halted, fear written on all their faces. The captain is dead. Chapter 31. Crisis in Lianshan County's army in just 2 moves. The captain was killed by the boy. Marin was one of the 2 strongest captains in Pingshuan County. He actually died in the blink of an eye. For experts, every moment in battle is a life-and-death moment. But to others, it seemed like the 2 had only exchanged 2 moves. Meng Jing secretly pinched herself, as she doubted this was a dream. Jiang Pinyin actually killed Captain Marin in an instant. The captain is dead. Shoot arrows. Quick, shoot arrows. The hundreds of soldiers were terrified. In just 2 months, the boy had actually grown to such an extent. Jiang Pinyin had almost been kicked to death by Marin. Fortunately, Li Yuntian appeared and saved him. Today could be considered revenge. Watching the hundreds of soldiers preparing to draw their bows and shoot arrows, Jiang Pinyin shouted, "Xiaobai, charge into the crowd." Only by entering the crowd could they not use bows and arrows. Xiaobai's hooves pushed hard, dodging left and right, and charged into the crowd at high speed. Jiang Pinyin wielded the knife in his hand, venting his anger. It was their oppression that drove his parents to death. It was their inaction that allowed bandits to kill villagers. It was this group of bastards that caused countless civilians to starve to death. They deserved to die. The light of the knife flashed, the cold gleam erupted, and among the hundreds of soldiers, 1 man and 1 horse moved as if in a realm of no one. Only blood could quell Jiang Pingyin's wrath, and only corpses could suppress his hatred. They all deserved to die. He activated his right eye and unleashed the heavenly slaughter technique. Countless, ghostly figures of corpses floated in the void, the murderous aura enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters, the cold breath freezing the horses and soldiers around. Jiang Pinyin raised his hand and released 3 fireballs, smashing into the crowd, while his other hand wielded the knife, reaping their lives. Meng Jing was mesmerized. It was the first time she saw such a fierce and terrifying Jiang Pinyin. But she didn't find him scary. Instead, she felt that he radiated light, making everyone around him seem dull and lifeless. Villagers in the distance were also stunned. Is this still a human? A young man facing hundreds of soldiers. And he actually has the advantage. At the same time, at the border between Lianshan County and Pingshuan County, both sides knew that winter was about to start the war, and the troops deployed at the front line were increasing. General Su Tao of Pingshuan County was inspecting the front line when he suddenly sensed something and took out a talisman from his pocket. The rune began to burn, and Marin's anxious voice came from it. "General, Jiang Pinyin and Meng Kuo's daughter Meng Jing have mistakenly entered our Pingshuan County in Haiguzi Township. Quick, send support." Su Tao was stunned. How could Jiang Pinyin and Meng Kuo's daughter Meng Jing be within the borders of Pingshuan County? Marin wouldn't joke about this. It must be true. Haha, heaven is helping me. These 2 idiots. Meng Kuo's daughter actually came over here. Haha, Su Tao laughed wildly. "Someone come with me." "No, it's wrong. All troops, form ranks and launch an attack directly on Lianshan County." He originally planned to go over and capture her, as Meng Kuo's daughter was a significant asset, his soft spot. However, after thinking it over, there were only Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing over there. With Malin around, these 2 wouldn't be able to escape at all. They would definitely be killed. Now, launching a surprise attack on Lianshan County would catch them off guard, and then use this matter to attack Meng Kuo psychologically. Taking Lianshan County and killing Meng Kuo. Today would be the day. Upon receiving the general's orders, the soldiers at the front quickly assembled. Apart from those collecting grain outside and the soldiers stationed in the county town, there were 3,500 soldiers at the front. The sudden attack indeed caught Lianshan County off guard. The soldiers of Lianshan County retreated over 10 miles. However, as Meng Kuo and others arrived with soldiers, they formed a large formation, turning their defense into an offense. Both sides arranged their soldiers and formed military might, attacking each other. Military might, a special force composed of soldiers. In simple terms, it means gathering everyone's strength together to form a massive weapons illusion. The weapons illusion carries everyone's strength. Now, both armies had a gigantic sword dozens of meters long in the sky, controlled by the generals of both sides. The swords clashed, raising dust, uprooting trees, and stirring the clouds in the sky, showcasing an astonishing might. Once the military might of both sides collided and dissipated, it would turn into personal combat. However, eliminating the opponent's military might was not an easy task. Haha, Meng Kuo, don't you think something is missing? Su Tao rode his warhorse, controlling the military might soared to attack from the front. When both sides had equal strength, there were two ways to break the military might. The first was to disrupt the opponent's formation, affecting the momentum's gathering. The second was to target the core figure of the military might, the controller. Su Tao's side was outnumbered and at a disadvantage in the military might confrontation, yet he wore a grim smile of confidence. Meng Kuo's heart sank, feeling an ominous premonition. The opponent's sudden attack, and yet they could still smile while being at a disadvantage, clearly indicated they had some preparations. Seeing that the opponent seemed unaware, Su Tao laughed loudly. Haha, it seems you still don't know. Let me tell you, your daughter and that Jiang Ping'an you rescued are right now in my Ping Shui County. At this moment, Malin was leading his 300 cavalry to surround the two. What? Meng Kuo's expression changed drastically. His only soft spot was his daughter, but why did she and Jiang Ping'an end up in the opponent's territory? Although it seemed very unlikely, if it weren't true, the opponent wouldn't have taken the risk to launch a surprise attack. His daughter and Jiang Ping'an had indeed disappeared. Malin was very famous, one of the two most likely to become a general in the future, and his strength was unquestionable. With 300 cavalry surrounding Jiang Ping'an and his daughter, even if Jiang Ping'an and his daughter had exceptional talent, they couldn't possibly contend against him. Xiao Jing. As Meng Kuo's mental state faltered, the military might forming in the sky suddenly weakened. Su Tao seized the opportunity, controlling the sword to launch a frenzied attack. Ha! Your daughter is so beautiful, with the potential to bring disaster at a young age. TSK, that Malin is extremely lecherous. Who knows what he might do to your daughter? The military might on Lianshan County's side grew weaker, every soldier feeling the pressure, their faces turning pale and breathing heavily. General, don't believe his wicked words. Hold steady, Li Yuntian shouted from the side. If this continued, once their military might was broken, they would be lambs to the slaughter. Wicked words? Then were Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing. Su Tao's face was filled with the joy of victory. Soon he would take Lianshan County. This would be a significant military achievement, sure to please the county governor. With this military achievement, further advancement would be within reach. Meng Kuo bit his tongue, trying to calm himself with pain, but thinking of his daughter's safety made his heart race. He had been trying very hard to hold on. But the mental state was not something one could control at will. Otherwise, anyone could become a person of great will. Anyone could rise above others. This is why it is said that kindness does not command soldiers, and righteousness does not command wealth. Many who command soldiers and wealth cultivate a ruthless path, making themselves devoid of soft spots. Only then can they maximize their effectiveness and lead their armies to victory. Crack! After holding on for an hour, the military might soared above Lianshan County exploded, and every soldier felt a force crashing into their chests, extremely uncomfortable. Haha, Meng Kuo's son, I win. Lianshan County is mine. Su Tao laughed maniacally, urging the military might soar to slash at Meng Kuo. Although Meng Kuo was a martial master and could withstand a few blows, he was ultimately going to die. Everyone retreat. Meng Kuo roared, his eyes turning red, his face filled with the determination to fight to the death. He prepared to block the opponent's attack with his life, buying time for the soldiers behind. His daughter was dead, his army had failed, and he didn't want to live anymore. You can't escape. The military might sword slash toward Meng Kuo. Just as Meng Kuo was about to resist, the gigantic sword above suddenly vanished. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. What happened? Why did the sword disappear? The military might of the Ping Shui County Army clearly hadn't been broken. Suddenly, everyone realized something and looked toward the back of the Ping Shui County Army. They saw a blood-soaked youth riding a white steed, wildly waving his sword in the ranks. Fireballs burst forth, filling the sky with the illusion of dead bodies, dyeing the space red. The army's formation was disrupted, and those around fled in terror. Ping'an, Jiang Ping'an, seeing the shadow of the young man. Both Meng Kuo and Su Tao shouted simultaneously. One was excited, the other filled with rage. "Dad!" Meng Jing cried out excitedly upon seeing her father. "Xiao Jing!" Meng Kuo wept tears of joy. "How is this possible? Why aren't you dead?" Looking at Jiang Pingyun, who had broken the general's formation, Su Tao roared in anger. "What is that useless Malin doing?" Amidst the thousands of troops, Jiang Pingyun charged through. The white beast he rode, not stained with a drop of blood, pure and flawless. As he trampled over corpses with the speed of a whirlwind. In the midst of thousands of troops, it was as if he were in a world of his own. "You little bastard. Damn it." Su Tao was furious. He was on the verge of killing Meng Kuo when Jiang Pingyun broke his formation. Su Tao prepared to ride over and deal with the opponent. Just then, a terrifying aura came from behind, and he quickly raised his blade to block. "Your opponent is me." Meng Kuo completely abandoned his defense and attacked recklessly. His daughter had almost faced disaster, and his army was on the brink of destruction. He had to do something to alleviate his inner guilt. The two martial masters erupted into a fierce battle, and no one dared to approach within hundreds of meters. The shockwaves generated by the two could kill an ordinary martial artist. Jiang Pingyun dashed through the Pingshui County army and arrived beside Li Tianyan. "Old Li, take good care of her." Jiang Pingyun placed Meng Jing down. Li Yuntian, seeing Jiang Pingyun covered in blood with a murderous intent, wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Jiang Pingyun fed Xiao by 5 qi gathering pills and took 2 blood qi pills himself before charging back into the battlefield. Kill. The soldiers of Lianshan County, who had nearly been wiped out, held their breath. Seeing the youth and the general battling, they roared and charged forward. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. After leaving Jiang Pingyun, Meng Jing felt as if something was missing, a hollow feeling. Li Yuntian, seeing the girl's expression, suddenly smiled and said, "The youth's pace is quick. It won't be easy to catch up with him. You can't be too playful in the future. Who wants to chase him? I don't care. Even if I play around, I'm still better than him." Meng Jing bit her small tiger tooth, drew out her short knife, and rushed into the battlefield. Li Yuntian shook his head with a smile. Meng Jing's talent was not weaker than Jiang Pingyun's, but she was too playful, casually practicing every day without seriousness. His gaze fell on a young man in the white horse and blood-colored attire, and Li Yuntian's expression became dazed. This child will surely make a name for himself in Hafen County. The clash of swords and shields, knives and armor wove a symphony of life and death, each swing. Each collision filled with the breath of a decisive battle. The sounds of killing, shouting, and screaming merged into one. The setting sun, autumn wind, the glint of blades. Arrow feathers, long spears, the moment of life and death. The young man rode alone, his long knife shattering armor. "You brat, D, a captain of the enemy army, wielding a long spear, charged forward. The spear shot out like a dragon, its edge gleaming. Jiang Pingyun grabbed the spear, and through the effect of his right eye, the opponent's movements were as slow as a snail. With a casual slash, the captain's head fell. Some soldiers who wanted to sneak attack Jiang Pingyun were so scared by this scene that their scalps went numb. The captain was actually chopped down like a cucumber. What kind of monster is this young man? He is only 14 or 15. At that moment, shouts suddenly erupted from behind Pingshui County. "Kill! Kill these bastards who are robbing grain. Overthrow the general of Pingshui County. Cut them down. Avenge our loved ones." A group of farmers, armed with makeshift weapons, rushed onto the battlefield. They were filled with righteous anger, their eyes blazing with fury. This was an opportunity for rebellion. They had to fight for their future. In fact, Meng Kuo wanted to save Jiang Pingyun for the hearts of the people of Pingshui County. The soldiers of Pingshui County did not treat the people well. Saving Jiang Pingyun and spreading his deeds would create public opinion, letting people know about the rebellion. However, Meng Kuo hadn't had the chance to mobilize the people there when the war broke out. All of this was due to Jiang Pingyun. He had dealt with Marin and the soldiers, leaving behind weapons. These villagers picked up weapons and rushed towards the county town of Pingshui. The people in the county town joined the rebellion, and a large number of civilians flooded onto the battlefield. Although the civilians were not strong in combat, their numbers were overwhelming. Tens of thousands of civilians gathered together were much more intimidating than a few thousand soldiers standing together. Under the joint slaughter of the civilians and the soldiers of Lianshan County, some died and some surrendered. Why? Why is this happening? Su Tao realized that the situation was lost, roaring in anger, his voice shaking the heavens. His plan was perfect. Kill Meng Jing, break Meng Quo's military power, and win the war. Normally, things would have developed as he planned. However, he did not anticipate that once despised young man. The young man killed Marin, broke the military power, and changed the course of the war. Su Tao quickly took out a talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. My Ling Tai kingdom will definitely make your De Xia kingdom pay the price. Jiang Pinyin, you little bastard, don't even think about sleeping peacefully in this life. I will kill you. The runes glowed, and Su Tao left a roar before his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. It was actually a very rare teleportation talisman. Su Tao did not linger on the battlefield, fleeing madly. Others could die, but he could not. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. The general fled, and the other soldiers also abandoned the thought of resistance and directly surrendered. The battlefield fell silent for a moment before cheers erupted. The soldiers of Ping Shui County have been wiped out. Wu child, you see, the ones who caused your starvation are dead. Mother, those bastards are dead. Rest in peace. The oppressed people of Ping Shui County wept with joy, many embracing their loved ones. Jiang Pinyin looked at the happy faces of the crowd, and the killing intent on his face gradually dissipated. He sheathed his knife and, with his weary hand, stroked Xiao Bai's fur, weakly saying, "Let us go." Xiao Bai shook his head, dragging the exhausted Jiang Pinyin away. Meng Jing was very happy to see the victory in the war. For some reason, she particularly wanted to find that young man to share her joy. Soon, she spotted the conspicuous white horse. The white horse carried the young man, stepping away against the setting sun, that lonely figure standing out from the happy soldiers and civilians. "Hey, where are you going?" "Lianshan County is on the other side," Meng Jing shouted as she chased after him. "To pay tribute to my parents." Jiang Pinyin replied calmly. Meng Jing was stunned. She had just learned that he had lost his parents. Chapter 33, The Ninth Princess. "Dad, has Jiang Pinyin come back?" Meng Jing, wearing red little boots, walked back and forth in the room, her small face filled with anxiety, not knowing where to place her little hands. Sitting at the desk, handling official business, Meng Kuo rubbed his temples. "You've asked about this 30 times today, but he's been gone for a whole day, and he hasn't returned. That old bastard Su Tao has run away. What if he goes to find Jiang Pinyin for revenge?" Meng Jing's willow brows were filled with deep concern. Meng Kuo looked at his daughter with a half-smile. "Are you worried about Pinyin?" "Who else worried about him?" Meng Jing, like a little cat with its tail stepped on, shouted, "I wanted to feed him. If he dies just like that, how can I surpass him?" At this moment, a soldier walked in, clasping his fists and saying, "General, Captain Jiang has returned. He is back." Meng Jing was overjoyed, her little legs ready to run outside. But suddenly thought of something, stopped, put away her smile, and sat beside, eating pastries as if she didn't care about anything. Meng Kuo stood up to welcome Jiang Pinyin, who walked in just then. Seeing Jiang Pinyin, Meng Kuo's face was filled with joy and excitement. Quickly come sit." This victory in the war and the early end were all thanks to Jiang Pinyin. He had first forced Su Tao to launch a reckless attack, then disrupted the military formation, saving him and the soldiers. If it weren't for Jiang Pinyin, even if the war had started in winter, victory would not have been guaranteed. Moreover, Jiang Pinyin, at such a young age, already possessed the combat power to slay someone like Marin. His future achievements would be limitless. "General, I'm very sorry for startling the young lady." Jiang Pinyin apologized proactively. "I brought Meng Jing into Ping Shui County and was ambushed, almost causing trouble. It's not your fault. It's the young lady who was mischievous and insisted on following you." Meng Kuo already knew why the two had ended up in Ping Shui County and did not blame Jiang Pinyin. Meng Jing pouted in dissatisfaction. Her father had changed. He never used to blame her. Meng Kuo no longer had his previous imposing presence. Smiling as he said, "I have already reported the news to the county governor using a teleportation talisman. According to your great contribution, The county governor will soon issue rewards. If all goes well with your talent, the county governor will definitely invite you to participate in the 100-county competition. If you can place, the rewards will be even greater. Jiang Pinyin was slightly taken aback. The 100-county competition? What is that? This was the first time he had heard of this event. It should be some kind of competition. Meng Jing, sitting beside him, swung her little legs and explained, "It's a battle involving the pride of over 100 counties, all under 18 years old." While speaking, she raised her chin. The genius battle of Hafen County that I participated in before was to prepare for this 100-county competition. I just barely qualified by ranking 10th, and that was only the preliminary selection. The 9th princess is here. Just as they were talking, shouts came from outside. Meng Qua, Li Yuntian, and others changed their expressions and quickly stood up, kneeling on one knee, clasping their fists in wait. Even the mischievous Meng Jing became obedient, kneeling on one knee as well. Jiang Pinyin imitated their actions to pay his respects. The 9th princess? The princess of the Xia dynasty? Soon, a woman gracefully walked into the room. She wore a light gauze dress of green willows and yellow orioles, her figure curvaceous. Her long hair was tied up, with several crystal-clear jade hairpins pinned up, and exquisite accessories swayed as she moved. Her demeanor was gentle and elegant, each step resembling a dance of grace. Beautiful, mature, and stunning, her eyes were as deep as the starry sky, making one unconsciously addicted. Lord County Guardian, a group of people respectfully bowed and greeted. "Get up." The woman's voice was magnetic, making people inexplicably feel a sense of goodwill. "Lord County Guardian, why didn't you inform me in advance so I could prepare?" Meng Kuo stood up, his expression respectful. The other party was not only the county guardian of Hafen County, but also the 9th princess of the Daxia dynasty. "No need to prepare anything. I just came to take a look, say what I need to say, and then leave." Xia Qing smiled as she walked to Meng Jing's side, ruffling her hair. "Xiao Jing is getting better. Hee, I've been working hard on my cultivation these past 2 days." Meng Jing was as obedient as a little kitten. Meng Kuo was very happy to see his daughter so close to Xia Qing. Establishing a good relationship with the 9th princess was a great opportunity for his daughter. Keep cultivating well, and aim for significant improvement in 6 months. Xia Qing did not have any lofty demeanor. Instead, she felt like a neighborly big sister. "I will definitely surpass that guy." Meng Jing looked defiantly at Jiang Pinyin. Xia Qing's gaze followed to Jiang Pinyin. Although this young man still looked quite youthful, the determination and calmness in his brow were rare for his age. "You are Jiang Pinyin?" "Yes, County Guardian." Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists in response. "So the 9th princess is actually the county guardian of Hafen County. No need to be so formal. I came today mainly for you." Xia Qing walked over and pressed down on Jiang Pinyin's head. "Your spiritual cultivation talent is quite average." Her slender fingers pressed against his forehead, and a drop of blood flew out of nowhere. After observing for a moment, she said, "Your physical cultivation talent is quite good. If you focus on physical cultivation in the future, you will achieve certain accomplishments. Abandon spiritual cultivation. It will hinder your progress." In just a short while, she had assessed Jiang Pinyin's talent. However, she seemed to show no surprise, as if she was used to such talents. "Jiang Pinyin, I want to invite you to participate in the 100-county competition. Will you join?" Li Yuntian quickly kicked Jiang Pinyin under the table. This was his opportunity, and he shouldn't miss it. Jiang Pinyin nodded and said, "I will participate, but I'm unclear about what this competition is. This is just a quota. You may not necessarily be able to participate. It depends on how much you can grow in the next 6 months. Now, let's talk about your military achievements. Your performance was outstanding. What reward do you want?" Xia Qing seemed to be in a hurry and didn't waste words. Jiang Pinyin pondered for a moment and said, "I want the supreme secret technique of Daxia." He wanted to become an immortal and find a way to resurrect the dead. Elderly had previously said that perhaps only by learning Daxia's supreme secret technique could one become an immortal. Therefore, he wanted this technique. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, and everyone looked at Jiang Pinyin in shock, almost thinking they had misheard. This was equivalent to picking up a copper coin for someone and, when asking for a reward, demanding a cartload of gold. "Is this a joke?" After a moment of silence, Xia Qing was not angry. Instead, She suddenly laughed, and her smile was so beautiful that the sun seemed to dim in comparison. Young man, this secret technique is not something an ordinary person can learn. If you can place in the top 10 of the 100-county competition, I will teach you this technique. Deal. Jiang Pinyin had actually just been testing the waters, and upon seeing the other party agree, he felt very excited. Beside him, Meng Jing couldn't bear it any longer and lightly kicked the boy, saying, "Hey, do you know what it means to be in the top 10 of the 100-county competition?" Jiang Pinyin shook his head. Meng Jing was speechless and explained, "It's selecting the top 10 geniuses from hundreds of counties to compete in the genius competition of hundreds of counties. In other words, over 10,000 geniuses will participate in this 100-county competition. If your strength doesn't reach the level of a martial artist or foundational stage, you won't even make it into the top 5,000. Not only that, but many participants will be late foundational stage cultivators, possessing various powerful bloodlines and excelling in various secret techniques. For ordinary people like us, making it into the top 1,000 would be an achievement." Jiang Pingyin's heart sank. He really hadn't expected the competition in this contest to be so fierce, with a group of foundational and martial artists. He thought his strength was impressive among his peers, but now it seemed very ordinary. The cultivation world was too vast. The small Yin county was hardly worth mentioning. However, Jiang Pinyin was not frightened. He said seriously, "I will work hard. If hard work is useful, then what do we need those geniuses for?" Meng Jing rolled her eyes at the man. This man was still inexperienced. Once he saw the true geniuses, he would know how great the gap was. Xia Qing smiled. She didn't really expect this boy to enter the top 10. She was just teasing him. Xia Qing casually tossed a storage bag to Jiang Pinyin. Inside were a cultivation technique and some elixirs, which were your military achievement rewards and this month's cultivation resources. "I have dripped your blood on the jade slip of the technique. Only you can see it. Others will self-destruct if they try. The technique is called Bodhi Body Secret, created by the strongest family in the human race. It only has one layer, but if you can cultivate it, it will be sufficient for you until the golden core stage." Upon hearing the explanation of the technique, Meng Kuo and the others were shocked. A technique created by the strongest family in the human race? How terrifying is this technique? Xia Qing continued, "This technique is exceptionally domineering. Most people cannot persist in practicing it. If you don't have the talent to practice this technique, come back to Hafen County in a month, and I will exchange it for another physical technique. In this month, try to finish up your miscellaneous matters. The following 5 months will be special training for you." "All right, we'll talk about other matters later. General Meng, take good care of Ping Shui County." Xia Qing ruffled Meng Jing's little head and turned to leave. Her purpose for coming here was to take a look at these two little geniuses and prepare for the competition. This event was extremely important to her, as it was related to whether she could return to the Daxia Imperial City. She also needed to go to other places to find geniuses. Xia Qing came and went swiftly, and Li Yuntian and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Although she had not released any aura, she gave them an immense pressure. This was the direct lineage of the Daxia dynasty. A single slap could obliterate the entire county. The rewards for taking Ping Shui County would be sent over through the military department, and Jiang Pinyin was a special talent, so he received his first. Meng Kuo said to Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing, "The competition in 6 months will determine your future paths. If you perform well and satisfy the princess, your achievements will be limitless. All right, go cultivate. We will depart in 25 days. Lian County was too small to accommodate these two geniuses. They needed a higher stage. General, please take good care of the people of Ping Shui County." Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists and said. He didn't want the tragedies he experienced to happen to others. Having been through the rain himself, he didn't want to see others get soaked. "Haha, don't worry. I have already arranged for the grain collected from Ping Shui County to be sent back and prepared to exempt the people there from taxes for 3 years. Farmers without grain or seeds can borrow from us." Meng Kuo patted Jiang Pingyin's shoulder. He really liked this kind-hearted young man. Many people become arrogant and cruel after cultivating, indifferent to life. But this young man did not. He still retained his original intentions. Jiang Pinyin deeply bowed to Meng Kuo. If his parents had encountered such a good person, they wouldn't have faced misfortune. Jiang Pinyin turned and left. He needed to return and focus on cultivating. No matter what, he had to do his utmost to strive for the supreme secret technique of Daxia. Only in this way could he be most likely to approach becoming an immortal. Jiang Pinyin, I'm going to cultivate seriously now. Watch me surpass you. Meng Jing shouted from behind. Meng Hua and Li Yintian looked at the two young people and couldn't help but smile. Youth is wonderful. They have dreams and drive. Jiang Pinyin returned to his room and opened the storage bag that Xia Qing had given him. The space inside the storage bag was very spacious, about the size of a courtyard. It contained a large number of spirit stones. He used his divine sense to scan and counted a total of 3,000. For an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator, this is quite a substantial asset. The princess is indeed generous. Inside, there are 3 bottles of pills. The first bottle is labeled Blood Spirit Pill. Upon seeing these 3 characters, a look of joy could not be concealed in Jiang Pingyin's eyes. The Blood Spirit Pill is several levels above the Blood Chi Pill. It is a pill used by martial artists at the martial master level, containing an immense amount of blood energy, which is greatly beneficial for cultivation. This bottle contains 5 Blood Spirit Pills. As soon as he opened the bottle and took a breath, Jiang Pinyin felt the blood energy within him surge, his blood flow accelerated, and his martial artist strength increased slightly. Just the value of this bottle of Blood Spirit Pills exceeds 3,000 spirit stones. Looking at the other 2 bottles of pills, one is a breakthrough pill and the other is a foundation establishment pill. These 2 types of pills are even more expensive than Blood Spirit Pills. Both the breakthrough pill and the foundation establishment pill are used to break through realms. The difference is that the breakthrough pill is used by martial artists to break through, while the foundation establishment pill is used by cultivators to break through. Due to their special breakthrough effects and high demand, the unit price of each pill is 10,000 spirit stones. This is higher than many pills at the foundation establishment stage. Although there is only one of each type of pill, Jiang Pinyin already feels it is enough. Finally, Jiang Pingyin's gaze fell upon the most valuable jade slip. This jade slip sealed a technique called the dominant body technique. According to the princess, this is a top-tier technique created by the strongest physique family of the human race. There are many powerful families in the cultivation world, and these families all have special bloodlines. Some bloodlines are so powerful that they are already at foundation establishment level upon birth. Some bloodlines cultivate quickly, advancing by leaps and bounds, breaking through as easily as drinking water. Some individuals are born able to control flames, with an exceptionally strong perception of spiritual energy. In short, there are various powerful bloodlines in the world, and it is rare for anyone to say which bloodline is stronger. But now, Xia Qing said, there is a family that possesses the strongest physique among humans. This identity is terrifying. The techniques they create must be astonishing as well. However, from Xia Qing's words, this technique is not easy to cultivate. Regardless, as long as he can become stronger, Jiang Pinyin must persevere. Only then can he enter the top 10 in the 100-county competition and obtain the supreme secret technique of the Great Xia. Otherwise, there is no way to compete with the strong at the foundation establishment stage. The road is difficult, but he must walk it. His consciousness entered the jade slip, and a form of text that was impossible to read became imprinted in his sea of consciousness. It is unclear whether it was set up to prevent leaks or because the level of this technique is too high. He cannot express in words. In any case, at this moment, Jiang Pinyin memorized the contents within. Based on blood, using bones as pillars, forging the dominant body, fists shattering the heavens. After the introduction, the content of the dominant body technique began. As soon as Jiang Pinyin tried to cultivate, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted in pain. How domineering! He only attempted to circulate it slightly, and the blood within him surged like a raging river, uncontrollable, directly breaking through his meridians. Intense pain covered his entire meridian system, and blood seeped from his skin. How terrifying must be the family that created this technique to endure this power. I must learn it. I want to become stronger. I want to become an immortal. Jiang Pinyin swallowed a valuable blood spirit pill, gritting his teeth, and continued to cultivate. Chapter 35. Before departure, Xia Qing entered a palanquin pulled by a five-color divine bird. The palanquin was made of precious wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and inlaid with precious gems, making it very luxurious. Inside the palanquin, a maid asked, "Your Highness, that young man has high talent. You gave him the dominant body technique. Can he cultivate it?" The maid knew the value and terror of the dominant body technique. It was not something an ordinary person could cultivate, and she couldn't understand why the princess would give it to that young man. Was a young man's talent really that strong? Xiaqing smiled. Of course, he doesn't have the qualifications to cultivate it. The reason I gave the dominant body technique to him is, on one hand, to show him that I value him. On the other hand, to let him understand his own ability level, so he won't seek high-level martial arts anymore. The maid suddenly realized. It was to win people's hearts while also making the young man see clearly and not be blindly arrogant. She had seen many geniuses who were indeed formidable, but still easily overestimated themselves. Let's go to the Misty sect. I heard there's a water spiritual root genius appearing there. Let's see if we can borrow him, Xiaqing said. Yes, Your Highness, the maid responded, driving the divine bird toward the Misty sect. Pinyin, what happened to you? Li Yuntian came to find Jiang Ping in a chat, and before he even entered the door, he smelled a strong scent of blood. He had a bad premonition and hurriedly pushed the door open. Then he saw Jiang Ping trembling in a pool of blood. He was startled and thought that old Su Tao had come to assassinate him. He quickly used healing magic to treat him. The dominant body technique is so hard, Jiang Ping said with difficulty, recovering a bit of strength. Li Yuntian suddenly understood. It was due to his cultivation. Of course, the dominant body technique is hard to cultivate. With your talent and ability, it's impossible for you to learn it. Seeing the young man so foolish, Li Yuntian explained. The county governor gave you the dominant body technique to tell you that she values you highly. This kind of heaven-defying technique, let alone you. Even if all the beings in Blackwind County combined, you couldn't find two who could cultivate it. After a month, when you get to Blackwind County, go find a county governor in exchange for a technique that suits you. Although it won't be as good as the dominant body technique, it will definitely not be weak. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Jiang Ping gritted his teeth, but if he could learn this technique, he would definitely be very strong. Li Yuntian rolled his eyes at Jiang Ping. Strong is strong, but you also need to have the qualifications to learn it. Cultivation cannot be rushed. How many talented cultivators have ruined their foundations by being too eager to cultivate, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the masses? If you keep going like this, don't say becoming stronger. You might even become useless. Li Yuntian advised in a tone of an elder. Jiang Ping suddenly understood. Exhaling a long breath, I understand. That's good. The sooner you give up, the less you'll suffer. Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, thinking he could teach the young man. But Jiang Ping's next sentence changed his expression. I'll learn slowly. I just need to solidify my foundation. I was too anxious before, Jiang Ping said earnestly. Li Yuntian was exasperated. Why was this kid so persistent about cultivating this technique? This was not something his talent could learn. Forget it. Take your time with your cultivation. I'll help you with healing, he said. He was a wood element cultivator skilled in healing magic, and since he couldn't persuade the young man, he could only assist him. No, that will delay your cultivation, Li Lao. Jiang Ping refused. Although Li Lao's healing would speed up his cultivation, it would delay Li Lao's own training. What cultivation do I have? I'm old, and foundation establishment is hopeless. I just want to live my days, Li Yuntian said. He had attempted foundation establishment twice and failed, spending all his savings on 2 foundation establishment pills and accumulating debt. Later, he came to terms with it. If he didn't establish a foundation, he would just live a little less time. Hearing Li Yuntian's words warmed Jiang Ping's heart, and he stopped being pretentious, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, Li Lao." He sat up again and began to circulate the dominant body technique, this time slowing down the speed by 10 times. Even so, his body still experienced intense pain, as if countless knives were moving within him, slicing through his meridians, a very uncomfortable feeling. Li Yuntian quickly used healing magic beside him to treat him. Seeing the determined young man, Li Yuntian silently sighed. He didn't know when a young man would realize that this technique was truly not something he could cultivate. In just half a month, Meng Jing successfully raised her physical abilities to Jiang Ping's level. Her talent was indeed very strong. She used to just play around and half-heartedly do things. Ever since she met Jiang Pingyan, her inner fighting spirit was ignited. Below the martial master level, cultivation is not difficult. With resources, one can quickly improve. Only upon entering foundation establishment or after becoming a martial master does cultivation become challenging. Meng Jing's progress was rapid, but Jiang Pingyan was still stagnant. The Bati Ju was too difficult to cultivate. In the past half-month, he hadn't even completed the most basic blood circulation, and currently, he could only circulate 1/3 of the way within his body. Meng Jing challenged Jiang Pingyan again, and the result was unexpected yet reasonable. This time, Meng Jing won. She practiced a strange sword technique that was extremely fast. Jiang Pingyan didn't even have time to react before the sword was at his neck. Meng Jing sheathed her sword and proudly said, the technique given to me by Princess Sister is powerful. I won. From now on, you will be my follower, and I will protect you." Jiang Pingyan showed no reaction to his defeat and returned to his room to continue cultivating. There were countless geniuses in the world, and these geniuses possessed powerful bloodlines, strong secret techniques, and abundant resources. Only by working harder could he catch up to these geniuses. Hey, I just defeated you. Why do you still have this attitude? You wouldn't block." Meng Jing gritted her small tiger teeth in anger, wanting to bite him a few times. She used to think that the other party ignored her because she was weak, but now it seemed she was mistaken. He was simply a wooden block. 10 days later, the first winter snow arrived. The people of Pingshui County had lost their usual frowns, as they could spend the winter safely this year. If it weren't for Su Tao being driven away, who knows how many people would have frozen to death this winter. The stories about Jiang Pingyan were becoming more and more fantastical in Pingshui County, with all sorts of tales emerging. Regardless of the content of the stories, the result was the same. This young man ensured they had a good life this year. On this day, Jiang Pingyan and Meng Jing were also setting off for the capital of Haifeng County. Meng Qua handed Jiang Pingyan an ancient blue book. "You're leaving soon, and I have nothing to give you. This is a technique I obtained during my travels in a top-level secret realm, which I've kept for a long time. This is a spirit cultivation technique. I can't cultivate it, as it feels different from other techniques. You can give it a try." Jiang Pingyan pushed the technique back. "General, you're being too polite. You and Oldie have taken care of me for so long. I'm already very grateful." He didn't care whether the other party gave him money. Being alive now was all because of their help. "Don't call me General anymore. Just call me Uncle Meng. You can find someone to see if it can be sold for a good price when you get to Haifeng City. If it's not worth anything, just throw it away." Meng Qua smiled and pushed the technique into Jiang Pingyan's hands. "Then thank you, Uncle Meng." Jiang Pingyan glanced at the blue book. The technique was called Lai Du Ju. It was a very ordinary name, and he casually put it into his storage bag. Chapter 36. Buying a Sword Pingyan. After we reach the capital of Haifeng County, little Jing will rely on you to take care of her. Meng Qua looked at his daughter reluctantly. Once she left, he didn't know when she would return. I'm stronger than him now. It's my turn to take care of him." Meng Jing tightened the mink fur around her neck to block the cold air that was entering her clothes. Jiang Pingyan climbed onto the back of Xiaobai. In the snowy winter, Xiaobai looked even more sacred. Meng Jing jumped up, burrowing into Jiang Pingyan's arms for warmth. For some reason, this man didn't wear cotton clothes. Yet his body was warm. The snow wouldn't approach him without melting, as if he were a furnace. Before leaving, Jiang Pingyan took out 4 pills from his storage bag and tossed them to Li Yuntian and Meng Qua. They instinctively caught them, and when they saw the pills in their hands, their eyes widened. Li Yuntian had 2 Foundation Establishment pills, while Meng Qua had 2 Breaking Realm pills. They were both extremely shocked. How could Jiang Pingyan have so many expensive pills? Even though their status in Lianshan County was high, these 2 pills were still very valuable to them. "This is too precious. We can't accept it." By the time they realized what was happening, Xiaobai had already turned into a small dot, racing through the snow. "Father, goodbye." Meng Jing's tearful farewell echoed in the heavy snow. Li Yuntian and Meng Qua's eyes were red. Although there was a lot of reluctance, parting was inevitable. Life is a journey. Even as parents, they could only accompany their children for a part of it. The snow grew heavier, and the 2 youths moved further away. No one noticed a figure hiding in the corner, filled with resentment as they stared at the departing Jiang Pinyin. Xiao Bai raced through the snow, and his speed was not affected by the heavy snowfall at all. Meng Jing secretly wiped her tears and said, Jiang Pinyin, you better behave on this journey and not get into trouble. Jiang Pinyin looked down at the girl in his arms with a strange expression. Meng Jing pinched the boy's face. What kind of look is that? Do you think I'm the one who will get us into trouble? Wrong. Big mistake. If trouble comes, it will definitely be you. Seeing the boy's puzzled expression, Meng Jing asked, if you encounter someone being bullied, will you step in? I will assess the situation. If I can't win, I won't intervene, Jiang Pinyin replied. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't recklessly act without the strength to back it up. Wrong. You should never act. Meng Jing patted the boy's head and scolded. How do you know the person you want to teach a lesson to doesn't have a big family or powerful backing? If you hit someone, won't they seek revenge? Don't think those people will reason with you. They will only speak reason if you're strong or if the people behind you are strong. We are both unprotected. If we offend someone, they can easily kill us. And we won't even have anyone to take revenge for us. So I say, don't get into trouble on this journey. Hearing Meng Jing's words, Jiang Pinyin fell silent. He indeed hadn't considered this aspect. The previous conflict with the soldiers of Ping Shui County stemmed from killing a captain, which led to a series of troubles. It's common for powerful individuals to casually kill people in a city. If a powerful person decided to kill him, no one would care. I understand. Although Jiang Pinyin felt helpless, he couldn't change anything. He was just an ordinary low-level cultivator. Meng Jing nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you understand. In any case, if you want to be a good person, you have to endure. Jiang Pinyin took out 2 blood spirit pills and handed them to the girl. Quickly improve your strength. Meng Jing was slightly taken aback. These are from Princess Sister, right? You haven't used them all? Why give them to me? You're also a body cultivator. Keep them for yourself. Meng Jing didn't take them. Although she needed them, she couldn't delay his cultivation. My strength is not as good as yours. You should improve as soon as possible. It will benefit both of us. You can return them to me later. Jiang Pinyin insisted on stuffing the blood spirit pills into her hands. Finally admitting I'm strong, right? Fine, I'll consider these 2 as a loan from you. Meng Jing happily accepted them. Her blood spirit pills were used up, and having resources to cultivate on this journey was naturally good. She would return them later. Meng Jing consumed the blood spirit pills and began to cultivate. She didn't notice that Jiang Pinyin's expression was extremely serious, as if he was worried about something. Xiao Bai was very fast. While other horses would take 7 or 8 days to travel the same distance, he covered more than half in just 1 day. Perhaps due to the long distance, it hadn't snowed here yet. It was just very cold with strong winds. After sitting on the horse for a day, Meng Jing felt a bit tired. Let's rest in this Minghai County tonight. It's much more prosperous than Lianshan County, and we can buy some good food here. The main thing was that she wanted to enter the city to buy some delicious food. All right, Jiang Pinyin didn't refuse. Both humans and beasts needed rest. Only by maintaining good energy could they respond quickly in case of danger. Jiang Pinyin dismounted and fed Xiao Bai 5 qi gathering pills. Wooden block. How are you so rich? Meng Jing suddenly asked. Giving a beast 5 qi gathering pills a day was something even her father, the general, wouldn't spare. She initially thought that when Jiang Pinyin subdued this beast, saying he would give it 5 qi gathering pills a day was just a trick to deceive it. She didn't expect he could actually afford it. It's a chance. Jiang Pinyin couldn't reveal the secret of the treasure basin. Wow, you're a rich man. You have to buy me 10 pieces of sweet cake. No, make it 20. Meng Jing did not ask what the man's opportunity was. Instead, she was very happy about the man's wealth and prepared to extort some money. She happily ran into the city to buy some delicious food. Jiang Pinyin followed behind with Xiao Bai, and as they entered the city, he casually glanced back, his expression serious. This city was indeed much more prosperous than Lianshan County, and many cultivators and martial artists could be seen inside. Many people also had exotic beast mounts. Jiang Pinyin's mount, while handsome, was not particularly eye-catching. Some were even riding a very large toad. Wow, this knife looks really good. Meng Jing was buying sweets when she suddenly became attracted to a knife in a store. The blade had blue flower patterns on the spine, with smooth lines, 2 fingers wide, and a thin blade suitable for light knife users. The blade faintly shimmered with the glow of runes, indicating it was forged very finely. Dear customer, you have a good eye. This is the treasure of our shop, engraved with 10 basic runes that can unleash a strong force. Even a late-stage foundation-building cultivator would find it sufficient. The shopkeeper boasted about his treasured knife. How much? Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with desire. The knife was too beautiful. Only 10,000 spirit stones, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. 10,000? That's so expensive. Meng Jing raised her voice. That's very cheap. The materials for this knife are quite expensive. If it weren't for the poor engraving of the runes, which lowered its rank, it could sell for even more. Indeed, weapons for late-stage foundation-building cultivators were worth much more than this price. However, the price of a treasure is greatly influenced by the runes, and since the runes on this knife were poorly engraved, it was much cheaper. Meng Jing bit her red lip, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. She simply didn't have that many spirit stones. Counting the prize money from the previous competition, along with what her father gave her, she only had a little over 3,000 spirit stones, far from enough to buy this beautiful knife. Little sister, big brother can buy it for you. A voice with a strange tone suddenly rang out. Meng Jing turned around in confusion and saw a very round man, resembling a ball, smiling at her. His eyes were filled with disgusting greed. Big brother can give you the knife, as long as you become my concubine. The other people nearby suddenly dispersed upon seeing this man, as if they had seen a plague god. Clearly, they recognized him, and he didn't seem to be a good person. No need. Meng Jing directly refused, fearing trouble, and pulled Jiang Ping in to leave. Don't go. The man's rotund body blocked the door. You'll never earn 10,000 spirit stones in your lifetime. Just be my concubine, and you can have it. Zhang Ling saw such a beautiful girl for the first time, and his heart raced. She was more beautiful than all his dozen or so women combined. If it weren't for the bad reputation he gained from previously snatching women and being beaten by his father, he would have directly taken her. I said no. Meng Jing coldly replied, her eyes filled with disdain. I am the son of the city, lord of Minghai City. Are you sure you won't consider? Zhang Ling noticed the coldness in her rejection, and his tone lost its previous enthusiasm. Are you done? Meng Jing was a bit angry. Zhang Ling was very unwilling. If it were the old him, he would have directly snatched her away. To avoid being punished by his father again, he dared not act directly. What? Are you buying anything? Meng Jing was about to call Jiang Ping in to leave, but noticed he was standing in front of the counter without moving. Boss, I'll take this knife, Jiang Ping said, looking at the beautiful blue flower knife. What, didn't you just hear? This knife costs 10,000 spirit stones. We can't afford it. Let's go. Meng Jing thought Jiang Ping hadn't heard the price, so he intended to buy it. Out of your league. Do you know what 10,000 spirit stones mean? Zhang Ling couldn't help but laugh. Even he, the son of the city lord, found it hard to come up with 10,000 spirit stones. He only said he would help buy it to trick Meng Jing into giving her body. He never intended to really buy the knife for her. Are you sure? Do you have 10,000 spirit stones? The shopkeeper asked suspiciously. No, Jiang Ping honestly replied. The shopkeeper's face darkened. If you don't have it, how can you buy it? Do you want to snatch it? Jiang Ping extended his hand and placed a purple pill on the table. Is this enough? A faint fragrance filled the shop. Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. Several surprised exclamations rang out simultaneously. The Foundation Establishment Pill was very famous and easily recognizable. Can I take a look? The shopkeeper asked excitedly. Sure, Jiang Ping replied. Zhang Ling's round face changed back and forth, jealousy making his eyes red. This kid actually had a Foundation Establishment Pill, and he didn't know where he picked it up. The shopkeeper had a keen eye and quickly determined that this was a high-quality Foundation Establishment Pill, feeling very pleased. He quickly put away the Foundation Establishment Pill and threw the knife to Jiang Ping, fearing that the other party would regret it. Meng Jing kicked Jiang Ping. Anxious as she said, "Are you stupid? The real value of this knife is definitely less than 10,000 spirit stones. But this Foundation Establishment Pill is definitely worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. You're losing out by trading. What are you talking about, little girl? My knife is made of top-quality materials and can adapt to high-level runes. If you find a rune master to engrave runes on it, its value will double." The shopkeeper said anxiously, dissatisfied. Meng Jing glared at the shopkeeper. Do you think I'm an idiot? Finding a room master is very expensive. Okay? Why not just buy a better treasure with that money? The transaction is complete, no returns. The shopkeeper's attitude was resolute. You. Meng Jing was so angry her teeth itched. She stood on her tiptoes and slapped Jiang Pingin's head. You fool, you're losing out big time. In the future, ask me about any decisions. She felt very sorry for Jiang Pingin being scammed. Here, Jiang Pingin handed the blue flower knife to Meng Jing. Meng Jing was momentarily stunned. It's for you, Jiang Pingin said. For me? Meng Jing felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if it had been touched by something. It turned out this man foolishly traded a Foundation establishment pill for a knife, all for her sake. You also practice swordsmanship. I can't accept it, it's too valuable. Pay me back later. Getting stronger is good for both of us. Jiang Pingin shoved the knife into Meng Jing's hands and said, no more, pulling out a technique book and handing it to the shopkeeper. Boss, can you tell me how much this technique book is worth? This was the earth-stacking technique that Meng Kuo had given to Jiang Pingin. He might not follow the path of spiritual cultivation in the future, so the technique wasn't very useful to him. This shop was for buying and selling treasures, so they should be able to appraise techniques. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic after acquiring the Foundation establishment pill at a huge bargain. He took the earth-stacking technique and glanced at it. After just a few glances, his expression became strange. This technique is very low level. He actually wanted to say it was trash, but due to the other party's face, he did not say it directly. The way to judge the level is very simple. It's based on how many meridians can be opened. 3 or more, but fewer than 10, are considered average techniques. 10 or more, but fewer than 50, are considered excellent techniques. And those that can open more than 50 are considered super techniques. This technique seems unable to open meridians. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Meng Jing's face turned red. She recognized it as the technique her father gave Jiang Pingin. Damn father, Jiang Pingin was so generous. Giving your daughter a treasure worth 10,000 spirit stones, and you gave him a useless technique. Not to mention claiming it was a technique found in a top-secret realm. How shameless. She would definitely scold him later. Thank you. Jiang Pingin was not disappointed by the low-level technique. He put the technique away and left with Meng Jing. The round Zhongling stared at Meng Jing's petite and lively figure, swallowing hard. When he looked at Jiang Pingin, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Jiang Pingin led Xiao Bai to an inn to rest, 2 rooms. Dear customer, I'm sorry. There's only 1 room left, the boss said with a smile. Then just 1 room, Jiang Pingin said, as he could meditate and did not need to sleep. While Meng Jing was playing with her sword, her heart suddenly raced, and she dared not look at the man. It was the first time she was going to share a room with a man, and she felt very embarrassed. How can this be? My father said that girls should be conservative and shouldn't casually stay with other boys. Should I refuse him? Jiang Pingin finished paying, took the room key, and turned around to say, let's go upstairs. Oh, Meng Jing, holding the knife, followed him with her head down. The room was not big, but it was clean with only a bed. You sleep on the bed, and I'll meditate in the corner. After entering the room, Jiang Pingin locked the door and sat directly in the corner to meditate and recover his energy. Since he was on the road, he couldn't practice the energy-consuming body Ju. So he took out the Leitu Ju to read. He was actually quite curious. Even if it was a trashy technique, it should still be able to open 1 or 2 meridians. However, this technique couldn't open any meridians at all. Meng Kuo had said before that this technique was found in a top-secret realm, and the other party wouldn't lie. Perhaps this technique had some special aspects. Holding the knife, Meng Jing saw Jiang Pingin completely focused on his cultivation and felt a bit annoyed. She didn't even know why she felt that way. It was just inexplicable. Stupid wood, put the candy cake I bought on the table. Eat it if you're hungry. Meng Jing pouted and jumped onto the bed, starting to play with the blue pattern knife in her hand. This was the first time she received such a valuable gift, and she was a bit reluctant to use it. After an incense stick's time, Jiang Pingin in the corner frowned tightly. Something was wrong. Other techniques opened meridians, but this technique operated according to the body's inherent blood vessels. It was like the thick earth-breathing technique Jiang Pingin practiced before, which required opening 10 meridians inside the body, with spiritual energy circulating through those 10 meridians. The more meridians opened, the faster the spiritual energy circulated. The reason for opening meridians was that the body's inherent blood vessels were very fragile and could burst with a slight impact, requiring the opening of special channels for the spiritual energy to flow. Common body cultivation techniques operate according to the inherent blood vessels, making them painful and risky. This was one reason why there were so few body cultivators. This technique actually operated according to the blood's trajectory. Moreover, many parts of this technique were obscure and difficult to understand, unlike low-level techniques. Although Jiang Pinyin had little experience, he knew this situation was quite special. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Pinyin decided to try cultivating it. Chapter 38. Leitu Ju, Jiang Pinyin practiced body techniques. So he was quite clear about the flow of blood vessels. This technique might be challenging for other cultivators, but it was somewhat easier for him. As he guided the spiritual energy into the blood vessels, they couldn't withstand the energy, began to swell and burst, with blood seeping out from under his skin. After enduring the torment of the body Ju, Jiang Pinyin felt this pain was nothing. An hour later, Jiang Pinyin suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Originally at the 6th level of qi refining, he had dropped to the 5th level. What was going on? He had actually lost a realm. There is actually a technique in the world that caused one's realm to decrease the more one cultivated. If Jiang Pinyin hadn't been prepared to give up on the path of spiritual cultivation, he would have started cursing by now. The realm he had worked hard to cultivate had actually fallen. Although Jiang Pinyin felt a bit depressed, he became even more curious about this technique and continued to cultivate. After all, he was preparing to give up on spiritual cultivation and focus solely on body techniques. 2 hours later, Jiang Pinyin's face twitched again. He had dropped another realm. Qi, refining 4th level. All the pills he had taken were wasted. As the technique became increasingly familiar, his cultivation dropped faster and faster. If this were to be said out loud, no one would believe it. At midnight, Jiang Pinyin looked at his remaining 1st level of qi refining and fell into deep thought. Which senior was so bored as to create a technique that caused a decline in realm? He had actually wasted most of the night on this technique. Jiang Pinyin stopped cultivating and put away the Leitu Ju. He would treat this technique as a souvenir given by Uncle Meng. Jiang Pinyin sat down to rest. But soon he frowned tightly. Why was the soundproofing of this so poor? The sound of snoring from the next room, the sound of guests turning over downstairs, the sound of the shopkeeper yawning, and the sound of energy circulating in Shao by outside. Wait. Jiang Pinyin suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't that the soundproofing was poor. His hearing had improved. Why was his hearing so good? Usually, he would only hear this clearly when he gathered spiritual energy to his ears. Wait a minute. Spiritual energy. Jiang Pinyin suddenly thought of something. Although his realm had dropped, the energy in his body hadn't decreased. Normally, as a cultivator's realm increased, the storage of spiritual energy in the body would increase. And a cultivator with a lower realm would undoubtedly have less spiritual energy. However, after his realm dropped, his spiritual energy had not decreased. This meant that now, at the 1st level of qi refining, his spiritual energy storage was the same as when he was at the 6th level. Jiang Pinyin raised his hand and cast the fireball technique. Whoosh! A massive fireball appeared in his hand. Jiang Pinyin's eyes widened. It was actually more powerful than the fireball he had cast before. The source of the spiritual energy was actually from the blood in his body. Jiang Pinyin was shocked. What kind of technique was this Leitu Ju? Suddenly, he sensed something and his expression darkened. Downstairs, in the night, 3 men in black appeared at the entrance of the inn. With this white horse here. That person must be here. The roundest man in black said in a low voice, "Go in and ask where those 2 are. Kill the man. Leave the woman's storage bag and knock her out." Although he was dressed in black, his physique had already betrayed his identity. There was no one in Minghai City who was fatter than Zhongling. Earlier that day, Zhongling had seen Meng Jing and felt endless desire. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. He was still contemplating whether to secretly take this girl for himself until he saw the boy take out a foundation establishment pill, which solidified his idea. Anyone who could casually take out a foundation establishment pill must be very wealthy, even if he wasn't rich. Just that precious knife and that adorable girl were worth him taking action. The 2 black-clad subordinates entered the inn, holding a knife to the boss's neck, and quietly asked, "Are there two boys staying here? The boy is handsome, and the girl is beautiful. Which room are they in?" The boss didn't dare to hide it. Trembling as he responded, "Room number 2. Zhongling snapped the boss's neck and turned to say in a low voice, "Uncle Zhao, those two might be cultivators, be careful." One of the black-clad men said easily, "Young master, don't worry, they are just two kids. We 3 are at the 10th level of qi refining. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Besides, the drugs we bought this time will reduce their combat power by at least half, not to mention them. Even if the boy is strong, he is still at the foundation establishment stage. We 3 are at the 10th level of qi refining and have prepared special drugs. It's still a sneak attack. How can they fight back? Moreover, that boy can't possibly reach the foundation establishment realm. It can be said that they have no chance of winning." Arriving at room number 2, the man in black named Uncle Zhang gently poked a small hole in the window and blew a specially made dizziness drug into the room. The 3 of them took the antidote for the dizziness drug and quietly waited for tease time. One black-clad man used a technique to quietly unlock the door. The 3 moved skillfully and very cautiously, clearly not doing this for the first time. Zhongling swallowed and couldn't wait to push the door open and enter the room. The candlelight flickered, and on the sandalwood bed lay a petite and delicate body, so enticing. Meng Jing, holding the knife, had drool coming from her mouth, looking dazed. Seeing this stunning girl, Zhongling's heart almost jumped out. She was beautiful, truly beautiful. None of his more than a dozen women could compare to her little toe. Now, this woman was his. Suddenly, Zhongling thought of something and looked around the room. Where had that boy gone? Zhongling heard a noise behind him and was about to activate his technique when his body suddenly stiffened and a sharp pain shot through his neck. With a thud, a round head rolled onto the ground. Before Zhongling lost consciousness, he saw 2 other fallen corpses and the indifferent boy. How is this possible? They were all at the 10th level of qi training, yet they were silently assassinated. Who is this boy? A killer? How did he sense their arrival? Why is he so strong? Why did his body suddenly seize up just now? Zhongling died, filled with countless questions and unwillingness. He was the son of the city lord, had a dozen women, and an immeasurable amount of money, but he had no chance to enjoy any of it. Stupid wood. What happened? Hearing the sound of a head hitting the ground, Meng Jing murmured inquiringly, her eyes still closed, feeling too tired to open them. "It's nothing. I accidentally kicked something while going to the bathroom." After dealing with the 3, Jiang Pingin's mood did not fluctuate much. He quickly tossed the bodies into a storage bag to prevent the smell of blood from becoming too strong. Stupid wood. Meng Jing turned over, mumbling and continuing to sleep. Jiang Pingin took out the medicine the 3 had eaten and stuffed it into Meng Jing's mouth. When out in the world, there are dangers everywhere. You must always be careful and vigilant. It's best to buy some special talismans, although they seem very expensive. The talismans are costly, and it pains him to buy them. He thought about whether he could learn to draw them himself in the future. He had previously found a book titled Fundamentals of Runes in the bandit den on Dewang Mountain and planned to learn how to draw runes when he had the time. Jiang Pingin sat in the corner, briefly counting the supplies. Over 3,000 spirit stones, 35 qi gathering pills, and a bottle of gathering spirit pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators for cultivation. The gathering spirit pills are equivalent in status to the blood spirit pills used by martial masters and are very valuable for low-level cultivators. The most valuable item here is a Foundation establishment pill. Seeing this pill, Jiang Pingyin had a strange expression. It seemed to be the one he sold that morning. Calculating it, he made a profit without effort. The remaining items were all junk, and Jiang Pingyin's current status had risen beyond them. He had replicated many Foundation establishment pills using the treasure-gathering bowl, each worth 10,000 spirit stones. After categorizing the items, Jiang Pingyin swallowed a gathering spirit pill he had scavenged and began to cultivate the earth stacking technique. The name of this technique was ordinary to the extreme, but it was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Cultivating this technique actually allowed the spiritual energy to merge completely into the blood, and the energy stored at the first level of qi training was comparable to that of the 6th level. If he could return to the 6th level of qi training, he would definitely be even stronger. He suspected that the real name of this technique wasn't even earth stacking technique, and it was very likely a random name change to hide its true nature. Chapter 39, Su Tao Get Up. As dawn broke and the cold air surrounded them, Jiang Pinyin pushed Meng Jing awake. No, I want to keep sleeping. Meng Jing unwillingly squirmed on the bed, like a worm, moving her body back and forth. Your blue pattern knife was stolen, Jiang Pinyin said. What? Who dares to steal my knife? Meng Jing suddenly jumped up, shouting, baring her small tiger teeth, fierce and aggressive. Seeing that the blue pattern knife was still by the bedside, Meng Jing realized she had been tricked. Looking at the still dim sky outside, she wished she could bite this man to death. What time is it? The rooster's haven tea even started working yet, and you're waking me up. I'm leaving. Jiang Pinyin said nothing and turned to walk outside. You'll regret it. I'll definitely hit you when I turn back. Meng Jing complained angrily. She hated waking up early and being disturbed. Putting on her little boots, she walked outside. When she reached the door, Meng Jing saw several pools of blood on the ground, causing her footsteps to pause. The drowsiness vanished without a trace. Upon reaching downstairs, she saw the boss lying on the floor. Meng Jing, being clever, had already guessed what had happened and hurriedly rode off with Jiang Pinyin on Little White. Little White was fast, and by the time the sun rose, they had already traveled hundreds of miles, passing 2 county towns. Did that fat guy come last night? Meng Jing asked in fear, realizing she hadn't heard anything. Jiang Pinyin's expression was extremely serious. I told you the outside world is dangerous. Many people do bad things without reason. Sometimes just a glance at them can get you killed. Noticing Jiang Pinyin's serious face, Meng Jing comforted him. Don't worry. The enemy can't catch up. They didn't notice us all night, and they definitely won't know now. Especially since they don't even know which direction we went. Jiang Pinyin's expression remained serious as he asked in a deep voice, Can your knife speed surpass a martial master now? Meng Jing was taken aback, unsure why he was asking this. She took a bite of a sweet cake and replied, It depends on the situation. Martial masters are divided into 3 realms: low level, mid-level, and high level, roughly corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of foundation establishment. If it's an ordinary low-level martial master, I'm confident I can surpass them, but if they're particularly powerful, then there's nothing I can do. Jiang Pinyin asked again, What if the opponent is Su Tao? Su Tao is about as strong as my father. He definitely can't match my knife speed. But in a real fight, I certainly can't defeat him. Meng Jing stuffed the sweet cake in her mouth and looked up at Jiang Pinyin with confusion. You're being so strange today, talking so much. Jiang Pinyin did not respond but stared intently ahead, his expression serious, as Little White's speed gradually slowed. Meng Jing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly looked ahead. The cold wind howled, and a middle-aged man with a scruffy face and a large knife stood by a big rock beside the road. Seeing this person, Meng Jing's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, Su Tao. Why is he here? He is not in Lingtai country. During the battle between Pingshui County and Lianshan County, Su Tao had seen that the situation was bad and had run away. She and T expected him to show up here, right? Su Tao might know about the 100 counties competition and is deliberately lying in wait to ambush them. Run, Meng Jing shouted anxiously. Jiang Pinyin did not move. We can't escape. We need to settle this today, or I want to find peace. If we don't deal with him, he might even plot against Uncle Meng and Old Li. He didn't like having a thorn stuck in his foot, making him wary while walking, unable to feel at ease. Are you an idiot? He is a martial master. The 2 of us can't possibly defeat him. Meng Jing yelled angrily, wondering why Jiang Pinyin, who is usually cautious, was being so foolish today, thinking he could kill an enemy across a large realm just because he thought he was a genius. Jiang Pinyin stuffed 2 blood chi pills into Meng Jing's mouth. I'll distract him, and you swing your knife. Jiang Pinyin. Su Tao's eyes turned blood red, exuding a desperate aura, his killing intent surging. You killed my son, destroyed my position, and made me face punishment from Lingtai country. Today you must die. Su Tao locked onto the 2, slowly walking toward them with his large knife. Everything he had before had dissipated because of this kid's appearance. Because of his rashness, Pingshui County had fallen, and his superiors wanted to execute him as a warning. He couldn't go back now. Not killing Jiang Ping and Wu Ti be enough to quell his anger. Jiang Ping dismounted and said coldly, "You are the one who imposed heavy taxes on our people, causing my parents to die, and it was your son who wanted to kill me first. Shut up. You ungrateful commoner who got lucky. How dare you compare with my son? You trash commoners are meant to be enslaved. What right do you have to resist?" Su Tao roared in anger, not believing he was in the wrong at all, a terrifying aura erupting and sending surrounding stones flying. He charged at Jiang Pingyan with incredible speed. Little White, frightened, quickly fled, and Meng Jing's expression changed drastically. "It's over. We're definitely dead." She had never expected Jiang Pingyan to falter at such a critical moment and choose to fight a martial master. However, even if she was going to die, she had to fight. Meng Jing tried hard to suppress her fear, gripping her blue-patterned knife tightly. Su Tao, as a martial artist, was extremely fast and rushed to the two in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Jiang Pingyan's eyes widened suddenly, and he urged the power of his right eye with all his might, shouting, "Meng Jing!" The suddenly charging Su Tao came to a halt, his power dissipating as if it had been buffered. Su Tao's expression changed. What kind of power is this? Meng Jing, who had been well prepared, fully activated her sword technique, with arcs of electricity flashing on her blade. This was the reward given to her by the ninth princess, Xia Qing, the Thunderblade technique, known for its speed. She transformed into a beam of light and swiftly rushed over. Boom! A golden light emitted from the black pendant around Su Tao's neck, blocking Meng Jing's attack. Both Su Tao and Meng Jing's expressions changed drastically. Su Tao was extremely shocked. If it weren't for the defensive pendant, he would have undoubtedly been killed by that strike. This girl's speed was astonishing. She must not be left alive. Failing to land a hit, Meng Jing was horrified and wanted to escape, but Su Tao kicked over. Meng Jing felt despair. The opponent was a martial artist, and she couldn't block that kick at all. At that moment, 4 green lights erupted from her body. Bang! Boom! The 4 protective shields shattered. The shields had buffered the force, allowing Meng Jing to blast backward using that momentum. Both Su Tao and Meng Jing were momentarily stunned. Meng Jing looked at her waist and noticed that 5 green jade pendants were hanging there. She immediately realized that Jiang Pingyan had put them on her. She anxiously shouted, "You need to run. We are no match for him. Want to run?" "No way." Su Tao sneered. Although he didn't know what power had paused him for a moment, such a petty trick was useless. His protective talisman was of a higher grade than theirs and could withstand continuous attacks from a Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivator for half an hour. He would chop them into pieces to serve as meat for his wine. "I will also send your heads to that old bastard Meng Qua. Let's see what other trump cards you have." Su Tao swung the knife in his hand again, the sound of the air being sliced whistled. Chapter 40. Slaughter. The north wind howled, and snowflakes fell. Beneath the sky, Su Tao's sinister laughter echoed. Although Meng Jing's sword speed had shocked him, he was completely unharmed due to the protective talisman. Not to mention 2 martial artists who hadn't yet entered the martial artist realm. Even if they did, with the protective talisman, they wouldn't be able to injure him. Su Tao gripped his large knife and swept it horizontally toward the 2. Even if they had trump cards, it would be of no use. They were doomed. "Son, your father will avenge you soon." It was all because of Jiang Pingyan that his son died and the front line collapsed. Not killing the child would not be enough to calm his inner rage. Meng Jing was utterly despairing. However, dying together with Jiang Pingyan wasn't so lonely. "Meng Jing!" Jiang Pingyan suddenly shouted. He summoned a black formation flag covered in runes. Energizing the black formation flag, he launched an attack towards Su Tao. Although Meng Jing didn't know what this formation flag was, hearing Jiang Pingyan's shout, she guessed his intention and, disregarding her life, unleashed the Thunderblade technique again. Although she felt she still couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. It didn't matter anymore. Whether she resisted or not, she would die anyway. So, she might as well die heroically. Electric sparks flickered as she struck towards Su Tao. Su Tao looked at the 2 as if they were fools. Did he think that their trash could break through his protective shield? This was a protective talisman personally awarded to him by the county governor. Just as the formation flag flew before Su Tao, it released waves of strange fluctuations. In an instant, the protective shield in front of Su Tao vanished. Su Tao's eyes widened. How was this possible? Why did the protective shield suddenly disappear? His expression at this moment was the same as Jiang Pingin's when he had been ambushed by the chief of the Wang Mountain. Back then, Jiang Pingin had also been extremely shocked, wondering why his protective shield had failed. This was the power of runes. The protective talisman could generate protective power because of special runes, and this formation flag held the formation to break through those runes. This was also one of Jiang Pingin's reasons for choosing to battle Su Tao, because he had refined this formation flag. This was a foundation establishment period magical treasure, possessing functions such as gathering spiritual energy, protection, and breaking formations. However, because the formation flag had a variety of functions and was an auxiliary magical treasure, its grade wasn't particularly high, but it was sufficient to deal with the protective shield on Su Tao. Su Tao wanted to retreat, but he found his body unresponsive. Pain surged from his neck and blood gushed out. Meng Jing, holding the blue flower knife, was panting heavily, her small face filled with shock and disbelief. I killed Su Tao. I actually killed Su Tao. The opponent was a martial artist, a whole realm higher than me. Yet I managed to cut his neck. Although Jiang Pingin had helped, it was she who dealt with Su Tao, which gave her a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Excitement, pride, and ecstasy surged within Meng Jing, and the joy of surviving a calamity made her laugh out loud. No, Su Tao's heart-wrenching roar echoed. He was unwilling. He had been killed by two kids who weren't even martial artists. He wouldn't accept it. Su Tao used the last bit of his strength to target Meng Jing beside him, determined to take one of them down with him. The knife was unmatched, its momentum magnificent. Meng Jing's laughter abruptly stopped, her expression filled with terror. The opponent could still move. It's over. There was no time to run. Suddenly, a dirt wall rose from the ground, instantly knocking Meng Jing away. Su Tao's knife struck the dirt wall. With a loud bang, the dirt wall exploded, dust flying everywhere. After the failed attack, Su Tao's expression froze, and his body fell straight to the ground, his eyes fixed on Jiang Pingin, unable to close them again. It was only at this moment that he regretted not having struck first to kill the opponent. Meng Jing fell from the air, and Jiang Pingin caught her, instructing, "As long as the enemy still has a breath left, don't be careless. If the opponent has any talismans or special magical treasures and fights to the death, it can be extremely dangerous." Meng Jing, with a flushed face, lowered her head. Just now, she had been overly proud. If it weren't for the dirt wall technique the opponent had cast, she would have certainly died. Jiang Pingin said, "I'm sorry for putting you in danger. If he didn't want to fight Su Tao, he could have avoided it. He had noticed Su Tao long ago and could have taken a detour to dodge him. However, he didn't do that. He didn't like having a thorn stuck in his heart, unable to pull it out, continuously bringing him a sense of crisis. Which was why this battle occurred. Although it didn't last long, they faced several life-and-death threats, especially making Meng Jing confront Su Tao, which put her in a perilous situation. With a slight misstep, she could have died. It's okay. Meng Jing surprisingly didn't throw a temper tantrum. From beginning to end, Jiang Pingin had calmly dealt with various dangers, like an ancient pine tree. This heavy, calm demeanor stirred something indescribable in Meng Jing's heart. What a waste to deal with a useless martial artist. It actually took this long, and I almost lost my life. A voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. Meng Jing turned sharply to the side and saw a girl standing on the tip of a green pine tree, not knowing when she had arrived. The girl was around 16 or 17, wearing a green cotton coat, her body light as a feather, standing atop the tree's tip. "And you still want to participate in the 100 counties competition? Hurry back home," the girl sneered. "What is it to you?" Upon seeing this girl, Meng Jing immediately jumped down from Jiang Pingin, holding her knife defensively against her. The two girls seemed to know each other. The girl looked at Meng Jing with disdain as she held her knife defensively. "You think your knife can do anything to me after being one-shot by me before?" Hearing this, Meng Jing gritted her teeth in anger. Jiang Pingin asked, "Who is she?" Meng Jing gritted her teeth and replied, "She is my opponent from the County Genius Election Competition, Zhang Ling Min, a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator with a mutated wind spirit root." Meng Jing paused and added, "She is very strong. With her foundation establishment early cultivation, she defeated several mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Jiang Pinyin felt a chill in his heart. The girl looked to be not much older than them, yet she was so terrifying. Zhang Lingmin looked down at the two and coldly spoke. "Did you stay in Minghai City yesterday?" "No, we were on the road the whole time," Jiang Pinyin replied. Zhang Lingmin snorted coldly. "Stop pretending. According to the information, my useless brother saw a very beautiful girl yesterday, riding a white steed, which matches you perfectly. Moreover, only you could silently take out 3 Qi refining stage 10 cultivators in the city." Meng Jing and Jiang Pingyin's hearts shook. The other party was actually that fat guy's sister. Jiang Pinyin activated the blood energy within him, preparing for battle. Meng Jing tightened her grip on her knife. "Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I wanted to deal with that scumbag brother for a long time, but I can't act against him due to blood ties." Zhang Lingmin didn't take the two seriously and didn't care that they had killed her brother. "However, my brother spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy a foundation establishment pill yesterday. I must get it back." "You." Meng Jing was about to say something when Jiang Pinyin pressed down on her shoulder, communicating with his storage bag with his divine sense, and took out a pill, tossing it over decisively. Better to lose money than to lose your life. He didn't care about losing a pill. Safety was the most important. Zhang Lingmin caught the foundation establishment pill, and a flicker of emotion finally appeared on her face. The foundation establishment pill was expensive, worth 10,000 spirit stones, more valuable than many pills for the foundation establishment stage, and could quickly enhance one's strength if exchanged for other resources. Let me give you a kind reminder. With your strength, you should hurry home. You have no qualifications to pass the princess's assessment and participate in the 100 Clans competition. After saying this, Zhang Lingmin flew away at high speed. Seeing the speed at which she left, Jiang Pingyin's heart shook violently. So fast, even Xiao Bai couldn't compare. This woman is so strong. Chapter 41, Blackwind City, what a joke. If I were your age, I could smash you with one slap. Meng Jing shouted at the direction Zhang Lingmin left, showing her small tiger teeth. She was very unhappy. She had been robbed of a foundation establishment pill, which was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin asked, "Where does this woman rank compared to other geniuses?" Meng Jing exhaled and put away her knife, replying, "She ranked 3rd in the last competition, but that's because her cultivation base is relatively low. If her strength reached the late foundation establishment stage, she would definitely be 1st. However, many true geniuses didn't need to participate in that competition. The princess has already selected the most talented ones for special training. This means that with her current strength, it won't be easy for her to secure a spot in the final genius competition." Upon hearing Meng Jing's explanation, Jiang Pingyin's fists suddenly clenched. There were actually many geniuses stronger than this woman. For some reason, hearing this made Jiang Pingyin's body tremble. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. Yes, excitement. The reason he chose to participate in this competition was to obtain the supreme secret techniques of the Great Xia and get closer to the opportunity of becoming an immortal. With his horizons broadened and seeing so many geniuses, his blood rushed faster, and a surge of hot blood rose in his heart. He especially wanted to battle these geniuses. Of course, he definitely wouldn't win, but that wouldn't stop him from pursuing these people's footsteps. Seeing Jiang Pinyin trembling, Meng Jing patted his shoulder. "Calm down. We're just here to take a look and try to get some cultivation resources. The final spots definitely won't be ours." Meng Jing was very open-minded. Jiang Pinyin wouldn't relax. He would only work harder. He had to obtain the supreme secret techniques of the Great Xia. He approached Su Tao's body, skillfully searching it. This was his favorite thing to do. He never knew what good things he might find. However, he was disappointed. Apart from the black pendant talisman around Su Tao's neck and the big knife, there was nothing valuable, only 2 bottles of blood energy pills. Selling all these might only be worth a foundation establishment pill. A martial artist, yet a poor guy. Meng Jing was very disappointed and kicked Su Tao's body aside. "Be careful. Although you dealt with Su Tao, you've offended the Ling Tai kingdom, and they definitely have a bounty on you." According to the princess, many geniuses die from assassination every year, whether from enemy countries or hostile forces. Meng Jing reminded seriously. Jiang Pinyin nodded and shouted into the distance, "Xiao Bai." With his call, a white figure quickly appeared. Meng Jing pouted in dissatisfaction. When they encountered danger earlier, this beast was the first to run away. It was my command. It's my last trump card. Jiang Pingan mounted, stroking Xiao Bai's smooth fur. When all my trump cards have been exhausted and Su Tao hasn't been dealt with, it will charge out with all its might to kick Su Tao. Although it might not necessarily kill him, it can still kick him away, giving us a chance to escape. Its speed has already surpassed that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Meng Jing's eyes widened. She didn't expect Jiang Pingan to have a backup. Perhaps besides the array flags, this man had other trump cards. Wow, most people only have 1 or 2 trump cards, but this guy has a whole bunch. Is that still called a trump card? Go! Jiang Pingan took Meng Jing to the largest capital of Haifeng County, Haifeng City, which was also the most prosperous city in Haifeng County. This time, Xiaobai moved at full speed, galloping through the snow. In less than half a day, they arrived at Haifeng City. The tall city walls reached hundreds of meters high, built with special materials that shimmered with starlight, emanating a mysterious glow. The carvings on the walls were intricate, depicting various mysterious runes and images. The city moat meandered, the clear river water shimmering with silver light under the sun, like a ribbon wrapping around the entire city. Jiang Pingan stood at the foot of the city, gazing up at this city, feeling an immense shock in his heart. It was so magnificent. Countless merchant caravans and cultivators were coming and going, with various exotic beasts everywhere, and cultivators were flying about. Jiang Pingan activated the power of his right eye, surveying the streets, and his heart began to race again. Almost everyone had cultivation. Foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere, and he even saw golden core stage experts. Their golden cores shone like the sun, making Jiang Pingan dare not look directly at them. Suddenly, Jiang Pingan saw a strange man. There was actually something resembling a small baby at the man's dantian. Suddenly, the baby opened its eyes. Jiang Pingan was startled and quickly withdrew his gaze. The cultivator quickly looked at Jiang Pingan and then averted his gaze. How strange, just a little guy. But it feels like a powerful person is watching me, the cultivator mumbled as he left. Jiang Pingan was drenched in sweat. Could this be the Yuanying expert that Oldly mentioned? The other party hadn't used any spells. Just a glance rendered him unable to move. Many shops emitted spiritual light and treasures, colorful and vibrant. Even a random weapon was a magical artifact. Many shops were built on high lofts, and cultivators who couldn't fly didn't even qualify to enter. Jiang Pingan was shocked. Was this the cultivation world? Even though Meng Jing had been to Haifeng City once, she was still amazed upon her second visit. Every prosperous courtyard was taller than the buildings in Lianshan County. Jiang Pingan found a shop and sold off the useless things he had on him. For example, the blue protective talisman replicated from the treasure pot was useless. It could only block a full-strength attack from a Qi Refinement Stage 9 cultivator. He planned to replicate some of Su Tao's talismans later. Those were of a higher grade. 21 pieces. Meng Jing was stunned when she saw Jiang Pingan take out 21 identical talismans ready to sell. She had previously suspected that this man had other backups during the battle with Su Tao, and seeing this scene confirmed her thoughts even more. Where did this man get so many talismans? In the path of cultivation, dangers are everywhere. Having some backup is quite normal, Jiang Pingan explained calmly. Meng Jing shot a glance at the man, wondering if this was a bit of a backup plan. But on the other hand, being with this man really gave her a sense of security. Jiang Pingan sold a Breaking Realm pill and a Foundation Establishment pill, trading them for Gathering Spirit pills and Blood Spirit pills. These two types of pills were used by Foundation Establishment and Martial Master level cultivators for training, and it would be convenient for future cultivation to exchange some. He exchanged for 100 Blood Spirit pills and gave half to Meng Jing. Meng Jing wanted to refuse, but with so many pills, she really didn't want to give them up. Tilting her head, she whispered, "Consider these a loan from you. I'll repay you later." "Okay," Jiang Pingan casually replied, not planning to have her return them at all. Her father had saved him and also gave him a mysterious technique called the Earth Mount Technique. Not to mention giving the other party 50 Blood Spirit pills, even 500 Foundation Establishment pills would be worth it to him. Chapter 42. 3 types of techniques. The two of them bought some pills and daily necessities on the road, stopping and going until they arrived at the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion was relatively less luxurious than other buildings, being low-key and reserved. "We are here to participate in the 100 Counties Championship," Jiang Pinyin said to the gatekeeper. He seemed normal on the surface, but inside he was surging with emotions because he could tell that these two gatekeepers were Golden Core experts. Golden Core experts were actually guarding the gate here. "Name?" the guard asked indifferently. "Jiang Pinyin." "Meng Jing," Jiang Pinyin responded. The guard took out a jade slip from his waist, infused it with spiritual energy, and said, "Governor, two people claiming to be Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing have arrived. Should they be taken to the back mountain?" "No, let them in." Xia Qing's voice came from the jade slip. Jiang Pinyin curiously stared at the jade slip, wondering if it was a sound transmission jade slip. He had heard that sound transmission jade slips were very expensive, but could be used to contact friends and family from far away, more convenient than one-time sound transmission talismans. "Yes, Governor." The guard put down the jade slip and looked at the two with surprise. These two could actually have the governor meet them personally. Were they some kind of super geniuses? The guard didn't dare to delay and led the two into the governor's mansion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Jiang Pinyin felt an extremely rich spiritual energy. Taking a breath here was more effective than absorbing a spirit stone. Adhering to his principle of not wasting, Jiang Pinyin secretly took deep breaths. "You're not planning to give up on spiritual cultivation?" Meng Jing noticed Jiang Pinyin's behavior and asked quietly. Jiang Pinyin shook his head. If it were before, he would definitely have planned to give up on spiritual cultivation to save resources and time. But with the appearance of the Earth Mound technique, he felt that he could continue cultivating and give it a try. "Fool, you're not some super genius." Meng Jing shot him a glance, thinking he was wasting time. They passed through several corridors and finally arrived in front of a building. "Governor, the people have arrived," the guard said, cupping his fists and bowing, his voice humble. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now." Xia Qing's voice came from inside, carrying an air of authority. "Yes, Governor." The guard left. And Xia Qing's voice continued, "You two can come in." The two pushed the door and entered. Today, Xia Qing was wearing a simple white long dress, elegant and dignified, with hair ornaments gently swaying, resembling a snow lotus, making others feel inferior. She was sitting at a desk, reviewing memorials. Upon seeing the two, she put down the memorial and pen, raised her head, and smiled at Meng Jing, saying, "Come here." Meng Jing obediently walked to Xia Qing's side. Xia Qing gently patted Meng Jing's little head, her smile growing wider. "You'll soon break through to martial master. It seems you've inherited your mother's talent. Although it's not fully awakened yet, your growth has been so fast." Meng Jing's body trembled, and she looked at Xia Qing in astonishment, asking excitedly, "Sister Princess, do you know my mother? Where is she now?" Her mother had left when she was 5 years old and had never appeared since. She had asked her father where her mother had gone, but he wouldn't say. However, every time she asked, her father would become sad and cry. So she didn't dare to ask anymore for fear of hurting him. This matter had been buried in her heart for a long time, and she really wanted to find an answer, but didn't know who to ask. But hearing the princess say that, it seemed she knew her mother. Xia Qing smiled gently and said, "Of course I know her. She is a very impressive person. But your current strength isn't enough to seek her out. Once you secure a spot in the top 10 this time, I can try to help you contact her." Top 10? Meng Jing's face changed, with only 5 months left. It was impossible for her to catch up with those geniuses. Xia Qing noticed her worry and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. I've already found the materials to help you awaken. I'll help you awaken your true talent soon." After awakening her talent, she would be 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than now. As long as she worked hard, securing a spot in the competition within 5 months wouldn't be difficult. "Thank you, Sister Princess." Meng Jing was moved and rushed into Xia Qing's arms, saying firmly, "I will definitely work hard." For her mother and father, she would do her best. She really missed her mother. "MHM." Xia Qing smiled like a flower and gently rubbed Meng Jing's little head. She then raised her eyes, shifting her gaze to the young man in front of her. Jiang Pinyin could feel that although she was still smiling, there was a lack of genuine warmth. Jiang Pinyin, isn't the body dominance technique very difficult? Replying to the princess, "It is indeed very difficult, but it doesn't matter if I can't learn it. I have 3 other techniques here." Jiang Pinyin's words were interrupted by Xia Qing, who introduced the 3 techniques. immovable golden bell shield, Wuji fist, and great collapse fist. Jiang Pinyin initially wanted to say something more, but suddenly swallowed his words. There were 3 other techniques to choose from. He had to choose one. Previously, Jiang Pinyin had indeed found it difficult to learn the body dominance technique, but due to an accident, his speed of cultivating the body dominance technique had increased. That accident was the Earth Mound technique. The Earth Mound technique transferred spiritual energy into the blood, making the circulation of blood smoother. Cultivating the body dominance technique was just a matter of time. Jiang Pinyin originally wanted to say that he could learn it, but seeing that there were other techniques available, he held back. Xiaqing seemed to be in a hurry and began explaining the 3 martial arts techniques. The immovable golden bell shield is a defensive technique. Once mastered, it will be immune to water and fire, and blades and swords cannot break through it. Only mental attacks can harm it. Its defense is extremely strong. While it may not be invincible, few can break it at the same level. The Wuji fist is also a body cultivation technique, but unlike other body cultivation techniques, this one leans toward being passive. It focuses on neutralizing the opponent's power and using force against force, mainly used to wear down opponents. Its drawback is the lack of offensive capability. The last technique is the Great Collapse Fist, which follows a domineering path. Each punch is stronger than the last. Once stacked to a certain extent, it can defeat opponents of a higher level, but the drawback is that there is no turning back after using it, and it is very difficult to cultivate. All 3 techniques were top-notch, and I can only give you the first level, but it will be enough to use until Golden Core. Personally, I would suggest that if you excel in offense, choose the Great Collapse Fist. If your defense is weak, then choose the immovable golden bell shield. As for which one to choose, the choice is yours. Jiang Pinyin slowly digested Xia Qing's words. To be honest, he wanted all 3 techniques. They all sounded good. However, one cannot be greedy. Besides, it was unlikely that she would give him all 3 techniques. Jiang Pinyin quickly thought about his shortcomings and combat style. After a moment, he gave his answer. I choose Wuji Fist. Xiaqing. She had given Jiang Pinyin 2 suggestions, one being the Golden Bell Shield and the other the Great Collapse Fist. But this kid completely ignored them. Was he being rebellious? Jiang Pinyin was certainly not being rebellious. He simply believed that he was very suited for this technique. He was someone who liked to take out the opponent in an instant and preferred to wait for the right moment to strike. Although the Wuji Fist lacked proactive offense, it was more suitable for stalling in battle and looking for the enemy's weaknesses. The Golden Bell Shield had strong defense, but lacked offensive power. The Great Collapse Fist was too aggressive, sacrificing defense, which was inconsistent with his cautious and extreme combat style. Therefore, the Wuji Fist that can defend, attack, and hold back opponents is what he likes. Regarding Jiang Pingyin's disregard for her advice, Xiaqing didn't say much. She casually tossed a jade slip to him. It was about Wuji Fist. Practice well, and let someone take you to rest first. She didn't care what Jiang Pinyin would choose anyway. With his strength, he had no chance of obtaining a competition slot. What she cared about was Meng Jing. Chapter 43. Breakthrough to Martial Master. Thank you, Lord Prefect. Jiang Pinyin cupped his fist in salute. The resources provided by the other party were greatly beneficial to him. Although there were ulterior motives involved, he was still very grateful. Haha, stupid wooden block. Wait until I awaken, and then I'll smash you. Meng Jing shouted happily. She just realized that her talent had not been fully developed, and she would definitely become even stronger in the future. Jiang Pinyin didn't react much. Things like talent and bloodlines couldn't be envied. He had known since childhood that the world was unfair. Although he would envy those who were born lucky, he would not wallow in self-pity or be discouraged. The maid took Jiang Pinyin away and arranged for him to stay in a quiet side room. It was just an ordinary house, but it was even more luxurious than the residence in Lian County, with towering wooden buildings and a majestic atmosphere and profound ruins flickering faintly. You'll be staying here for now. Meals are in the cafeteria. In 3 days, you will be taken to the back mountain, where you and other talents will train and be assessed. Rest well. There may be a battle in 3 days. Thank you, sister. Jiang Pinyin expressed his gratitude. The maid smiled. She had received many talents before, and most of them were extremely arrogant, rarely thanking her. She added, "There's a formation diagram on the table in your room. infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it, and infuse it again to deactivate it. This formation can create a barrier to prevent others from intruding and disturbing your cultivation, and it can gather the surrounding spiritual energy to accelerate your training. My mount is still outside. Could you help me watch it, sister? Jiang Pingan asked. Sure, just find me if you need anything. The maid smiled and left. Jiang Pingan was about to close the door when a figure suddenly squeezed in and punched him in the face. Jiang Pingan quickly raised his arm to block. Bang! Jiang Pingan was hit and staggered back several steps. What the heck? Not even a martial master. Ma Wei said with a look of disdain. Who are you? Jiang Pingan frowned, his fist aching as he looked at the person who had suddenly attacked him. This person appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a round physique, holding a chicken leg in one hand and covered in grease. My name is Ma Wei. You can call me Brother Ma from now on. Although you are not yet a martial master, you can participate in the assessment, so you must be talented. From now on, be my little brother, and I'll protect you, Ma Wei said arrogantly. Seeing that other talents had followers while he did not made him feel somewhat inferior. So he also planned to take on a couple of followers. Having just finished eating, he noticed a new kid and came over to test him. No, Jiang Pingan directly refused. He still needed to cultivate and had no interest in being someone else's little brother. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I come from? I'm a genius from the Misty Sect. Ma Wei raised his chin even higher. Misty Sect? Yes, that's right, the Misty Sect. Ma Wei's eyes were filled with pride. Never heard of it, Jiang Pingan said honestly. Ma Wei, where did this bumpkin come from? You've never even heard of the Misty Sect. The Misty Sect was the sect that assisted the founding emperor of the Great Xia, with a history older than that of the Great Xia itself, holding a transcendent status. Is there anything else? I need to cultivate, Jiang Pingan said, feeling the urgency of time, with so much to learn, the body refinement technique, earth stacking technique, and Wuji fist. You bumpkin, if you don't be my little brother, no one will protect you, and you'll definitely get beaten up in the battle 3 days from now. Ma Wei felt very humiliated. How could a genius disciple of the Misty Sect be ignored by someone? Seeing that Ma Wei wouldn't leave, Jiang Pingan placed his palm on the table and infused it with spiritual energy. A layer of black barrier quickly appeared, sending Ma Wei flying out. Ouch! Ma Wei fell and tumbled, dropping the chicken leg from his hand onto the ground. Ma Wei was furious. Little brat, you don't know what is good for you. Just wait. I'll beat you to death in 3 days. After being kicked out of the room, Ma Wei felt very embarrassed. When had anyone dared to treat him like this back in the Misty Sect? Jiang Pingan truly didn't know the barrier could send someone flying. But before he could say anything, Ma Wei stormed off in anger. Jiang Pingan shook his head helplessly, not understanding the other person's behavior, perhaps due to different living environments. His survival philosophy was to avoid trouble and not easily make enemies. But these people's survival philosophy was the opposite. If they didn't align with him, they had to be dealt with. Perhaps people are shaped by their environments. Jiang Pingan stopped thinking too much, closed the door, and sat on the cultivation mat. He took a blood spirit pill and a healing pill he had just bought, urged his blood energy, and practiced the body refinement technique. His blood energy surged within, and faint sounds of flowing water echoed inside him. After nearly a month of training in Lian County, he had only managed to circulate the blood energy 2/3 of the way through his body. This time, he aimed to circulate the body refinement technique in one go. The immense blood energy surged through his veins, and with the assistance of spiritual energy, the circulation was extremely smooth. However, blood still seeped out from his skin, and beads of sweat fell from his hair. Jiang Pingan gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming erratic. Even if it was painful, he had to practice the body refinement technique. Only by doing so could he catch up to those talents and go further on the path of cultivation. Due to the earth-stacking technique, his cultivation speed increased. But the pain lasted for a whole day, dying Jiang Pingan completely in blood. His body was destroyed and reshaped, destroyed and reshaped. As the body refinement technique began to operate, his body underwent earth-shaking changes. Boom! With a deafening roar, it was as if a river channel had opened, and a rushing sound echoed within Jiang Pingan. Golden-purple light flickered on his body, and the blood flowing out was evaporated and solidified. A smile appeared on Jiang Pingan's weak face. Finally, he had successfully operated the body refinement technique once. Subsequent operations would be much easier. The blood energy surged within him, endlessly alive. The strength of body cultivators lies in their immense blood energy. Elderly once said that some powerful body cultivators could burn a vast ocean with a single drop of blood, with heat comparable to that of stars. Of course, Jiang Pinyin was far from that. He had only just operated the body refinement technique once, and was still far from successfully mastering it. Once he mastered the first layer of the body refinement technique, the flow of blood within him would be like a raging river, and he could even hear the sound of thunder. The sound within him right now was at most like a trickle. Even so, he could feel his strength increasing tenfold. This successful operation of the body refinement technique also allowed him to successfully enter the ranks of martial masters, even without using a breakthrough pill. Next, he would cultivate to open up the acupoints within his body. The biggest difference between a martial master and an ordinary martial artist is that a martial master can develop acupoints in their body to unleash their potential. Opening up 10 acupoints would make one a mid-level martial master, and opening up 20 acupoints would be called a high-level martial master. With each acupoint opened, the blood energy stored within would increase, and opening up 30 acupoints would allow one to challenge the next major realm, the blood pill realm. Strictly speaking, martial masters do not have different realms. They're simply categorized into low, mid, and high levels for convenience in measuring strength. Jiang Pinyin took a healing pill and went to the bathing pool to clean off the blood on his body. Wooden block, open the door. He had just entered the bathing pool when there was a loud knocking at the door. The only person he knew here was Meng Jing. Jiang Pinyin urged his blood energy to evaporate the moisture on his body. He changed into clean clothes, walked to the table, infused it with spiritual energy, dispelled the barrier, and opened the door. Meng Jing saw Jiang Pinyin and laughed heartily with her hands on her hips. Ha! Wooden block, I've awakened a particularly powerful talent, and I'm now a martial artist. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to share this news with him. Congratulations, Jiang Pinyin smiled. What? You're so calm. Aren't you going to ask what the talent is? Meng Jing felt a bit disappointed. No matter what talent it is, there's always someone whose talent is stronger than yours. You need to be humble and steady, and take it step by step during cultivation. Don't be greedy. All right. Why are you so verbose like my dad? Meng Jing covered her little ears, not wanting to listen. Jiang Pinyin shook his head helplessly. This little girl was still so disobedient. Meng Jing pulled Jiang Pingyin's hand and said, "Let's go eat. I heard from a maid that there are lots of desserts in the cafeteria." No matter what talent she had awakened, her gluttonous nature hadn't changed. Meng Jing bounced along, her ponytail swaying as she arrived at the dining area. It was just the right time for meals, and there were many people here. A few strikingly impressive young men and women were particularly eye-catching, standing out from the crowd. But as soon as Meng Jing entered, she attracted all their attention. Look, that girl is the one who caused the thunder phenomenon not long ago. I heard she's a thunder spirit body, a bloodline of the ancient family, the Lei family. The Lei family? That ancient family? Jiang Pinyin had heard the thunder while cultivating, but hadn't paid much attention. It was only when he heard the discussions around him that he realized it was caused by Meng Jing. Controlling thunder? How terrifying. At that moment, a young man in a golden robe approached. He was young but exuded an aura of authority, and he was very handsome. He smiled at Meng Jing and said, "Are you Miss Meng? I am Feng Yuqian, at the mid-stage of foundation building. My father is the sect master of the Longxian sect at the nascent soul stage. 3,000 years ago, a predecessor in our family obtained a trace of dragon blood, and I have activated this bloodline." Chapter 44. Popular Meng Jing. Miss Meng. I am Qian Feng, a talented disciple of the Zongtian sect, at the initial stage of foundation building. Miss Meng, I am the grandson of the sect master of the Tianling Pavilion. As soon as Meng Jing appeared, a group of young men surrounded her to show friendliness. To them, any ancient family was an unattainable existence. When such a person appeared in this place, they had to make good connections. If they could become partners, it would be greatly beneficial for themselves and their families, influencing their family's fortune for 1,000 years. Meng Jing was completely indifferent to their friendliness. I don't have the surname Meng. My name is Jiang Pinyin. After saying that, She rushed eagerly to the dessert area. There were all kinds of pastries that made her mouth water. The young men who were ignored not only didn't get angry, but found Meng Jing's cute and mischievous demeanor even more endearing. They continued to approach to show their friendliness. From their reactions, Jiang Pinyin could see Meng Jing's current status. Some people didn't directly approach Meng Jing, but instead came to Jiang Pinyin. The one who claimed to be from the Longxian sect, Feng Yuqian, stood in front of Jiang Pinyin and asked, "Who are you to Miss Meng?" "She is the daughter of my superior," Jiang Pinyin replied. Feng Yuqian suddenly realized, "Oh, so you're just a subordinate." His gaze immediately turned indifferent. "What is Miss Meng like? What are her hobbies? Tell me, and if I'm satisfied, I'll reward you with a gathering spirit pill. You can ask her yourself." Jiang Pinyin thought it was a bit rude to speak about Meng Jing without her consent. "You, a servant, dare to defy me?" Feng Yuqian's gaze darkened. Jiang Pingyin's expression was strange. Was this called defiance? He couldn't understand this young man's thought process. What kind of environment did he usually live in that made him think that not complying with his wishes was wrong? Jiang Pinyin didn't bother to deal with him and turned to get his meal. Seeing that he was ignored, Feng Yuqian's eyes flickered as he memorized Jiang Pingyin's appearance, planning to teach him a lesson in 2 days. Jiang Pinyin didn't care about offending him. After all, they were in the governor's mansion, and they wouldn't dare to take action. Suddenly, his gaze fell on some beast meat, and he was shocked to sense the energy contained within. This seems to be meat from a late-stage foundation building beast. A country bumpkin. He hasn't even eaten such low-level meat. Just then, a round, chubby figure appeared. It was Ma Wei, who had been chased away by Jiang Pinyin the day before. Ma Wei was still resentful about what happened yesterday, and was startled to see him with Meng Jing. Fortunately, he heard that Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing weren't close, or it would have been difficult to take revenge. Hearing their taunts, Jiang Pinyin frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble and ignored them. He took out a purple pill and handed it to the chef. "I'll buy some beast meat." Beast meat was much better than blood chi pills and gathering spirit pills. It could replenish both spiritual energy and blood chi, making it very suitable for his cultivation. Foundation building pill. Seeing Jiang Pinyin take out the pill, Ma Wei's eyes widened in shock. This kid actually has such a precious pill. Feng Yuqian was also momentarily stunned. Even though he had a special status and resources, it would still hurt to casually take out a foundation-building pill. This kid actually took out a foundation-building pill to buy food. Was he very rich? The chef smiled and shook his head at Jiang Pinyin. "The governor has instructed that you geniuses can eat here for free, but you can't take too much away." Jiang Pinyin was secretly astonished. This high-quality beast meat was actually free. "Then please give me a piece." Jiang Pinyin was very happy. If it was free, it would save a lot of resources. He had never eaten such high-quality beast meat before, and it surely contained a lot of spiritual energy and blood chi. The chef quickly sliced a large piece with a special knife, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin didn't dare to ask for more. With such rich energy in the meat, he might not be able to eat much, and overeating could lead to an explosion of his body. What a country bumpkin. Look at your ignorant appearance. Ma Wei suspected that Jiang Pinyin, who didn't even know about the Piamiao sect, didn't understand the value of the foundation-building pill, which was why he took it out to buy meat. Jiang Pinyin didn't plan to respond, but Meng Jing appeared behind him at some point, holding pastries. She glared at Ma Wei and shouted angrily, "Who are you calling a country bumpkin?" Ma Wei's face stiffened. He hadn't seen Meng Jing behind Jiang Pinyin. He quickly said, "I wasn't talking about Miss Meng. I was talking about this servant next to you. You're the servant. Your whole family are servants. Jiang Pinyin is my best friend." Meng Jing was very unhappy to hear someone mocking Jiang Pinyin, and she lost her appetite for the pastries. Ma Wei's expression turned a bit ugly. "Miss Meng, I'm from the Piamiao sect." Meng Jing was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Does being from the Piamiao sect mean you can insult people at will? You insult my friend, and I insult you. That's very reasonable. Also, how embarrassing is it to go around announcing your family name?" This place wasn't the governor's mansion, and it didn't matter if she offended him. Besides, such a huge entity as the Piamiao sect wouldn't come to seek vengeance over such a trivial matter. Ma Wei's Fazdachkind. He hadn't expected the other party to be so disrespectful. Seeing the surrounding people whispering and laughing, Ma Wei couldn't stay any longer. In 2 days, strength will speak. He didn't want to say much more, dragging his round body away with a dark face. The Feng Yuchen, who had been mocking Jiang Ping'an along with him, had disappeared at some point, indicating that he was quite skilled in movement techniques. Humph. Meng Jing pulled Jiang Ping'an to sit beside her. From now on, this young lady will protect you. Just tell me who bullies you. She had awakened her thunder spirit body and completely threw aside her previous intention to keep a low profile. Jiang Ping'an smiled and said, okay. Meng Jing took a bite of the pastry and swung her calves on the stool. You should also work hard to break through. In 2 days, the competition for positions lasting 5 months will begin. The earlier your rank, the more resources you'll receive. How do we compete? Jiang Ping'an ate a piece of meat, activating the earth stacking technique to digest the energy contained in the meat. Meng Jing pointed outside the window. Do you see that mountain? Jiang Ping'an looked out the window and indeed saw a tall mountain surrounded by mist, with mysterious runes flickering around it, making it look very mystical. Meng Jing said, that mountain has 30 levels. After 5 months, only those who reach the top 10 levels will qualify for the 100-county competition. The higher your rank, the more resources you'll receive each day, and the spiritual energy becomes more abundant as you go up. Cultivating on the top level for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. However, it's not easy to stay up there. You must face 3 challenges every day. If you fail, you'll have to come down a level. This time, there are 78 geniuses, 18 in late foundation establishment, 25 in mid-foundation establishment, 30 in early foundation establishment, and 5 below foundation establishment. As Meng Jing spoke, she glanced deeply at Jiang Ping'an. Although you definitely won't get a spot and won't have a chance to participate in the competition, don't be disheartened. Once I win resources, I'll share them with you. Chapter 45. Massive Spirit Stone Consumption. 18 in late foundation establishment, 25 in mid-foundation establishment, 30 in early foundation establishment. These prodigies possess outstanding talents, achieving such cultivation levels before the age of 18. If they don't fall, they will at least become nascent soul experts in the future. No wonder these young people are full of pride. They truly have the capital to be proud. If it were the old Jiang Ping'an, he indeed wouldn't have had a chance to compete for a top 10 spot. However, the appearance of the earth stacking technique changed everything. Perhaps there is still a chance to fight for it. Jiang Ping'an tasted the meat of a late foundation establishment demon beast. The taste was average, but it contained a lot of energy. Each bite felt like consuming a blood chi pill and a gathering chi pill. Meng Jing was beside him, eating the dessert with a smile on her little face. The desserts here are really delicious. After a stick of incense, a maid dressed in white suddenly approached and respectfully said to Meng Jing, Miss Meng, the princess calls for you to practice martial arts. Ah, is it that time already? Meng Jing quickly stuffed another piece of pastry in her mouth, turned to Jiang Ping'an, and said, Sister Princess asked me to practice martial arts. I'll come find you during meal times every day. Meng Jing quickly wiped her mouth with her small hand and bounced away. After awakening her talent, she would be personally guided by Xia Qing to quickly improve her strength. Jiang Ping'an finished eating the demon beast meat and wanted to return to cultivating when he suddenly remembered he hadn't given Xiao Bai any pills today. He asked around for the location to keep mounts and arrived at the stable next to the governor's mansion. Although other horses were handsome, they were all inferior compared to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was definitely not a horse, just somewhat similar. When he fed Xiao Bai the pills, it happily shook its head, its white mane flying. Young man, is this exotic beast yours? Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to return to cultivation, a voice suddenly startled him. He turned around abruptly to see a stooped old man. The old man was slightly hunchbacked, dressed in plain black clothes, holding hay, presumably a groom. Yes, old sir. Jiang Ping'an replied without showing arrogance due to the man's status. He came from a lower class and didn't think of himself as superior to others. I'll buy this exotic beast from you for 300,000 spirit stones. How about it? The old man placed the hay in the stable and said casually, 300,000. Jiang Ping'an was slightly taken aback. Yes. The old man looked at Xiao Bai with affection. Jiang Ping'an was somewhat shocked. Even a groom at the governor's mansion had so much money. Even among golden core experts, very few could directly take out that many spirit stones, right? Jiang Pinyin felt that his understanding of this world was still too limited. Sorry, old sir, I don't want to sell. Jiang Pinyin directly refused. He wasn't lacking money at the moment, and besides, he really liked Xiao Bai, who was fast and could be a mode of transportation. The old man looked deeply at Jiang Pinyin and saw that he wasn't trying to raise the price, but genuinely didn't want to sell. He sighed silently, realizing he was fated to be unable to acquire this exotic beast. The old man raised his hand, and a small blue bag appeared in his hand, intricately inscribed with complex runes. Here's a storage bag for demon beasts. It can hold demon beasts and is convenient to carry. Such storage bags exist? Jiang Pinyin was somewhat shocked. This was the first time he had heard of a storage bag capable of storing demon beasts. How much is this storage bag? Jiang Pinyin guessed this item must not be cheap. Other storage bags couldn't store living exotic beasts, but this one could. It's a gift for you. The old man casually tossed the storage bag to Jiang Pinyin and continued to feed the horses with hay. Thank you, old sir. Jiang Pinyin was in great need of this storage bag and deeply bowed to the old man. The storage bag bore no spiritual imprint, so Jiang Pinyin left his spiritual imprint on it. The internal space was very large. The flat area alone could hold over 10,000 horses. Not to mention the ability to store living creatures. Just the capacity alone would require tens of thousands of spirit stones to acquire. Jiang Pinyin wanted to thank the old man again, but didn't know where he had gone. Jiang Pinyin silently remembered this favor and tried to put Xiao Bai into the demon beast storage bag. With a swoosh, Xiao Bai disappeared, confirming that he could indeed store Xiao Bai without suffocating it. Jiang Pinyin finally felt relieved. I'm going to cultivate now, and sometimes I might not be able to attend to you. I'll leave some pills in there for you, 5 a day, don't eat too many. Jiang Pinyin placed several bottles of pills into the storage bag, reminding Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, very clever. Jiang Pinyin tied the storage bag around his waist and returned to his residence to cultivate. The gap between him and those prodigies was too great. He needed to cultivate quickly to have a chance to catch up. He activated the barrier, and spiritual energy gathered in the room. Sitting on the training platform, he used the energy from the late Foundation establishment demon beast meat to break through to the second layer of chi training. If those geniuses knew that among them, someone was just breaking through to the second layer of chi training, they wouldn't know what expression to make. Crack! After a large influx of spiritual energy and the energy from the demon beast meat, the boundary barrier broke open again, and he returned to the second layer of chi training. Jiang Pinyin didn't stop. He took 3 gathering spirit pills and attempted to break through again. Gathering spirit pills are pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators, worth 100 spirit stones each. For ordinary chi training cultivators at the 8th or 9th layer, taking 1 gathering spirit pill would allow them to reach the 10th layer. However, Jiang Pinyin, at only the second layer of chi training, took 3 at once. Any normal cultivator would not dare to do this, fearing they would explode. Low-level cultivators have limited energy storage and cannot possibly hold too much. Because of the earth stacking technique, Jiang Pinyin didn't have meridians, but instead channeled spiritual energy into his blood. The higher his body cultivation realm, the more spiritual energy his blood could store. After swallowing 3 gathering spirit pills, Jiang Pinyin felt no sensation of breaking through the boundary, so he threw in 7 more. Taking 7 at once was something even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare to do, fearing they would explode. As the gathering spirit pills transformed into energy and integrated into his body, Jiang Pinyin once again felt the presence of the boundary barrier. Crack! 3rd layer of chi training. Jiang Pinyin broke through again, and the energy in the room surged towards him like a whirlpool, absorbing energy. 10 gathering spirit pills, worth 1,000 spirit stones, consumed several times more resources than before. Jiang Pinyin didn't worry about needing more resources. Instead, he was very happy, because all these resources were not wasted. They were all stored within his body. Continue. Jiang Pinyin didn't rest and directly swallowed 10 gathering spirit pills this time. Half an hour later, with no breakthrough, Jiang Pinyin threw 10 more pills into his mouth. Only then did he touch the boundary of his realm. Breaking through below the Foundation establishment stage doesn't require particularly high talent. Sufficient resources are enough. However, the resources Jiang Pinyin needed were a bit excessive. 22. Gathering spirit pills to break through to the fourth layer of qi refining. 45. Gathering spirit pills to break through to the fifth layer of qi refining. This was almost the price of half a foundation establishment pill. Many foundation establishment cultivators do not have so many resources at their disposal. Fortunately, Jiang Pinyin possessed a treasure that could replicate foundation establishment pills daily, allowing him to exchange them for gathering spirit pills. Otherwise, even if he obtained the earth-building technique, he wouldn't qualify to cultivate it. Oldly often said that wealth, companions, laws, and land are important resources for cultivators, and it makes sense that wealth is placed first. 100 gathering spirit pills successfully broke through to the sixth layer of qi refining. This breakthrough consumed the equivalent of a foundation establishment pill. If other cultivators saw this, they would surely be envious to tears. In a nearby loft, Ma Wei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, looking confused. What happened? Why did the spiritual energy in the room suddenly decrease? It wasn't just him. Nearby cultivators felt that the spiritual energy had diminished significantly. They speculated that some genius must be breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to absorb so much spiritual energy at once. In the courtyard where Xia Qing lived alone, a small bridge and flowing water, spiritual energy wafting around, colorful flowers blooming, and a strange little white beast lazily lying nearby. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder startled the little white beast, causing it to quickly burrow into Xia Qing's arms. Meng Jing opened her eyes excitedly and said, "Princess sister, I felt the power of thunder." The anomaly just now was caused by her connecting with the power of thunder. Xia Qing was sitting at the tea table reading a book, and she slightly raised her beautiful eyes with a smile, saying, "Of course, as a thunder spirit body, you are naturally in tune with thunder. Once you cultivate to perfection, you can summon thousands of thunders with a single thought. Hee, I'll show that wooden block later. He will definitely be shocked," Meng Jing said with a smile, looking forward to Jiang Pingyin's astonished expression. Upon hearing this, and seeing the expression on Meng Jing's face, Xia Qing's smile suddenly disappeared. Jiang Pinyin has excellent body cultivation talent, and if he is lucky, he might have a chance to become a nascent soul in the future. But the gap between him and you is too great. Meng Jing's smile faded as she asked, "What do you want to say? Your mother chose wrong back then. Falling in love with your father, an ordinary person, which led her to bear so much now, unable to meet you." Xia Qing paused and said directly, "Jiang Pinyin is not worthy of you. Don't let a momentary affection delay your lifelong cultivation." I have nothing with him." Meng Jing lowered her head, unable to show her expression clearly. Xia Qing looked up at the sky. There are countless talents in this world. Once you start cultivating formally, you will see even more outstanding young men. These geniuses, regardless of their appearance, talent, or background, are top tier. Soon you will realize how mediocre Jiang Pinyin is. You are from two different worlds. Keeping your distance from him is better for both of you. After Xia Qing finished speaking, Meng Jing did not respond, lowering her head and lost in thought. Chapter 46. Heavenly Profound Pill the next day. In the morning, Jiang Pinyin guessed that Meng Jing hadn't come to find him because she was still cultivating. To prevent the sweets that Meng Jing liked from being taken by others, Jiang Pinyin did not wait for her and went to the cafeteria to get some sweets for her. Oldly mentioned a pill called the fasting pill, which prevents hunger. However, Jiang Pinyin thought that eating was an enjoyment that the fasting pill could not replace. Upon arriving in the cafeteria, Jiang Pinyin immediately spotted Meng Jing. She was surrounded by boys and girls, chatting and laughing. "Miss Meng, this is a specialty from my family. Try it. It helps with cultivation." "Miss Meng, do you know about the divine dragon?" "I have the bloodline of the divine dragon." "Miss Meng." Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. It turned out Meng Jing had already arrived. He withdrew his gaze, found the chef, took some high-grade monster meat, and casually found a place to sit down to eat, not wanting to disturb them. The food here is rich in energy, and at this stage, the demand for energy is enormous, so the more he can eat, the better. After a moment, a plate suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hey, didn't you see me eating over there?" I specially came early to get you some monster legs. Meng Jing sat opposite Jiang Pingyun, saying unhappily. Jiang Pingyun looked up. I saw you chatting happily with everyone, so I didn't disturb you. Getting to know more geniuses is beneficial for your future. Meng Jing rolled her eyes at him. Since it's beneficial, why don't you come and join the conversation? It's meaningless. Even if they talk to me because of you, it's just casual chatter and won't be sincere. It's a waste of time. Jiang Pingyun continued to eat the meat while digesting the energy above. Yeah, if I didn't have the thunder spirit body in this background, they wouldn't pay attention to me. Meng Jing rested her chin on her small hand, staring at Jiang Pingyun. But you are different, no matter how high the other's talent is. You always look like a wooden block, haha. As she finished, Meng Jing suddenly laughed out loud, surprising Jiang Pingyun, who was confused about what was so funny. This girl's thoughts were hard to understand. Meng Jing suddenly stuffed a bottle into Jiang Pingyun's hands. This is the pill the princess sister gave me. She said it can improve talent. I have good talent and don't need it. You should take it quickly to try to break through to the martial master level. Tomorrow the quota competition is starting. Give it your all. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Pingyun to respond, Meng Jing bounced away happily. Jiang Pingyun looked at the pill in his hand, suddenly lost in thought. Oldly had once said that talent is very difficult to change. However, it is not impossible. There are still two common methods. One is a special technique, and the other is a defiant pill. But regardless of which one, the price is unimaginably high. Since it was given to Meng Jing by the princess to improve her talent, then this pill must be incredibly expensive. Jiang Pingyun's hand tightened around the bottle slightly. After finishing his meal, Jiang Pingyun left the governor's mansion and exchanged some foundation establishment pills for several cultivation pills and a large number of gathering spirit pills at store. Cultivation pills are used by golden core cultivators, worth 5,000 each. Today, he was going to try to break through to a higher realm, and if he had the opportunity, he would attempt foundation establishment. Back at his residence, Jiang Pingyun swallowed a cultivation pill, and terrifying spiritual energy surged into his body. If it weren't for his physique already reaching the martial master level, along with the improvements from the overbearing body technique, his body would have exploded from this energy surge. Jiang Pingyun suppressed the raging energy and began to frantically attack the boundary of his realm. The resources he consumed in the qi refining stage had already exceeded those used by the majority of foundation establishment cultivators during their entire foundation establishment period. Qi refining 8th layer, qi refining 9th layer, qi refining 10th layer. In Xiaqing's resting courtyard, Xiaqing stared at Meng Jing, who was cultivating, and suddenly spoke. You didn't eat that heavenly profound pill. Meng Jing's body stiffened. She had been discovered. She glanced to the side and said nervously, I wanted to wait a couple of days to eat it. What you're doing is meaningless. Even if Jiang Pingyun eats the heavenly profound pill, he still won't be able to keep up with your pace. What you're doing is irresponsible to yourself. Xiaqing had completely seen through Meng Jing, guessing that she had given the pill to Jiang Pingyun. Originally very flustered, Meng Jing suddenly calmed down. She raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. I don't care whether this is meaningful or not. I only know that my heart is demanding I do this now. Whether I regret it or feel disappointed in the future, I don't want to look back on my life and feel regret for my inaction today. I owe it to the princess sister for her trust in me, but don't worry, I will definitely get a spot in the top 10. After saying that, Meng Jing drew her sword and began to cultivate earnestly. Xiaqing stared blankly at the girl in front of her, completely unprepared for her to say such words. It doesn't sound like something a little girl would say. The maid next to Xiaqing walked over to her, using a special secret method to convey her voice. Your Highness, do you want to retrieve the Tianxian pill? Xiaqing shook her head. The maid said solemnly, Your Highness, that is the Tianxian pill. It is a precious elixir that you exchange for with great effort and at a huge cost. And there is only one in the entire Ming Wang state. Even the great Xia dynasty cannot find many people who can refine such a pill. Meng Jing did not know the value of this pill, but she did. Xiaqing shook her head, looking at the girl in front of her, and calmly said, Compared to the Tianxian pill, Meng Jing's thoughts are the most important. The reason she was willing to give the valuable Tianxian pill to Meng Jing was to win her over. Since Meng Jing was happy now, let her be. Regretting it later would be her own business. Yes, the maid was reluctant, but said nothing more. That Jiang Pinyin was really lucky to get such a high-level pill. A night passed. The competition for the spots was about to officially begin today. Wood, get up. Meng Jing knocked on Jiang Pingyin's door early in the morning. Jiang Pinyin slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He still underestimated the terrifying extent of the energy stored within him. After taking so many pills, an ordinary cultivator could have broken through to the golden core stage. Yet he hadn't even touched the foundation establishment barrier. He could only wait for the next time. He got up, turned off the barrier, and opened the door. Did you break through? Meng Jing asked expectantly, pinching Jiang Pingyin's arm. Jiang Pinyin activated his blood energy, and the aura of a martial artist was released. Ha, not bad, keep it up. Even if you can't get a spot, you can't let me down for giving you the pills. Meng Jing saw Jiang Pinyin break through and smiled like a little fool. In fact, Jiang Pinyin hadn't taken that pill yet. Meng Jing took Jiang Pinyin's hand and ran towards the back mountain. Let's go. The competition for the spots is about to start. But I haven't had breakfast. Jiang Pinyin said. What the hell do we need breakfast for? We cultivators won't starve to death even if we don't eat for days. Meng Jing wanted to hit this man. How could he still be thinking about breakfast at a time like this? The two arrived at the back mountain, and a towering peak came into view. It was obvious that this mountain had 30 levels, each with special array runes forming distinct boundaries. Moreover, the higher the level, the denser the spiritual energy. Dozens of young people gathered at the base of the mountain, each with serious expressions, full of vigor, like flames about to burst forth, showcasing their own power. The 78 top young geniuses of Haifeng County. Perhaps in 100 years, these people would be known throughout the world. At this moment, a white light streaked across the sky, and Xiaqing appeared above the clouds with several maids. Lord County Guard, Your Highness. A group of young people saw Xiaqing and bowed respectfully, their voices filled with utmost respect. No need for formalities. Xiaqing's voice was dignified and pleasant. Chapter 47. The talented ones looking at Xiaqing riding the clouds. Jiang Pingyin's eyes were filled with envy and longing. When he has time in the future, he wants to learn the art of flying in the air or sword flight. It's much faster than running on the ground. Xiaqing stood in the clouds and said loudly, Let me repeat the rules. In 5 months, those who can stand in the top 10 levels of the mountain will qualify for the 100 counties competition. During these 5 months, you must strive to cultivate and try to ascend the mountain. The higher the level you reach, the more resources you will receive each day. The first level provides 10,000 spirit stones daily, while the 30th level only provides 100 spirit stones daily. Each person has 3 opportunities each day to challenge or be challenged. The challenge cannot refuse unless they are injured or lack spiritual energy. Killing is not allowed. Nor may non-combat weapons, treasures, or weapons beyond the Foundation establishment realm be used. Also, no pills may be consumed during battles, or else you will lose your qualification. Only one person is allowed on each of the top 20 levels. The 21st to 29th levels can accommodate 2 people, while the bottom level has no limit on the number of people. If you want to become stronger and enjoy more resources, then strive to climb higher. The path of cultivation is filled with difficulties and dangers. The victor will be king, and the future of the great Xia lies in your hands. Xiaqing's words were not particularly impassioned, but the group of young people felt their blood boiling. The competition for spots begins now. As Xiaqing descended, terrifying auras erupted from the young people. The clouds above roiled violently, and the howling wind pushed back the chill of winter. A 16-year-old girl soared into the air, heading straight for the mountain peak. As her aura was released, a phantom of a divine phoenix appeared around her, enveloping the sky. As soon as the divine phoenix projection appeared, the world became scorching hot, as if entering summer. I want this first level. Who dares to fight? The divine phoenix girl looked down on the many geniuses like a shining star, making everyone else pale in comparison. Divine phoenix body. How can there be such a genius among us? A knowledgeable genius from a prominent family was astonished upon seeing the phenomenon released by the girl. Divine phoenix body? The rumored descendant of the divine phoenix clan? How can we compete now? In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are hardly any geniuses who can contend with her. Some of the boys who still wanted to reach the top felt their hearts sink upon seeing this girl. If they couldn't be first, they could only fight for second. Just then, a boy soared into the air and landed steadily on the second level. He emitted no aura of spiritual energy or physical cultivation, but his appearance changed the atmosphere, pushing back the energy released by the divine phoenix. Soul cultivator. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately recognized his ability. He was a soul cultivator. The three major types of cultivators in the cultivation world are spirit cultivators, physical cultivators, and soul cultivators. These cultivators specialize in cultivating spirit, body, and soul respectively. They're the most spirit cultivators, followed by physical cultivators, and the least are soul cultivators. The soul is a difficult thing to comprehend. A cultivator with soul cultivation talent is not much weaker than those with single spiritual roots. Soul cultivators manipulate the mind, which is formless and shadowless, mysterious and unpredictable. A powerful soul cultivator can overturn mountains with a thought and destroy a person's soul with a thought. This boy was not only a soul cultivator, but also clearly an outstanding one among them. He spoke blandly, "I want the second level. Who dares to fight?" His voice had a strange fluctuation that made people afraid to resist. Many young geniuses swallowed hard. They simply could not compete with him. They could only fight for third place. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as a 2-meter-tall boy exerted his legs, his body moving like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the third level. The boy was covered in golden light, and with a casual wave, powerful force dispersed the surrounding dust. "I am the third level. Who dares to fight?" The deep metallic voice echoed in the sky. "This seems to be the golden body. It is said that its physique is extraordinarily strong. Even if someone is a major realm higher, it is difficult to break through its defense, and its attacks are extremely domineering." Seeing the top three geniuses, many boys' mentalities exploded. They initially thought of competing for the top three, but with these three standing here, there is no one left to fight. "I, Feng Yuchen, am on the fourth level. Who dares to fight?" Dressed in a golden robe, Feng Yuchen flew to the fourth level. His tone is arrogant as the previous three. He bore a trace of dragon blood, and when he released his aura, it had a strong sense of oppression. "Get down. The fourth level is mine." A boy was completely unwilling to accept this and charged up to fight him. Other boys followed suit, rushing towards the mountain peak. Few aimed for the top 10, but others could fight for the remaining levels. Staying up there for an extra day meant receiving an extra day of resources. Thousands of spirit stones daily. This huge resource must be contended for. Only one person is allowed to stand on the top 20 levels, making the competition especially fierce. Meng Jing took out a blue flower knife and said to Jiang Pinyin, "Wood, you need to work hard. I'm going to fight. Knives and swords have no eyes. Be careful," Jiang Pinyin said. Meng Jing nodded, her body shimmering with electric light, instantly flashing to the peak of the mountain. On the peak of Jueshan, Jiang Pinyin looked up at a group of exceptionally talented young individuals soaring through the clouds. Some wielded sword energy to slash the sky, while others shattered mountains with a single punch or turned the clouds with a flick of their hands. Each genius shone like a small sun, radiating their brilliance. Jiang Pinyin envied their innate talents, good backgrounds, and abundant resources. However, he did not let this lead to negative emotions. Calmly, he walked toward a room on the lowest floor. Each level had places for rest and cultivation, with the 30th floor housing the most rooms since there was no competition for the lowest floor. The maid beside Xiaqing noticed Jiang Pingyin's actions and frowned. He actually chose the lowest floor directly, showing no spirit of striving. Xiaqing glanced at Jiang Pinyin and said lightly, "He has just barely broken through to a martial artist, and he hasn't learned any advanced techniques before, so he can't compete with others. Although the Wujigong is a decent technique, he just got it and needs time to digest it. It's actually the wisest choice to study seriously now." The maid pouted. While that was true, she felt it was a waste to give such a person the Tianxin Dan. If Miss Meng could take this pill, she might shine in the 100 counties competition, and her highness could have a chance to return to the imperial city. Xiaqing smiled unbothered, as they had the divine phoenix body and the 4 geniuses, which was enough. She had no hope for Jiang Pinyin at all. Cultivating Jiang Pinyin was just for the Black Wind County and for the Great Xia. Sighing, The maid felt increasingly uncomfortable thinking about Jiang Pingan wasting a Tianshindan. Some young men had not yet gone up to fight, quietly observing from below the mountain, looking for opportunities. Among them was Ma Wei from the Piamiao sect. Ma Wei did not rush up first because he wanted to wait for someone. He wanted to challenge Jiang Pingan after that person reached the peak and teach him a lesson. That's right. He was waiting for Jiang Pingan. However, he never expected Jiang Pingan to not compete at all, but to head straight to the lowest floor. This almost drove him mad. Coward. Trash. At least the others rushed toward the 29th floor, but Jiang Pingan was completely uninterested in competing. Ma Wei was furious, but had no choice. The 30th floor was the lowest and could not be challenged. Gritting his teeth, he climbed the peak to challenge Meng Jing. If he couldn't get to Jiang Pingan, then he would deal with this woman. Sword lights and blade shadows clashed. Various dazzling techniques soaring through the sky, with lightning, flames, and ice cones responding to each other. Every young man was training with all their might. On the 30th floor in a house, Jiang Pingan activated the barrier, sat on the training platform, and took out the pill Meng Jing had given him. As soon as he opened the bottle, a colorful light instantly illuminated the room. The strange fragrance accelerated the blood flow in Jiang Pingan's body, and within moments, he touched the barrier of the Foundation establishment realm. This pill was incredibly powerful. Jiang Pingan was shocked. Just a single breath had allowed him to touch the realm barrier. This pill was more precious than he had imagined. Holding the pill in his hand, its colorful glow flickered. Although he didn't recognize it, he understood its value. He quietly took out the bronze wealth-gathering basin and carefully placed the pill inside. He didn't know whether this high-level pill could be replicated. Jiang Pingan nervously held his breath. Although he had previously copied Foundation establishment pills and breakthrough pills, those were not particularly valuable. However, this strange seven-colored pill was different. Its value far surpassed those pills. Just as Jiang Pingan was worried, the brilliant seven-colored light illuminated the entire room. Because of the barrier, the light did not disperse. Jiang Pingan was incredibly excited, squinting against the dazzling light as he looked at the bronze basin. The pill had appeared, but instead of 10, there were only 5. Jiang Pingan was stunned. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Previously, he had always copied 10, but this time there were only 5. The bronze basin indeed had limitations. It couldn't continually replicate tenfold resources. Replicating something of high value might result in this situation. Jiang Pingan felt a bit disappointed. 5 a day was a bit too few. Fortunately, others didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, countless cultivators would want to smash his head. How many families spent enormous amounts of resources to find just one? And he was still complaining about getting 5 a day. Jiang Pingan put away the 5 pills, making a total of 6 when including Meng Jing's. He hoped this would improve his talent a bit. Jiang Pingan didn't expect to become like the Divine Phoenix body or the Golden body. He just wanted to increase his cultivation speed. He swallowed one of the 7-colored pills and began to digest it. At that moment, a surge of energy rapidly flowed into his limbs and bones, and the 7 orifices burst forth with colorful light. Jiang Pingan felt as if he were flying on clouds. His body felt light and unprecedentedly comfortable. Crack! A sound like a chain breaking echoed from within him. He hadn't even used the Foundation establishment pill. He had directly established his foundation. The spiritual energy within transformed into spiritual liquid, which was one of the most obvious changes of Foundation establishment. The spiritual energy turning into spiritual liquid increased the energy storage within his body. The surrounding energy frantically converged into Jiang Pingan's body. Just as water gathers into a pit, worried that it might affect his breakthrough, he tossed out 10,000 spirit stones and swallowed a Peiyuan Dan. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, a defeated genius descended from the 29th floor, dejectedly looking for a room to rest on the 30th floor. This genius was also a well-known talent back in his hometown, but here he could only be relegated to the lowest tier. They were too strong. He couldn't defeat them at all. However, I won't give up. I will definitely strive to climb higher. The young man's heart was still filled with fighting spirit. Just as he prepared to recover his spiritual energy, he noticed that the spiritual energy around him was extremely sparse. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy on the 30th floor so low? It's even less than the energy from the outside world. It wasn't just him. Others coming down from the 30th floor also found the energy they're surprisingly lacking. It must be that the princess reduced the spiritual energy on the 30th floor to motivate everyone to work harder in their cultivation. I must climb to an even higher peak. No one suspected that the spiritual energy had been absorbed by someone. After all, how could a genius with such ability be on the 30th floor? 3 days later, the effect of the talent-enhancing pill wore off. Jiang Pingyun slowly opened his eyes. The 10,000 spirit stones before him had been completely absorbed, shattering into crystal stones. Jiang Pingyun was secretly shocked. Had he really broken through to foundation establishment? Or was it golden core? The consumption of spiritual energy was terrifying. However, he was happy that he had successfully established his foundation. He tried to activate the body Ju, and indeed, its operating speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Meng Jing's pill was truly extraordinary. No wonder the wealth-gathering basin could only replicate 5 pills. What Jiang Pingyun didn't know was that the Tianxian Dan had improved far more than just this. Jiang Pingyun suppressed the joy in his heart and calmed himself down. Although he had established his foundation, the gap between him and other geniuses was still enormous. Defeating those geniuses wouldn't be easy. He still needed to learn techniques. The reasons those geniuses were formidable were mainly due to several aspects. First, they cultivated quickly, breaking through as easily as drinking water. Second, they had abundant spiritual energy. The better their talent, the more energy they could store, allowing them to unleash techniques freely without worrying about waste. Third, they possessed special talent abilities, like the thunder spirit body, which could summon thunder. Fourth, they mastered powerful techniques. Jiang Pingyun now only had one advantage. He had more energy in his body. He couldn't say anything about the rest. Just in terms of energy, he was confident he could compare with the one standing at the peak, the divine phoenix body. As for the other aspects, he was far from their level. In terms of cultivation speed and special talents, perhaps he couldn't match those geniuses. These were innate. But in terms of techniques, he could try to catch up. Turning back, he started to cultivate Wuji Quan, planning to eat afterward. 3 days without food, feeling a bit hungry, Jiang Pingyun stepped out of his room and looked to the mountain peak, where the battles had become less intense than at the beginning. The rankings had basically stabilized, with only a few sporadic battles still occurring. Jiang Pingyun raised his head to search for Meng Jing's figure. Finally, he spotted her on the 25th floor. At that moment, she was engaged in a fight with someone. Despicable bastard. Meng Jing cursed angrily while wielding her Qinghua knife. Miss Meng, you shouldn't say that. The rules allow people from the next layer to challenge those from the layer above, Ma Wei said. Although Ma Wei's body was quite round, he was surprisingly agile. Even Meng Jing's swift blade couldn't catch up to him. Bang! Ma Wei swung his sword, and dozens of sword shadows appeared. Meng Jing's expression changed, and she decisively retreated, jumping to the next layer. So weak, thunder spirit body, nothing special, Ma Wei mocked as he sheathed his sword. Meng Jing wanted to retort, but noticed Jiang Pingyun flashing down from the mountain below. I'm so angry, let's go eat. Meng Jing gritted her teeth, quite furious. What happened? Jiang Pingyun asked in confusion, sensing that Meng Jing was not angry about her defeat. It's that fat guy from the Miao Liao sect. He originally had the strength of the top 10 layers and intentionally challenged me from behind, knocking me down and preventing me from going up. Because Ma Wei was blocking her, Meng Jing couldn't move up. The higher one goes, the more resources one can access. With the opponent blocking her, she couldn't obtain more cultivation resources. What she feared most was not being able to secure a top 10 spot in the end. Jiang Pingyun frowned and looked up at Ma Wei. The reason Ma Wei was targeting Meng Jing was because she had provoked him. Ma Wei noticed Jiang Pingyun's gaze and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? If you're not satisfied, come challenge me." Oh, I just remembered. A piece of trash like you doesn't even qualify to challenge me. Ha ha. His laughter was loud, attracting the attention of many talented individuals. This guy actually dares to offend a disciple of the Miao Liao sect. He must be out of his mind. How pitiful if she can't go up. The resources will be scarce, and with fewer resources, the cultivation will slow down. Don't talk to that Jiang Pingyun, or you'll be remembered by Ma Wei. Who would talk to someone who has been stuck on the 30th layer? Some people were gloating, some were secretly sighing, while more were focused on their cultivation, ignoring such trivial matters. Meng Jing was so angry that she was about to charge up, but Jiang Pinyin pulled her back into the room. Chapter 49. The terrifying Thunder Spirit Body. What are you stopping me for? Even if I can't beat him, I want to exhaust him. Meng Jing shouted angrily. That Ma Wei is just too despicable. Getting angry won't solve the problem. Jiang Pinyin activated the barrier and took out a bottle, handing it to Meng Jing. Meng Jing looked at the bottle in confusion and asked, "Isn't this the medicine I gave you? You didn't take it? I have one just like it." "I already took mine," Jiang Pinyin replied as he opened the bottle, and 7-colored light illuminated the room. "A similar medicine? Don't think I'm a kid who's easy to fool." Meng Jing didn't believe him. "Really?" Jiang Pinyin insisted. "I don't believe it." Before Meng Jing could finish, Jiang Pinyin shoved the medicine into her mouth. Women are too indecisive. This is more straightforward. Meng Jing clutched her throat, her eyes wide, and yelled in exasperation, "Stinkywood, what are you doing? That's my medicine. You need to become stronger so I can benefit more. And besides, don't you want to beat that guy?" Seeing that Meng Jing didn't believe he had such a medicine, Jiang Pinyin pretended he hadn't taken it and used other reasons to coax her. Meng Jing wanted to say something else, but streams of 7-colored light burst from her 7 orifices. She made a strange sound, feeling as if her whole body was being massaged by a peculiar force. Terrifying electric sparks flickering around her. A bolt of electricity struck Jiang Pinyin, and his expression changed slightly. "That hurts a bit." He retreated to a corner and took out a few spare pastries to fill his stomach. Meng Jing would need about 3 days to digest. He would stay by her side during this time to prevent any mishaps. Taking advantage of the time, Jiang Pinyin retrieved the Wuji fist that Xia Qing had given him. This was a special technique with low attack power, mainly relying on using force against force. After successful cultivation, it could transform the opponent's attack into one's own. Although Xia Qing did not recommend this technique, Jiang Pinyin felt it suited him perfectly. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, a wealth of information flooded his mind. This technique was inspired by my observation of the Supreme Divine Technique Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. The exchange of yin and yang, the transformation of power. The enemy's power becomes your power. Jiang Pinyin began to study tirelessly. The phenomena occurring around Meng Jing lasted for 3 days. If it weren't for the barrier in the room, it would have certainly caused a great commotion. Finally, she opened her eyes again, and her beautiful eyes seemed to flicker with lightning. "Damn fat guy. Just wait until I beat you." Although Meng Jing's cultivation had not advanced, her aura had undergone a tremendous change, making her presence daunting. "Change your clothes before going out," Jiang Pinyin said suddenly from a corner. Meng Jing froze for a moment and looked down at her body. Only then did she realize that her clothes had been turned to ashes due to the lightning. Stinky wood," Meng Jing cursed. Her face flushed as she rushed into the adjacent bathroom. Jiang Pinyin looked puzzled. Why was she scolding him? Wasn't his reminder correct? Forget it. He decided not to pay her any mind. Elderly said women are incomprehensible creatures. After a while, Meng Jing emerged from the bathroom in a new outfit. Her small face flushed, looking as if she wanted to eat Jiang Pinyin. "Who told you to force that medicine into my mouth? You becoming stronger means I can gain more benefits. And besides, only by securing a spot can you contact your mother." Jiang Pinyin slowly got up, stretching his sore body. Thinking of his mother, Meng Jing's anger lessened significantly. She gritted her teeth and, after a long pause, said, "You don't need to do that in the future. I'm stronger than you. If you do something I disallow again, I'll hit you," she threatened while shaking her small fist. Let's go eat. I'm hungry," Jiang Pinyin casually replied. "I'm not hungry. I took a fasting pill earlier. I won't need to eat for a month. I'm going to beat that fat guy." Meng Jing was a very vengeful person and stormed out with her knife. Jiang Pinyin shook his head helplessly and followed her out of the room. Not far away was a place to eat that provided meals and fasting pills. Everyone cherished their time, so very few people were eating. Apart from those who needed to replenish energy, most preferred to choose the fasting pills. Jiang Pinyin sat down and ordered a leg of a demon beast. "Okay." The chef cut a leg for Jiang Pinyin. While eating, he looked towards a mountain peak. "Damn fat guy. Come out. I challenge you." Meng Jing shouted, her voice booming, startling many people. Miss Meng is challenging Ma Wei again. Ma Wei was a genius from the Miao Liao sect, while Miss Meng was too young and awakened too late. The two were not on the same level at all. So impulsive, this challenge will only get her beaten, and she might even get hurt. Both Meng Jing and Ma Wei were not simple. One was a thunder spirit body, and the other was a genius from the Miao Liao sect. Their battle attracted many talented individuals who were not currently engaged in combat. However, many did not have high hopes for Meng Jing since she awakened too late. Ma Wei came out of his room and mocked Meng Jing. I thought you were going to hide forever. I was even thinking of going up a few layers to give you a chance to advance. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Meng Jing summoned the power within her body, and at that moment, dark thunderclouds suddenly drifted in from the sky. Boom! The thunderclouds rolled in, lightning flashed, and the world darkened, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire mountain peak. The talented individuals on the first 3 layers who were cultivating sensed this aura. Their expressions grew serious, and they all emerged from their cultivation, looking up at the dark thunderclouds in the sky. Xiaqing was handling official business in her room when dark clouds appeared, causing her to pause and reveal a look of joy on her face. In an instant, her body disappeared from the spot. Ma Wei's mocking expression vanished as he looked up at the thunderclouds in shock. This woman actually summoned lightning. I'll kill you, Meng Jing shouted, channeling all her strength. And bolts of thunder suddenly struck down, shattering rocks and turning trees to ash, resembling a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Ma Wei's face changed drastically as he transformed into several figures, quickly dodging and sprinting hundreds of meters away. This was the top-tier movement technique of the Piao sect. The Shinshu step, known for its bizarre speed. Although being struck by lightning wouldn't kill him, it would definitely hurt. Moreover, there were thousands of bolts. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene, and those still in combat also stopped to gaze at the horror unfolding before them. The overwhelming sense of oppression made it hard for them to breathe. Was this really a Foundation establishment cultivator? How could she summon such terrifying lightning? However, this phenomenon did not last long. After 3 breaths, Meng Jing's energy was exhausted, and the thunderclouds dissipated. I am exhausted. I didn't kill you this time, but once I've replenished my energy, I'll blow you up again. Meng Jing wiped the sweat from her brow and went down from the 26th floor to find Jiang Pingan for a meal. She still couldn't beat Ma Wei, but she could at least scare him. The thunderclouds came and went quickly, causing many cultivators to take a while to react. Wow, is this the thunder spirit body? So terrifying. I heard that only the strong undergo tribulations. Yet Miss Meng can summon lightning now, although it lasted a short time, given her low cultivation level. How terrifying would the thunder spirit body be once her realm increased? The geniuses on the mountain were all shocked. Even the top 3 geniuses looked at Meng Jing with solemnity. The person involved, Ma Wei, looked as pale as a pig's liver, although he wasn't injured. That wasn't the point. The point was Meng Jing's terrifying talent. It seemed he had provoked a monster. Ma Wei's expression changed several times before he finally decided not to provoke her further to avoid escalating the conflict. He began to challenge higher levels. Chapter 50, The Boundless Fist Completion. Did you see that? The cultivation world is like this. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Meng Jing came down from the mountain, sitting beside Jiang Pingan and lecturing him in a senior tone. Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Jiang Pingan said. Meng Jing's small face stiffened, and in a fit of anger, she snatched the meat from Jiang Pingan's hand. Any words should consider the context and situation. Since there is no life-threatening danger now, of course, I should appear as strong as possible. Didn't you eat a fasting pill? Why are you still eating meat? What's it to you? I want to eat, but I already bit that piece of meat. Stupid wood. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll beat you. In the clouds, Xiaqing looked at the 2 bickering youths and suddenly displayed a strange expression. For some reason, seeing them made her envious. As the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty, her special status meant she had been cultivating since she could remember. Anytime she played around, she would be scolded or even beaten. She had friends, but those people either treated her with respectful flattery or had ulterior motives. She had never experienced a relationship like that of the 2 youths, devoid of interests and only mutual affection. After a moment, the expression on Xia Qing's face disappeared, returning to normal. She was the ninth princess of the great Xia dynasty. She didn't need these extraneous emotions. She needed to return to the imperial city and stand at the peak of power. Xia Qing's body flickered and disappeared from the clouds. In the following days, without Ma Wei's obstruction, Meng Jing finally had the qualifications to continue climbing higher. For geniuses, improving their cultivation was not difficult. The challenge lay in how to learn more advanced techniques at this level and surpass other geniuses. In the same realm, it depended on who had more and stronger martial arts techniques. Therefore, martial arts techniques were highly sought after. For instance, Jiang Pinyin was an ordinary person with ordinary talent. Yet after learning the layering earth technique, his spiritual cultivation level underwent earth-shattering changes. In the days that followed, these geniuses either battled or researched higher techniques to reach a stronger level. The resources provided by Princess Xia Qing were sufficient. Breaking through realms was not a problem, and solidifying the foundation could easily break through the barriers of cultivation. After a month, Jiang Pinyin began to operate the first layer of the Boundless Fist, but he was still far from mastering it. The biting cold wind and heavy snow fell, while others fought on the peaks. Jiang Pinyin stood at the base of the mountain, practicing the Boundless Fist alone in the snow. Meng Jing had already reached the 20th floor, and going higher would be even more challenging. In the second month, the Great Xia entered its coldest period. The cold wind felt like knives against people's faces. Jiang Pinyin, dressed in thin, plain clothes, stood in the snow, swinging his fists in the cold wind, causing the wind around his body to form strange whirlwinds that moved randomly with his punches. Meng Jing reached the 15th floor, descending multiple times until she broke through to become a high-level martial artist, stabilizing at the 15th floor. Jiang Pinyin did not attempt to break through, as always. He believed that with resources, there was no need to worry about breakthroughs. He had no shortage of resources. What he cared about most was how to refine his martial arts to perfection. 3 months passed, with fluctuating weather as winter came to an end. Only 2 months remained until the final assessment deadline. Almost all geniuses tried to challenge higher levels, with only a few who had not fought. Among them were the top 3 prodigies, and one was Jiang Pinyin, who had been practicing fists on the 30th floor. One day in the 4th month, spring snow fell, and Xia Qing appeared again on the clouds atop the mountain. Princess, this guy really shows no ambition at all. It's been 4 months, and he hasn't challenged even once. Xia Qing's personal maid noticed Jiang Pinyin hadn't challenged at all and couldn't help but complain to Xia Qing. The more she saw Jiang Pinyin's lack of progress, the angrier she became, feeling it was a waste of the princess's nurturing and Miss Meng's good intentions. Xia Qing shook her head. "You're mistaken. I used to think the same way." The maid was puzzled. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Xia Qing's beautiful eyes were fixed on the boy practicing punches in the snow, and she didn't explain directly, instead saying, "Try to flick a piece of snow in front of you away with your hand." The maid was confused about why the princess wanted her to do such a thing, but she complied with the princess's request. The maid extended her delicate white hand from her sleeve and tried to flick the snow. However, before she could touch the snow, it shattered due to her powerful aura. The maid raised her hand to catch a snowflake, which instantly melted. It was impossible to flick it away. The spring snow was too soft. "Now look at Jiang Pinyin," Xia Qing said. The maid turned to look at Jiang Pinyin, her pupils suddenly contracting. Jiang Pinyin was in the snow, exchanging punches with a snowflake, and despite multiple collisions, the snowflake didn't shatter. It was extraordinarily strange. Xia Qing said seriously, "For the past 4 months, Jiang Pinyin has been learning the Boundless Fist, and he has completely mastered the first layer." The maid's heart raced. This guy had actually learned the Boundless Fist in just 4 months. She knew about the Boundless Fist, a very famous martial art, rumored to have been created by a senior who observed the supreme divine technique, Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. This technique was difficult to cultivate and demanded a high level of composure from the learner. Anyone who was impatient could never learn it. Seeing that the maid understood, Xia Qing continued, "I also thought this boy lacked ambition, but now it seems he has been enduring. He needs to withstand the cold eyes and contempt of others, suppress his desire for more resources, and hold back the pride of being a genius. This boy has a steady temperament. Given time, his achievements will be limitless. The maid was stunned for a long time, not expecting the princess to hold Jiang Pinyin in such high regard. The maid pouted, saying it was because the Tianxian Dan had improved his talent. Xia Qing retorted, if that's the case, then my current achievements are also because I'm the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty, right? Because I possess the Xia bloodline? The maid was taken aback and quickly lowered her head. This servant does not dare. Xia Qing smiled indifferently. You can say a person is bad, but you can't say they are lucky after they have achieved something. The way of heaven operates, and those who reach the peak are not without their own luck against the odds. Compared to those born with powerful talents like the divine phoenix body or the 10,000 gold body, Jiang Pingin's bit of luck is nothing. All the causes and effects are earned by himself. The maid lowered her head and respectfully said, this servant has learned. Xia Qing looked at Jiang Pinyin again. If all went as expected, he would start his challenges in the last month. If he was lucky, perhaps he could break into the top 20 with the Wujikwan. Although Jiang Pinyin had mastered the first layer of Wujikwan in just 4 months, surprising Xia Qing, she still didn't think too highly of it. The final 10 spots could not possibly have his name. With only a month left, he had no time to continue growing. As for the bet with Jiang Pinyin about securing a top 10 spot in the genius competition, she had long since forgotten about it. Chapter 51. Jiang Pinyin is a spy. Xia Qing came today to announce something important. Today is the Ascending Winter Festival, a day off for everyone to engage in free activities. Come to the cafeteria in the evening. I have something to say. Upon hearing Xia Qing's voice, many young faces lit up with joy. A festival? So soon? Time flies when training. I almost forgot about the festivities. This is great. It's my favorite holiday. The Ascending Winter Festival is a traditional holiday of the Great Xia, marking the last festival of winter, symbolizing the sending off of winter and welcoming spring, bringing hope. Let's celebrate. Meng Jing, who had been seriously training, rushed down from the 12th floor upon hearing about the festival. She dashed to Jiang Pingin's side, bouncing with excitement, her ponytail swaying. Wooden block. Today is the Ascending Winter Festival. Come shop with me. The streets will definitely be livelier. Jiang Pinyin shook his head. I still have many things I haven't learned. I need to focus on training. Their village was close to Great Xia and also celebrated this festival, but he had no interest in playing. If the competition for a single spot was this difficult, the 100 Prefectures competition, gathering the talents from over 100 prefectures in the Underworld King State, would surely be even tougher. Time was tight, and there was no time to relax. Suddenly, Meng Jing threw a punch at Jiang Pinyin, her speed incredibly fast. Jiang Pingyin's heart sank, and he quickly raised his hand to block, bending his arm to dissipate her force. What are you doing? If that punch landed, it could send him flying several meters. What am I doing? Of course. I'm hitting you. Meng Jing raised her hand and struck Jiang Pinyin on the head, shouting, I know you dream of becoming an immortal and want to revive your uncle and aunt, but becoming an immortal isn't that easy. Do you want to spend your whole life just training? If your uncle and aunt were alive, do you think they would want you to live like this every day? After saying this, Meng Jing suddenly realized something and whispered, Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your uncle and aunt. Jiang Pinyin was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled slightly. Wait for me to change into clean clothes. Okay, Meng Jing beamed. Soon, Jiang Pinyin changed into a clean and tidy white outfit. Due to training, he had long shed the frailness of 6 months ago and had grown tall, with his youthful features gradually maturing. In another 2 years, he would be a handsome young man. After this Ascending Winter Festival, he would turn 15. The two smiled as they headed to the Black Wind City. Everywhere hung bright red lanterns, and cultivators flew through the air, stopping to greet familiar faces with smiles and fist salutes. Many shops released promotional discounts to attract customers, filling the surroundings with a festive atmosphere. Jiang Pinyin was struck by the lively scene for the first time, feeling deeply moved. If his parents were alive, they would surely be amazed. If he could become an immortal, he could enjoy this happiness forever. Jiang Pingyin's obsession with becoming an immortal grew deeper. Meng Jing was like a little kitten running around the city, buying a pile of seemingly useless things while Jiang Pinyin quietly followed her. As night fell, Meng Jing happily returned to the prefectural governor's residence. Xia Qing still had to speak, and they couldn't delay. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, various delicacies released spiritual energy, which transformed into mist, floating around the cafeteria like a fairyland. Wow, so many pastries. Meng Jing's eyes lit up as she stared at the mountain of pastries. Pulling Jiang Pingan over, the chubby Ma Wei walked up to Jiang Pingan with a smile, asking, "How is our great Xia's festival?" Jiang Pingan frowned, sensing something was off with his words. Ma Wei suddenly raised his voice. "Does your Ling Tai kingdom also celebrate the Sending Winter Festival?" Sure enough, the fox's tail was revealed. The talented individuals happily eating suddenly turned to look at them when they heard the words Ling Tai Kingdom. Meng Jing's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, "Ma Wei, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? I'm just asking Brother Jiang if they celebrate the Sending Winter Festival in Ling Tai Kingdom." Ma Wei smiled, his expression infuriating. "Jiang Pingan is from Ling Tai Kingdom? Damn, how did he end up here? A spy." The Ling Tai Kingdom and Great Xia were currently at war in a hostile relationship. The Ling Tai Kingdom was not strong and had been incited by other countries to start a war, causing adverse effects on Great Xia. The people of Great Xia held no goodwill towards Ling Tai. Upon hearing Ma Wei say that Jiang Pingan was from Ling Tai Kingdom, many people immediately cast hostile glances at him. Ma Wei smiled brightly. This was his objective. While investigating Meng Jing's information, he inadvertently discovered Jiang Pingan's details. It turned out this kid was not one of them from Great Xia at all. Having had previous conflicts with Jiang Pingan, he had been looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Today, taking advantage of everyone's presence, he brought this matter to light, using their animosity towards Ling Tai Kingdom to target Jiang Pingan. Meng Jing naturally saw through Ma Wei's scheme, her teeth grinding in anger. Jiang Pingan's parents were forced to death by Ling Tai Kingdom. He has a deep-seated hatred for them. He once helped us destroy Ping, Shui County. He is not from Ling Tai Kingdom at all. Ma Wei smirked, already anticipating her response. Who knows whether this is a play by Ling Tai Kingdom? With the purpose of infiltrating our Great Xia, it's just a Ping Shui County. I could destroy it alone. Trading such a useless county for a spy is too worthwhile. Hearing Ma Wei's words, the hostile gazes towards Jiang Pingan intensified. This Jiang Pingan is very likely a spy. Capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. We must not let any spy escape. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go. If he really is a spy, it would have a very negative impact on our Great Xia. Many people's spiritual senses had locked onto Jiang Pingan, with a faint trend of moving to take action. I dare anyone to try. Meng Jing dropped the pastries in her hand and stood in front of Jiang Pingan. Ma Wei's smile grew even brighter. "Miss Meng, are you going to betray your country?" "Wonderful. If Meng Jing insists on protecting Jiang Pingan, there will be an opportunity to get rid of this woman. This woman, if she continues to grow, could very well push me on my spot. With the pressure of public opinion, even if she was the 9th princess, she couldn't ignore it. I am not betraying my country." Meng Jing shouted. "Then why are you protecting someone from Ling Tai Kingdom?" Ma Wei continued to attack, not caring that he was young but very cunning. Because Jiang Pingan could never be a spy, Meng Jing was almost crying from anger, tears welling in her eyes. "What makes you say that? Can you see into his heart?" Ma Wei sneered. "You." Before Meng Jing could say more, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Jiang Pingan stepped forward and calmly stared at Ma Wei. "I come from a farming background and have conflicts with the officials and soldiers of Ping Shui County, as well as a life-and-death enmity with Ling Tai Kingdom. It was Meng Jing's father who found someone to rescue me, and I am grateful to him. The princess appreciates me and provides me with resources. I will not forget these kindnesses. I was indeed born in Ling Tai Kingdom, and I have no evidence to prove that I am not a spy. No matter what I say, you will not believe me because your goal is to attack me." Ma Wei ignored other messages and shouted to the surrounding cultivators. Everyone heard it. He admits he is from Ling Tai Kingdom. Many youths lacked critical thinking and only harbored hatred for Ling Tai Kingdom. Such people must not be allowed to stay here. If he is indeed a spy, then he is cultivating using artist Xia's resources. Drive him away. No, capture him for interrogation. Chapter 52. Challenge begins. A wave of divine senses locked onto Jiang Pingan, and many people urged their spiritual energy, ready to take action. I said it. Jiang Pingan is not a spy. Meng Jing roared, her body crackling with uncontrolled lightning, her hair flying. Whoever dares to act, I will annihilate them. Ma Wei felt ecstatic inside. Yes, keep the anger up. As long as she dares to attack others, she will definitely be driven away by the princess. Lingtai Kingdom has killed our Dixia warriors, causing countless people to be displaced and exhausting national strength. Anyone who harms our Dixia must not be spared. Ma Wei put on a worried expression for the country and continued to fan the flames. Yes, for the sake of Dixia, we must absolutely eliminate spies. A group of youths were filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Pingyin's expression gradually turned cold, power swirling around him. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, a pressure descended, suppressing everyone's power. Jiang Pingyin is not a spy. I have already investigated. Xiaqing walked in, dressed in festive palace attire, looking dignified and beautiful, rivaling the bright moon. Lord County Guard, Princess. A group of people bowed their heads in greeting. Xiaqing glanced at Ma Wei and Jiang Pingyin, saying that today was a celebratory day and there was no need for unpleasantness. He insists that Jiang Pingyin is a spy. Meng Jing pointed at Ma Wei, her eyes reddened with anger. Isn't everything fine now? Xiaqing rubbed Meng Jing's head. Although she knew Ma Wei was deliberately causing trouble, she couldn't say anything. After all, the other youths were also worried about Dixia, so they were anxious. If she spoke about Ma Wei, she might be seen as disregarding the country's safety. Seeing the princess say that Jiang Pingyin is not a spy, the others retracted their hostility. Ma Wei's face showed no expression, but he felt very disappointed. He was so close to success. Once a conflict erupted, Meng Jing and Jiang Pingyin would definitely be driven away. Xiaqing surveyed the group of youths and said, "Today, besides congratulating everyone on entering the new year, the most important thing is about unity. In competition, there will inevitably be conflicts, but we are all people of Dixia and will be the pillars of Dixia in the future. For the development of Dixia and for everyone to grow better in the future, knowing more friends is more beneficial than having more enemies. In a month, the competition for spots will end. During this time, everyone should work hard to cultivate. Regardless of whether you can obtain a spot, you will achieve significant growth. The remaining time is for you youths. I want to put pressure on you. I wish everyone a good time." Xiaqing turned to her maid and instructed her to distribute 1,000 spiritual stones as red envelopes. 4 ordinary foundation establishment cultivators from some sects. Receiving 100 spiritual stones in a month would be considered good. But here, just the red envelopes amounted to 1,000. With a massive amount of resources available every day, the maid held red storage bags and distributed the spiritual stones to everyone. "Thank you, Princess." The group bowed in gratitude. After the princess left, Meng Jing pointed at Ma Wei and shouted, "Just wait. Within a month, I will definitely step on you and kick you out of the top 10. She didn't care about unity. Ma Wei's deliberate framing of Jiang Pingyin made her extremely angry. Ma Wei's face looked grim. He had to work hard to push into 9th place, or else with the opponent's strength, he might really be kicked out. Obtaining a spot in the top 10 would provide a massive amount of resources, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. He absolutely couldn't be kicked out. Meng Jing lost her appetite for the meal, collected her red envelope, and pulled Jiang Pingyin away. Being with this group was not enjoyable at all. It was much more fun to be with Moo Moo. Before leaving, Jiang Pingyin took a demonic beast leg, as not eating dinner would make him hungry. "Don't be angry. I'll get revenge for you." Under the night sky, Meng Jing solemnly promised, "I can handle it myself." Jiang Pingyin was already preparing to challenge tomorrow. He didn't say it, but that didn't mean he wasn't angry. "You can handle it yourself? You plan to sneak attack them? That's not possible. The county guard's mansion is full of experts, and you'll definitely be discovered." Meng Jing didn't think about the direction Jiang Pingyin would challenge. She instinctively believed that Jiang Pingyin intended to sneak attack for revenge. Jiang Pingyin didn't explain. Even if he did, she wouldn't believe him. As the warm sun rose, the new year arrived. Many youths had just spent a pleasant night together. When they returned from outside and arrived at the back mountain, they saw a figure standing at the entrance of the 29th level. "Oh, you bottom dweller want to start challenging. Huh?" Ma Wei had just returned and spotted Jiang Pingyin. His sharp tongue mocked again, "You better work hard. There's still a month left to stand firm on the 29th level. Haha." He didn't care about Jiang Pingyin at all and flew toward the mountaintop. Jiang Pingan's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of joy or anger, just glancing at him. Soon, the genius, standing on the 29th level, returned. Jiang Pingan clasped his fists and slightly bowed. Please give me your guidance. Intermediate martial master? Your cultivation can't beat mine. The youth, 18 years old, wore a black long robe with a black sword hanging at his waist. He wasn't mocking Jiang Pingan. He just felt that Jiang Pingan's cultivation was too low and wanted him not to waste time. Those who could stand on the mountain were all high-level martial masters or late foundation establishment cultivators. The opponent was merely an intermediate martial master, lacking the energy contained within. Jiang Pingan continued to clasp his fists, saying, "Please give me your guidance." Ren Ming helplessly shook his head. He suspected Jiang Pingan had been provoked by Ma Wei last night, hence his intention to challenge. He didn't know what Jiang Pingan had been doing for the past 4 months, only to remain an intermediate martial master. Be careful. Ren Ming raised his hand, broke a branch, and casually waved it, sending terrifying sword energy across the ground, shattering rocks. He wasn't taking it seriously. This strike was enough to defeat the opponent. Jiang Pingan raised his hand, and a strange energy surged from within him. The sword energy landed in front of him, and Jiang Pingan twisted his wrist, sending the terrifying sword energy back. Ren Ming, who had originally looked indifferent, suddenly had his pupils constrict and quickly drew his sword to defend. Boom! The clash of sword energy created a massive cloud of dust. Wuji Fist. You actually learned this technique. Ren Ming's expression shifted from disdain to shock and seriousness. Techniques that can rebound others' attacks are not many, and those that can rebound power solely relying on physical cultivation are even fewer. The most famous of these is the Wuji Fist. He had long heard that Wuji Fist could only be cultivated by the steady, and seeing it today, it was indeed so. Being able to lie low on the 30th level for 4 months was impressive. Ren Ming originally had no feelings toward Jiang Pingan, but suddenly felt a sense of admiration rising in his heart. If you have completely mastered Wuji Fist, then I will definitely lose, but I want to admit defeat easily. Gome, let me witness this top-tier technique. Ren Ming became serious, discarded his sword sheath, and charged forward with his sword. Jiang Pingan's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to engage. Chapter 53. Rapidly rising rankings. The sword energy swept across dozens of meters, cutting down surrounding trees and shattering rocks. Jiang Pingan was using Wuji Fist in actual combat for the first time and felt a bit awkward. However, he gradually became proficient. The opponent's strength determines the intensity of his counterattack. If the opponent is strong, his counter will be strong. If the opponent is weak, his counter will be weak. It's a 50-50 situation. As the battle continued, Ren Ming gradually went from being spirited at the beginning to feeling frustrated. Brother Jiang, can you stop using Wuji Fist? Let's have a fair fight. All of his attacks were countered by the opponent, whether they were close-range or long-range attacks. It was all the same. This made Ren Ming feel as if he was hitting himself. No matter how much strength he added, his attacks would be countered, and with the slightest mistake, he could be hit. Jiang Pingan retorted, "Isn't this fair and square?" Ren Ming gritted his teeth. "You're forcing me. I don't believe I can't hurt you." He began to unleash his trump card sword technique, condensing a sword aura that spanned 10 meters, striking towards Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan stood still, raising his hand to block. It looked like a normal block, but at that moment, Ren Ming felt his attack was out of control, slipping from his grasp. Ren Ming's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Jiang Pingan swung his large sword back. Bang! A deep sword mark appeared on the ground. Ren Ming felt like spitting blood, not because he was hit, but out of anger. The sword technique he had worked so hard to learn was being used against him. The battle continued. Jiang Pingan activated Wuji Fist. If the opponent was strong, he was strong. If the opponent was weak, he was weak. Time gradually passed, and the sun hung high at noon. Their battle attracted a lot of attention. These two guys have been fighting all morning, and it still isn't over? Is this really that enduring? Jiang Pingan actually knows Wuji Fist. I heard this technique has high requirements. What a ridiculous technique. It's just stalling for time, with no attack power. Jiang Pingan's performance surprised many. However, very few people cared, believing this martial art posed little threat. Ma Wei on the 10th floor noticed Jiang Pingan, and a hint of surprise appeared on his chubby face. He didn't expect the opponent to learn such an advanced technique. However, this technique was not difficult to break. Using it to reach the 20th floor would be impressive, but it posed no threat to him, so there was no need to worry. Ma Wei looked worriedly at Meng Jing, who was climbing up. This woman was her greatest opponent. Another hour passed, and the sun slanted westward. No more. No more. Ren Ming, exhausted of spiritual energy, collapsed on the ground and conceded defeat. This technique is so shameless. It was that kind of frustrating feeling where you want to strangle the opponent, but can't. The opponent had directly drained his spiritual energy. I concede, Jiang Pingan said with cupped fists. Jiang Pingan didn't stop and continued to ascend. Ren Ming saw this scene, his eyes widening. What the heck? You still have energy? After fighting for half the day, I have no energy left. How can you still challenge? Jiang Pingan didn't respond and climbed to the 28th floor, cupping his fist to an athletic cultivator and saying, "Excuse me." The athletic cultivator's face twitched several times. He had noticed the earlier battle. Jiang Pingan could block even sword cultivators' attacks, let alone physical cultivators. It should be noted that Wuji Fist is most effective against melee cultivators. However, after fighting for most of the day, Jiang Pingan's energy was nearly depleted, making it not too difficult to defeat him. Come on. The athletic cultivator erupted with terrifying blood energy, flames burning around him, resembling a fireman. Although he was a physical cultivator, he could unleash flames. This was his talent. Jiang Pingan raised his hand to meet the attack. The sound of violent collisions echoed on the 28th floor. The sun sank from the west, and the night grew exceptionally cold. A cultivator, shrouded in flames, gasped for breath, the flames flickering on and off, ready to extinguish at any moment. You're also a physical cultivator. Have some guts and go head-to-head. Don't use this shameless technique. The athletic cultivator was nearly in tears. Every time he threw a punch, Jiang Pingan would push his fist back into his face, countering his attacks with his own. After a day of fighting, the opponent was completely unscathed. While he was covered in injuries, Jiang Pingan took a stance with both hands and calmly said, "Continue." Thud! The athletic cultivator fell to the ground, his flames extinguished. He had exhausted all his strength. Ren Ming, standing on the 30th floor, felt inexplicably pleased upon seeing this. Watching others suffer the same fate as himself lifted his spirits. Jiang Pingan withdrew his hands and sat quietly on the ground. He actually still had energy, but he needed time to reflect on his shortcomings. Although Wuji Fist could counterattack strength, it also had weaknesses. If the opponent's speed and strength exceeded 3 times his own, it would be very difficult to counter. The next day, with 29 days remaining until the final selection, Jiang Pingan arrived at the 27th floor, cupping his fists in greeting to a beautiful girl wielding a whip, asking for guidance. "Go down." The genius girl, wearing green boots, swung the whip in her hand towards Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan raised his hand, and as he touched the whip, its direction was changed, striking back at the genius girl. The girl's face changed drastically, and she quickly adjusted the direction of her whip to continue attacking Jiang Pingan. Crack! The sound of the whip echoed in the air, as the whip struck trees and rocks, shattering them into dust with tremendous power. If it hit a person, it would surely hurt. However, it couldn't reach Jiang Pingan. It was all rebounded back at her. Some cultivators noticed the battle between the two and couldn't help but comment. This Wuji Fist should be renamed. Let's call it Shameless Fist. It's too shameless. Yeah, it's simply using the opponent's strength against them. Fighting with someone like this is so frustrating. I asked someone about it yesterday. Wuji Fist is easy to break, as long as you exceed the user's strength and speed by 3 times. Damn, you call that easy? The girl wielding the whip was struck by her own whip, her body burning with pain. Her skill level couldn't break the opponent's fist technique. At this rate, she would surely lose. I admit defeat. She was about to concede when shouts came from below the mountain. Are you scared? As a genius, you're going to concede? Exactly. Even if you can't win, you should fight until the end. This woman is useless. The girl was about to concede, but upon hearing the shouts from below, for the sake of her pride, she gritted her teeth and continued to persist. If she had been a bit more observant, she would have realized that the ones shouting below were the two cultivators who had been exhausted by Jiang Ping'an yesterday. These two were very malicious, wanting others to experience the pain they had suffered. The battle continued from morning until noon, and eventually the girl exhausted her spiritual energy, collapsing to the ground, sweat soaking her clothes and hair. I concede. Jiang Ping'an cupped his fists in salute to the girl. The girl was infuriated, gritting her teeth. It was the first time she had encountered such a disgusting technique. Don't think you're amazing. When you reach the 20th floor, you'll be beaten badly. No need for my friend to worry. Jiang Ping'an continued climbing to the 26th floor. Another fierce battle broke out, lasting from the afternoon into the evening. Jiang Ping'an's fight drew increasing attention. After all, no one had fought longer than he had. It was hard not to attract attention. Damn, what a disgusting technique. I don't want to fight against someone like this. A genius on the 23rd floor turned pale upon seeing this scene. I'd rather be killed instantly than dragged to death. This Jiang Ping'an is really a dog, going silent for 4 months just to learn this technique. Seeing the strangeness of this technique, those on the mountain didn't want to fight Jiang Ping'an. Yet, Jiang Ping'an continued to ascend. With 28 days remaining, Jiang Ping'an reached the 25th floor. With 24 days remaining, Jiang Ping'an reached the 21st floor. The geniuses on the mountain were getting stronger, usually defeating one person a day. All the defeated geniuses, without exception, were exhausted and dragged down. Some geniuses wanted to concede, but just as they were about to, mocking voices would come from below, calling them cowards, trash, unworthy of being called geniuses. If they had just been a bit more observant, they would have noticed that the ones insulting them below were those who had been exhausted by Jiang Ping'an. The thought of this group of people is, why should I be exhausted while you give up so easily? Everyone should die together. There are 23 days left, 20 floors. Jiang Ping'an cupped his hands in front of the physical cultivator and asked for guidance. In front of him stood a robust cultivator holding a golden staff. His blood energy was fierce like a furnace. Xiang Yang gently waved the staff, and a piercing sound broke through the air, stirring up a large wave of qi. You've made it to this level with your intermediate martial artist skills, which is already quite impressive, but your victory can only end here. From the 20th floor onwards, there is only one genius on each floor, and their combat power is stronger than the cultivators below. Jiang Ping'an extended his hand, assumed a stance, and asked for guidance. Chapter 54 Sharp Eyes, Be Careful. Xiang Yang swung the golden staff, his momentum grand, stirring the clouds in the sky. Jiang Ping'an raised his hand to fight. The cultivator, being tormented by Jiang Ping'an, shouted from the foot of the mountain, "Beat him to death. Knock him down. Make sure he remembers this." The group of geniuses was very excited, finally able to see this jerk get beaten up. Who could imagine the pain of battling someone for a whole day and exhausting oneself to death? It's worse than being instantly killed. It's a torment to the will. Jiang Ping'an twisted his wrist, and the staff was bounced back. Xiang Yang felt a chill in his heart. It could actually bounce back. Xiang Yang no longer worried about killing his opponent and fully activated his blood energy, preparing to defeat him with even greater strength. With a single swing, the staff moved the heavens, stirring up sand and stones, uprooting trees. The terrifying power made the female cultivator standing on the 19th floor secretly alarmed. Xiang Yang's level was already comparable to mine. If he defeats Jiang Ping'an this time, he will definitely come to challenge me. Jiang Ping'an was indeed very powerful, but the Wujigong was not invincible. This strike surely exceeded Jiang Ping'an's threefold strength. Everyone believed Jiang Ping'an would stop at the 21st floor. Reaching this point was already quite impressive. As the staff fell, Jiang Ping'an's legs bent slightly, but there was no scene of him being blasted away. Jiang Ping'an rotated his arm, and a strange power emanated from him, forcefully bouncing back the violent impact of the staff. Xiang Yang's staff was shaken away, and his body was sent flying backward. After flying over 100 meters, he crashed into a tree before stopping. The cheering cultivators at the foot of the mountain, the female cultivator on the 19th floor, and Xiang Yang himself all widened their eyes. Impossible. How could such a terrifying strike not break through the Wujigong? No. This guy Jiang Ping'an definitely has hidden strength. Although it didn't break through, this should also be Jiang Ping'an's limit. Reaching the 20th floor is truly remarkable. Previously, everyone thought Jiang Pinyin would be defeated, but they didn't expect he could still rebound Xiang Yang's staff. Jiang Pinyin picked up the heavy iron staff, which weighed at least 300 pounds. He tossed the iron staff to Xiang Yang and said, "Continue." Xiang Yang's face twitched. Did this kid want to continue torturing himself? He couldn't believe he couldn't break through the opponent's Wujigong. Xiang Yang caught the staff and struck with all his might again. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Pinyin was clearly no longer as composed as before, but the Wujigong still hadn't been broken. Xiang Yang was also very clever. He didn't waste time and fought with all his strength, exhausting his energy in just a short hour. Without even greeting anyone, he cursed and went to the 21st floor. This Wujigong is truly shameless. Fighting against it is like hitting oneself. Jiang Pinyin exhaled deeply and entered the room on the 20th floor to rest. Meng Jing, who had already rushed to the 11th floor, looked at Jiang Pinyin reaching the 20th floor with a face full of astonishment. She knew Jiang Pinyin was hiding his strength, but she didn't expect him to hide it so deeply and reach the 20th floor so quickly, faster than she did initially. However, Meng Jing was very happy, even more so than when she reached the 11th floor. She knew this wooden block was not weak. Meng Jing raised her head and looked at Ma Wei, who was standing on the 9th floor with anger in her eyes. Anyone who dares to slander this wooden block must be taught a lesson. The female cultivator on the 19th floor breathed a sigh of relief. The 20th floor should be Jiang Pingyin's limit. She didn't want to be tormented by Jiang Pinyin. Others thought the same. From the battle scene between Jiang Pinyin and Xiang Yang, it was evident he was already struggling in the fight. If he continued to challenge the person on the previous floor, he might very well be defeated. However, they were destined to guess wrong. Countdown, 22 days, 19th floor. Jiang Pinyin, dressed in white, cupped his hands and said, "Please give me guidance. You have broken through to the advanced martial artist level." The female cultivator on the 19th floor looked at Jiang Pingyin's realm, her eyes widening. Yes, Jiang Pinyin was previously only an intermediate martial artist and hadn't reached his limit yet. Other cultivators saw Jiang Pingyin's breakthrough and challenge, their expressions becoming strange. This guy can actually continue to climb up. This kid can really endure, clearly very powerful, yet he held back for 4 months. Just how many floors can he reach? More and more cultivators began to pay attention to Jiang Pinyin. Everyone usually discussed the geniuses on the mountain, and occasionally they would talk about Jiang Pinyin, who had been stuck on the 30th floor. Whenever Jiang Pinyin was mentioned, everyone would exchange smiles, treating it as a joke. Today they realized that the joke was on them. Jiang Pinyin must be very powerful. He just hadn't shown it. The battle erupted again, and Jiang Pinyin was stronger than yesterday. Half a day later, the female cultivator was exhausted and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Countdown, 21 days, 18th floor. Countdown, 18 days, 15th floor. Countdown, 15 days, 12th floor. The name Jiang Pinyin spread throughout the mountain, from being unknown to soaring into the sky. Those who could enter the top 15 floors were all super geniuses with strong talents. On the 12th floor, Jiang Pingyin's opponent was a familiar face, Zhang Lingmin, the girl with a wind spirit root he encountered on the way to Heifeng City. Her brother, Zhang Ling, was killed by Jiang Pinyin. However, Zhang Lingmin disliked her brother, so she didn't hold him accountable, only taking a foundation-building pill. Zhang Lingmin looked up at Meng Jing on the 10th floor, then glanced at Jiang Pinyin in front of her. The pride on her face vanished without a trace, her expression complex. "I underestimated you." Zhang Lingmin never expected that the two people she had ignored and could easily kill just half a year ago had already caught up to her. One of them had even surpassed her. "Please give me guidance." Jiang Pinyin cupped his hands, his face expressionless. "Although your Wujigong is powerful, I am a speed-type martial artist, and I am confident my speed surpasses yours by 3 times. Zhang Lingmin suppressed her other emotions, and as she spoke, a fierce wind rose around her, lifting her body high into the air. It's wind spirit dance. Is Zhang Lingmin planning to use her ultimate skill directly? Zhang Lingmin had to do this. If it were me, I wouldn't let Jiang Pinyin exhaust me either. Jiang Pinyin is a physical cultivator. It's normal for him to have strong power. But his speed is not up to par. He definitely can't catch up with Zhang Lingmin's speed. Don't be fooled by some cultivators whose combat power is inferior to Jiang Pinyin. They analyze it very well. They were right. Jiang Pinyin indeed had some flaws in terms of speed. Jiang Pinyin also noticed this and prepared to practice a speed-type technique later. Wind Spirit Dance. A powerful wind-based technique that can greatly enhance speed in a short time. As Zhang Lingmin unleashed her technique, a massive tornado enveloped Jiang Pinyin. Zhang Lingmin's body disappeared. But it wasn't truly gone. Her speed had reached its limit, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to see. You lost. A faint voice sounded in the tornado, and people couldn't see anyone. Zhang Lingmin unleashed a wind blade attack, preparing to end the battle in one move. Bang! The tornado exploded, and the fierce wind sent Zhang Lingmin flying. She crashed into the barrier of the 11th floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. As the tornado dissipated, Jiang Pinyin stood in place, striking a pose of the Wujigong. Impossible! How could you possibly catch up to my speed? Zhang Lingmin didn't care about her injuries, staring incredulously at Jiang Pinyin. Those who thought Jiang Pinyin was slow also showed expressions of disbelief. Wasn't it said that speed was Jiang Pinyin's weakness? I can't keep up with your speed, but I have good eyesight, Jiang Pinyin explained calmly. Good eyesight? Zhang Lingmin was furious, believing Jiang Pinyin was humiliating her. She leapt into the air again, attacking Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin was not lying. His eyesight was indeed good. As his realm improved, it was as if his right eye was also enhancing. No, more accurately, it was recovering. There had always been a strange power hidden in his right eye, which was gradually being activated as Jiang Pinyin's realm increased. It was like dynamic vision. Zhang Lingmin's speed was indeed fast, but Jiang Pinyin could see where she was positioned and could anticipate her attacks in advance. An hour passed, and Zhang Lingmin was defeated. The ultimate speed she prided herself on was useless against Jiang Pinyin. No matter from which direction she attacked, she could be seen. Jiang Pinyin sat on the ground, reflecting on today's battle, reviewing his shortcomings and correcting them. This was what he did every day. The crowd at the foot of the mountain looked at Jiang Pinyin's back. Their hearts stirred. This was a dark horse beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Pinyin wasn't planning to break into the top 10, was he? Someone said a phrase that made everyone's heart race. If Jiang Pinyin could really enter the top 10, it would be terrifying. In less than a month, he had surged from the 30th layer all the way to the top 10. Among all the geniuses, only 2 people had progressed this quickly. One was Meng Jing, but she was a thunder spirit body, so rapid progress was normal. However, Jiang Pinyin didn't have such a powerful talent. With 14 days left at the 11th layer, Jiang Pinyin challenged again. On this day, Meng Jing fought a terrifying battle against Ma Wei of the Piaomiao sect at the 9th layer. The rankings in the last month had changed little. The only ones still frantically trying to climb the ranks were Meng Jing and Jiang Pinyin. The fight between Meng Jing and Ma Wei attracted the attention of all the talents, including the super geniuses from the top 3 layers and the powerful figures responsible for management nearby. Chapter 55. Your Highness. Your Highness, something big has happened. A maid following Xia Qing rushed into her room, her face filled with an unbelievable expression. After the winter festival, Xia Qing had been in closed-door training, telling her maid not to disturb her unless there was something important. Today, the maid clearly had something urgent to report. What is it? Has there been another fight on the Divine Island? Xia Qing slowly opened her eyes, her star-like pupils deep as the starry sky. No, it's not about the Divine Island. It's about the back mountain. The maid's voice cracked slightly due to her excitement. Oh, could it be that the top 10 rankings have changed? Did little Jing make it up? Xia Qing's red lips curled slightly, already guessing the situation. Miss Meng is challenging the 9th layer and is fighting Ma Wei of the Piaomiao sect. But that's not the main point. The main point is Jiang Pinyin. The maid's face was filled with shock. Xia Qing shook her head helplessly, telling her to calm down before speaking. Look at how flustered you are. What kind of demeanor is that? What happened to Jiang Pinyin? Did he make it to the 20th place, as I predicted? What could make you this excited? Did he do even better? The maid took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions before saying, Jiang Pinyin defeated the 11th place. What? Xia Qing's eyes widened in shock. You can't be mistaken. It's not the 21st place. It's not the 21st. It's the 11th. If he goes up one more layer, it's the 10th. The maid's voice trembled. She was also very shocked by this news, which is why she rushed to report it to the princess. How is that possible? Even if he fully comprehended the first layer of the Wujigong, he shouldn't be able to reach the 11th layer. Xiaqing found it hard to believe the maid's words. She had some understanding of the Wujigong. As long as one exceeded the user's power or speed by 3 times, they could break through the Wujigong. At Jiang Pingin's level, reaching the 20th layer should be his limit. How could he possibly reach the 11th layer? Xiaqing's body instantly disappeared from where she stood, heading to the back mountain to see for herself. At this moment, the back mountain was flashing with lightning. Meng Jing was controlling thunder to fight Ma Wei. Ma Wei's speed was incredibly fast, and the Thousand Willow Sword technique and Divine Void Step he was employing were top-tier techniques. The two were locked in a fierce battle, with Meng Jing clearly at a disadvantage. Almost everyone in the back mountain was watching this fight. Meanwhile, at the 11th layer, Jiang Pinyin sat calmly on a stone, facing the 10th layer, eyes closed, meditating quietly. Upon seeing Jiang Pingin's figure, Xiaqing's heart shook violently. This boy had really made it to the 11th layer. What on earth was going on? After pondering for a moment, Xiaqing immediately deduced that Jiang Pinyin must have mastered a powerful body technique. This body technique provided a strong enhancement to his physical abilities. Other geniuses could not unleash power 3 times greater than Jiang Pingin's, so they couldn't defeat him. This was the reason he could reach the 11th layer. This kid was hiding his strength deep. Xiaqing was greatly surprised. Before the competition began, she had already been able to roughly guess the rankings. Even if there were discrepancies, it wouldn't be by much, at most 3 or 4 places. Only Jiang Pinyin was someone she hadn't anticipated. This was a good thing, something to be happy about. Xiaqing withdrew her gaze and looked at the battle between Ma Wei and Meng Jing. Watching Meng Jing fight desperately, a complex expression flashed in her brilliant eyes. She knew Meng Jing very well. She was a rather lazy girl. The reason she told Meng Jing to get a top 10 spot and contact her mother was to ignite her fighting spirit. The effect was indeed good. But Xiaqing realized that Meng Jing's fighting spirit had not yet been fully ignited. It wasn't until the night of the winter festival that everything changed. Meng Jing's fighting spirit was completely ignited, and now, in her battle against Ma Wei, she treated her opponent as an enemy. The catalyst that fully ignited Meng Jing's fighting spirit. Xiaqing's gaze fell back on Jiang Pinyin. Thunderstorm. Meng Jing suddenly shouted, her small hands quickly forming seals together. In that instant, a massive spherical lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the thunderclouds. The thunder exploded, covering a radius of a mile. Ma Wei's face changed dramatically. With such a wide area attack, there was no way to dodge. He quickly employed the Divine Void Step, retreating from the battlefield and escaping the 9th layer. I report. She's trying to kill someone. She must be disqualified. Ma Wei shouted to the strong figures managing the area from the 10th layer. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. I have no energy left in my body. This technique has no power at all. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. Meng Jing wiped her head, sitting weakly on the charred ground. The earth had been scorched black by the thunder. This move indeed had no lethality. It was just intimidating. If there was a life-threatening situation, we would intervene. One of the managing nascent soul experts said flatly. He could sense the specific power of the thunder. It couldn't kill Ma Wei. Ma Wei's face turned ugly. Damn it. It was a scam. He was filled with unwillingness, but had no way out. Thankfully, he could still stay at the 10th layer and secure the final selection spot. Please recover your energy quickly. I want a challenge. A calm voice suddenly sounded. Ma Wei looked in the direction of the voice, seeing Jiang Pinyin at the 11th layer. His face filled with disbelief. How could you be here? Though he had noticed Jiang Pinyin was moving up, he didn't expect the other party to reach the 11th layer so quickly. They were only 1 step apart. Recover your energy quickly. I will challenge you. Jiang Pinyin closed his eyes again. Ma Wei's expression changed repeatedly. The Jiang Pinyin he had previously looked down upon had actually surged from the bottom layer to here in just half a month. The speed is even more terrifying than that woman, Meng Jing. Meng Jing looked at Jiang Pinyin on the 11th floor, and although she was shocked, she felt more joy. She knew that Jiang Pinyin was not as weak as the princess sister said. Looking for death. Ma Wei. who had been knocked down the 10th floor by Meng Jing, was furious. Now, seeing Jiang Pinyin, whom he looked down upon, wanting to challenge him, he was filled with rage. He was ready to teach this kid a lesson. Although he couldn't kill him, he could severely injure him. The group of geniuses on the mountain looked at this scene with mixed feelings. They underestimated Jiang Pinyin and didn't expect these two to clash. It was uncertain whether Jiang Pinyin, this dark horse, would emerge victorious or if Ma Wei was stronger. I think Jiang Pinyin might win. The Wuzhigong is too shameless unless his strength and speed exceed 3 times that of Ma Wei. No, I still think Ma Wei is stronger. He has mastered the divine void step and the 1,000 willow sword technique, one with strange movement and the other known for its destructive power. If Meng Jing hadn't scared Ma Wei away just now, he would have definitely maintained his position on the 9th floor during the battle. Before the fight, everyone habitually began to predict who had a better chance of winning. Your Highness, does Jiang Pinyin have a chance to win? A maid asked while standing next to Xia Qing, having found it hard to understand Jiang Pinyin anymore. Xia Qing shook her head and said no. Although it sounded a bit absolute, that's the truth. Ma Wei and Jiang Pinyin grew up in different environments. Ma Wei trained from a young age, had top resources in mysterious sect, and learned top-tier techniques from top-tier teachers. Jiang Pingyin's training time is too short. He may have some opportunities, but they are not enough to bridge the gap between them. The maid sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. Initially, she looked down on Jiang Pinyin, thinking he was unambitious. But after learning that he was merely biding his time, her attitude towards him changed. This young man had grown to this level in less than half a year, which was quite terrifying. Xia Qing smiled, noting that besides the top 10, there were also 5 substitutes. Even if Jiang Pinyin couldn't defeat Ma Wei, he would still qualify as a substitute. She had not taken Jiang Pinyin seriously before, but with his composure and resilience, coupled with the Tianxian pill that enhanced his talent, given time and cultivation, he would surely achieve something remarkable. Xia Qing planned to provide Jiang Pinyin with more resources and cultivation opportunities in the future, which would also benefit the great Xia. Meng Jing came down from the 9th floor and walked up to Jiang Pinyin. Don't challenge him anymore. I've already helped you teach him a lesson. He's angry now and will likely vent his anger on you. Meng Jing didn't expect him to reach this level. She thought he was just planning a sneak attack when he said he would handle Ma Wei himself. It turned out Jiang Pinyin really had strength. However, having personally battled Ma Wei, she knew how powerful he was. If she hadn't used a bluffing move to scare Ma Wei away just now, in a true battle, she wouldn't be his opponent. I need a spot in the top 10, Jiang Pinyin said calmly. He was indeed angry about Ma Wei's actions, but even without the latter, he had to make it into the top 10. Moreover, he wanted to secure a top 10 spot in the 100 Prefectures competition. Meng Jing opened her mouth, wanted to persuade him, but thinking of Jiang Pingyin's character, she ultimately didn't stop him. Act according to your abilities. Don't let him hit you. If you can't win, retreat quickly to avoid serious injury. Jiang Pinyin casually responded. At this moment, Ma Wei's sinister laughter came from the 10th floor. I've recovered. Hurry up and challenge me. Chapter 56. One Punch. Ma Wei's spiritual energy had just recovered to a considerable extent, and he couldn't wait for Jiang Pinyin to come challenge him. The reason was simple. He was very furious about the battle with Meng Jing and now needed to vent his anger. Beating Jiang Pinyin was a good way to release his frustration. Although he was surprised that Jiang Pinyin could reach the 11th floor, he didn't believe that someone like him could fight with him. Wuzhigong was easy to counter. His divine void step gave him extremely high speed, and the 1,000 willow sword technique was famous for its destructive power and speed. Jiang Pingyin's Wuzhigong would be hard to exert effectively. Clean up your mouth. Meng Jing glared at Ma Wei fiercely when she heard him cursing. I'm not clean. What can you do about it? Ma Wei sneered. Since he had already offended her, he didn't care about offending her even more. You. Meng Jing was about to say something when Jiang Pinyin pressed down on her shoulder. There's no need to get angry. Jiang Pinyin slowly walked toward the 10th floor. As long as he could defeat Ma Wei, he could stand on the 10th floor and gain qualification for the 100 Prefectures competition. At the same time, he could also make the other party shut up. Many cultivators on the mountain cast their gazes. Jiang Pingyin's temper is too good. If it were me, I would have exploded long ago. I feel like it's not that his temper is good, but that he can endure and doesn't show any emotion. Yeah, being able to endure the cold eyes and ridicule of others for 4 months. If it were me, I definitely couldn't do it. Ma Wei held a blue sword, staring at Jiang Pinyin, and said ominously, I know you're very angry and want to defeat me, but I won't give you the chance. I'll just tell you directly that I will kill you with one blow, so you can see how big the gap between us is. He was confident that with all his strength, he could take Jiang Pinyin down in one hit and show him the difference between them. Meng Jing shouted in concern, Be careful. His sword speed is extremely fast. Every sword shadow is a real attack. Meng Jing had battled with Ma Wei before and knew how terrifying the Thousand Willow Sword technique was. Jiang Pingyin's eyes showed no ripple, as if they were dead. Silent ancient well. Shall we begin? Begin. Go die. Ma Wei instantly unleashed the Thousand Willow Sword technique, and countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. Many geniuses looked at the scene in front of them with grave expressions. This was the top-tier sword technique of the mysterious sect, the Thousand Willow Sword technique. It was known for its speed, strong destructive power, and wide attack range, making it difficult to defend against once unleashed. If Jiang Pinyin could withstand this attack, he might be able to truly defeat Ma Wei. It all depended on whether Jiang Pingyin's Wujigong could hold up. Jiang Pinyin moved as well. In an instant, countless ghostly figures of corpses appeared on the 10th floor. Some had their heads severed, others were cut in half, and their deaths were tragic. The sky was stained red, and a terrifying aura surged, cold and eerie, enveloping the entire 10th floor with the scent of death. Everyone stared in shock with wide eyes. The Heavenly Destruction Technique. Jiang Pinyin actually knows the Heavenly Destruction Technique. I remember this seems to be the technique of the Heavenly Destruction Pavilion. Under the influence of this aura, Ma Wei's body suddenly stiffened, and the countless sword shadows became illusory. The moment Jiang Pinyin unleashed the Heavenly Destruction Technique, he immediately charged towards Ma Wei. Ma Wei's reaction was quite good. His body shook, and he fully mobilized his spiritual energy to resist the influence of the destructive aura. Seeing Jiang Pinyin charging at him, Ma Wei sensed something was off. How could someone who practiced Wujigong take the initiative to attack? Ma Wei used the Divine Void Step to prepare to retreat. But at that moment, he was suddenly bound by an inexplicable force and froze again. A soul cultivator genius on the second layer of the mountain suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to sense a mental force. However, this force flashed by, and he thought he had misperceived it, so he didn't think much of it. Jiang Pinyin rushed to Ma Wei's front. As Ma Wei attempted to swing his sword to attack, all of Jiang Pingyin's strength instantly converged into his fist, and a purple-golden light burst forth from his body, dominant and violent. Boom! With one punch, Ma Wei's plump body flew away like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang! Ma Wei's body crashed into houses, causing them to explode, and crashed into trees, toppling them over. He flew hundreds of meters away, out of the mountain, and fell toward the ground. A manager was quick to catch Ma Wei to prevent him from getting hurt. Cough, cough. Blood spurted from Ma Wei's mouth. But he didn't care about his injuries. Instead, he looked at Jiang Pinyin in horror. Jiang Pinyin was surrounded by a golden-purple aura, which blew away the surrounding rocks and vegetation. The imposing, ferocious power surged around him. This was the body dominance technique. Cough, cough. Ma Wei coughed violently, blood spewing out. His face filled with disbelief. The sacred phoenix body at the mountain's peak and the third layer of the Wanjin body both opened their eyes, staring intently at Jiang Pinyin, who was at the 10th layer. At this moment, Jiang Pinyin became the focus of everyone's attention, the only one in the world. With a single punch, he knocked Ma Wei out. Whether it was the geniuses on the mountain, the managers below, or Xiaqing in the clouds, all their faces were filled with shock. I won. Jiang Pinyin retracted his ferocious aura, becoming ordinary once again. It took a long time for the many geniuses on the mountain to react, voices rising. Wow, he knocked out Ma Wei with one punch. It turns out he also cultivated the body dominance technique, the strongest physique technique created by the human race. No wonder he couldn't break my infinite fist. How many people on this mountain have strength that exceeds 3 times that of the body dominance technique? I lost, but it's not unjust. However, he could have finished the battle with the body dominance technique. Why did he have to use that disgusting infinite fist? Few in attendance had not heard of the body dominance technique, the body dominance technique created by the strongest family in physique. Once successfully cultivated, both strength and defense become extremely abnormal. In terms of strength and defense, aside from the sacred body, no human can compete with the body dominance clan's body techniques. Jiang Pingyun actually hid such a terrifying technique. Meng Jing's mouth fell open, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After a long time, she finally revealed a radiant smile. That annoying wooden block, actually hiding so deeply, not even telling me. Princess Xiaqing in the clouds stared intently at that youthful but calm face. She had never thought, or rather, never believed that Jiang Pingyun could learn the body dominance technique. This young man was like a lone wolf, without the protection of a pack. He had to be sufficiently patient, cautious, and quietly bide his time to survive. Perhaps sometimes he seemed harmless, but his teeth were coated with deadly poison. Once he struck, he would put his opponents and prey to death. Xiaqing had never taken Jiang Pingyun seriously. This was the first time she had misjudged someone. The sacred phoenix body girl at the mountain's peak looked at the Wan Jin body on the third layer and asked, "Aren't you cultivating the body dominance technique? With your talent, if you learn it, you would be even stronger." The robust Wan Jin body smiled wryly and said, "How could I not have tried such a powerful technique? But you don't know the pain of cultivation. Every time I operate the body dominance technique, it feels like being beaten up. It's too painful to endure. For this reason, there are not many cultivators of the body dominance technique. Even within the body dominance clan, it is not something everyone can cultivate." Wan Jin body looked at Jiang Pingyun with admiration, saying, "This person has great willpower. I am ashamed in comparison." Chapter 57. The selection ends. He cheated. He used a forbidden technique. Just as everyone was shocked by Jiang Pingyun mastering the body dominance technique, an angry voice rang out from below the mountain. The speaker was none other than Ma Wei. His clothes were soaked in blood, having just taken a healing pill to stabilize his injuries. Ma Wei pointed at Jiang Pingyun and shouted hoarsely, "He cheated. The heavenly calamity technique is a forbidden technique. He cheated." He was unwilling to accept the reality of being knocked down by Jiang Pingyun with one punch. A genius of the Misty sect, he was defeated in one punch, and jealousy and shame filled his entire heart. He wanted to regain his face and his spot. Thus, he sought to prove that Jiang Pingyun's victory was not honorable. Only then did everyone's gaze shift from Jiang Pingyun to Ma Wei below, with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. This guy is really pitiful, clearly strong, but he met Jiang Pingyun and was knocked down from the 10th layer. If the opponent hadn't been careless, perhaps he wouldn't have lost so easily. The manager who had caught Ma Wei earlier spoke up. Forbidden techniques refer to methods that burn life. The heavenly calamity technique does not burn life and is not classified as a forbidden technique. Upon hearing this, Ma Wei's throat suddenly felt sweet, and he nearly spat out blood again. Unwilling, he shouted again, "The heavenly calamity technique requires killing to practice. It is extremely evil. Jiang Pingyun is an evil person. How could someone like him participate in the 100 Counties Championship?" The manager sighed and said, "Did you not notice? Most of those ghostly corpses were dressed as soldiers from the Spirit Platform Kingdom. This means Jiang Pingyun killed people from the Spirit Platform Kingdom." Ma Wei's expression froze. He lost all control and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Pingyun killing people from the Spirit Platform Kingdom would not make the people of the Great Xia Kingdom feel he was evil. They might even admire him. There's still 14 days left. I hope everyone works hard. The final spots will affect the final resources. Xiaqing's melodious yet authoritative voice drifted down from the clouds. Many people then noticed Xiaqing and bowed in response. Xiaqing took a deep look at Jiang Pingyun before turning to leave. Jiang Pingyun's battle surprised everyone. People had a new understanding of Jiang Pingyun, adding a hint of reverence. Those who could cultivate the heavenly calamity technique, despite appearing harmless on the surface, were definitely decisive in killing. One should never provoke them. Even the 3 top individuals remembered Jiang Pingyun's name. Everyone resumed their cultivation. This battle had little to do with them, so they didn't take it to heart. Only 14 days left. They must improve quickly. Ma Wei clutched his painful chest. Looking at Jiang Pingyun on the 10th layer, his eyes filled with resentment. If he lost the spot on the 10th layer, he would not only lose the opportunity for abundant resources, but upon returning to the sect, he would definitely be laughed at by others. All his dignity had been shattered under Jiang Pingin's punch. Ma Wei lowered his head, gritting his teeth, muscles tensed. The 10th spot must be mine. Defeating Jiang Pingin normally would not be easy. He thought of another way. As long as Jiang Pingin disappeared, the 10th spot would still be his. No matter how powerful Jiang Pingin was, he could not possibly withstand a killer at the Golden Course stage. Jiang Pingin must die. With the final spots approaching confirmation, everyone began to sprint with all their might, day and night, battles occurring continuously. The top 10 spots gradually stabilized. Jiang Pingin did not push up the rankings. On one hand, it was because Meng Jing was on the previous layer. On the other hand, he wanted to block Ma Wei. Jiang Pingin said nothing, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the most humiliating method in his battle with Ma Wei, knocking him out in one blow. However, what puzzled Jiang Pingin was that until the day the selection results were announced, Ma Wei had not come to challenge him. This was a bit strange. On the 10th layer, in the room, Meng Jing lay happily on the bed, crossing her beautiful legs, one hand holding a pastry, eating with her mouth full. Hee, congratulations. Wouldn't block, 10th place. I'm 9th, better than you. Jiang Pingin replied calmly, silently cultivating the earth stacking technique. The earth stacking technique was not difficult to cultivate. It just consumed resources too terrifyingly. Even Golden Core stage cultivators could not consume as many nurturing pills as he did. No one knew that he was dual cultivating spirit and martial arts, which was his greatest trump card. Seeing Jiang Pingin's indifferent reaction, Meng Jing rolled her eyes at him. Fortunately, she had already gotten used to Jiang Pingin's dullness and stuffed the pastry into her mouth. She heard that the 100 Counties Championship was to select outstanding geniuses to go to a place called Divine Island, which seemed to hold the secret to becoming an immortal. Becoming an immortal? Jiang Pingin suddenly raised his eyes. What becoming an immortal? Meng Jing knew this man was interested in this, which is why she said it. She wasn't very clear on the specifics, but they said many powerful immortals had been there, and some said there were secret methods to becoming an immortal, while others said there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures for becoming an immortal. Although these legends have not been confirmed, it is a fact that many cultivators went to the Divine Island before achieving immortality. This is because the Divine Island is located at the border between the underworld and the Spirit Platform Kingdom, and neither side is willing to concede its ownership. One of the triggers for the outbreak of this war was the Divine Island. To avoid the fall of strong warriors and reduce losses, both sides decided to send some geniuses to compete for the ownership of the Divine Island. It is common for major forces in the cultivation world to use their juniors for competition. Super strong warriors typically do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Generally, juniors compete instead. After all, if a strong warrior were to fall, it would impact the overall strength of a nation or force, and they wouldn't act lightly. Jiang Pingin's eyes brightened with the thought of achieving immortality. No matter what, he had to go see the Divine Island. As he learned more about the cultivation world, Jiang Pingin also understood the difficulties of achieving immortality. In ancient times, there were cultivators who achieved immortality, but for some unknown reason, no one has done so in the past 10,000 years. It seems as if the path to immortality has been severed. Under such difficulties, Jiang Pingin would not miss any opportunity related to achieving immortality. Whether it was the bet with Xia Qing or the competition for immortality in the 100 Counties competition, he had to win. Suddenly, Xia Qing's voice echoed outside. The selection for the quotas was over, and everyone stopped fighting. It was over. Meng Jing happily jumped off the bed. If she secured a spot in the top 10, she could contact her mother. The 78 geniuses from the mountains descended. Some were frustrated, some were regretful, while others were satisfied with their achievements. This training laid the foundation for future cultivation, greatly benefiting them in the future. As Jiang Pingin walked down the mountain, a burly man approached him and bumped into him with his shoulder. "Hey, brother, let us have a match later. I want to see the dominant body technique." Jiang Pingin looked up at the speaker. It was the person ranked third. Jiang Pingin did not know his name, but knew he possessed a talent called the golden body, which made him extraordinarily powerful. No one dared to challenge the top 3, which indicated how strong this person's combat power was. "Okay, Jiang Pinyin also wanted to experience this special physique. Moreover, through combat, he realized that only by fighting could he improve and perfect his combat skills. Combat skills, techniques, internal energy, and talent all affect the outcome of a battle. Fighting against a genius of this level could provide great insights, even if he lost. Haha, I'll find you later. The burly cultivator laughed heartily when Jiang Pinyin agreed and quickly walked down the mountain. Chapter 58. Meng Jing's mother Xiaqing stood at the foot of the mountain. Dressed in white, resembling a fairy, standing out from the world, making others feel inferior. In front of her were the 78 geniuses of Hafen County. First of all, congratulations to everyone for making significant progress over the past 5 months. Regardless of whether you secured a top 10 spot, you are all the pillars of our great Xia. I hope you continue to work hard and go further on the path to immortality. You may have had some friction during the battles. After all, it's not a matter of life and death. I hope you can bury the hatchet and not let small conflicts lead to unpredictable consequences. Xiaqing glanced specifically at Jiang Pinyin and Ma Wei while speaking. In addition to the top 10 spots, there are 5 alternates who can also follow to the Underworld City, and these 5 alternates will have the opportunity to participate in the 100 Counties competition. Everyone can go to the administration office to collect resources based on their rankings. I will distribute the resources for the top 10 separately. You've all worked hard for 5 months, so I won't say much more. Those who want to go home can go home, and those who want to stay can remain in the County Lord's Mansion. We will provide training. The time is now free to manage. The top 15 will gather here in 3 days. Jiang Pinyin, Meng Jing, both of you come here. After finishing her speech, Xiaqing called Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing aside. Ma Wei stared at Jiang Pinyin's back, a cruel smile flashing across his face. The 10th spot will still be mine. Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing followed Xiaqing to her private courtyard. The surrounding spiritual energy was dense. Taking a breath felt like absorbing a spirit stone. Strange flowers and plants grew there, emitting colorful lights, creating a stunning scene. A cute little white beast chased colorful butterflies around the yard. A person in a black robe stood in the pavilion, making it impossible to see their face. When Jiang Pinyin's gaze swept over this person, his heart tightened, and his heart raced. This person contained an extremely terrifying power of thunder, strong to an indescribable level. Jiang Pinyin guessed something and glanced at Meng Jing beside him. Meng Jing grabbed Jiang Pinyin's hand and whispered, let us go have some fun at the auction later. I heard there will be many good things there. Xiaqing walked to the front of the pavilion, stopped, and turned to look at Meng Jing. We agreed before. As long as you secure a spot, you can contact your mother. Meng Jing bit her red lip and said, Princess sister, is my mother in trouble now? If doing so will cause her trouble, then let us not contact her. Although Meng Jing wanted to contact her mother very much, she now knew how terrifying the family her mother belonged to was. She was afraid that contacting her mother rashly would bring her trouble. Xiaqing nodded. There is indeed some trouble. Your mother has fallen in love with someone she shouldn't and has broken off an engagement with a major family, causing quite a bit of trouble for the Thunder Clan. Meng Jing nodded slightly, unable to hide the disappointment in her eyes. She missed her mother so much that her mother's appearance was becoming blurry in her memory. Xiaqing changed the subject. However, I promised to do what I said. She suddenly looked at the person in the black robe beside her. The black-robed person pulled down the hood, revealing a stunning face. This face bore a resemblance to Meng Jing, only more mature. Tears streamed down the woman's face as her brilliant eyes fixed intently on Meng Jing. Seeing the other person, Meng Jing trembled, her entire being stunned for a long time before she suddenly rushed forward. Mother! Xiao Jing! The two embraced and cried, tears streaming down their faces. This person was Meng Jing's mother, Leilan. Meng Jing never expected her mother would appear in person, crying uncontrollably. Mother, I miss you so much, Wu-Wu. She missed her mother too much. After 10 years, her mother's appearance was almost a blur. Leilan also cried incessantly, how she longed to see her daughter. But due to family constraints, she had no opportunity. Jiang Pinyin watched the two embrace, a touch of warmth appearing on his face. If his mother were still alive, he could also be like Meng Jing, acting spoiled in his mother's arms. Jiang Pinyin touched his stomach. His parents' remains were in the treasure basin. and he had to achieve immortality and gain the power to resurrect the dead. Lei Lan and Meng Jing cried in each other's embrace for a long time. "Mother, will it cause trouble for you to come see me in person?" Meng Jing looked up, tears in her eyes as she asked. Lei Lan took a deep breath. Try to calm herself down. "It's fine. The ninth princess invited me here in the name of the great Xia. When will you leave, Mother? Can you go back and see Father? He misses you so much." Meng Jing asked cautiously, feeling pained at the thought of her father's lonely and sad face. "No problem. I'll be going back soon, but I need to handle some issues first." Lei Lan wiped her tears and looked at the young man beside her, her gentleness disappearing as she coldly said, "Don't get too close to my daughter. It will bring you harm." "Mother, what are you saying?" Meng Jing asked anxiously. Lei Lan's voice turned cold. "Did you not see what happened with me and your father? You have awakened the talents of our clan. Sooner or later, you will return to the clan. That group of old fossils will never allow someone like Jiang Pingan to be with you. I don't know them. How can they control me?" Meng Jing pushed her mother away and shouted, her heart filled with fear. "In this world, there is no how. There is only power." Lei Lan suddenly emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped Jiang Pingan. The immense pressure caused Jiang Pingan to suddenly half kneel on the ground, his knees smashing into the floor. Lei Lan coldly stared at Jiang Pingan, reminding him of her earlier words. "Don't get too close to Meng Jing." Jiang Pingan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I don't know what you mean by being too close to Meng Jing. However, Uncle Meng saved my life, and he asked me to take good care of Meng Jing. So I will take good care of her. I don't care what your ancient family is. As long as Meng Jing is unhappy, I will never forgive you." His voice was resolute and unyielding. "You think you're worthy?" Lei Lan sneered, her aura becoming even more terrifying. The little white beast beside her was so frightened that it burrowed into Xia Qing's arms. Jiang Pingan's bones creaked under the pressure of this aura, blood seeping from his spine, but he still stood tall and firm, staring directly at Lei Lan. "Mom, what are you doing? Don't bully the wood," Meng Jing exclaimed, nearly in tears at seeing Jiang Pingan in pain. Lei Lan gradually withdrew her aura, her previously cold expression softening as she raised her hand and flicked a pill into Jiang Pingan's mouth. "This is the power of a strong person. You don't even need to lift a finger. Just the aura alone can crush you. And there are countless people in the Lei family stronger than me. You need to know what you will be facing in the future." After swallowing the pill, Jiang Pingan felt his injuries rapidly healing. This medicine was undoubtedly valuable. He slowly stood up, his expression unchanged. "I said, I don't care about any ancient family. As long as Meng Jing is unhappy, I will never forgive." Seeing the boy's resolute and serious face, a hint of appreciation flashed in Lei Lan's eyes, and she tossed a jade slip to him. "I hope you keep your word." After saying this, Lei Lan hugged Meng Jing and transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the spot. In Lianshan County, at the general's mansion, Meng Kuo was seriously reviewing memorials. His daughter had been gone for several months, and his wife for several years. To alleviate the pain of missing them, Meng Kuo could only immerse himself in work to distract his attention. However, how could such feelings be so easily diverted? Meng Kuo sighed silently, taking out his wife's pink handkerchief, his face softening with tenderness. It would be so good if his wife and daughter were by his side. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and two women suddenly appeared in the room. Upon seeing them, Meng Kuo dropped the pink handkerchief on the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiaolan, Xiao Jing. Chapter 59. Thunder flashed. Jiang Pingan looked at the white jade slip in his hand, covered in runes. He didn't know what Meng Jing's mother had given him. It looked somewhat like a cultivation technique. As his consciousness entered it for inspection at that moment, Jiang Pingan felt as if his head were about to explode, a massive amount of information flooding into his mind. Thunder Flash, a top-tier speed technique. Jiang Pingan's heart jolted violently, joy evident on his face. Unlike the one-body technique or the infinite fist, which were only single-layer techniques, this was a complete top-tier technique. Thunder Flash just happens to make up for your speed shortcomings. Xia Qing's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Pingan raised his head to look at the woman in front of him, since Xia Qing knew what Meng Jing's mother had given him. This Thunder Flash must certainly be related to her. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists in gratitude. No need to thank me. I only mentioned it. You should really thank Meng Jing's mother. If it were me, I wouldn't give you this technique because it's too precious. Xiaoqing did not take credit for the achievement. The jade slip in Jiang Pingyin's hand shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Such top-tier techniques have restrictions. Once viewed, they will be erased and cannot be expressed in words. Many families set up such restrictions to prevent the leakage of techniques. Xiaoqing suddenly showed a playful smile. You're quite clever. You purposely said you and T learned the one-body technique and then extracted an infinite fist from me. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists and replied, Returning to Your Highness, it was something I had to say, but you didn't give me the opportunity. So am I wrong? No. It was my desire for more techniques that led me to conceal the truth, Jiang Pinyin admitted honestly. You're quite honest. Xiaoqing was not angry, just teasing him. She had indeed underestimated him at the time, not believing he could learn the one-body technique. She had also tried this top-tier martial art, but ultimately couldn't persist due to the pain. This boy must have endured a lot to learn this technique. You've secured the 10th place, giving you a chance to participate in the 100 Counties competition. What resources do you want? Xiaoqing asked, Returning to Your Highness. I want the second layer of the one-body technique or the second layer of the infinite fist. Jiang Pinyin stated his thoughts directly, without any pretense. He needed powerful techniques to become stronger. I only have the first layer of the one-body technique, but the infinite fist has 2 layers left. Xiaoqing liked this boy very much. He spoke plainly and straightforwardly, without flattery or arrogance. With a light wave of her hand, a storage ring flew over. The storage ring is a more expensive storage treasure than a storage bag, favored by high-level cultivators for its compactness and elegance. This storage ring was entirely gold, very simple, with no carvings, only mysterious runes inscribed on it. Inside were the second and third layers of the infinite fist, along with 500,000 spirit stones. Train well, and go to the back mountain tomorrow morning. There will be seniors to guide your cultivation. Xiaoqing believed she had previously underestimated Jiang Pinyin and had provided many resources this time to make up for it. The 500,000 resources were a small matter. The first 3 layers of the infinite fist couldn't even be bought for 5 million spirit stones. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Pinyin expressed his gratitude again, silently remembering this kindness. Although the other party was using him, relationships are, after all, based on mutual benefit. Since the other party had given him resources, he also needed to do things for her. No need to thank me. I'm also doing this to help you become stronger, hoping you can secure a good ranking. When you grow up, I will also need your assistance. Xiaoqing smiled lightly, making the flowers around her fade in comparison. Go train. I hope Your Highness doesn't forget our bet. If I make it into the top 10 of the competition, grant me a secret technique. Jiang Pinyin once again clasped his fists and bowed before turning to leave. Xiaoqing was stunned. She had just remembered that she had a bet with this boy. At that time, she was only teasing him. She didn't even believe he could secure a selection spot, let alone make it into the top 10 of the competition. After being reminded by him, she recalled this matter. A look of difficulty appeared on Xiaoqing's fair face. The secret techniques of the great Xia are rarely passed on. If he really makes it into the top 10, it would be impossible. Even with the divine phoenix body, there's no guarantee of making it into the top 10. How could he have a chance? With this thought, Xiaoqing's worries dissipated. The boy is impressive, but in the face of so many talents, he absolutely cannot make it into the top 10. Jiang Pinyin did not return to his residence, but instead left the county governor's mansion and headed into the city. He had nearly used up all the pills on him and needed to exchange some foundation establishment pills for more vitality pills. The blood spirit pills for cultivating body techniques were no longer sufficient. He needed higher-level blood demon pills. Blood demon pills, made from the inner cores of demon beasts and various medicinal materials, are priced similarly to vitality pills, around 5,000 spirit stones. However, blood demon pills are specifically for cultivating body techniques. Arriving in front of the most luxurious building in Blackwind City, Jiang Pinyin was shocked by the majestic structure before him. This building floated in the air, its area immeasurable, with array runes flashing around it, radiating golden light and a treasure-like glow. It was the most imposing building in the entire city. Countless cultivators came and went at the entrance. He had discovered this shop while accompanying Meng Jing shopping. It was called Wealth and Prosperity. He had heard that this was a giant trading association with branches in hundreds of countries and sections. He also heard that this association was the wealthiest force in the entire cultivation world. It was also said that this shop had existed since ancient times. Jiang Pingan wanted to buy many things, and this merchant association had the most complete variety of items, as well as being the safest and most reputable. The shop floated in the air, and since Jiang Pingan couldn't fly, he thought he might buy a set of flying spells. He exerted a little force with his legs, and his body instantly shot up. A cultivator came out of the shop and nearly collided with Jiang Pingan. Fortunately, Jiang Pingan reacted quickly and dodged just in time to avoid hitting the other person. Are you blind? Trash that can't fly shouldn't be in a place like this. Ma Wei was cursing, but when he saw who it was, his face stiffened. It was actually Jiang Pingan. What bad luck to run into him here. Damn it. He must have gotten resources from the princess and has money to buy things now. That money should have belonged to him. Ma Wei was unwilling and sarcastically said, "A country bumpkin who came out of a farm. No matter how good the things you buy are, you'll still be a country bumpkin. A random treasure of mine is worth more than all the resources you have combined." Jiang Pingan seemed not to hear him and directly entered the shop. He could never understand the mindset of people from privileged backgrounds who particularly like to mock others with money. Perhaps they wanted to prove their superiority and satisfy their fragile, insecure hearts. Ma Wei's face stiffened. This brat actually dared to ignore him. Arrogant brat. If you make it back to the county governor's mansion alive today, I'll take your last name. Competing for a spot with me and making me lose face. Go die. Jiang Pingan entered the shop, and 4 doors appeared in front of him. Different doors led to different places. The first door read, "For expected spending below 10,000 spirit stones, please enter." The second door read, "For expected spending below 100,000 spirit stones, please enter." The third door, "For expected spending below 1,000,000 spirit stones, please enter." The last door was, "For expected spending above 1,000,000 spirit stones, please enter." Jiang Pingan pondered. He wanted to buy a lot of things, and 100,000 spirit stones might not be enough. Most of the people entering and exiting the fourth door were in the golden core and nascent soul stages. So to keep a low profile, he walked into the third door. Generally, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators without a background would have resources worth just a little over 100,000 spirit stones when converted into spirit stones. Most cultivators who could enter the third door were at least in the golden core stage or had some background. Welcome. After entering the third door, a beautiful maid came over, smiled, and greeted him, exuding a pleasant fragrance. "May I ask what assistance you need, young master? If you don't want others to know what you are buying or selling, you can spend 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a private room service." She didn't show any disdain because Jiang Pingan was young and dressed plainly. They were all professionally trained and would not look down on others. There was once a shop that tried to drive away an old man because they discriminated against him, not knowing he was a terrifying nascent soul expert, and he shattered the shop with a slap. Jiang Pingan was secretly amazed. The service was indeed thoughtful, even offering private rooms. He really didn't want others to know what he was buying. "A private room, please." "All right, please follow me." The maid smiled and led Jiang Pingan into the interior of the shop. There were many private rooms in the corridor, and the rooms were shimmering with formations that isolated the sounds and spiritual senses from the inside. This merchant association was indeed reliable, allowing customers to trade with peace of mind. The maid stopped in front of a private room and gently knocked on the door. "A guest has arrived. Come in." An elderly voice came from inside. The door opened, but strangely, it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Jiang Pingan walked over, passed through the darkness, and entered a relatively spacious room. Inside, there's only a table, 2 chairs, and an old man. The old man's hair was white, but his skin remained tight, with no expression on his face. He wore black clothing emblazoned with the words wealth and prosperity sitting behind the table. Behind the old man was a door, leading to an unknown place. Jiang Pingan walked over and sat down without wasting words, placing a storage bag on the table. "There are 100 foundation establishment pills here. Can I exchange them for 100 blood demon pills and 100 cultivation pills?" upon hearing about the 100 Foundation establishment pills. A hint of surprise clearly appeared on the old man's calm face. These pills were in high demand. Once they appeared on the market, they would be snatched up. 100 Foundation establishment pills were worth 1 million spirit stones. Where did this kid get so many Foundation establishment pills? Such a level of consumption should be at the fourth door, right? The old man had seen a lot of grand occasions, so he was only slightly surprised. He took the storage bag and began to check the Foundation establishment pills inside. After half a cup of tea's time, the old man nodded. The quality of the Foundation establishment pills was good, and they could be exchanged. Jiang Pinyin continued to ask, "Can you introduce me to any talismans or treasures that can kill or defend against golden core experts?" As he encountered more powerful beings, Jiang Pinyin felt increasingly uneasy, especially since he had valuable treasures on him, making him even more anxious and afraid of something going wrong. Therefore, he needed talismans and treasures to arm himself. The old man raised his eyes and said calmly, "That depends on what level you want. Talismans that can withstand attacks from late-stage golden core cultivators cost at least 500,000 spirit stones each. Treasures that can kill late-stage golden core cultivators start at 1 million. Jiang Pingyin's expression changed slightly. "So expensive. How about selling a 7-colored pill that improves talent?" No, his cultivation level was too low. Such a pill was extraordinarily valuable and would easily attract trouble. The old man noticed Jiang Pingyin's expression and thought, "It seems this young man doesn't have that many spirit stones." It made sense. The other party was young, and his cultivation level should not be high. Being able to take out 100 Foundation establishment pills was already impressive, comparable to a wealthy golden core cultivator. Our shop also offers services to hire golden core experts for protection. It's only 400,000 spirit stones a year, which is more cost-effective than buying talismans. The old man introduced. Jiang Pinyin was somewhat astonished. Hiring golden core experts was so cheap? No, it wasn't cheap. It was just that his resources were abundant. Ordinary cultivators still lacked resources. The reason talismans were expensive was that to create talismans capable of killing late-stage golden core cultivators, at least a nascent soul rune master had to be involved. Additionally, the materials for making talismans were costly and difficult to produce, which was why the prices were high. Except for some descendants of large families who would buy such high-level talismans for self-defense, no ordinary person would buy them because they were not cost-effective. Spending 10,000 spirit stones could have a golden core cultivator kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, while hiring a golden core expert for a year for several 100,000 was quite normal. However, Jiang Pingyin's upbringing made him distrustful of strangers. He still decided to buy talismans. He took out another storage bag, which contained 100 breaking realm pills, and asked for 1 defensive talisman and 1 offensive talisman in exchange. This time, the old man was stunned. 100 breaking realm pills were also worth 1 million. This kid was surprisingly wealthy. Could he be an alchemist? Jiang Pinyin planned to use all the Foundation establishment pills and breaking realm pills he had today. It was no longer cost-effective to use the treasure to replicate these 2 items. In the future, he would replicate defensive and offensive talismans, each worth 500,000 spirit stones. The old man collected his thoughts, remaining calm. He had seen many grand occasions and couldn't panic. He steadied himself and began to count the breaking realm pills. Once he confirmed the quality of the pills was fine, he nodded and said, "They could be exchanged. Do you have any good flying techniques or treasures?" Jiang Pingyin's biggest problem now was that he couldn't fly. Once he reached the golden core stage, he could fly using the rules of heaven and earth. But he hadn't become a golden core cultivator yet. Seeing that Jiang Pinyin still wanted to buy things, the old man's heart raced. Did this young man have more pills? Which large family did this young man belong to? He looked young, but was so wealthy. There are many flying techniques and treasures. It depends on your specific situation. The old man began to introduce Jiang Pinyin to techniques and treasures. After half an hour of introduction, Jiang Pinyin ultimately gave up on the cultivation method and chose a magical artifact instead. Cultivating a technique requires time, and he still needed to learn Wuji Fist and Thunder Flash, so he couldn't spare the time. The magical artifact was more convenient. He could use it once he inscribed his spiritual imprint on it, but it did consume spiritual energy. However, Jiang Pinyin had plenty of spiritual energy. In the end, he decided to buy a magical artifact called sky-treading boots. When he wore these boots and infused them with spiritual energy to activate the runes, he could fly at speeds comparable to the late stage of Golden Core. Of course, the faster he went, the more spiritual energy he consumed. The boots were worth 850,000 spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin pulled out 85 breaking boundary pills. Seeing the pills again, the old man was astonished. Was this kid a pill master, or had he stumbled upon a secret realm? Young master, please wait a moment. I will get you the pills, talismans, and the sky-treading boots. The old man's attitude became respectful as he stood up to open the door behind him. Wait, I'm not done buying yet, Jiang Pinyin said, thinking the man was too eager. The old man's eyes widened. He was still buying. How wealthy was this kid? He had worked for over 100 years and hadn't made as much as this young man. If it weren't for the strict management of the wealth source flourishing business, which would definitely punish anyone caught robbing customers, he might have tried to rob this kid. The wealth source flourishing business was incredibly powerful. Even a golden core cultivator like him wouldn't dare to violate the rules, let alone a divine transformation stage old monster who could easily cause your demise. After the shock, the old man felt happy. This young man was buying so many things, and his commission would be high. Logically, spending over 1,000,000 spirit stones should have taken the young man to the fourth door, but unexpectedly, he came here, allowing the old man to profit. Young master, what else do you want to buy? Poison, various tools for assassination. Jiang Pinyin didn't care whether these items were proper, as long as they could deal with his enemies. They were good things. Young master, you are indeed lucky. Our shop just acquired a 10,000 poison 7-star worm. This worm can devour poisons to evolve, and it currently has the ability to poison early-stage golden core cultivators. It is rumored that the strongest 10,000 poisons 7-star worm even killed a divine transformation stage expert. Hearing the old man's introduction, Jiang Pinyin was quite shocked. It could kill even a powerful divine transformation expert. Cultivator realms are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, and void refinement. Reaching the divine transformation realm grants a terrifying lifespan of over 2,000 years and extraordinary strength. To think there was a poisonous worm that could kill such powerful beings. The 10,000 poisons 7-star worm needed to consume poison to evolve, which was a huge drain. Most people couldn't afford to raise it, and this worm was sold by a nascent soul expert. The old man didn't hide anything and introduced the shortcomings of the 10,000 poison 7-star worm. Jiang Pinyin was very tempted. How do you control the poison worm? How much does it cost? Only 500,000 spirit stones. And there's a secret technique to control demon beasts, which is not difficult to cultivate and is free as a gift. Buy. Jiang Pinyin was not stingy when it came to anything that could protect his safety. He also bought nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones worth of poisons and antidotes, primarily for cultivating the 10,000 poisons 7-star worm. Jiang Pinyin lacked a strong backing and felt very insecure. If it weren't for wanting to keep a low profile, he would have wanted to buy a magical artifact at the nascent soul level. The old man was extremely happy. This transaction would earn him more in commission than he had made in the past year. The old man opened the door behind him to fetch the goods and returned in half a stick of incense's time, working efficiently. He handed over 2 talismans, one for defense and one for attack. With these 2 talismans, even facing a golden core expert, he would have the means to defend and retaliate. The speed magical artifact, the sky-treading boots, was his lifeline for escape. The boots were black and appeared unremarkable. Jiang Pinyin put them on and felt his body become light. Even without activating the spiritual energy, his speed was already double that of before. No wonder they were worth 850,000 spirit stones. There were also 100 essence cultivation pills and 100 blood demon pills. With these pills, his cultivation speed would increase. Finally, there was the 10,000 poisons 7-star worm worth 500,000 spirit stones and nearly 1,000,000 in poisons. Chapter 61. Assassination. Jiang Pinyin carefully examined the poison worm in front of him. The 10,000 poisons 7-star worm was sealed in a box. Due to the seal, it couldn't fly away. The worm was not large, only the size of a fingertip, entirely black with 7 strange golden spots on its wings. The old man handed Jiang Ping'an the secret technique for controlling demon beasts. Young master, be careful with this poison worm. It has gathered thousands of poisons, and once poisoned, it's very hard to detoxify. Wait until you control it before touching it. This technique is not difficult. You can learn it in 3 days. Jiang Ping'an took the technique and glanced through it. It was indeed not difficult. It mainly relied on spiritual consciousness to form a special mark, which was then imprinted on the demon beast. For intelligent demon beasts, controlling them could be challenging, but for a low-intelligence creature like a worm, it was not hard to control. Jiang Ping'an closed his eyes and activated the power of his right eye, quickly constructing the control imprint in his mind. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again and imprinted his spiritual consciousness on the 10,000 poisoned 7-star worm. The worm struggled vigorously, flapping its wings rapidly. But after a few moments, it quieted down. Jiang Ping'an opened the seal and controlled the poison worm to fly onto his hand. The old man beside him had his eyes wide open. This young man had learned the technique after only one glance. Although the technique was not difficult, it typically took others at least 3 days to learn. Could this young man be a soul cultivator? Otherwise, how could he control spiritual energy so easily? The old man's gaze toward the young man was filled with awe. This young man's background was definitely not simple. The old man handed a golden card to Jiang Ping'an with both hands. Young master, this is a 1-star card from our business. With this card, you can get discounts, recharge, loan, and reserve resources at any of our Wealth Source Flourishing branches. The 1-star card had a minimum spending requirement of 5 million spirit stones, which Jiang Ping'an met. Hearing that he could get a discount, Jiang Ping'an took the card, which had a star imprinted on it. What kind of discount can I get? A 5 discount. To prevent others from misusing it, it's best to imprint your spiritual consciousness on it right now. Otherwise, others can use it, the old man reminded. Okay, Jiang Ping'an didn't hesitate. Saving money with a 5 discount on 1 million spirit stones was still a lot. He imprinted his spiritual mark and put away the resources. With these items, he felt a bit more secure. The cultivation world was very dangerous. A powerful being could crush him with a thought. So he needed to be cautious at all times. Outside the Wealth Source Flourishing shop, in a tea house, Ma Wei sat by the window with his round body, staring at the entrance of the Wealth Source Flourishing shop with a cruel smile on his face. The assassin was already there, a golden core assassin, and since it was a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to deal with Jiang Ping'an. As long as Jiang Ping'an was eliminated, he would still be in 10th place. Ma Wei hadn't left because he wanted to see Jiang Ping'an's head drop and the blood splatter. To witness the fear and unwillingness on Jiang Ping'an's face, and to personally smell the bloody scent of his blood. Jiang Ping'an must die. Just as Jiang Ping'an exited the 3rd door, he bumped into a familiar face coming out of the 4th door. The 3rd-ranked genius, renowned for his golden body. What a coincidence. You're here to buy things too. Jin Lin greeted Jiang Ping'an with a smile, his robust body looking quite imposing. What a coincidence, Jiang Ping'an replied. He would respond kindly to others' friendliness. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Jin Lin. Jin Lin warmly put his arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulder, acting very familiar. Hello, I'm Jiang Ping'an. Haha, of course I know your name. Where are you going? Back to cultivate. Jiang Ping'an actually didn't like the other person's enthusiasm, but didn't know how to express it. How about we go back together? And then the 2 of us can have a match? Let me see your body-dominating technique. Jin Lin put his arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulder and walked outside, eagerly wanting to have a match. As a genius in physical cultivation, few could fight him physically. As they exited the shop, Jiang Ping'an suddenly frowned. Taoist Jin, you head back first. I have something to deal with. It's just a fly. I can swat away easily. Jin Lin smiled indifferently and dropped down in front of a triangular-eyed man who was shopping below. The triangular-eyed man was selecting items and looked confused when he saw Jin Lin appear in front of him. What do you want? To kill you. Jin Lin revealed a row of white teeth. Looking for death. The man didn't know how he was discovered, but he no longer hid and suddenly unleashed the terrifying aura of a golden core early-stage cultivator, raising his fist to smash towards Jin Lin. The killer sneered. This idiot dares to be arrogant even at the late Foundation establishment stage. I'll kill you first, and then the target. Be careful, Jiang Pinyin shouted anxiously. Just as he was about to take out a talisman, he saw Jean Lin slap forward. Bang! The golden core strongman's head burst, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Pinyin was momentarily stunned. The surrounding crowd, who were clueless about what had happened, looked astonished. Who is this kid? He seems somewhat inexperienced. Yet he just slapped a golden core early-stage strongman to death. That's terrifying. Not far away, at a tea house, Ma Wei spat out his tea in shock, looking dazed. Why is that Jean Lin guy with Jiang Pinyin? The hired killer he employed was just killed with a slap. Trash. And they think they can assassinate someone at this level? Jean Lin looked disdainfully, glancing at the tea house not far away. He turned to Jiang Pinyin and said with a smile, "It seems Brother Jiang has provoked someone he shouldn't have." Jiang Pinyin glanced at Jean Lin with a complex expression. This guy's physique is too terrifying, able to slap a golden core early-stage strongman to death. However, he felt more anger now. Even a clay figurine has some fire. Let alone Jiang Pinyin. The other side has provoked him repeatedly. Does he really think he has no temper? A small black bug quietly flew out from his sleeve. Under the influence of his right eye, Jiang Pinyin could not only see changes in his vision, but also sense killing intent. Besides this killer, he also detected Ma Wei in the tea house. Soon, the law enforcement team in the city arrived, surrounding Jean Lin and Jiang Pinyin, as fighting was not allowed in the city. As the law enforcement team prepared to arrest the two, Jean Lin revealed his identity. The law enforcement team did not dare to act recklessly and took the two to the county governor's office for the governor to confirm their identities personally. After the two left, in the tea house, Ma Wei stood up angrily and smashed his teacup on the ground. Trash. Truly trash. Ma Wei's expression was grim. A perfect assassination opportunity ruined by that idiot Jean Lin. It will be difficult to attempt another assassination in the future. Be quiet. A nearby cultivator drinking tea reminded Ma Wei with displeasure. The other cultivators also looked dissatisfied. I'm a disciple of the Misty sect. Who do you think you are? Ma Wei yelled angrily. Upon hearing his sect, the cultivator immediately lowered his head, and the others dared not speak. A bunch of trash. Ma Wei saw their expressions and felt greatly satisfied in his vanity, which improved his mood significantly. Ma Wei sat down again and continued drinking tea. However, he did not notice that before he sat down, a bug flew out from the teacup. In the county governor's office, you all go down and check the identity of that killer. He is likely sent by the Ling Tai Kingdom. Hearing about the earlier incident, Xia Qing sat at her desk, her face looking very grim. Yes, county governor. The law enforcement soldiers turned and left. Xia Qing raised her eyes to look at Jiang Pinyin. This time the 100 Counties competition is related to the Ling Tai Kingdom. It's very likely that it was a hired killer from Ling Tai Kingdom trying to assassinate you geniuses. Jiang Pinyin nodded. Xia Qing sighed. She knew he didn't believe her. If it were really sent by the Ling Tai Kingdom, then all geniuses should be on the list. They couldn't possibly not recognize Jean Lin, and that killer's target was Jiang Pinyin. Moreover, the selection quota was just released today, and Jiang Pinyin encountered an assassination so quickly. The Ling Tai Kingdom's actions couldn't be this fast. The possibility of the Ling Tai Kingdom taking action is very low. In the future, when you go out, I will send strong cultivators to protect you. Xia Qing could guess who it was, but she had no way to deal with it. That behemoth. Even the ruler of the great Xia Kingdom had to show respect. In this world, the weak have no voice. She could only protect Jiang Pinyin as much as possible. County governor, something bad has happened. A member of the law enforcement team who had just left suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. What happened? Xia Qing frowned, not knowing what had occurred now. Just now, my subordinate reported that a disciple claiming to be from a Misty sect died from poisoning in the tea house. It seems to be Ma Wei who was in the governor's office today. Chapter 62, Battle with Jean Lin Wat. Hearing the law enforcement team's report, Xia Qing lost her usual calmness, standing up abruptly, causing the two grain bins in front of her to shake violently. Jean Lin and Jiang Pinyin also widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Jiang Pinyin clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Damn Ling Tai Kingdom! How despicable to lay such a vicious hand on us!" Xiaqing and Jinlin both looked at Jiang Ping'an. For some reason, they felt that this matter was closely related to him. Xiaqing retracted her gaze. Her face darkened as she said, "Take me to the scene." She followed the law enforcement team in the city to the tea house. Jinlin looked at Jiang Ping'an. "You've caused big trouble. The Misty Sect is the largest sect in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom has to show respect." "What are you talking about? I don't understand," Jiang Ping'an said, looking confused. "Impressive." Jinlin gave a thumbs up in admiration. He didn't know how the other party managed to silently kill Ma Wei. "Brother Jin, let's have a match. The killers from Ling Tai Kingdom are too terrifying, and I want to quickly improve my strength." Jiang Ping'an's face showed worry and fear towards the Ling Tai Kingdom. "Haha, good. I'll provide you with an alibi then. Those despicable guys who win without relying on strength deserve to die." Jinlin laughed heartily, putting his arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulder as they headed to the back mountain. As the two left the room, a small flying insect quickly flew into Jiang Ping'an's sleeve. Jiang Ping'an quietly opened his spirit bee storage bag and put the 10,000 poison 7-star bug inside. He was afraid of Ma Wei, or more accurately, he was afraid of the Misty Sect behind Ma Wei. However, Ma Wei was relentless towards him. If it didn't deal with this person, he didn't know what tricks the other party would play. To live better, Jiang Ping'an had no choice but to resolve this issue. The two arrived at the back mountain. There was a large open area, and several young geniuses were practicing martial arts. As Jiang Ping'an and Jinlin appeared, the young men immediately stopped their training. "Why are these two walking together?" "Hey, looking at their stance, it seems like they're going to have a match. This will be interesting." They are the two strongest cultivators in terms of physique among the top 10. Seeing the two about to compete, several geniuses immediately became interested and prepared to watch the battle. Watching others fight can also be a learning experience. "What are you talking about? Those two are the strongest? Are you ignoring me?" A young man in a golden robe with a proud expression spoke coldly. The other young men ignored Feng Yuchen. This guy was quite arrogant because his ancestors had obtained a trace of dragon blood, which was reactivated in his generation, making his combat strength indeed formidable. However, they didn't like Feng Yuchen. He always had an arrogant demeanor when looking at others, even more so than the top 3 geniuses. Who is stronger in physique, Jinlin or Jiang Ping'an? No need to ask, it must be Jinlin, but Jiang Ping'an had learned the body dominance technique, which shouldn't be underestimated either. Seeing their relaxed expressions, it should be a friendly match. Even before it started, everyone already knew who would win. Of course, they didn't underestimate Jiang Ping'an. What's Jiang Ping'an worth?" An untimely voice rang out again, and Feng Yuchen crossed his arms, staring at the two. The outside world only circulated rumors about the first layer of the dominant body technique. Even if Jiang Ping'an had the luck to learn the first layer, without subsequent techniques, he wouldn't become powerful enough to defeat Jinlin. Only Feng Yuchen, can do that. Although the few people beside him disliked Feng Yuchen. If what he said was true, that the dominant body technique only had one layer, then Jiang Ping'an's growth would indeed be limited. Perhaps by the time he reached the golden core stage, he would not be as impressive as he was now. Jinlin shook his neck, which cracked loudly. "Brother Jiang, are you ready? Let's go." Jiang Ping'an's expression was more serious than ever. Not long ago, he had witnessed Jinlin kill a golden core expert with a single slap. "Let us begin." With Jinlin's command, the two charged at each other simultaneously. The ground cracked beneath their feet due to the immense power, kicking up large clouds of dust. Bang! Their fists collided, and a violent shockwave erupted between them, sending dust, gravel, and grass flying in all directions. A group of boys over 100 meters away changed their expressions and quickly retreated, fearing they would be accidentally injured. Only Feng Yuchen remained still, arms crossed. A wave of energy emanating from him to shield against the dust, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. A series of intense collisions sounded like thunder, hurting everyone's ears. Each impact generated a massive shockwave. The metallic aura clashed with a domineering purple-gold energy. Jiang Ping'an didn't use the infinite fist, relying solely on his strength to clash with his opponent. The two were like young divine beasts, exuding terrifying blood energy that raised the temperature around them significantly. The group that had retreated over 100 meters watched in shock. Even from such a distance, they could still feel the terror of this blood energy. Is this what top-tier body cultivators are like? If I got too close, I feel like they could kill me with a single slap. One possessed the 10,000 gold body, with immense physical strength and unparalleled offensive capabilities, while the other practiced the dominant body technique, the strongest martial arts created by humanity. I feel like our chances of winning in this Hunter County competition are quite high. Seeing how strong the two were, these geniuses felt very confident about the upcoming competition. Although Feng Yuchen looked down on Jiang Pingyun, he had to admit that the dominant body technique was indeed powerful. Even Golden Core cultivators wouldn't dare to take hits from it head-on. However, Jiang Pingyun was still far from Jin Lin's level. This is great. This is a man's battle. Jin Lin laughed wildly, relishing the sensation of their fists colliding. Jiang Pingyun felt as if every punch he threw was hitting an iron block, unable to move his opponent at all. Moreover, Jin Lin's strength was increasing, and he gradually began to struggle. It's worth noting that his full-force punch could send Ma Wei flying, yet he couldn't budge Jin Lin, truly terrifying as expected of the top three. The two fought fiercely for half a cup of tea's time, and just as Jiang Pingyun was about to be overwhelmed, the atmosphere changed. His previously aggressive punches turned to defense. A direct clash wasn't going to work anymore. Infinite fist? Alright, let me try this technique. Jin Lin laughed heartily and attacked with his solid fist. Jiang Pingyun seized his opponent's fist, using the force generated by his body to redirect Jin Lin's attack. Pushing his fist away. Bang! Jin Lin's fist struck his own face. Damn! How disgusting! Jin Lin shouted, finally understanding why the cultivators who had fought Jiang Pingyun all complained. For a moment, his power didn't belong to him, and all the effort he had built up hit himself instead. No one would feel good in such a situation. Jin Lin ramped up his strength for another attack. One was on the offense, the other was on the defense. One was exceedingly domineering, while the other seemed less threatening, but could still pose a danger. In an instant, Jin Lin surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage. One boy watching widened his eyes, shocked that the infinite fist was so terrifying that it could even suppress Jin Lin. Feng Yuchen glanced at the boy who spoke, sneering, "Idiot. Jiang Pingyun can suppress Jin Lin?" Jin Lin suddenly shouted, "Brother Jiang, this technique is too disgusting. Let us have a rematch next time." Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth from Jin Lin, and a violent metallic force splashed everywhere, causing Jiang Pingyun's face to sting. At that moment, Jiang Pingyun's defense crumbled, and the fierce wind from Jin Lin's punch sent him flying. After flying over 10 meters, Jiang Pingyun steadied himself, looking at Jin Lin, who was radiating a metallic aura, feeling a chill run down his spine. Is this the true strength of the 10,000 gold body? His opponent casually summoned enough power to send him flying, completely unmatched. So terrifying. Chapter 63. The instructor, Brother Jiang, you are truly impressive to force me to use the strength of the 10,000 gold body. Your combat power must rank at least in the top 6 among these geniuses, Jin Lin said, retracting his aura and walking over to put an arm around Jiang Pingyun's shoulder, clearly impressed. Jiang Pingyun forced a smile. He suspected Jin Lin was showing off, though he had no evidence. Jin Lin patted his shoulder. Don't wear that expression. Talent is something given by the family. The dominant body and holy body are even more absurd. With your willpower, if you had my talent, you would definitely be stronger. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Jin. It's getting late. I should go back to cultivate. We can compete again next time. Jiang Pingyun had just obtained the second and third layers of the Infinite Fist and Thunder Flash. Once he mastered these techniques, perhaps he would have the ability to fight Jin Lin. See you, Jin Lin said enthusiastically as they parted ways. Jiang Pingyun returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Xia Qing sitting in her room, quietly writing a memorial at the desk. Jiang Pingyun's expression changed quickly, and he respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "Your Highness, have you found the culprit behind the Lingtai kingdom? Do you think you were flawless in your actions, and that no one could trace you?" Xia Qing put down the memorial in her hand. Jiang Pingyun looked confused and said, "Your Highness, what are you talking about?" Xia Qing put down the memorial, releasing a terrifying aura. Jiang Pingyun suddenly felt breathless, his face turning red. Xia Qing coldly stared at him, Did you think you were flawless and that the misty sect couldn't trace you, so you could relax? You need to understand that strong people don't need evidence to kill. They only need suspicion. If the misty sect wants to kill you, how will you resist? They may not send out powerful cultivators, but they have prodigies who surpass you by countless times, who can crush you with a wave of their hand. Just as Jiang Pingan was about to suffocate, Xia Qing retracted her aura. In 5 days, when the Misty Sect's people come, you will know what the law of the jungle truly means. Xia Qing picked up the memorial and turned to leave. Soon, this boy would understand what cruelty meant. Jiang Pingan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, fear spreading within him. He had indeed been too clever for his own good, thinking he could gloat because the other side couldn't trace him. Perhaps, as Xia Qing said, strong people don't need the truth. They only need a suspicion. All he could do now was one thing: keep getting stronger. He closed the door, activated the barrier, and sat on the cultivation platform, carefully studying the thunder flash in his mind. This was a movement technique with a thunder attribute. The method of cultivation wasn't difficult. It involved constructing special thunder patterns in the dantian within the body. The more thunder patterns constructed within, the faster the speed when activated, which was somewhat like activating runes. Other techniques were similar, all involving constructing a certain route for spiritual energy to circulate within the body. When activated during combat, this power could be used. Runes share a similar principle of cultivation with many techniques, building special rule runes to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, utilizing those rules. However, what puzzled Jiang Pingan was that when constructing these thunder patterns, both blood energy and spiritual energy could be used. This was the first time he had seen such a strange technique. Was it a body cultivation technique or a spiritual cultivation technique? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Pingan stopped overthinking and began trying to manipulate blood energy to construct this pattern within his body. As he began to construct the rune, currents surged through his body, as if struck by lightning, leaving him tingling all over. The more rune patterns he constructed, the stronger the power of the lightning attribute became. Boom! A thunderclap resounded within Jiang Pingan's body. His hair exploded, his body charred, and white smoke billowed from his mouth. Jiang Pingan retracted his previous thoughts. Constructing this lightning rune was not easy. The rune looked simple, but it could unleash the might of lightning, and if he was careless, it could explode. Even with his terrifying physique, he felt pain. This was just the construction of the lowest level lightning rune, and he couldn't imagine how frightening the advanced runes would be. Jiang Pingan paused his training, took out paper and pen, and carefully observed the lightning rune in his mind, drawing it on paper. Boom! Before he could draw many lightning runes on the paper, it couldn't withstand the power of the thunder and exploded. Jiang Pingan continued to grind and observe. The next morning, 13 geniuses arrived early at the back mountain to report as instructed by Xia Qing. Meng Jing had gone home, and Ma Wei was dead, leaving only 13 people. Starting today, there would be instructors guiding them in their training for 2 months, after which they would proceed to the Underworld King City to participate in the official competition. Today, Xia Qing wore a black long robe and skirt, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, noble and elegant, shining as brightly as the moon. Behind her followed many powerful cultivators, 8 in total, all at the nascent soul level. All the geniuses present could clearly sense that Xia Qing was in a bad mood today, her expression cold. She surveyed the remaining geniuses and said coldly, "The Lingtai Kingdom is despicable. In order to suppress the 100 counties competition, they attacked 2 of our geniuses among you. You have also heard that Ma Wei died from poisoning. For your safety, before you go to the Underworld King City, there will be experts protecting you. At the same time, these experts will also be your instructors. I hope you can make progress during these 2 months. Now, those whose names are called, follow your instructors and leave." A robust man stepped forward, an overwhelming aura pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. He was a powerful physical cultivator at the nascent soul stage. His body is hot as a volcano about to erupt. Jin Lin, Feng Yuchen. The 2 geniuses whose names were called walked out and followed the physical cultivator away. The other geniuses suddenly felt puzzled. Logically speaking, Jiang Pingan also had a strong physique. So why wasn't he called? Another strong figure stepped forward, Zhang Lingmin, Yin Hai. Two more geniuses were called away. One by one, the geniuses were called by the strong cultivators to the side to train. These strong cultivators shared training methods or ideas with these geniuses providing guidance. In the end, only Jiang Pinyin and the divine phoenix body remained. Yin Huang, you will train with me, Xiaoqing said to the girl with the divine phoenix body. Yes, your highness. Yin Huang walked to Xiaoqing's side and followed her away. Jiang Pinyin stood frozen in place. Where was his instructor? Why was he left alone? Was it because of the incident where he assassinated Ma Wei that made Xiaoqing angry? You will learn from me. A familiar yet unfamiliar elderly voice rang out. Jiang Pinyin turned to look, and an old man leading a horse appeared. It was the elder he had encountered in the horse pen, hunched over, with graying hair, his body covered in dust, and even horse manure could be seen at his feet, with straw hanging from him. The elder was leading a horse, seemingly taking it for a walk. Jiang Pinyin was slightly taken aback. The other geniuses also noticed this scene, their expressions becoming unusual. I've seen this elder in the horse pen. He seems to be a horse feeder. Is he Jiang Pinyin's teacher? Why would a horse feeder be teaching Jiang Pinyin? This elder should not be simple, right? Feng Yuchen, dressed in brocade with his arms crossed, wore an expression that suggested he had figured out the truth. I said Jiang Pinyin was useless. His body dominance technique doesn't have a second layer. He's trash. So they just randomly found a horse feeder to teach him. Slap. As soon as Feng Yuchen finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the robust, nascent soul physical cultivator, kicking up a cloud of dust. Feng Yuchen, no longer smug, looked bewildered. Why did the instructor hit him? The nascent soul physical cultivator coldly said to Feng Yuchen, "You little brat, show some respect. That is the former governor of Black Wind County. How dare you insult him?" His voice was loud, and the surrounding talented cultivators, with their high cultivation levels, all heard what he said. Upon learning the identity of the elderly man, all the geniuses stared wide-eyed. This elder was actually the former governor of Black Wind County, the one who single-handedly blocked the Lingtai Kingdom's surprise attack. If it weren't for him, our great Xia would have lost a large amount of territory. It was rumored that this elder had sacrificed himself. It turns out the news was false. The many geniuses looked at the elder with reverence. The former governor of Black Wind County, Wang Run, was a powerful figure known throughout Great Xia. When the Lingtai Kingdom launched a surprise attack without declaration of war, it was this elder who single-handedly blocked the attack, buying enough time for Great Xia. If it weren't for him, Great Xia would surely have lost a vast territory. It was said that he faced 3 transformation gods, and he actually killed one and drove off the other 2. Because of his incredible achievements, rumors spread that he had sacrificed himself. It turns out he was still alive. Chapter 64. Ancient Techniques. Elder Wang had not sacrificed himself, but he was heavily injured. The robust, nascent soul cultivator looked at Wang Run with respect, his words tinged with regret. Come with me. Wang Run handed the horse's reins to Jiang Pinyin, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked toward the horse pen. Yes, elder. Jiang Pinyin responded respectfully. He had previously encountered this elder in the horse pen, and the elder had given him a spirit beast storage bag. He had felt that the elder was not simple. But before he could use the power of his right eye to check the elder's strength, the elder had left. Feng Yuchen got up from the ground, his expression somewhat ugly. Why did Jiang Pinyin get the personal guidance of Elder Wang Ren? Although this elder was not a physical cultivator, his cultivation was extremely high. Receiving his guidance for 2 months could save him hundreds of years of detours. Jiang Pinyin clearly had weak talent, and the body dominance technique did not have a second layer. Why was he given such importance? Feng Yuchen couldn't understand. Not only he, but the other geniuses also couldn't comprehend. Being taught by this elder was better than being guided by the princess. Wang Ren walked slowly, as if he were an ordinary person. Suddenly, he spoke leisurely. Why do you cultivate? In response to the elder, my purpose in cultivating is to become an immortal. Jiang Pinyin answered without any hesitation. Wang Ren shook his head, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Many people cultivate for immortality, for eternal life, but things are not that easy. In ancient times, there was a path to immortality, but now the path is broken, and there are no immortals left. You don't necessarily have to pursue eternal life. Enjoying the present and treating the now seriously is the correct way. Otherwise, when you reach old age and find it hopeless to become an immortal, looking back at the past, you will realize you have missed too much. Wang Ren wanted to correct Jiang Pingyin's erroneous view in time, as clarity on the path of cultivation would lead to progress and training. Jiang Pingyin shook his head. I must become an immortal. Wang Ren halted his steps, his brows furrowed. Why are you so stubborn? In this era, there is no path to immortality. He did not believe this youth was a stubborn person. How could he be so unwilling to listen to advice? Jiang Pingyin said, no matter whether the path to immortality is broken or not. Wang Ren was dissatisfied and was about to say something when Jiang Pingyin continued firmly. I must become an immortal. I must resurrect my parents. No matter if there's truly a way to bring the dead back to life in this world, I will try. Even if I am wrong, even if I reach old age and look back at the past, I will not regret my lack of effort. His father often said that immortals have the ability to bring the dead back to life. So, I must become an immortal. Besides, becoming an immortal means becoming powerful. Means no one will dare to bully me anymore. I don't want to always worry about death, worried about what enemies I might provoke that could destroy me. I want to stand higher. Wang Ren was stunned. He originally thought that Jiang Pingyin wanted to become an immortal out of a desire for immortality and enjoyment. It turned out it was for his parents. Looking at the boy's determined and clear eyes, Wang Ren seemed to see his younger self, and a smile suddenly blossomed on his calm face. I was too shallow. No, I was the one who was shallow. My pursuit of immortality has no greater purpose. I just want to live better for myself. Jiang Pingyin humbly replied. Wang Ren smiled and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The boy has his own dreams that he needs to chase himself. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. I've lived for 1,000 years, and my knowledge is quite rich. The reason Wang Ren planned to guide Jiang Pingyin was that he valued the boy's character. In his view, while talent is important, the real factor that influences whether a cultivator can go far is their mindset. Jiang Pingyin did not hold back and respectfully asked, Senior, I'm a bit curious. Why can some cultivation methods be practiced by both body cultivators and spirit cultivators? Is this a body cultivation method or a spirit cultivation method? He was still puzzled about the method Thunderflash. Oh, it seems you have an ancient cultivation method. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. Ancient cultivation method? This was the first time Jiang Pingyin had heard this concept. Wang Ren explained, in ancient times, cultivators did not differentiate between body and spirit cultivation. They practiced together. However, this method of cultivation was too slow, which gradually evolved into body cultivation and spirit cultivation. The good thing about this differentiation is that the speed of cultivation is faster. But the downside is that compared to ancient cultivators, the current ones are weaker. Ancient cultivators practiced both spirit and body, excelling in close combat, physical strength, and energy, far surpassing the present day, basically having no weaknesses in battle. While they had no weaknesses in battle, they had weaknesses in cultivation. Walking both paths was painful and lengthy, and it easily consumed a lot of resources. After painstakingly cultivating to establish a foundation, others could easily become golden elixirs and might not even be able to defeat them. Because dual cultivation of spirit and body was not cost-effective, ancient cultivators became fewer. Thus, some methods that can be practiced by both body and spirit cultivators are likely remnants of ancient methods, but such cases are rare. Generally, these methods still require dual cultivation. Hearing the senior's explanation, Jiang Pingyin suddenly understood. No wonder Thunderflash could be practiced by both body and spirit cultivators. Wang Ren continued, some special bodies with unique powers do not have a clear energy boundary and can practice dual cultivation. For example, that little girl beside you has a thunder spirit body. People like her possess terrifying bloodlines and exceptional talents, allowing them to cultivate both paths simultaneously. However, in this era, to save resources and quickly improve strength, these powerful bloodlines gradually choose to practice either spirit or body cultivation alone, as they can cultivate faster this way. Nowadays, very few people are willing to practice dual cultivation. It is too costly and slow, and only some large families are willing to invest resources in training. However, cultivators who practice dual cultivation are definitely stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Jiang Pinyin listened carefully to the old man's words. The matters of the cultivation world were vast and complex. He could only learn while moving forward. He suspected that the method he was practicing, earth stacking formula, was also an ancient cultivation method. The resources consumed during cultivation were indeed terrifying. If it weren't for the treasure pot being able to replicate large amounts of resources every day, he wouldn't dare to cultivate at all. Senior. Cough cough. Just as Jiang Pinyin was about to ask more questions, Wang Rin suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground. Senior, what happened to you? Jiang Pinyin was alarmed and hurriedly put down the reins to help him. Wang Rin wiped his mouth and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I was ambushed by the Ling Tai kingdom earlier and fought with a few powerful ones. I was seriously injured and one tea lasts much longer." Jiang Pingyin's expression changed. Wasn't tea there any way to heal? Aren't there many medicines for treating injuries? Wang Rin shook his head. It's different. The attacks of high-level cultivators possess the power of laws, and ordinary medicines are ineffective. Then what kind of medicine is needed for treatment? Jiang Pinyin asked. I've been injured by the Xian fire law. Apart from ice crystal grass, other medicines can only alleviate the injury, but this herb is basically extinct. Wang Rin took out a pill and swallowed it. His complexion gradually improved as he smiled. Continue asking. I can still hold on until the 100-county competition ends. I look forward to your outstanding performance. Jiang Pinyin looked at the kind old man before him, feeling unwilling. Why do good people not live long? He silently remembered the name ice crystal grass. If he encountered it in the future, he would definitely get his hands on it. Chapter 65. Visitors from the mysterious sect. In the following days, Jiang Pinyin followed Wang Rin, feeding horses and learning. In cultivation, many things he didn't understand were clarified with just a word from the other, greatly speeding up his learning. However, this peace only lasted for 4 days. On this day, people from the mysterious sect arrived, and Jiang Pinyin was summoned to the back mountain. Many talented individuals stopped their cultivation and respectfully stared at a young man. The boy, around 17 years old, wore a blue long robe, had a well-proportioned build, and held a blue sword in his arms, his tied-up long hair swaying gently in the wind. As Jiang Pinyin appeared, the boy's gaze suddenly lifted, locking onto him. At that moment, Jiang Pinyin felt a tremendous pressure. Among peers, he had only felt such pressure from Jinlin. You are Jiang Pinyin? Zhou Feng's dark eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. Yes, what's the matter? Jiang Pinyin calmly met his gaze. Did you kill that idiot Ma Wei? Zhou Feng asked. No. Jiang Pingyin's expression remained unchanged. Zhou Feng drew his sword, saying, regardless of whether you did or not, that idiot disgraced the mysterious sect. I want to reclaim a spot in the top 10. Fight me. Jiang Pinyin frowned. The selection for spots had already ended. The selection was to choose the 10 best individuals to represent Haifeng County in the competition. I want to participate in the competition. You are not worthy. Zhou Feng suddenly drew his sword, and a terrifying sword aura split the sky, not giving any time to prepare, directly slashing at Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin wanted to dodge, but found his body suppressed by a powerful sword aura, unable to escape. Jiang Pingyin's expression darkened, and the purple-gold violent aura erupted as he raised his hand to use the infinite fist to block. Boom! As the terrifying sword aura descended, Jiang Pingyin's feet sank hard into the ground. He couldn't counterattack against this sword aura. He could only barely hold it off. This person is too strong. Oh, no wonder he could defeat that idiot Ma Wei. He has some strength. Seeing Jiang Pinyin block his sword, Zhou Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He swung his sword again, and this time, dozens of terrifying sword auras appeared simultaneously, stirring the wind and clouds, all slashing toward Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pingyin's face darkened as he prepared to face it with all his strength. Bang bang. Dozens of sword auras fell, leaving sword marks all over the ground. The sound deafening. Jiang Pingyin's defense was easily broken, and the sword aura struck him. Zhou Feng sheathed his sword, saying, to withstand 2 of my sword strikes and not die, you could be considered a person of worth. The many talented individuals on the back mountain were filled with shock. and those in the nascent soul stage were also solemn. This Zhou Feng had perfected his swordsmanship to such a level. Among peers, almost no one could compare. 2 strikes ended Jiang Pingin's life. Is this the strength of the mysterious sex genius? It's terrifying. It's just a pity for Jiang Pingin. If he dies, no one will seek justice for him. Cough, cough, a cough suddenly echoed through the dust. Zhou Feng frowned. As the dust settled, Jiang Pingin painfully crawled out of the sword pit, his clothes tattered, blood continuously pouring from his body, his aura weak. If it weren't for his practice of the overbearing body technique, which gave him strong defenses, he would have definitely died from that strike. He actually didn't die. How annoying. Zhou Feng was very displeased that 2 strikes hadn't killed the other. Just as he was about to draw his sword again, a beautiful and mature woman stood in front of him. That's enough. Xia Qingyi's flowing sleeves fluttered as she gazed at Zhou Feng. Jiang Pingin's spot is yours. There's no need to kill. He is the murderer who killed Ma Wei, Zhou Feng said. Evidence? What need is there for evidence? This princess just wants to protect him. Who are you to point fingers? Xia Qing's expression turned cold, and a terrifying aura was released from her body. Zhou Feng remained unafraid. Is the 9th princess unwilling to let the Piamiao sect support you? Xia Qing's face remained unchanged. A Ma Wei isn't enough to influence the Piamiao sect's thoughts. If you can produce evidence of Jiang Pingin harming others, I will naturally agree to kill him, but you can't produce it. If I can't protect him, who will dare support me in the future? Cough, cough. An elderly figure appeared. The Great Xia has its own system. I don't have much life left. If someone the Great Xia doesn't follow the rules, I don't mind cleaning up some trash before I die. Wang Ren slowly helped Jiang Pingin up. Zhou Feng's expression finally changed upon seeing Wang Ren. Remember, I have won the spots this time. My resources cannot be less than a single spirit stone. Zhou Feng left with his sword, never once looking directly at Jiang Pingin. Just a small character, easily killable, to avoid offending the Great Xia and to obtain resources. I'll let him go for now. Participating in the 100 Counties Championship, victory can bring a large reward and a lot of resources from Xia Qing. As for Ma Wei's death, it doesn't matter at all. So arrogant. A young boy complained softly. After all, he is a disciple of the Piamiao sect and has the capital to be arrogant. This guy's strength might rank in the top 3 among us. The boys were shocked by Zhou Feng's 2 swords. Just 2 swords, and Jiang Pingin was heavily injured. Perhaps only the top 3 geniuses are qualified to fight him. Wang Ren turned back and fed a pill to the injured Jiang Pingin. Can you still move? Yes. Jiang Pingin's expression was blank, showing no signs of being heavily injured or defeated. Go back and cultivate. Wang Ren silently sighed. Yes, senior. Jiang Pingin glanced at Zhou Feng and, dragging his bloodied body, limped away. He recalled Xia Qing's words from a few days ago. Once the Piamiao sect's people come, you will know what it means to be the weak preyed upon by the strong. Indeed, facing such a giant, he had no ability to resist at all. Even if he killed Ma Wei, there was still a Zhou Feng. Kill Zhou Feng, and there would be others. Jiang Pingin clenched his fists, filled with unwillingness. The spot was taken, and he could only go to the underworld city as a substitute, losing his qualification to compete. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would already be a corpse. The bet with Xia Qing had no chance to be fulfilled, and there was no chance for Senior Wang to see his performance. Piamiao sect, Zhou Feng. Jiang Pingin did not shout or become hysterical. Upon returning to his room, he recovered his body and cultivated as usual. Although he longed to become stronger, he was not impatient. Instead, he focused on pursuing realms, diligently studying techniques and practicing step by step. During the day, he practiced Wuji Fist, and at night, he learned Thunder Flash, often feeding Xiao Bai and the Wan Poison 7 Starworm. It was as if nothing had happened before. 2 months passed in a flash. Wood, open the door. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Pingin opened his eyes and opened the barrier. A cute girl in a purple dress with a ponytail rushed in, exuding a delightful fragrance. 2 months ago, Meng Jing was taken away by her mother, Lei Lan, and today she just returned, eager to find Jiang Pingin. Don't be angry. My mother taught me many techniques. I'll go find that guy and to get the spot back for you. Meng Jing, unaware of Jiang Pingin's situation, angrily waved her small pink fists. No need, I am outclassed. The spot should be given up. Jiang Pingin replied flatly. The The spot isn't important. What's important is that he wronged you and even injured you. Meng Jing pouted, very unhappy. Her pretty face filled with anger. Just outclassed. Jiang Pinyin responded calmly. TCH, don't act like you don't care. I know you well. The more indifferent you act, the angrier you are. Meng Jing had spent enough time with Jiang Pinyin to understand him very well. Jiang Pinyin remained silent for a moment. I will handle it myself. All right, if you can't beat him, call me. I'll always stand by your side. Meng Jing cheerfully hugged Jiang Pingyin's arm. Chapter 66. Master here. This is the spirit stone my mother left for me before she left. I'll give you half. Meng Jing raised her small hand and handed Jiang Pinyin a storage ring. Unfortunately, the storage ring my mother gave me has restrictions. It will only unlock more resources each time I reach the next realm. When I reach the Golden Core realm, there will be more resources to share with you. No need, I don't lack resources. Jiang Pinyin declined to take it. Don't be shy. Who are we to each other? I said I would give you half of the resources in the future, so I will give you half. Meng Jing forcibly stuffed the storage ring into his hands. I'm going to Underworld City tomorrow to buy some protective treasures. I really don't lack spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin communicated with his storage bag, took out a Tianxiandan emitting colorful light, and stuffed it into Meng Jing's mouth. Meng Jing's beautiful eyes widened. Tianxiandan, you actually have such a precious elixir. She learned from her mother about the rarity of this elixir. Even among ancient aristocratic families, its production is not high. Previously, when Jiang Pinyin said he had Tianxiandan, Meng Jing thought he was lying. She didn't expect it to be true. It seems your fortune is really great. If I run out of money in the future, I'll eat your food and wear your clothes. Humph. Meng Jing quickly sat cross-legged on the bed to digest the power of the Tianxiandan. Such elixirs are rare and must be cherished. Consuming it once can greatly enhance one's talent. Jiang Pinyin left the room, closed the door, and headed to Wang Ren's residence. Wang Ren was feeding the horse, and from the outside, he didn't look like a powerful being in the transformation stage. Senior, Jiang Pinyin bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance over the past 2 months. I am very grateful. The knowledge shared with him over these 2 months has been incredibly beneficial. Before the nascent soul stage, he would basically not encounter issues with growth." Wang Ren patted the horse's head and turned to Jiang Pinyin, saying slowly, "You will leave tomorrow, right?" "Yes." Jiang Pinyin nodded. Wang Ren extended his dry, wooden-like hand and handed Jiang Pinyin a blue storage wristband. "My weapons were all destroyed in battle, and the resources were used to buy life-saving medicines. There isn't much I can give you, but it's all yours." Junior, Jiang Pinyin wanted to say something, but Wang Ren directly stuffed the storage wristband into his hands. "Stop being sentimental. I'm about to die, and it won't be of use to me. Focus on your cultivation and become a pillar of great xia in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid following the 9th princess. She has deep schemes and great ambitions, which may lead you into a whirlpool." Jiang Pinyin looked at the storage wristband in his hand, deeply moved. Wang Ren continued, "Inside are my lifelong techniques and a drop of blood from a holy body expert. I had planned to use it to exchange for ice crystal grass, but I no longer have the opportunity. Holy body blood." Jiang Pingyin's eyes widened in shock. As a body cultivator, he naturally knows about the holy body, a terrifying divine body said to rival the overlord body. The overlord body clan is a lineage, while the holy body is extremely rare due to the constraints of the heavenly rules. There are rumors that the strength of the holy body exceeds that of the overlord body, but due to the lack of inheritance and lineage, it is not as renowned. The value of such blood is extraordinary and hard to come by. He didn't expect Senior Wang to have a drop and even give it to him. With this drop of blood, along with your efforts, you will have the strength to compete with those prodigies. Don't say sentimental things. I've lived too long and heard too much. Let's go. Your road is still long. Endure for a moment, and if the storm calms, you will have the chance to return the humiliation. Wang Ren did not allow Jiang Pinyin to say more. Waving his hand and leisurely going to feed the horse with hay, Jiang Pinyin looked at that frail back and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master." Although the two did not establish a master-disciple relationship, Jiang Pinyin had long regarded the other as his master. The master-disciple relationship is completely different from a regular guidance relationship. The master imparts teachings and knowledge, inheriting the legacy. In the cultivation world, a master holds a status similar to that of a father. Wang Ren had no offspring or disciples, and he regarded Jiang Pinyin as his disciple, which is why he gifted him the cultivation method and the blood of the holy body. It could be considered a way to continue his own legacy. Jiang Pinyin bowed for a long time before turning to leave. He was to head to the underworld king city tomorrow. As soon as he arrived, he would look for the ice crystal grass. Even if he couldn't find the ice crystal grass, he needed to seek the antidote for the Xian fire law. The gratitude for the teachings and the gift of the holy body's blood could never be repaid. Jiang Pinyin was that kind of person. He repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. The next morning, the sun rose slowly. Young geniuses full of vigor gathered in the back mountain. They were about to embark on a new journey to the underworld king city to compete with the top talents from the 100 counties. All the elites of the underworld state would converge in the underworld king city, and a shocking battle was sure to unfold. The hearts of the young men began to boil. Who didn't want to make a name for themselves? Who didn't want to stand out among thousands of elites? This competition was the best stage to do so. A massive flying ship appeared in the sky above the county governor's mansion, making those below feel particularly small, creating a strong visual impact. The ship was entirely black, with mysterious runes flashing around it. On one side of the ship, several large characters were written: Wealthy Merchant Association, Blackwind City to Underworld King City route. Once I have money, I also want to buy a flying ship so I can go wherever I want. Meng Jing looked up at the ship, her small face filled with longing. By the time you can afford a flying ship, you'll be strong enough that you can go faster than the ship. A plain voice pulled Meng Jing out of her fantasy. Humph, you annoying blockhead. Meng Jing glared at Jiang Pinyin with a hint of grievance. Don't tell anyone about the pills, Jiang Pinyin said in a low voice. I know, I'm not an idiot. Meng Jing touched her ring, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. Besides the one heavenly Xian pill she ate last night, Jiang Pinyin had given her 3 more. He even said that only after eating 5 would it lose its effect. If he knows this, it means he has eaten at least 5 heavenly Xian pills himself. What kind of great opportunity did this blockhead obtain? Even ancient families find it difficult to produce so many heavenly Xian pills. After the shock, Meng Jing was filled with joy. Jiang Pinyin was willing to share such important information with her and treated her so well, which showed that he trusted her and regarded her as one of his own. But little did Meng Jing know that everything she received now was merely a result of her previous selflessness. Without her selflessly gifting the heavenly Xian pills, there would be no way for Jiang Pinyin to replicate them. Every cause has its effect, and good deeds yield good results. He is not worthy of you. A sudden voice rang out in front of them. I am willing to become your Tao partner. Meng Jing turned her head to look at the man in front of her. He wore a blue long robe and held a sword in his arms, exuding a proud aura from within, like a sword about to be unsheathed. Meng Jing suddenly squinted her eyes. Are you Zhou Feng? Among the more than 10 geniuses, she had never seen this one before, so he must be new. That's right, I am Zhou Feng, a genius sword cultivator of the Miao Miao sect. This Jiang Pinyin, I can severely injure him with 2 strikes and kill him with 3. Zhou Feng looked at Meng Jing, completely ignoring Jiang Pinyin. Not only am I a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, but I'm also a direct descendant of an elder. You, as a member of an ancient family, are a perfect match for me. Huh, you trash think you can become my Tao partner? You're just a pile of dog poop. Meng Jing suddenly shouted. The many geniuses who were about to board the flying ship turned around in unison, looking at the commotion. You are nothing but a pile of dung. How can you be worthy to become my Tao partner? Jiang Pingyin's nose booger is better than you. Meng Jing was disgusted by her own words, but did not stop, continuing to scold. You don't even look at yourself in the mirror. How can you compare to Jiang Pinyin? Just because you've trained for a few more years. What's there to be proud of? Jiang Pinyin has only cultivated for a year. If you had only cultivated for a year, Jiang Pinyin could slap you to death. 3 years. Just 3 years. No, just 1 year. After 1 year, Jiang Pinyin would treat you like a dog. Meng Jing shouted loudly. After finishing, she didn't wait for Zhou Feng to speak and pulled Jiang Pinyin onto the flying ship. The highest realm of scolding is to not give the other party a chance to refute, making them feel suffocated. The surrounding geniuses wanted to laugh, but dare not. Only holding it in. Listening to Meng Jing scold was really satisfying. This Zhou Feng was even more arrogant than Feng Yuqian and didn't fit in. Nobody liked him. Zhou Feng's face turned pale, then red. In his 17 years, he had never encountered such humiliation. If it weren't for a bit of rationality left, he would have already struck with his sword. You shameless woman. Just wait. Zhou Feng boarded the flying ship with a gloomy face, not wanting to face the mocking gazes of the crowd anymore. He vowed to find an opportunity to kill this woman. Other geniuses boarded the flying ship one after another. The front of the ship had a deck for sightseeing, while the back had resting cabins. The deck could accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Hey, how about it? I help you scold that guy. Are you happy? Meng Jing held Jiang Pingin's hand, smiling as she asked. By doing this, you completely offended him. He will look for trouble with you, Jiang Pingin said. Meng Jing shrugged, indifferent. I don't care about him. As long as you're happy, that's good enough. A hint of tenderness flashed in Jiang Pingin's eyes. This journey will take a month. Everyone should adjust their state quickly. Xiaqing's melodious voice slowly echoed, drifting into the ears of the many geniuses. Xiaqing would accompany them throughout the 100-county competition. Why not use the teleportation array, which could directly reach the underworld King City? Zhou Feng's face was cold, looking rather unhappy. The maintenance and usage costs of the teleportation array are too high. It won't be used unless it's something important. Xiaqing waved her sleeve, and room tokens flew into the hands of the 15 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses come to my room for a meeting. I will introduce the geniuses from other counties and the competition rules. The remaining 5 can return to their rooms to rest. If any accidents occur in this competition, you will be replaced according to your rankings. Jiang Pingin received the token, which read Room 200. He put away the token and walked to the edge of the deck, deeply bowing to Wang Ren, who had been watching from below. A trace of warmth appeared on Wang Ren's aged face. Having a disciple in the last phase of his life is quite nice. At least 100 years later, someone will come to sweep my grave. Child, your life has just begun. Go chase your dreams. The runes surrounding the flying ship flickered, dazzlingly covering the entire ship. As waves of energy surged out, the ship rose, breaking through the clouds and speeding towards the distance, gradually turning into a small black dot. Jiang Pingin withdrew his gaze, holding the token as he headed to his room. The room was not large, with a bed and a place to use the toilet. However, there was a formation barrier in the room, and one could spend money to increase the spiritual energy inside. Jiang Pingin closed the door, activated the formation, and took out a cracked bronze basin. He also took out a small golden bottle from the blue storage ring given by his master. The bottle was palm-sized and heavy. Just this golden bottle was worth quite a lot. Jiang Pingin opened the bottle, and a terrifying wave of heat surged out, with lights swirling. Looking inside the bottle, there was a drop of golden blood, dazzling like the sun, making it hard to look at for long. This was the holy body blood given to him by his master. The holy body is a terrifying existence on par with the overlord body. But the number of holy bodies is extremely rare. A drop of blood from a holy body is invaluable. The master said that as long as one fuses this drop of blood, they will have the strength to compete with the talented ones. This shows how terrifying the blood of the holy body is. However, Jiang Pingin did not use it directly, perhaps out of habit. He liked to replicate good things multiple times after obtaining them. Jiang Pingin was unsure whether the treasure pot could replicate blood, but it certainly couldn't replicate living things. He had previously tested it with the 10,000 poisons 7-star worm, which could not be replicated. Jiang Pingin also did not have high hopes for replicating the blood of the holy body, so he poured the drop of holy body blood into a bronze basin. The holy body blood slowly slid down, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose as a golden little sun slowly dripped into the treasure pot. Jiang Pingin held his breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no reaction, and Jiang Pingin felt a bit disappointed. If he could replicate the blood of the holy body, then at that moment, a brilliant red light burst forth from the treasure pot, causing the surrounding barrier to flicker and shake due to the impact of this energy. Jiang Pingin's heart almost stopped, but then he showed great joy. The treasure pot could replicate the blood of the holy body. Jiang Pinyin looked into the treasure pot, where there was originally only one drop of golden blood. Now, there were 11 drops. For some reason, these drops did not merge together, appearing to be separated like golden beans. Jiang Pinyin took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. With this holy body blood, he could become even stronger. He carefully poured 10 drops of holy body blood back into the golden bottle, leaving one drop behind. He cut open his palm and placed the remaining drop of holy body blood into the wound, activating the body dominance technique with all his strength. The holy body blood landed on his hand, bringing a strong burning sensation. Soon, this drop of golden blood was absorbed into his body. At that moment, the blood energy within Jiang Pinyin burst forth, and the 10 acupoints in his body were opened, with a blood-colored light flickering at his dantian. Jiang Pinyin's expression changed, and he quickly suppressed the feeling of breakthrough. Just this drop of blood almost pushed him to break through to the Blood Dan realm. But now was not the time to break through. He had to suppress it. The master said that the more acupoints opened before condensing the Blood Dan, the stronger the Golden Dan would be after the breakthrough. A normal body cultivator needs to open 30 acupoints to break through. A talented martial artist generally starts to condense the Blood Dan after breaking through 50 acupoints. The standard set by his master for him was to break through at least 60 acupoints before condensing the Blood Dan. Jiang Pinyin set his own standard at 70 acupoints. Including the 10 he just opened, he had already opened 50 acupoints. Suppressing the urge to break through, Jiang Pinyin began to activate the body dominance technique to absorb the power from the holy body blood. Half a day later, Jiang Pinyin opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed from the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand and clenched his fist tightly. Bang! The air was crushed, producing a piercing sound. His strength and speed had increased by 2 to 3 times compared to before. Moreover, this was without fully digesting this drop of holy body blood. Not only that, but a strange change also occurred in Jiang Pinyin's body. He raised his gaze, and his right eye shimmered in his line of sight. The barrier in front of him and the walls gradually faded, revealing the scene in the adjacent room. His right eye had gained the ability to see through. Chapter 68. X-ray vision. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Pinyin touched his right eye, suppressing that power, and everything returned to normal. Whose eye is this? Why can it ignore barriers and produce the power of X-ray vision? Why can it make people fall into the pain of reincarnation? Why can it enhance the effect of the heavenly evil technique? Jiang Pinyin had countless questions about his right eye. Back at King Mountain, he was kidnapped by a bandit cultivator who wanted to use this eye to torture him, but he withstood the damage, and this eye was assimilated and taken away by him. During this time, the right eye had played a significant role. The right eye could slow down opponent's speed, sense their killing intent, and increase the release effect of the heavenly evil technique. Now, it had even produced an X-ray effect. It should be noted that the barrier in front of him was a special ability. Even an old monster in the god transformation stage could not see what was happening beyond it without using powerful divine sense to intentionally penetrate through. However, his right eye could. This shows how terrifying the right eye is. As his realm increased, the right eye's abilities grew stronger. Therefore, Jiang Pinyin was very curious about the right eye, although he did not know whose eye it was. He could be certain that the owner of this eye was extraordinary during their lifetime. Jiang Pinyin had little information about this eye, and he could not think of anything even if he tried, so he did not ponder too much, as it would be a waste of time. He continued to digest the holy body blood, impacting the acupoints in his body. With the holy body blood, he opened 10 more acupoints, leaving 10 remaining to reach the standard of 70 acupoints. With the confidence provided by the holy body blood, Jiang Pinyin felt that his breakthrough standard was a bit low. So he set a new goal, to open 100 acupoints before condensing the Blood Dan. The further one goes in opening acupoints, the harder it becomes. It's not that breaking through the acupoints is difficult, but it requires suppressing the power, as a slight misstep could lead to a breakthrough. It's like a dam. There's a limit to the amount of water it can hold, and exceeding this limit can break the dam. The more acupoints open now, the better the foundation, and the stronger he will become in the future. In the following days, Jiang Pinyin absorbed the holy body blood every day, impacting his acupoints and strengthening his body, with his physical quality becoming increasingly stronger. At the same time, He learned the Thunder Flash and Wuji Fist. Under the same realm, the stronger the martial arts mastered, the stronger the combat power would be. The flying boat continued to move at high speed towards the underworld city, with passengers occasionally boarding and disembarking. On the 10th day, Meng Jing suddenly came to Jiang Pingin's room, her eyes red and filled with tears, sitting beside him without saying a word, looking extremely aggrieved. Jiang Pingin opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What happened? Did you not win any pastries today? Am I such a useless girl? I lost 100,000 spirit stones." Meng Jing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, her tears streaming down without restraint. "Lost 100,000? How did you lose it?" Jiang Pingin was somewhat astonished. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't even have that much wealth, yet she lost 100,000. "I saw everyone betting on stones, so I decided to join in, but every time I cut the stones, I couldn't get any good ones. The more I cut, the more anxious I got, and the more anxious I became, the more I wanted to win it back. And in the end, I lost 100,000 spirit stones." "Boo-hoo!" Meng Jing cried loudly in Jiang Pingin's arms, regretting her decision to cut stones. How many pastries could 100,000 spirit stones buy? Jiang Pingin felt a bit helpless. "Don't gamble. Don't touch anything related to gambling. The house is not a charitable organization. But some people cut out good stuff. That damned Zhou Feng cut out a piece of ancient weapon fragment and sold it for over 300,000 spirit stones." Meng Jing sobbed, her heart filled with unwillingness. The reason she became anxious was that she wanted to suppress Zhou Feng. In the end, she failed and lost 100,000. Jiang Pingin was slightly taken aback. One could actually cut out weapon fragments? He remembered oldly saying that betting on stones involved some corner scraps of ore, which might yield some rare minerals. But he had never heard oldly mention that weapon fragments could be cut out. Not only can weapon fragments be cut out, Meng Jing raised her red eyes. Pouting as she said, the person in charge of betting on stones also said that with good luck, one could cut out extinct heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Some people have even cut out ancient powerful beings. Hearing this, Jiang Pingin gained further insight. The fact that even ancient powerful beings could be cut out was truly astonishing. "Take me to see." Jiang Pingin became a bit curious. "You must not gamble like me. Betting on stones is all a scam," Meng Jing reminded, sharing her own experience of being fooled. "Rest assured, I won't gamble on stones." Jiang Pingin had no intention of gambling. He just wanted to go and take a look. Meng Jing wiped her eyes and brought Jiang Pingin to the rest area of the flying boat. A large group of cultivators had gathered here, with dancers performing on stage. While some were drinking and dining together, others were gathered in the stone gambling area, some looking dejected, while others were extremely excited. Only a few had smiles on their faces, clearly having made a profit. Jiang Pingin recognized a few familiar faces. Jin Lin cut open the stone in front of him, but found nothing and angrily smashed the stone into powder with a punch. "Damn, another 100,000 spirit stones gone." Jin Lin was furious and turned to a nearby young man in plain clothes. "Brother Fong, can't even your spiritual sense see through these stones?" Fong Xing shook his head. Although the stones that concealed treasures appeared ordinary, they were actually the mother stones evolved from the laws of heaven and earth to protect the veins. No spiritual sense could penetrate them unless there were holes on the surface. If the veins could be detected by spiritual sense, they would have been discovered by powerful cultivators long ago. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, not even a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense could see through the mother stones, let alone a core formation or even stronger cultivators. Otherwise, the gambling stone industry wouldn't exist. What a loss. I should have known better than to play. I've lost hundreds of thousands. Jin Lin cursed, feeling heartbroken and regretting his impulsiveness. Just as he was about to return to his cultivation, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. "Oh, Brother Jiang," Jin Lin exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to hug Jiang Pingin's shoulder. "It's rare to see you. Practicing every day is so boring." He had been severely injured by 2 swords and had no chance to resist, feeling too ashamed to show his face. Nearby, Feng Yuchen, who was drinking, leisurely spoke up. "Shut your foul mouth." Meng Jing snapped at Feng Yuchen like a porcupine bristling with anger. Feng Yuchen didn't dare to clash with Meng Jing and fell silent. Jiang Pinyin ignored them and focused on a pile of chaotic stones ahead. Some cultivators stood outside the stone area, watching from a distance, searching for stones with good appearances. I just cut out a piece of top-quality crystal stone. This is worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. A cultivator suddenly laughed loudly. In front of him was a pile of crushed stones, among which was a peculiar crystal that resembled a spirit stone but was purer. As this stone was cut open, the surrounding area was enveloped in a surge of energy. This is not a top-quality crystal stone. It's just an ordinary crystal stone worth only 50,000. The gambling stone manager said. The laughing cultivator fell silent. He had bought that stone for 60,000, making only a profit of 50,000, resulting in a loss of 10,000. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When Jiang Pinyin looked at the pile of stones, his expression suddenly changed, but he quickly returned to normal. He walked straight over and pointed at a half-human-tall black stone, asking, "How much for that stone?" The gambling stone manager saw another young man running over, rubbing his hands together, and thought to himself that another fool was here. "Young master, this stone is relatively large and was excavated from a volcanic vein that has been burning for over 100,000 years. There's a chance it contains a black flame fire stone, which holds fire tribute laws. Once cut open, it can sell for a high price of 1 million. Meng Jing hurriedly pulled Jiang Pinyin back, saying, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just told me that a stone could yield treasures worth tens of millions." But there was nothing. The manager squinted and smiled, saying, "In gambling stones, failure is inevitable. That young man over there just cut out a fragment of an ancient weapon and made over 3 million spirit stones." As he spoke, he pointed to a young man not far away who was watching the dancers. That person was Zhou Feng, surrounded by a group of dancers who were flirting with him. "Then how much for this black stone?" Jiang Pinyin asked again. Not expensive, 80,000 spirit stones," the manager replied with a smile. He particularly liked these talented young men. They were easy to swindle. 80,000. Why don't you go rob a bank?" Meng Jing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide open, firing back immediately. Even ordinary Yuan Ing experts wouldn't remain indifferent upon seeing 80,000 spirit stones. Ordinary Jin Dan cultivators didn't have that much spirit stones. "It's not expensive at all. There's an even more expensive one inside. The one at the back is a stone transported from an ancient battlefield. Worth 500,000, the manager pointed to a large stone at the back, which emanated an ancient aura, likely covered in dust for being there too long. Jiang Pinyin glanced at that stone but ignored it, knowing it held no treasures. He was so sure because his right eye could see some special things. Just now, his right eye scanned the chaotic stones and noticed some stones emitting a glow. The cultivator who cut the crystal had noticed that stone glowing before he cut it. In the end, that stone yielded a crystal. Jiang Pinyin guessed that those stones that appeared to emit light must contain something. The black stone he was pointing at had 3 spots of flickering light in it. Jiang Pinyin speculated that this stone might contain 3 gems. As for what was hidden inside, he couldn't tell, only seeing the emitted light. Can the black flame firestone sell for 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Pinyin asked again. The light emitted from this stone is very likely the black flame firestone. Of course, a black flame firestone the size of fingertip can sell for 1 million. A stone this large will definitely yield one. The manager patted his chest, assuring him with a trustworthy demeanor. These stones were all casually transported from the mining area. If the seller was lucky, they could uncover good things, and then their trading company would buy them back. No matter what, it was a guaranteed profit. "All right, I'll buy it," Jiang Pinyin said. "Are you stupid? With that money, you might as well buy a black flame firestone." Meng Jing quickly grabbed Jiang Pingyin's storage bag to stop him from acting impulsively. "Brother Jiang, really don't buy it. This is purely a gamble." Jean Lin also came over to stop him, still feeling the loss of tens of thousands. Other cultivators looked at Jiang Pinyin as if he were a fool, while also feeling envious. This kid could actually take out 80,000, more than even core formation experts. However, envy aside, they didn't dare to cause trouble on a ship with such a financial windfall, not even daring to do so against a god transformation expert. Moreover, this group of youths were the geniuses participating in the competition from Blackwind County. To provoke them would mean going against the entire Blackwind County, or rather, against the Great Xia. After all, these individuals were nurtured by the Great Xia and could become pillars of the Great Xia in the future. Young man, you can't miss this opportunity. If this stone has a black flame firestone, you can easily make 200,000 spirit stones. You could become rich overnight. The manager, seeing someone trying to dissuade Jiang Pinyin, became anxious. Look, since you're a pillar of the Great Xia, I'll give you a huge discount. You can take it for 70,000. This stone had been here for 2 or 3 years, and no one had bought it. After all, no one was a fool. If they really needed a black flame firestone, they could add a few tens of thousands to buy one instead of coming here to gamble. 65,000. Jiang Pinyin realized he could negotiate and immediately began to haggle. Although he didn't lack resources, saving money was still saving money. Saving 1,000 spirit stones meant he could buy 2 more blood demon pills. The manager shook his head, saying it was too low and wouldn't make a profit. He needed 65,000 to take the stone. Then I won't buy it. It's too expensive. I suddenly realized it's not worth the risk. Jiang Pinyin showed a hesitant expression and turned to leave. Wait, 67,000. I'll only make 2,000 spirit stones. Is that okay? The manager, seeing that it was not easy to find a fool, wanted to quickly sell the stone. You fool. You can't buy it. Meng Jing exclaimed. Jean Lin had lost 100,000 and was still hurting over it. If you lose over 60,000, you won't sleep well for the rest of the month. You dream of losing money every night. Help me pay 67,000, and I'll pay you back later. Jiang Pinyin currently had no spirit stones and sought to borrow some from Meng Jing. Meng Jing wanted to persuade him, but seeing the serious look in Jiang Pingyin's eyes, she sighed in resignation. She understood this man. Once he was determined, even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. If you lose, you'll have to work like a horse for me. Meng Jing viciously threw the storage bag at the person in charge. Earlier, Jiang Pinyin had advised her not to gamble, but she forgot that as soon as she arrived. If she had given the money to Jiang Pinyin, Meng Jing wouldn't have minded, but he insisted on using it to gamble on stones, which was quite irritating. Jean Lin shook his head helplessly. He could see that Jiang Pinyin was determined to buy, just like he had been before losing money. Only after losing would he know the pain. A waste who spends a woman's spirit stones dares to compete with me? A cold, mocking voice sounded. Zhou Feng had come over at some point, still holding his sword, and 2 beautiful dancers were now by his side. 10 days ago, he had been mocked by Meng Jing under the flying boat, who said he was no better than Jiang Pingyin's snot, and he had kept this in mind. Now, Zhou Feng seemed to mock Jiang Pinyin, but in reality, he wanted to say that Meng Jing was blind to choose a man who needed to borrow stones from women. Can you control what I do? I'm willing to give him wooden spirit stones. If I'm happy, even if you kneel and beg me, I won't give you a single spirit stone. Hee. Meng Jing laughed mockingly, venting her anger. Her sarcastic demeanor made Zhou Feng feel suffocated, wishing he could unsheathe his sword and cut her down. The person in charge scanned the storage bag with his divine sense, quickly counting the spirit stones inside, and hurriedly moved the half-human tall black stone to the counter. Jiang Pinyin raised his hand, ready to take the stone. The person in charge quickly said, Young master, there are rules for gambling on stones. They must be cut on site. Is there such a rule? Yes, this has been the rule since ancient times. If it's not cut here, I can refund your money. The person in charge, who had just been greedy for money, suddenly became serious. The reason for this rule is that the trading association understands human psychology. Once someone cuts out something good, others will be itching to do the same, which can greatly increase profits. Therefore, they established a rule that they would rather not sell than not cut the stones on site. Jiang Pinyin felt a bit helpless and turned to Meng Jing, saying, Help me cut it. No way. I'm unlucky. You do it yourself. Meng Jing hurriedly handed over the blue flower knife and retreated far from the black stone. She had just spent 100,000 spirit stones and didn't cut anything out. She was afraid her bad luck would infect Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin didn't insist. Took the blue flower knife and casually cut towards the middle. The stone was not hard and easily split in 2. The inside is pitch black as the outside, with no energy fluctuations. Many who had lost in gambling on stones found comfort in Jiang Pingyin's misfortune. Sure enough, he lost. This young man must be crying now. So foolish, spending 670,000 spirit stones on such garbage. If it were that easy to make money, everyone would be gambling on stones. Meng Jing's little face turned pale. It was over. 650,000 was gone. Jean Lin began to feel sorry for Jiang Pingan's money. Zhou Feng looked disdainful. Did he really think anyone could cut out treasures? Did he think my finding a weapon fragment was just luck? No. It was my instinct as a sword cultivator that allowed me to cut out that weapon fragment. Zhou Feng turned with his sword. Only with strength can one have opportunities. You people are just pure gamblers, wishing to cut out treasures, maybe in your next life. Ding! Just as Zhou Feng was about to leave, Jiang Pingan's second cut fell, and a clear, clinking sound was heard, followed by a violent wave of heat surging out. A terrifying wave of heat swept through the entire resting area. Yun Huang, who was cultivating in her room, suddenly opened her eyes. What a strong fire attribute power! She quickly opened the barrier and walked out of her room to find the source of the energy. At the gambling stone counter, black flames erupted from the black stone. Strange, peculiar, and scorching hot. The extreme heat attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Chapter 70. Black Flame Firestone. What kind of flame is this? And why is it black? Black Flame Firestone. This kid hit the jackpot. With such a powerful flame aura, this Black Flame Firestone must be significant. Definitely over 1 million. Waves of exclamations arose in the resting area, with everyone standing up to watch nearby. Zhou Feng was stunned. He actually let Jiang Pingan cut out a Black Flame Firestone. This guy's luck was incredible, hitting it on his first try. Jealousy and hatred surged within him. Seeing his enemy making money naturally didn't feel good. Meng Jing's mouth dropped open in disbelief. After a moment, she jumped up excitedly. He cut it. He cut out a gem. Her ponytail swung wildly, her voice loud enough that she wanted the whole world to know Jiang Pingan had cut out a gem. She had thought this time would be a huge loss, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a big profit. A black stone the size of an egg rolled out from the mother stone. The Black Flame Firestone was pockmarked, and black flames surged, with an extremely high temperature. Freed from the constraints of the mother stone, the Black Flame Firestone recklessly released heat, quickly melting the counter. The person in charge came back to his senses from his stupor, quickly casting a seal to contain the stone to prevent it from burning through the flying boat. He hadn't expected that this young man would cut out a gem on his first stone. This Black Flame Firestone, about the size of an egg. Our Well-Sourced Trading Association is willing to buy it for 3 million spirit stones. Young friend, are you willing to sell? Such stones contain laws and are one of the treasures most favored by nascent soul stage experts. After reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivators need more than just resources to improve their cultivation. They must comprehend enough laws. Only then will the rules of heaven and earth allow you to continue to enhance your cultivation. Otherwise, even having 100 million or 1 billion spirit stones would be useless. Surrounding cultivators looked on with envy. Cutting out a stone and selling it for 3 million was too tempting. They couldn't wait to cut a stone themselves. Jiangdao friend, I want to buy this stone. At this moment, a slightly hurried, pleasant voice sounded. The number 1 genius of Black Wind County, Yun Huang, squeezed through the crowd. She approached Jiang Pingan, looking at the stone releasing black flames with a face full of desire. Dressed in a luxurious red robe, she was young yet exceptionally well-proportioned, appearing somewhat mature. Her pupils were red, like gems, her willow brows curved, captivating hearts, and her slightly parted scarlet lips exhaled an alluring fragrance, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Standing next to Meng Jing, the other women around faded into insignificance. Even those in scanty clothing lost their luster. Jiangdao friend, can you sell me this stone? I'll offer 350,000. Hearing this number, everyone around was stunned. Even an ordinary nascent soul stage expert would find it hard to come up with such a sum, right? This girl is surprisingly wealthy. The person in charge, wanting to acquire the Black Flame Firestone, turned dark. My dear girl, you're only in the foundation establishment stage. There's no need to buy such an expensive stone, right? I really need it, Yin Huang replied seriously. It can be traded. Jiang Pingan was naturally happy to see this Black Flame Firestone fetching a higher price. No one would complain about having more money. Yin Huang's face suddenly flushed slightly. I don't have money right now. Can I owe you first? Jiang Pingan, the gambling stone person in charge, was overjoyed. Young friend, You can't listen to beautiful women. They love to deceive. Who knows if she will pay later? I'll offer 330,000 spirit stones, and you'll get the spirit stones directly. This way, he could still make 20,000. Jiang Ping nodded in agreement. He didn't like being owed money, as the person in charge said, who knew if this woman would pay later. In comparison, directly exchanging for 330,000 spirit stones was more profitable. Yin Huang saw Jiang Ping's reaction, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her brow. However, she would choose the same. After all, 350,000 was not a small amount. Just as Jiang Ping was about to make the transaction, a gentle, maternal voice sounded. I'll buy this black flame firestone for 350,000 spirit stones. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing this person, everyone was shocked and quickly made way, bowing in greeting. Your Highness the Princess. In the Great Xia, the royal family holds the highest status. During the turmoil of ancient times, the human race suffered greatly, and it was the first emperor of Great Xia who created the nation here, pacified the chaos, and allowed them to live stable lives. Great Xia treats ordinary cultivators well. If they are loose cultivators, they can take positions in various local governments and receive salaries. Although not much, it allows for a stable life. Even some evil cultivators have a good impression of Great Xia. As the 9th princess of the royal family, many cultivators naturally respect her. Xia Qing walked over gracefully in her golden robe, glanced at the black flame stone in front of her, and said to Jiang Ping, I want to buy this black flame stone as a gift for Yin Huang. 3,500,000. Is this price satisfactory? Jiang Ping cupped his hands and saluted, saying, If it is for your Highness the Princess, I am willing to gift it. No need for spirit stones. No need for a gift. Let's trade at the normal price. Xia Qing did not lack this bit of spirit stones and flicked a green storage ring over. The storage ring floated in front of Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping did not accept it and said, I was originally a farmer. It was your Highness who gifted me cultivation methods and resources, allowing me to change my fate and have the opportunity to see a broader world. I am deeply grateful. I remember this kindness and have always had no way to repay it. Now, since your Highness needs this small black flame stone, if I were to charge a fee, wouldn't that make me a heartless person? I hope your Highness will take back the resources and take away the black flame stone, as a chance for me to express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing was clearly taken aback for a moment, then her red lips curved up. She saw the hidden meaning in Jiang Ping's words. The gift of the black flame stone was not the goal. The purpose was to express his willingness to follow her. The young man was all alone, walking on thin ice in the cultivation world. With the slightest misstep, he could offend powerful figures or major forces. Without protection, he could die any day. Seeking refuge might not be this young man's only choice, but it is indeed the most cost-effective choice. Generally, only older cultivators understand this principle, and these cultivators seek to find a force to serve, mutually dependent on a certain power. Xia Qing looked deeply at the young man. He was like a lurking young wolf, calm and steady, hiding everything in his heart while following the pack. Such temperament is unmatched by other youths, and in the future, he will surely achieve great things. No wonder Elder Wang chose this kid as the last successor. All right, I accept. As long as you don't make mistakes in the future, no one can bully you. Xia Qing waved her hand, putting away the storage ring and pushing the black flame stone to Yin Huang. By accepting the black flame stone, it meant she would protect Jiang Ping. Thank you, your Highness the Princess. Jiang Ping once again cupped his hands and saluted. He actually did not like being bound. Loose cultivators live freely, without having to obey anyone. But now he didn't even have the opportunity to become a loose cultivator. The foundation establishment stage is still at the bottom of the cultivation world. Killing him wouldn't attract any attention. His only goal now is to survive. Surviving brings hope. 3 million for the protection of the 9th princess of the Great Xia royal family is completely worth it. Nearby, Zhou Feng's face darkened. This time he couldn't kill Jiang Ping. He never expected that this trash could withstand the temptation of 3 million in exchange for a promise from the 9th princess. Jiang Ping picked up the knife again and continued to cut the black stone. To avoid others noticing anything unusual, he cut from the edge little by little. No need to cut anymore. This precious gem is very special. It will absorb the surrounding energy, and there won't be a second one within dozens of meters. The person in charge of the gambling stone was very depressed since he failed to acquire the black flame stone and lost a lot of money. Maybe there's a second one? Meng Jing retorted. The person in charge shook his head. The probability is very low. Either geological changes occurred, or there is a heavy treasure nearby. The chances are as small as having the bloodline of an ancient family. I really do have the bloodline of an ancient family, Meng Jing said. The person in charge, goodness, she just said it casually, but it turns out this girl is quite remarkable. It's different. I'm going to say the probability is very small. It's impossible for this piece of stone to have another black flame stone inside. If there is, I will give you another stone for free. Boom. Before the person in charge finished speaking, a terrifying flame surged out again. Chapter 71, Fire Lotus Enlightenment. A black flame stone the size of a fingertip fell, surrounded by black flames, exuding a strange black aura. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above could sense the laws on it. Ordinary people could only feel the heat. The person in charge and the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. Even Xia Qing, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. Everyone stared in shock at the black flame stone in front of them. Many cultivators turned green with envy. Although this black flame stone was small, it was still worth 100,000 spirit stones. Even a nascent soul old monster would be tempted upon seeing it. No wonder some people are eager to gamble on stones. For ordinary cultivators, this is an opportunity to become rich overnight. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I worked here for 130 years, and this situation has never occurred. The person in charge of gambling stones, seeing this beyond reason, began to doubt whether he was dreaming. How could there be two treasures in one stone? Normally, even if these two gems were born together, the other one would be absorbed. Is this small black flame stone not cleaned up yet? Wow, this is amazing. Another one was cut out. Meng Jing excitedly bounced, holding Jiang Pingin's arm. The 15-year-old girl didn't know how to hide her emotions. She looked at the person in charge of gambling stones. You just said you would give us another stone. You can't go back on your word. The person's face darkened even more, as if burned by fire. This was bizarre. After so many years of work, it was the first time encountering a situation where two gems appeared from one mother stone. Your Highness the Princess, there's another black flame stone here. Jiang Pingin turned his head and respectfully he said to Xia Qing. Xia Qing shook her head. You can decide what to do with this one. The black flame stone in Yun Huang's hand is enough for her to use until the nascent soul stage. Jiang Pingin looked at the person in charge. Will you take it? Of course I will take it. This one is smaller, 100,000. The person in charge saw that the other party intended to sell it to him, and his mood improved a little. He accepted the black flame stone and took out a storage ring to hand over. Meng Jing reached out to take the storage ring, entering her divine sense to count the spirit stones inside. Seeing the pile of spirit stones, Meng Jing was so excited that her mouth could hardly close. 700,000 exchanged for 1 million, a profit of 300,000. For some golden core stage cultivators without family forces. Making 30,000 spirit stones alone would take at least a year of hard work. If cultivators knew rune formations or alchemy skills, they could earn spirit stones a bit faster. But such cultivators are minority. Most cultivators make money by hunting monsters or robbing. This is why many strong cultivators choose to create forces or join certain powers. Only in this way can they better acquire resources and save time for cultivation, because making money alone is really difficult. Jiang Pingin earned so many spirit stones with just a few cuts. Many cultivators were so envious they felt like their teeth were about to break. They regretted why they didn't buy this stone. Jiang Pingin continued to cut the stone, as there was still more than half a piece left, and there was still a light inside. This time, you really don't need to cut anymore. It's already lucky to have 2 black flame stones. If a third one appears, I will give you that ancient battlefield stone I brought back. The person in charge pointed to the last stone, which was as tall as a person. This stone is worth 500,000, and it is the most expensive material on this flying boat. His words showed how little he believed a third black flame stone would appear. Xiaoqing stopped watching and turned back. She has played with gambling stones many times and knows that the probability of finding 2 stones in a single piece is extremely low, and finding 3 is even more unlikely. To cut 2 stones already indicates that Jiang Pingin's luck is extraordinary. Only the naive Meng Jing, squatting nearby, stared intently with her beautiful eyes, muttering repeatedly, "Another one, another one." Buzz. Suddenly, the Qing Tian knife seemed to have cut into something in a strange wave, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, suddenly emanated from the stone, causing a jolt in everyone's heart. There is a treasure, but it is not the black flame firestone. At this moment, Jiang Pingyan suddenly felt a strange sensation. Many of the confusing aspects of the Wuji fist and thunder flash techniques suddenly became clear. It wasn't just him. The people nearby felt the same way. The problems that had troubled them in their practices and cultivation suddenly became apparent. The person in charge's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed he had guessed something. Xia Qing, who was about to leave, suddenly changed her expression, rushed to the stone. Pride opened the black stone with one hand and took out what was inside. A round, golden-red bead appeared before everyone's eyes. No, it wasn't a bead. It looked more like a seed of some kind of plant. Indeed, it is the fire lotus enlightenment seed. Both the person in charge and Xia Qing exclaimed in surprise. The usually calm 9th princess of the Daxia dynasty showed signs of losing her composure, her stunning face devoid of its previous serenity. The person in charge suddenly realized. No wonder there were 2 black flame fire stones. It was because the fire lotus enlightenment seed had spawned them. "Sister Princess, what is this thing?" Meng Jing asked curiously. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Judging by the princess's reaction, it seemed quite valuable, which made her a bit excited. Xia Qing took a deep breath to calm herself, holding the red golden seed seriously as she said, "This thing is called the fire lotus enlightenment seed, a seed of an almost extinct ancient fire lotus. It has a unique effect that can help cultivators gain enlightenment and accelerate their comprehension speed. For you lower-level cultivators, it can help speed up your cultivation of techniques. And for high-level cultivators, it can assist us in understanding the laws of heaven and earth. Many laws that have troubled people for a lifetime can be easily resolved by consuming this fire lotus enlightenment seed." Hearing this explanation, everyone around felt a jolt in their hearts. Such an item that could help people gain enlightenment is not something that can be measured by price. Xia Qing, holding the fire lotus enlightenment seed, looked at Jiang Pingyan and said, "Sell me this fire lotus enlightenment seed, and I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." This condition could also be fulfilled by the Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. So she added, "Sell it to me, and the Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce will also protect you." The person in charge of the gambling stones completely disregarded Xia Qing's desire to buy and began to compete for it. Xia Qing was merely the 9th princess of the Daxia dynasty. Compared to the Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce, she was nothing. This fire lotus enlightenment seed was extremely valuable. Even powerful beings above the transformation god realm coveted such divine objects. Currently, apart from some sacred places, ancient families, and mysterious forbidden zones, it was nearly impossible to find treasures that could assist in enlightenment. Many old monsters were extremely eager for such treasures. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Pingyan had actually cut out such a treasure. Just as Xia Qing was about to say something, the person in charge spoke first, smiling as he said, "Ninth princess, don't fight over it. Not to mention you, a princess who has been demoted to Hafen County. Even the princes of her dynasty cannot compete with our Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce." Xia Qing's expression stiffened. Indeed, not only her, but even the princes could not compare to the wealth of the Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. Even ancient families and sacred places could not match the financial power of the Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. "I won't sell this seed," Jiang Pingyan suddenly said. The expression of the gambling stone's person in charge froze. "Young friend, while this seed is indeed a good thing, good things kept in the wrong place can be dangerous. With your cultivation level, possessing such a treasure will definitely attract the attention of many powerful beings. Jiang Pingyan, sell it. You won't be able to keep it." Xia Qing looked reluctantly at the seed in her hand. "I won't sell it. I want to give it to Her Highness the Princess," Jiang Pingyan said. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" Chapter 72, Jiang Pingin's Choice. I said, I am willing to give a seed to Her Highness the Princess. Jiang Pingin reiterated, his expression serious. Joy returned to Xia Qing's stunning mature face. The person in charge of the gambling stones was very unwilling and gritted his teeth as he said, you want the 9th princess to protect you, right? Our Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce can do that too. And we can protect you for 200 years. Jiang Pingin shook his head, unmoved. This seed is to repay a favor. When I was in danger, your Kaiyuan Guangjin Chamber of Commerce did not show up. It was the general of Daxia who protected me. Perhaps you can offer me more benefits, but the kindness of Daxia is something I need to repay. Jiang Pingin looked at Xia Qing. Your Highness the Princess, I will give you this Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed, but can you lend me an hour? I need to comprehend the techniques. This is originally your thing. You have the right to dispose of it. The more Xia Qing looked at Jiang Pingin, the more she liked him, and she returned the Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed. The young man's choice moved her deeply. Jiang Pingin took the seed. This seed did not have the burning sensation of the black flame firestones. It was very gentle, like the warmth of Meng Jing's small hand. At this moment, his understanding of Wuji Fist and Thunder Flash continued to deepen. Jiang Pingin used the Qingtian knife to cleanly cut the remaining stone, and nothing else appeared. All the cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything else had appeared, their hearts would surely not have been able to take it. The way everyone looked at Jiang Pingin was filled with envy and jealousy. This guy had such good luck, cutting out 2 firestones worth 4 million from one stone, along with an immeasurable Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed. Jin Lin was almost in tears from envy. He had lost hundreds of thousands, while Jiang Pingin had made so much. Meng Jing laughed happily. Boss, you said that if 3 black flame firestones could be cut out, you would give me that piece of ore from the ancient battlefields. Hurry up and give it to me. The ore from the ancient battlefield was extraordinarily valuable. Some people had even cut out ancient divine weapons from it, establishing a powerful force. The person in charge of the gambling stones froze. That was a stone worth 5 million. He had no right to give it away. If he gave it away, all his years of effort would have been in vain. He quickly said, I said to cut out a 3rd black flame firestone. Since the 3rd piece is not a black flame firestone, it doesn't T-count. However, the one I promised to give you before can be given. Saying this, he casually picked out a stone the size of a head and placed it on the counter. Meng Jing stomped her feet in anger. You're cheating. The boss pretended not to hear anything and looked elsewhere. Jiang Pingin did not ask for the ore from the ancient battlefields because there was nothing in it. Meng Jing, play by yourself. I'll go back to cultivate. Jiang Pingin left those words, and under the envious gazes of everyone, left with a Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed. He didn't really intend to comprehend the techniques. Rather, he intended to copy. Such a precious item must be copied to maximize benefits. 1 Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed is nothing. Soon he would be able to copy a whole bunch. Zhou Feng watched Jiang Pingin's departing figure with jealousy burning in his eyes. How could this kid have such good luck? Zhou Feng was unwilling, as a genius of the Piao Miao sect, with a fortuitous encounter. He could not possibly be overshadowed by someone like Jiang Pingin. The Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed was nothing. He was going to cut out an ancient divine weapon. Nothing is more frustrating than watching an enemy profit. Boss, bring me that stone from the ancient battlefields. Zhou Feng felt that the stone from the ancient battlefields contained divine weapons. This feeling was extremely strong. The boss was overjoyed. This ore was worth 5 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? Zhou Feng suddenly hesitated. 5 million is an astronomical figure. Besides the 3 million he earned before, his total assets amount to only about 2 million. If he loses the bet, he will have nothing left. Boss, you're cheating. This ancient battlefield ore belongs to us. Meng Jing shouted anxiously, fearing that Zhou Feng would offer up another treasure. If you don't have money, get lost. I bought this stone. Zhou Feng, afraid that the treasures within the stone would be claimed by Jiang Pingin and the others, gritted his teeth and made the purchase. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Even a strong cultivator at the nascent soul stage wouldn't dare to play so big, right? This is 5 million. If he loses everything. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Zhou Feng enjoyed the feeling of being watched, lifting his head proudly. thinking that today he would show them what true fortune looks like. He pledged the 3 million he had previously won, plus all the spirit stones, magic artifacts, talismans, and elixirs he had on him. Finally, he gathered enough for 5 million. The boss was about to move the stone over when Zhou Feng said, "Don't touch my stone with your dirty hands. I'll cut it myself." The boss shrugged, having seen plenty of arrogant youths before and not getting angry. He merely reminded him, "Don't touch the other stones." Zhou Feng ignored him, drew his sword, and walked toward the largest the ancient battlefield, a place where countless strong beings once fought, had many divine weapons and treasures that had lost their whereabouts. People often discovered heavenly treasures within the ore of the ancient battlefield. This stone was as tall as a person, exuding an ancient aura. Zhou Feng's heart raced, and he felt more strongly than ever that there were divine weapons inside. He raised his sword and split the stone down the middle. Boom! The stone cracked in two, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Nothing was inside. The crowd still stared intently at the stone. It wasn't fully cut yet, so they couldn't draw conclusions. Wasn't that young man, just now, the one who discovered the Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed only at the end of his cuts? No one could definitively say that there were no treasures inside. Meng Jing nervously clenched her small hands, constantly praying that the other party wouldn't strike it rich. Zhou Feng suddenly regretted spending 5 million on this stone. What if there were no treasures? No, he couldn't doubt himself. There must be divine weapons in there. With the next swing of his sword, divine weapons were about to emerge. Zhou Feng swung his sword again, moving at incredible speed, and cut the stone into more than 10 pieces. However, still no aura emanated from them. The crowd of cultivators was dumbfounded. Zhou Feng's expression froze. Impossible. I clearly felt that there were divine weapons here. A cultivator who had lost all his possessions in gambling said, "Before I cut stones, I always have this feeling that there are treasures inside." Who doesn't think that when gambling? Everyone believes they'll win next time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if there are no divine weapons, there must be some kind of treasure. Zhou Feng's eyes turned red in an instant, and he swung his sword again. At that moment, dozens of stone pieces were instantly cut into hundreds of small stones. Still, no special aura was released. Zhou Feng suddenly felt dazed, his body swaying as if he might faint. His spirit stones, elixirs, and magic artifacts were all gone. Meng Jing finally felt relieved, laughing. "Haha, this is hilarious. 5 million gone, and you're still mocking my family as wooden block. Are you dumb?" "Haha." Zhou Feng, who had been holding it together, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. 5 million spirit stones gone in an instant. All his efforts over the years wasted. Regret filled his heart. Why did he have to gamble? Why did he have to be impulsive? He wished he could cut off his own hand. The two dancers who had been by Zhou Feng's side quietly left upon seeing the scene. No money? Who would serve you then? Some cultivators who saw Jiang Pingyun making a fortune, upon witnessing Zhou Feng's misfortune, decided to give up gambling altogether. They struggled to gather a few thousand spirit stones. If they lost everything, they would rather commit suicide. Meng Jing laughed as she cut open the stone gifted by the boss and unexpectedly hit the jackpot. "This water spirit stone is worth 30,000 spirit stones," the gambling stone manager announced. Zhou Feng, already in a bad mood, almost spat blood again upon seeing this scene. 5 million. Just like that, it's gone. Even a nascent soul cultivator would bleed from losing 5 million, let alone Zhou Feng, a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 73. City of the Underworld. King Jiang Pingyun returned to his room, opened the barrier, took out the bronze basin, and placed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment seeds inside. With a flash of golden light, 5 Fire Lotus Enlightenment seeds appeared in the bronze basin. He expected such seeds to be so precious, allowing him to only replicate 5. No wonder Xiaqing was so moved. Previously, Xiaqing said that this thing could help people comprehend the laws. But Jiang Pingyun's current realm was still unable to touch such things. However, he could clearly feel that his understanding of the techniques was accelerating. He put away the other Fire Lotus Enlightenment seeds and held the newly cut seed for comprehension to enhance his understanding of the techniques. This feeling was very wonderful. In just 1 hour, Jiang Pingyun successfully inscribed a lightning flash rune within his body. As long as he activated this lightning flash rune, He could instantly appear 1 meter away. Whether for combat or evading attacks, it had excellent effects. Once he fully mastered the lightning flash, traveling 1,000 miles in a day would be a piece of cake. The comprehension effect of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds was extraordinary, and Jiang Pingin's mood also improved significantly. Resisting the impulse to continue comprehending, he took the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds and went to Xia Qing's room. Just as he was about to knock, a gentle voice came from inside. "Come in." Jiang Pingin pushed the door open and entered. Xia Qing had changed into a plain white outfit, sitting on the training platform with an ancient book in her hands. Jiang Pingin clasped his fists in greeting. "Your Highness, I bring you the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds." Xia Qing opened the barrier, stood up, walked over, took Jiang Pingin's hand, and sat down on the training platform, smiling gently. "You don't have to be so polite with me from now on. I consider you my younger brother." Jiang Pingin hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare to climb so high." "I told you not to be so polite." Xia Qing placed the Enlightenment Seeds aside, holding Jiang Pingin's hand with a dignified yet gentle expression. "If I weren't unmarried, I would want you to be my godson." "Your Highness," Jiang Pingin said, still so polite. "If you're this polite, I might get angry. Call me sister." Xia Qing pretended to frown, feigning anger. Jiang Pingin felt very awkward, unable to speak out. For some reason, he felt a sense of distance between them. At that moment, Xia Qing hugged Jiang Pingin's head and pulled him into her embrace, using sound wave technique. "Pingin, I know it's not easy for you alone. Your parents were harmed by others, and you have a guard up around those nearby. You're only 15. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. From now on, I'll help you bear whatever you need." Inhaling her fragrant scent, Jiang Pingin felt a bit out of control, his tense body suddenly relaxing. An unprecedented warmth struck his heart, breaking down the defenses within him, and he unconsciously wrapped his arms around her waist. "Sister, good brother, that's more like it." Xia Qing's lips curled up, a smile on her face. This boy was different from others. He seemed cold, but was deeply loyal, the type who valued relationships over benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly given her the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds, but sold them to the Merchant Association. For such a boy, one must bind him with affection. This is the essence of the first chapter of the Emperor's strategy, exchanging respect and feelings for the loyalty of subordinates. Although this boy may not be as talented as others, he can still grow and is a valuable asset. Moreover, he understands gratitude, making him more worthy of cultivation than other geniuses. Jiang Pingin felt a bit breathless from the embrace. "Sister, it's getting late. I need to go cultivate." "Go ahead. Take this 100,000 spirit stones. Inside, there are some insights from body refining cultivators that will help you." Xia Qing handed Jiang Pingin a green storage ring. "Don't be polite with me. Compared to the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds, this is nothing." "Thank you, sister," Jiang Pingin said, not refusing, taking the storage ring with great gratitude. "It has been said, no need to be so polite." Xia Qing smiled like a blooming flower, warming people's hearts like a cool summer breeze. Jiang Pingin stood up to leave. Once the door closed, the brilliant smile on Xia Qing's face vanished, returning to her usual demeanor, gentle yet keeping people at a distance. Xia Qing opened her red lips and popped the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed into her mouth, sitting cross-legged. With this Enlightenment Seed, the breakthrough to the Transformation God stage was one step closer. The throne must be mine. Jiang Pingin returned to his room. The ease and smile on his face disappeared. As the master said, the princess has deep schemes. However, this is good for everyone. I am useful to her, and she is useful to me. Jiang Pingin knew that Xia Qing was acting so gentle and close to win him over. But it didn't matter. What he needed most now was to grow safely. Moreover, establishing a good relationship with her would give him a better chance to obtain the secrets of the great Xia. His main purpose for participating in the genius battle was to acquire those secrets. He opened the barrier and sat on the bed. He took out a Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed, held it in his mouth, and closed his eyes. The youthful innocence on the boy's face gradually faded away. The path of cultivation is like walking on thin ice. Any misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Only by becoming stronger can he face crises with the capital to respond. In the following days, Jiang Pingin diligently practiced. Half of his time was spent digesting the blood of the sacred body, and the other half was spent comprehending the techniques. Under the effect of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed, in just 20 days, he had inscribed 10 Thunder Flash runes in his body. The 10 Thunder Flash runes could form a stronger Thunder Flash rune, which, when activated, could instantly move him 100 meters away. Once he inscribed 100 Thunder Flash runes, the Thunder Flash would reach a new realm. He had also basically mastered the second layer of a no-limit fist. The difference between the second and first layers of a no-limit fist is that it can block forces 4 times stronger than oneself, greatly enhancing defense. Wood. One day, Meng Jing ran over happily. I successfully condensed 5 Thunder Flash marks. According to what my mother said, I am a super genius. Meng Jing placed her hands on her hips, proudly showing off her developing chest. Yes, very impressive. Jiang Ping nodded. This girl had a thunder attribute talent and cultivated extremely fast. I knew you'd have that expression. Hurry up and come out. We've arrived at the Underworld King City. It's so spectacular. Meng Jing pulled Jiang Pingyan out of the room. Upon reaching the deck, Jiang Pingyan was taken aback by the sight before him. Countless flying boats floated in the air, dazzling and overwhelming. The flying boat they were on could only be considered medium-sized. One flying boat spanned thousands of meters, blocking out the sun like a prehistoric beast. The floating buildings released dazzling divine light, each one larger than the governor's mansion he had seen before. Countless cultivators flew about in the sky, and he could even see various rare and strange beasts. In comparison, his little white seemed particularly ordinary. There was even a dragon that could only appear in paintings. It was at least 10,000 meters long. No, this beast had no claws. It wasn't a dragon, but a jiao. This jiao rested atop a mountain that seemed to touch the sky, as if in deep slumber. Its breathing exhaled spiritual energy, forming mist that floated between heaven and earth. Above the mountaintop, there was an even grander architectural complex, radiant with divine light. It's truly magnificent. Jiang Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim. If the Underworld King City was this glorious, how magnificent must the great Xia capital be? Earth Dog, is this considered spectacular? It's far from my mysterious cloud sect. An untimely voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Pingyan's good mood immediately vanished. Chapter 74. Xia Qing's protection. Jiang Pingyan glanced indifferently at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, holding a sword, wore a mocking expression towards Jiang Pingyan. What kind of look is that? Not convinced? Let's have a fight. Having lost 5 million, he was in a terrible mood and wanted a vent. Meng Jing stepped forward, sarcastically taunting. Oh dear, isn't this the one who lost 5 million? What's your name again? Losing 5 million, and disciples of the mysterious cloud sect are still rich. Mentioning this matter made Zhou Feng's chest tighten. Losing 5 million in a gamble had left him unable to focus on cultivation these days. Every time he thought about it, he regretted being so foolish to buy 5 million worth of trash. Zhou Feng's expression twisted as he cursed Jiang Pingyan. Waste, just hiding behind a woman. Slap. A sudden slap landed on Zhou Feng's face, instantly reddening his cheek. Zhou Feng looked incredulously at the woman in front of him. Xia Qing stared at Zhou Feng with disdain, saying coldly, Jiang Pingyan is now my brother. What qualifications do you have to call him a waste? I'll let you off this time for not knowing better, but if they're essaying next time, I'll make sure you can never speak again. Many geniuses from Blackwind County widened their eyes at this scene. How did Jiang Pingyan become the princess's brother? Meng Jing was shocked too, but had roughly guessed the reason. Anyone with sense could guess the reason. It must be because of that Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed. Everyone looked at Jiang Pingyan with envy. Being the brother of the princess was a dream come true for many. Zhou Feng felt a burning pain in his face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the terrifying aura from Xia Qing loomed over him, ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Feng suppressed his anger and lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Although the mysterious cloud sect was not afraid of the great Xia, his status was far inferior to that of the ninth princess. Even if he got slapped, the mysterious cloud sect would only come to reprimand a couple of times and ask for some compensation. Xia Qing ignored him further, smiling as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Pingyan's waist. Brothers still can't fly, right? Sister will take you. Other people follow behind. After saying this, she soared into the air towards the architectural complex above the Jiao Mountain. Other geniuses gradually recovered from their shock and followed. They never expected Xia Qing to be so protective, willing to offend the geniuses of the mysterious cloud sect for Jiang Pingan. Following the princess would surely not lead to any losses. Watching Jiang Pingan in Xia Qing's embrace, Meng Jing felt a bit unhappy but didn't know why. Zhou Feng stood rooted, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. He felt his dignity trampled once again. Bitch, deserves to be demoted. How do you think you're worthy of being emperor? Dream on. For a piece of trash, you actually dare to hit me. Do you think you can achieve success in the Divine Island battle and return to the Imperial City? I absolutely let you have your way. Don't let me run into Jiang Pingan during the competition. Otherwise, I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. Zhou Feng didn't follow Xia Qing and the others but left in resentment. He had never suffered such humiliation before and was determined to take revenge. If you don't keep me here, there will be places for me elsewhere. With his talent, he would definitely be valued by other governors, instead of being humiliated. He planned to compete for other governors and deliberately target Xia Qing during the competition to achieve his revenge. Sis, Zhou Feng has flown away. Jiang Pingan turned around and saw that Zhou Feng had not followed. It doesn't matter, as long as my brother is in a good mood. Isn't it good that he has a spot to compete now? Xia Qing said with a smile. A hint of emotion flickered in Jiang Pingan's eyes. He and made the wrong bet. She would indeed protect him, and the Black Flame Firestone and Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed were not given in vain. In fact, Xia Qing had indeed cared about Zhou Feng, the genius, before. However, with Yun Huang obtaining the Black Flame Firestone and comprehending special powers, she would surely make it into the top 3. Along with Fang Xing, Jin Lin, and Meng Jing, they could at least secure 1 or 2 more spots. Zhou Feng's role had become less significant. Getting rid of a Zhou Feng in exchange for a truly devoted genius brother and a good impression from others was already enough. In this world, there are no 2 ways to do things. One must give up something to gain something. Jiang Pingan didn't expect such a result. The spot had actually returned. Who goes there ahead? A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from the floating architectural complex. Governor of Black Wind County, Xia Qing. As Xia Qing's voice faded, a colorful rainbow bridge appeared before them, and an elderly man with white hair stepped forth, cupping his fists in a salute. Welcome, Ninth Princess. Xia Qing casually nodded. The group stepped onto the rainbow bridge, following the white-haired elder to a spacious plaza. The plaza was vast, filled with many young people training, while others were engaged in martial contests. Upon seeing Xia Qing and his entourage, the expressions of the youths turned serious. The people from Black Wind County have arrived. I heard that for this competition, the Ninth Princess has gathered many prodigies, including those with divine phoenix bodies, golden bodies, soul masters, and even individuals from the mysterious sect and the ancient families. Damn, so many prodigies. Who can compete with them? The governor had said that this group's overall combat power could definitely rank in the top 3. The appearance of Xia Qing's group caused an uproar, and many prodigies looked uneasy. However, some were filled with fighting spirit, eager to compete. A boy with fiery red hair stepped forward. I am Wan Shun, the number 1 prodigy of Fire Sun County. I possess a natural fire yang body. Which of you has the divine phoenix body? I can't wait to see whose flames are stronger, yours or mine. The boy had already locked onto Yun Huang, sensing her fire attribute aura. Many prodigies in the plaza recognized Wan Shun. Ever since he arrived, he had challenged prodigies from various counties, defeating many fire-type prodigies, showcasing his formidable strength. It was unclear whether the divine phoenix body was stronger or if the fire yang body was more terrifying. Yin Huang's red pupils slightly widened, and a phantom of a divine phoenix suddenly appeared behind her, scorching the ground with its heat, creating a tremendous spectacle. The divine phoenix flapped its wings, stirring up a fiery wind that lashed out at Wan Shun. Wan Shun felt this aura, his expression changing drastically as he quickly unleashed a fire dragon to defend. Boom! The fire dragon exploded, and Wan Shun was sent flying. Yin Huang retracted the phenomenon and said lightly, "The competition is in a few days. No need to rush." The group continued forward. Wan Shun crashed into a pillar, blood spurting from his mouth, his face filled with shock and fear. Other prodigies were equally astonished. Although the two had only clashed once, It was clear that they were not on the same level. Too terrifying. How could they fight against Black Wind County? Hopefully, they wouldn't have to face this woman and those divine bodies. The remaining prodigies from Black Wind County were just average and easy to deal with. Yeah, aside from those few monsters, the others are about the same as us. I hope I run into someone weak. I saw a dull guy earlier who seemed quite easy to handle. Many prodigies began to pray not to encounter Yanhuang. Such a terrifying prodigy was simply beyond their capability to confront. Meng Jing bounced over to Jiang Pinyin and said softly, "Wood, your expression is too dull. You should act a bit more arrogant, or people will think you're easy to bully." "I'm not strong at all," Jiang Pinyin replied blandly. Meng Jing made a face that said she didn't believe him. Others might not know Jiang Pingin's strength, but she was very clear. She often visited his room, and once when he was training, an unusual blood aura was released from his body that nearly stopped her breath. She couldn't resist it at all. Chapter 75. Prodigy Competition. The white-haired elder led Xia Qing and the others to a secluded courtyard, turning back respectfully to say, "Ninth Princess. This is where the prodigies from Black Wind County will rest. The competition starts in 2 days, so please prepare." Xia Qing nodded and said to the youths, "Familiarize yourselves with the environment and explore a bit. I'll step out for a while." Meng Jing explained the competition rules to Pinyin. After giving a brief arrangement, Xia Qing left with the white-haired elder. The youths began to choose their rooms. Meng Jing also pulled Jiang Pinyin to select 2 rooms with good environments. "This is great. The beds in the Underworld King City are all soft." Meng Jing jumped onto the bed and rolled around like a little bug, wriggling about. Jiang Pinyin looked towards the training platform and was about to walk over to practice, but Meng Jing grabbed him. "All you know is to practice. Wait until I finish explaining the rules for the competition in 2 days." Meng Jing was quite speechless at Jiang Pingin's obsessive training nature. The first 2 rounds of the competition will take place in the Underworld King's secret realm. The first round is called, which will trap you in an illusion, simulating the greatest temptations for you. Due to the nature of the secret realm, our inner desires will be magnified thousands of times. The princess said that just the first test will eliminate most prodigies. Jiang Pinyin nodded, recognizing that it was difficult for anyone to overcome their desires, even the strong. Otherwise, why would those powerful individuals not be free of desires, but instead ignite wars and plunder resources? The desires of the strong are even more intense than those of ordinary people. Meng Jing sat on a chair, swinging her little legs beneath her skirt. "The second round of the competition is a bit unfair to you, or rather, unfair to body cultivators. The rules of the second round are to kill the phantom beasts that appear in the secret realm. The top 50 will be selected based on how many beasts they kill. If you were a spirit cultivator, you could use area spells to kill them quickly. But as a body cultivator, you cannot use spells and can only engage in close combat. Plus, there's a time limit. So, the second round is quite unfriendly to you. Many body cultivators will fall here, so you must work hard." Jiang Pingin's brow furrowed slightly. Did the second round require spirit cultivation spells? "The third round is traditional martial contests, with draw lots for the matches, but don't worry. We won't face each other because the competition will avoid battles between prodigies from the same county." Meng Jing suddenly rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. "The princess also mentioned a lot of things, but I forgot them." Jiang Pinyin smiled helplessly. "All right, let's practice." "No, I want to go play with Sister Yanhuang." "Hee hee." Meng Jing jumped off the stool and dashed out like a rabbit. She felt no pressure and didn't focus much on her training. However, cultivators don't always have to train continuously. Relaxing can actually be beneficial for cultivation. Yet, Jiang Pinyin couldn't relax. Although he had Xia Qing's protection, the pressure on him was still immense. Not to mention that he needed to secure a spot in the top 10 after this competition. He still had to fight against the Spirit Platform Kingdom. He didn't like having his fate controlled by others. If he wanted to control his own destiny, he had to become stronger. The cultivation world isn't a beautiful place where if you don't provoke others, they won't bully you. A strong person can easily destroy a city and kill thousands of people. Jiang Pinyin opened his spirit bee storage bag and fed Xiaobai 10 spirit gathering pills. Xiaobai had long since broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It used to only consume qi gathering pills, but now it was consuming spirit gathering pills. and the resources it consumed in a day surpassed what an ordinary cultivator would consume in half a year. However, Xiaobai didn't waste the resources. It had already reached the late foundation establishment level, and its improvement speed was not slower than Jiang Pingin's. In contrast, the 10,000 poisoned 7-star worm seemed to have changed little. This little creature consumed even more than Xiaobai, but it didn't have a specific level. An ordinary cultivator could easily crush it. Its only strength was its toxicity. Jiang Pingyan had bought nearly 1 million worth of poisons, and the 10,000 poisoned 7-star worm had already consumed half. He wondered what level of strong cultivator it could now poison to death. If it weren't for the treasure vault, Jiang Pingyan really couldn't afford to raise these two little guys. After feeding them, Jiang Pingyan touched the green bracelet on his wrist. This was a gift from his master, Wang Run, before their parting. Communicating with the storage ring, a dozen thick books appeared on the table. These were the insights and important techniques that his master had accumulated over the past 1,000 years of cultivation. Jiang Pingyan browsed through them and selected a technique called burial in the sandstorm. The second round of the competition was unfriendly to body cultivators, and he needed to learn a spirit cultivator's area technique. This burial in the sandstorm was an excellent choice. Once mastered, it allowed him to harness the power of sand and create a sandstorm vortex to bury his opponent underground. When he reached the golden core or nascent soul stages and activated this technique, he could instantly bury a city. There are 2 days left until the competition. With the assistance of Hua Lian Wadaozi, mastering this technique should not be a problem. Jiang Pingyan put away other books and began to study sandstorm burial seriously. More and more flying boats arrived at the underworld king city, gathering geniuses from various counties. Each genius was outstanding in their respective counties, renowned in their own right. They came to compete, some for resources, some for fame, and others simply to enjoy battling with geniuses. The upcoming contest would surely be a fierce battle. Those who could make it to the end would undoubtedly become famous throughout the underworld king state. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 100 Counties Championship officially began. One by one, young warriors appeared in the square, filled with fighting spirit. There were over 1,000 participants in the official competition alone. Before this group of youths stood the county lords, each a powerful figure, at least at the nascent soul stage, with many being formidable old monsters at the transformation stage. The peak of the Great Xia was even stronger than this. But over time, signs of decline had appeared. Otherwise, the Great Shu dynasty would not have incited the Ling Tai kingdom to launch an attack on the Great Xia. A group of young people gazed at their opponents, some excited, some apprehensive, and others indifferent. The overall combat power of the Black Wind County was among the best, making it a focus of attention for many geniuses. The woman in the red robe, stunningly beautiful, was the divine phoenix body, a genius with a strong chance of winning the championship. That muscular guy was the golden body, unmatched in physical skills. Even ordinary golden cores found it hard to break through his defenses. I heard there was a powerful sword cultivator from the Misty Sect. Who is it? You seem out of the loop. As far as I know, the sword cultivator from the Misty Sect fell out with the Black Wind County and has gone to the Yin Yang County. Upon hearing this news, many geniuses showed surprise. What happened? The sword cultivator from the Misty Sect is so formidable. Why were they driven away? I'm not quite sure, but it seems the ninth princess deliberately drove them away to make room for someone else. Many wanted to say the princess was foolish, but they dared not voice it. To make room for someone else, they actually drove away a sword cultivator from Misty Sect. This not only weakened their own strength, but also created enemies. Such actions are completely irrational. A substitute position cannot compare to a sword cultivator from the Misty Sect. They couldn't understand why the ninth princess did this. Buzz! A strange wave suddenly sounded, and the discussing geniuses felt a tremendous pressure, their voices abruptly stopping. Everyone looked forward, where a massive spatial vortex appeared, at least several dozen feet wide. Strange runes flickered around the vortex, and a mysterious aura surged. A young man in purple appeared before the vortex. The state lord. The many county lords clasped their fists in salute. The other geniuses quickly followed suit. State lord. It turned out this person was one of the state lords of the 9 states, a descendant of the underworld king, one of the 9 great war gods of the Great Xia. Although he looked very young, he could very well be over 1,000 years old. You are all the pillars of the underworld king state and its future support. There is no need for such formality. Ming Chun smiled slightly, and as his voice rang out, those who bowed were lifted by a strange power. This was the power of the law. He had reached the realm where his words could manifest the law in certain simple matters. Chapter 76. Questioning the heart. Ming Chun scanned the crowd, and his magnetic voice resounded again. I believe you all know that the purpose of this genius championship is to select the strongest genius of the underworld king state to compete with the Ling Tai kingdom for the Divine Island. The Divine Island has been within the territory of our great Xia since ancient times, and the Ling Tai kingdom, supported by certain forces, is vying for it with our underworld king state. For the dignity of the great Xia and the resources on the Divine Island, we must fight this battle. His voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by everyone. The crowd's emotions unconsciously became excited, eager to rush forward and fight that bunch of scoundrels from the Ling Tai kingdom right now. The Ling Tai kingdom is just a small country. Because they have the Great Shu backing them, they dare to invade the territory of the Great Xia and kill our people. Their actions despicable. If it weren't for the Great Shu behind them, the Ling Tai kingdom would have been destroyed 100 times already. There are still 4 months left before the scheduled battle with the Ling Tai kingdom. We will conclude the championship within a month, selecting the 10 most talented individuals and granting them the opportunity for the underworld king's inheritance. Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, all the geniuses trembled violently. What? The underworld king's inheritance? Even the county lords showed astonished expressions, as they were unaware of this matter. The underworld king, one of the 9 great war gods who founded the Great Xia, fought against 10,000 races and expanded the territory, achieving remarkable military exploits. Not to mention in the Great Xia, even across the entire cultivation world, the name of the underworld king commands respect and fear from countless people. The underworld king almost succeeded in transcending and ascending to immortality. Unfortunately, the karmic retribution from the numerous killings he committed came down during the tribulation, and he ultimately could not withstand it, dying in the process. The fact that the underworld king reached such a realm already demonstrated his power. Now the state lord actually said that as long as one makes it into the top 10, they can obtain the underworld king's inheritance. Gaining the inheritance of such a powerful figure is the dream of countless cultivators. Even Zhou Feng, the genius from the Misty sect, displayed excitement and longing on his face. The underworld king was a sword cultivator, and the underworld king's sword was the dream of countless sword cultivators. Zhou Feng clenched his fists, determined to secure a spot in the top 10 no matter what. Ming Chun then shifted his tone. Of course, entering the top 10 is just an opportunity. Whether you can obtain the final inheritance still depends on your own abilities. Even so, the excitement of the geniuses did not diminish. Each person was a genius, each believing they were the most outstanding and surely capable of obtaining the underworld king's inheritance. Seeing everyone so motivated, Ming Chen's smile became even more radiant. I won't waste time. Now we will begin the first test, questioning the heart. You are about to enter the underworld king's secret realm, which will infinitely magnify what you desire the most. Status, power, dignity, beauty, appetite, cultivation. Even if you know these are temptations and falsehoods, when faced with them, it will be very difficult to resist. The path of cultivation is filled with countless temptations. Only those who can withstand them can go further. You have 1 hour. Those who do not exit within an hour will be eliminated. Ming Chun produced an hourglass in his hand, walked to one side of the vortex, and said, "Now, begin the test. The underworld king's inheritance will surely be mine. It's just a small illusion. It won't fool me. For the underworld king's inheritance, I'll get my all." Many geniuses, brimming with ambition, strode into the vortex. It was just a simple illusion. Only a fool would be deceived. Meng Jing tightly held Jiang Pingin's hand, feeling very anxious. What there are endless desserts inside, I might not be able to resist. She felt her greatest weakness was her gluttony. Jiang Pingin. He didn't know where to start with this little girl. Jiang Pingin followed into the vortex. He felt his body pass through a membrane, and suddenly Meng Jing disappeared from his side, leaving him alone in a chaotic white space. He ignored everything else and took out sandstorm burial to continue studying. Time was limited. He had to learn as much as possible quickly, as the end of this test would lead to the second competition. As all the participating geniuses entered, Ming Chun activated the illusion of the secret realm and flipped the hourglass into the air. The hourglass floated above, and the sand inside began to fall. Ming Chun smiled and looked at the many county lords. How many do you think will come out of these over 1,000 geniuses? Half will be eliminated. There will be 800 left, said a robust county lord. An elder shook his head, saying 600 would be impressive, when truly faced with magnified temptations. Only those with strong willpower can resist. Not to mention them. Even we would need to exert some effort to come out. These county lords did not appear as relaxed as the group of geniuses because they knew what they were facing. Inside the secret realm, Meng Jing constantly reminded herself not to overeat, lest she be tempted. The scenery around her began to change. In the courtyard, under the locust tree, a young boy sat at a stone table, which was laden with a large number of pastries. Upon seeing Meng Jing, he smiled and said, "Xiao Jing, come eat dessert with me." The boy's eyes sparkled with sunlight. "Woodenhead, no, you're not a woodenhead." When Meng Jing looked at the boy in front of her, she realized that her greatest weakness was not the desserts. "Come have a piece. It's just the two of us here. No one will disturb us," the boy said with a smile. However, Meng Jing wanted to refuse, but when she saw the radiant smile on the boy's face, she found that she couldn't say no. She knew it was fake, but she longed for everything happening in front of her. "Just have one piece, and then we'll leave," the boy said with a grin. "Okay." Meng Jing walked over. Meanwhile, Jin Lin was brought into the ancestral hall by his father. "Jin Lin, from today on, you're the head of the Jin family. You can enjoy the best resources for your cultivation, and you will definitely be able to defeat the body of domination. Lead our clan to the peak of the human body cultivators." Jin Lin knew this was false, but it was also what he longed for the most, to become the family head and lead his clan to become the #1 body cultivation family among humans. Jin Lin took a deep breath, thinking he would just experience this for a while and then leave. In front of all the geniuses, their deepest desires appeared. Some were confessed to by their crushes. Some were surrounded by countless beautiful women and handsome men. Some were revered by thousands. And some recklessly took revenge on their former enemies. Everyone knew it was fake, but under the guidance of special powers, it was hard to break free directly, as they thought about experiencing things they couldn't obtain in the outside world. These beautiful illusions were what they had always pursued, and here they could enjoy them directly. In front of Jiangpingyan, a rundown village appeared. A small thatched cottage, smoke rising Uncle Li's old well, and Hunyeo, who was playing with dirt beside him. A tanned, kind-looking farmer woman walked out of the thatched cottage. "Pingyan, why are you sitting on the ground? It's almost time to eat. Hunyeo, come eat with us." Seeing this familiar and kind face, Jiang Pingyan's eyes welled up with tears. "Mother, Pingyan, why are you crying? Are you hungry? Your father caught a rabbit today. We can have meat." The woman smiled as she gently pinched Jiang Pingyan's nose, took his hand, and led him into the room. Behind them, Hunyeo followed like a little shadow. Time to eat. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a bare upper body and glistening skin was secretly eating meat. The woman picked up chopsticks and swatted his black hand away, placing her hands on her hips as she shouted, "The child hasn't eaten yet. And you want to eat first? Have you washed your hands?" "Hee, just tasting the flavor," the man said with a simple smile, turning to Jiang Pingyan and saying, "Pingyan, hurry and sit down, or your mother won't let me eat." The woman lifted the snotty Li Yeye onto the table. "Hunyeo, you sit down and eat too. Try your auntie's cooking." Jiang Pingyan sat on the old stool, still swaying back and forth as before, picked up a rabbit leg, and took a gentle bite. Upon tasting that familiar flavor, the indifference on his face disappeared, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 77. Jiang Pingyan's Illusion. "Pingyan, why are you crying again? Is it because your mother's cooking is not good?" The woman hugged Jiang Pingyan's head, asking with concern. "No, it's too delicious." Jiang Pingyan laughed and cried at the same time. "If it's good, eat more," the woman said with a smile, placing a large piece of meat in Jiang Pingyan's bowl. Eating meat without garlic makes the flavor less intense. The man handed Jiang Pingyan a clove of garlic. "You rascal, eating garlic again? You're not allowed to kiss me today." The woman glared at the man. He shrank back a little. Ha! Jiang Pingyun suddenly burst into laughter, causing the woman and the man to pause in surprise before they joined in the laughter. Beside them, the spirited Leia looked confused, glancing left and right, and eventually started laughing too, a bubble emerging from her nose. Laughter echoed in the old and familiar thatched cottage. Outside the underworld king's secret realm, a man dressed in white, more beautiful than a woman, slowly walked out, his handsome face devoid of any emotion. Ming Chun and many county governors were momentarily taken aback. How did someone come out so quickly at the start? What kind of genius has such a firm will? One county governor said, "He is a genius from my Qinghai County, practicing the path of indifference, devoid of emotions and desires." The other county governors suddenly understood. No wonder he came out as soon as he entered. The path of indifference is one that allows one to have no attachments and do anything to become stronger, even killing family members. This is not an easy path. Achieving true indifference is quite difficult. One might be able to sever familial ties, friendships, and love with a bit of cruelty, but cutting off the desire for power is much harder. It is said that the highest realm of the path of indifference is Taishang, forgetting emotions, forgetting all feelings and desires. But of course, this is just a legend. However, cultivators who walk this path generally lack emotions. It is not surprising that this person was the first to come out. Soon, a woman in a red long dress walked out. Upon seeing her, Xia Qing showed a delighted expression. "Yin Huang, you performed very well." Being the second to appear shows strong willpower. Yin Huang cupped her fist in salute. "I did not disgrace my mission." Ming Chen looked at Yin Huang with admiration in his eyes. "How did you overcome the temptation?" Returning to the State Lord, as soon as the illusion appeared, "I directly cast a spell to burn everything I saw to ashes." Ming Chen, "Everyone, that's quite violent. But indeed, it's a good method. The divine phoenix fire can burn everything, igniting whatever it touches." Before long, a third person walked out holding a sword. "I experience this kind of illusion every month in the Misty Sect, so I'm sure I'll be the first to come out." Before Zhou Feng could finish his sentence, he saw that two people were already standing outside, and his face darkened immediately. How could there be someone faster than me? And two at that? These two guys must be my biggest competitors. After three people came out, there was a gap of half a stick of incense before more geniuses began to emerge. Although the secret realm could evoke the most desired things in people's hearts, these talented youths could make it this far, indicating their willpower was not weak. As long as they didn't fall completely into the illusion, there was still a chance to come out. Half an hour later, only a little over 200 people had come out, while more than 1,000 remained trapped inside. This showed the difficulty of the first assessment. In the illusion, Meng Jing looked at the boy eating pastries with her and suddenly crushed the pastry in her hand. "Xiao Jing, what's wrong?" the boy asked in confusion. "It's not fun. You're not a woodenhead at all. A woodenhead wouldn't talk so much." Meng Jing raised her hand and sent a lightning strike to the boy. "How scary. I actually killed a woodenhead." The scene before Meng Jing gradually blurred, and a path appeared in front of her. "I wonder if the woodenhead's illusion is me, hee. Meng Jing sheathed her sword and skipped out of the secret realm. Meng Jing looked around and didn't see Jiang Pingyun. She walked up to Xia Qing and asked, "Sister Princess, hasn't T the woodenhead come out yet?" Xia Qing shook her head. Meng Jing supported her chin with her small hand, frowning. "That's strange. The woodenhead's willpower is stronger than mine. He should be faster." Xia Qing also felt puzzled. According to Jiang Pingyun's character, he should be able to withstand the temptation and come out quickly. But it had already been over half an hour, and he still hadn't come out. Could it be that Jiang Pingyun's mental strength wasn't as strong as she had imagined? Beside them, Feng Yuchen, dressed in a golden robe, said, "Jiang Pingyun has cultivated too much. It's normal for his mind to be unstable. It's not just Jiang Pingyun who can't come out. 2/3 of the geniuses who went in haven't come out." He had never had a high opinion of Jiang Pingyun. Jiang Pingyun came from a lowly background and had no bloodline talent. Even if he gained some opportunities and his cultivation improved quickly, it was merely luck. People from a lower background find it hard to combat their weaknesses. They work hard to pursue their desires, but once those desires are fulfilled, their drive tends to slacken. This is the difference between those at the bottom and aristocrats. The latter aim for higher goals. Jiang Pingyun is certainly lost in a dream within the illusion. So he's addicted and unable to extricate himself. Meng Jing nervously stared at the hourglass, vaguely guessing what Jiang Pingan had seen. For Jiang Pingan, this illusion is indeed the dream he longs for the most. Time trickled by, and the number of geniuses emerging grew fewer. Only a little sand remained in the hourglass. Meng Jing sighed silently. Jiang Pingan had indeed failed to overcome his weaknesses. No, perhaps Jiang Pingan simply did not want to overcome them. A hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Qing's eyes. She did not expect Jiang Pingan to fail even the first hurdle, having overestimated the youth. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Pingan cooked a meal for his parents and smiled calmly, saying, "Father, mother, your child is leaving." His mother, who was mending clothes, looked up quickly, grasping him roughly with tears streaming down her face. "Pingan, where are you going? Don't you want your mother anymore? Child, don't go." The dark-skinned father pleaded. Jiang Pingan touched his mother's rough hand and said, "Mother, don't worry. Uncle Meng treats me well. Xiao Jing is good to me. And although the princess has her motives, she's also nice to me. You don't have to worry. I don't know if I can become an immortal, but I will continue on this path to bring you back. By the way, I will not spare that bunch of bastards from Lingtai Kingdom. Destroying a Pingshui county is simply not enough to erase the resentment in my heart. Father, mother, I am leaving." "Pingan," the man and woman cried. "We will meet again," Jiang Pingan said with a smile as he turned to leave. Outside the secret realm, Ming Chun looked at the hourglass, which was about to run out. He took a breath and said, "I announce." At that moment, Jiang Pingan slowly walked out. Just as he stepped out of the secret realm, the hourglass had just finished running out. Ming Chun was momentarily taken aback. He suspected this kid had intentionally enjoyed himself inside before coming out. "I announce that the first match is over. All those who did not come out are eliminated." Chapter 78. The second hurdle. As the competition ended, Ming Chun activated the restrictions of the secret realm, teleporting nearly 1,000 geniuses who had not emerged. Some were laughing wildly, some were without clothes, and others appeared in a high and mighty manner, displaying all sorts of ridiculousness. When they were teleported out and free from the influence of the secret realm, they suddenly awoke. In that moment, their expressions changed drastically. Those without clothes hurried to dress. Many looked dazed, their faces filled with despondency and disappointment. Returning to reality shattered their dreams, and they found it hard to adapt. Many even did not want to leave the secret realm, wishing to remain immersed in it. "You scared me to death." Meng Jing ran towards Jiang Pingan and hugged his arm. Xia Qing nodded in satisfaction. Although he was the last to emerge, he had passed the first hurdle, which was not too embarrassing. Even if he was eliminated in the second hurdle, it would be understandable. Feng Yuchen frowned. Jiang Pingan had actually resisted temptation, which was different from what he had expected. In the distance, Zhou Feng saw Jiang Pingan stepping out just at the right moment, a look of disdain on his face. "Xia Qing actually hit me for this trash. Let's see how I drive you people from Blackwind County away." Zhou Feng was filled with resentment after being slapped by Xia Qing and wanted to retaliate. Jiang Pingan felt cheerful. He quite liked this hurdle, having seen his parents. His heart was no longer as heavy as before. He tilted his head towards Meng Jing and smiled, asking, "Did you see a bunch of desserts?" Meng Jing's little face suddenly turned red, her eyes darting elsewhere as she shyly said, "I saw them. But this lady is very clever and didn't fall for it all." "Impressive," Jiang Pingan complimented her rarely. Meng Jing's face turned even redder. At this moment, Ming Chun spoke to the many geniuses, saying, "Those who did not come out within the stipulated time are all eliminated. Others should prepare, after a stick of incense. You will re-enter the secret realm for the second assessment." Upon hearing this, the nearly 1,000 eliminated geniuses turned pale. "I am strong. I am the third genius of our Blue Ocean County. Give me another chance. My combat power is stronger than theirs. This test is useless. The competition with Lingtai Kingdom is about combat power. This test is completely unconvincing. I accidentally lost track of time. Give me another chance. I will definitely pass this hurdle." The eliminated geniuses were very reluctant. Why should they be eliminated based solely on this useless assessment? Ming Chun said leisurely, "Cultivation is not just about improving one's realm, but also about refining one's heart. Those with weak willpower will still be unable to resist temptation when faced with it again in the future. When facing the temptation of an enemy country. When faced with the temptation of abundant resources. When you're about to fall into the demonic path, will you be able to keep your true heart? This failure is a test of your true heart. The genius competition is not your end, but the starting point of your life. Ming Chun waved his hand lightly, and those who did not pass the assessment were uncontrollably pushed back dozens of steps, separating them from the nearly 500 remaining geniuses. The disappointment on the faces of the eliminated geniuses was unmistakable. Perhaps their combat power was strong, but their temperament did not keep up. Even with all their unwillingness, they did not dare to confront the state lord and could only regretfully exit. They had thought they would shine in this competition, but instead, they faced such a regrettable ending. In the genius competition, only those who can reach the end are the true pride of heaven. Xiaoqing looked at the group of geniuses she had trained with satisfaction. Only 2 were eliminated. Compared to other counties, the group she selected was exceptionally outstanding. Jin Lin, Jiang Pingyan, the upcoming battle will not be friendly to you 2 body cultivators. Just do your best and prioritize safety. Xiaoqing was actually warning Jiang Pingyan to be careful. Jin Lin had strong defense and could withstand attacks from beasts, but Jiang Pingyan could not. The 2 boys nodded, their expressions showing little fluctuation. This battle posed a challenge for them, but it was not too high. In fact, there was another body cultivator in the group. But this cultivator was a bit special, capable of summoning thunder and had area-killing abilities, giving her an advantage over the 2. This person was Meng Jing. Ming Chun addressed the remaining geniuses, saying, the second test will eliminate 9 out of 10 people, leaving only 50. The specific task is to kill demon beasts. The number of demon beasts killed will determine your ranking. Those below the top 50 will be eliminated. Although there's only 1 hour of time, do not rush due to the time constraint and forget to protect yourselves. If you cannot hold on, crush the jade slip and you will be teleported out. At that time, your competition will also end. As Ming Chun spoke, hundreds of jade slips flew out from the secret realm and landed in everyone's hands. Carve your names on the jade slips. The rankings will be displayed in real time. Furthermore, inside, you cannot open storage bags, cannot fly at high altitudes, and cannot use treasures beyond the Foundation establishment realm. These requirements are all for fairness. It is a competition of who can last longer and whose combat power is higher. Zhou Feng held his sword, and his expression showed that he was very relaxed. He had no interest in this kind of test. There were many such tests in the Miao Liao sect, and he had trained for it hundreds of times. What could this group of trash use to compete with him? The inheritance of the war, God Ming Wang, must belong to him. However, wanting to take first place would be a bit difficult. There were 2 guys who were somewhat troublesome. One was the divine phoenix body Yin Huang, and the other was a ruthless character. These 2 would be his biggest opponents. As for the others, he did not take them seriously at all. Everyone carved their names on the jade slips, and a huge projection appeared in the air. Everyone's names appeared on it, followed by a single word, 0. Xiaoqing and the divine phoenix body Yin Huang, soul cultivator Feng Xing, and body cultivator Jin Lin spoke separately to Meng Jing. These 4 are the ones she has the most confidence in. Whether they can make it into the top 10 depends on them. As for the others, perhaps some can get through the second round, but their chances of entering the top 10 are slim. The time of a stick of incense quickly passed, and under Ming Chen's command, many talents re-entered the secret realm. Jiang Pingyan stood on a grassland, with the leaderboard floating in the sky. He glanced around, very curious about what the Ming Wang secret realm really was and how vast the space here was. Just then, Jiang Pingyan's right eye suddenly flashed, and the structure of this world clearly appeared before him. The mountains were made of runes, the grass was made of runes, and even the space itself was. It turned out that everything he saw was an illusion, all created by runes. Jiang Pingyan was momentarily stunned, touched his right eye, and wondered if it could see through this as well. Truly impressive. Jiang Pingyan took a deep breath to calm his emotions, took out Sandstorm Burial, and continued to study it. Not long after, a giant wolf, about the height of a person, suddenly appeared out of thin air. The giant wolf was entirely black, with blood-red eyes, and it opened its massive mouth, exuding a stench. Roar! As soon as the black wolf appeared, It lunged directly at Jiang Pinyin with incredible speed. Jiang Pinyin swiftly dodged and punched the black wolf in the belly. Bang! The black wolf was sent flying 4 or 5 meters, but did not die. It struggled in pain and lunged at him again with its massive mouth wide open. Chapter 79. Control the rankings. In just a short moment, Jiang Pinyin assessed the strength of this black wolf. Late-stage foundation establishment. As it was a beast, its physique was much stronger than that of an ordinary spirit cultivator. If it were an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing this beast, it would be very difficult. The massive mouth bit towards Jiang Pinyin's head, and he tilted his head and raised his fist to attack, smashing it onto the beast's head. With a bang, the beast's head exploded. There was no blood. Instead, it transformed into a glow of runes and disappeared. Immediately, without any pause, 2 identical black wolves appeared, lunging at him simultaneously. Jiang Pinyin put away the book in his hand, activated Thunder Flash, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing in front of the black wolves. Bang bang! His immense power crushed the 2 black wolves. The black wolves transformed into runes and vanished, but 3 more black wolves appeared, launching an attack together. They clearly did not intend to let him rest. Jiang Pinyin glanced at the leaderboard in the void. The rankings fluctuated violently, with names jumping up and down. The top-ranked individual had already killed 10 beasts, and that number was still rapidly increasing. Jiang Pinyin was not anxious at this rate of attack. More than half would be eliminated in less than half an hour. The battle continued, and each time he killed the conjured beasts, more beasts would appear. 1 or 2 were manageable, but when the number reached dozens, the battle became difficult. It was indeed somewhat unfair for body cultivators. However, Jiang Pinyin didn't mind because he was a dual cultivator of spirit and body. As he activated the technique, Sandstorm Burial, the soil beneath his feet began to turn to sand, and the black wolves rushing towards him fell into it before being completely buried. The other talents did not have it so easy. Every time they defeated a group of beasts, another group would appear, and there was no spiritual energy around to absorb for replenishment. Some talents were gradually teleported out. Cough cough. A body cultivator knelt on the ground, covered in bloodstains. If he hadn't reacted quickly and crushed the jade slip in time, he might have died. It's terrifying. My speed is insufficient, and I can't fly. I simply can't face dozens of black wolves of the same level attacking me. Another eliminated cultivator echoed. There's no need to limit the time. No one can last an hour. After just a short battle, dozens of black wolves of the same realm appeared, overwhelming them. When hundreds or even thousands show up, who can withstand that? The floating projection rankings continued to fluctuate violently. Many names turned from gold to gray, indicating they had been eliminated. Those who were eliminated took a moment to look at the ranking in front of them, and when they saw the number behind the first place, their eyes widened. First place, Fong Xing, number of beasts killed, 231 out of 462. Damn, what kind of freak is this? Instantly killing 200 late-stage Foundation establishment beasts. Impossible. Is there an error? How can someone be this strong? Even a golden core expert wouldn't be able to instantaneously kill so many beasts. Who is this Fong Xing? Not only were the many talents shocked, but even the group of county lords were astonished at this scene. Ming Chun looked around at the county lords and curiously asked, "Which county is this Fong Xing from?" Returning to the state lord, said Xia Qing with a smile, her red lips curling up, "He is from my Hafen County, and he is a soul cultivator." Upon hearing the term soul cultivator, everyone suddenly understood. A soul cultivator can move mountains and seas with a thought, can even seize the sun and moon with a thought. Instantly crushing hundreds of beasts is not out of the question. Ming Chun gave Xia Qing a deep look and with a complex tone said, "Ninth Princess, you must have paid quite a price to return to the royal city. Soul cultivators are not hard to find, but powerful soul cultivators like this one are difficult to cultivate." Xia Qing smiled, saying, "I'm just doing it for the great Xia. The stronger these talents are, the more opportunities they have to seize the divine island, right?" Ming Chun did not continue to say anything. Who didn't know that she was scheming to return to the royal city? As long as she obtained the divine island and made great contributions, she could go back. To cultivate and gather these talents, she must have spent a massive amount of resources. Xiaqing felt that the resources spent were worth it. There were several familiar names in the top 10 of the leaderboard. Yin Huang, Fang Xing, Meng Jing. Competing with a group of talents and being able to enter the top 10 was enough to prove how strong they were. In the top 10, there was also a familiar name, but this person had been driven away by her. This person was Zhou Feng, currently ranked second. Seeing Zhou Feng, Xiaqing thought of her newly recognized younger brother, and her gaze quickly scanned the leaderboard for his ranking. Finally, she saw Jiang Pingin's name around the 50th position. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaqing's eyes. This kid is not bad. He can maintain this ranking, and if he keeps it up, he might have a chance to enter the top 50. Of course, it's just a chance. Body cultivators do not have the advantage, and as the number of beasts increases, they will become increasingly fatigued. However, to grow to this level in such a short time is already quite impressive. With further cultivation, he could also be a good talent. In less than half an hour, more than half of the talents were teleported out, their faces filled with unwillingness. It was too difficult. Attacked by hundreds of black wolves, their spiritual energy was drained. I relied on my speed to last until now, but it was useless. I couldn't kill many beasts and my ranking didn't improve. Some had already killed over 1,000 beasts. What a bunch of freaks. Only those who personally experienced this battle knew how difficult it was. Beasts kept appearing, never stopping. Perhaps one could persist with speed and strength, but this was extremely energy-consuming. If they did not kill the beasts, their rankings would not rise. When the hourglass had only half left, nearly 500 talents remained, and fewer than 100 were left. The elimination speed was astonishing. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could be considered remarkable if they killed one beast. Facing hundreds of beasts of equal strength and lasting until now is already very strong. Those who could hold on would face even more terrifying challenges. The consumption of spiritual energy and physical strength would greatly increase, and the battles would become increasingly difficult. However, one person did not find it particularly difficult. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Pinyin sat on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Centered around him, within a radius of 100 meters, quicksand surged. The black wolves rushing out sank into the quicksand, unable to approach him at all. A black wolf, stepping on the bodies of many black wolves, leaped high and pounced towards Jiang Pinyin. Just as it was about to bite Jiang Pinyin, a wall of sand appeared, blocking the black wolf. The black wolf crashed into the wall and was bounced into the quicksand. The sand surged like ocean waves, pulling the black wolf into its depths. Jiang Pinyin glanced at the leaderboard. There were less than 100 people left, and he planned to exit once he reached the top 50. Keeping a low profile and hiding his strength was his usual style. Outside the secret realm, many county lords sighed silently. Most of the talented individuals selected from their counties were either eliminated or had only 1 or 2 remaining, and those 2 did not rank very high. The competition was too intense. Those who had made it this far were truly exceptional. At some point, Xiaqing's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes fixed on the rankings. The backup genius, Zhang Lingmin, noticed Xiaqing's expression and cautiously asked, "Your Highness, Yin Huang, Fang Xing, and the others are performing well. Why does the princess not seem happy?" Although she was unable to participate in the competition, she was still paying attention to the rankings. "That brat of a brother is being dishonest," Xiaqing said, staring intently at the leaderboard. "Brother? Jiang Pinyin?" Zhang Lingmin was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Jiang Pinyin had not been eliminated. That's strange. Some geniuses with stronger combat power than him have been eliminated. How's he still in? Zhang Lingmin quickly scanned the leaderboard and finally spotted Jiang Pingyin's name around the 50th place. Her expression became complicated. The person she had once looked down upon had actually reached this level. It was truly unbelievable. It would be a lie to say she wasn't jealous. Jiang Pinyin was growing too fast. Zhang Lingmin took a deep breath, suppressing her complicated emotions. "Your Highness, Jiang Pinyin has a chance to enter the top 50. You should be happy, right? Why does the princess still look so serious?" Xiaqing gritted her teeth and said, "He has been hovering at this level since earlier. Sometimes his rank just goes up, only to drop back down quickly, then rise again." She voiced her observations. Zhang Lingmin was stunned for a moment, realizing something, her eyes widening. "Your Highness, Are you saying he is deliberately controlling his ranking? If that were the case, Jiang Pingin's strength was definitely beyond just the 50th place. Chapter 80. Forgotten rules. Whether he was deliberately controlling his ranking would soon be revealed. If he stabilized at 50 and came out right at that moment, then he was definitely controlling his rank. Being able to control his ranking indicated that Jiang Pingin was very strong. However, Xiaqing was not happy about Jiang Pingin's strength. Instead, her mood soured, because the rankings from this competition would affect the draw for the third round of the martial arts contest. The bottom 10 of the 50 geniuses in this test would battle against the top 10 geniuses. The purpose of this rule was to avoid exhausting two geniuses against each other as much as possible. If Jiang Pingin was intentionally controlling his ranking, it would significantly increase the difficulty of the third round of a martial arts contest. Soon, only a little over 40 people remained in the secret realm, and all the other names turned gray. Jiang Pingin defeated several more monsters, reaching the 50th position, confirming that no one had surpassed him. Jiang Pingin crushed the jade slip and exited the secret realm. Jiang Pingin looked tired as he approached Xiaqing and cupped his fists, saying, "Sister, I have not disgraced my mission. I barely qualified." The geniuses standing next to Xiaqing looked at him with strange expressions. Just as the princess had predicted, he came out exactly at 50th place. This kid was too good at putting on an act. While others were working hard to defeat monsters, he was actually controlling his score. Jiang Pingin noticed the odd expressions of those around him and sensed something was off. The battles must have been tough, right? Xiaqing asked coldly. Indeed, the monsters inside are very powerful. I barely managed to qualify, Jiang Pingin replied, putting on a difficult winning facade. Slap! Xiaqing raised her hand and hit Jiang Pingin on the head, shouting, "What are you deliberately controlling your score for? Don't you know that the bottom 10 will fight against the top 10? Jiang Pingin was stunned. He had been caught manipulating his score. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, how was there such a rule? Seeing Jiang Pingin's bewildered expression, Xiaqing's face twitched twice. Don't tell me Meng Jing didn't inform you. Jiang Pingin blinked in confusion. Xiaqing covered her forehead, gritting her teeth in anger, wishing she could drag Meng Jing out and spank her. That silly girl didn't explain the rules properly. Now Jiang Pingin, who was clearly strong and could achieve a higher rank, would have to battle against the top 10 geniuses. Xiaqing sighed heavily, rubbing Jiang Pingin's head. Forget it. This is fate. Anyway, you don't really have a chance to get into the top 10, so other rankings don't matter. The geniuses who can make it into the top 10 in this test have extremely high combat levels. Even though Jiang Pingin's progress is surprising, he ultimately cannot compete with those monstrous geniuses. Jiang Pingin's expression remained unchanged, as if he were lost in thought. Just then, a red-bearded old man approached, cupping his fists in greeting. "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I hope you are well." Upon seeing this person, Xiaqing's expression instantly turned cold. "Spit it out quickly." Wan Chengwu chuckled, stroking his red beard. "The fourth prince asked me to deliver a message to you." He paused, using a secret sound technique so that others could not hear. "Do not return to the royal city and seek death." A glint of killing intent flashed in Xiaqing's eyes as she transmitted back. "You also tell my fourth brother that he better clean his head. I will definitely chop it off and feed it to the dogs." Wan Chengwu smiled and said, "The consequences of not heeding advice will be severe. Don't say I didn't warn you." After saying that, he turned and left. Xiaqing stared at the old man's back, clenching her fists. Although Jiang Pingin could not hear what they were discussing, he sensed that it was definitely not good. Otherwise, Xiaqing's expression would not be so frosty. The competition continued, and more geniuses were teleported out. Jin Lin achieved the 20th place. This result was quite good for a body cultivator. Soon, it was down to the contest for the top 10. Feng Xing, Yin Huang, Zhou Feng, Lu Wuqing, Meng Jing. Each one was a dragon among men, exceptionally talented individuals. Before long, Meng Jing was eliminated, sitting on the ground with a pale face, completely drained of energy. Jiang Pingin hurried over and offered her a blood demon pill. This kind of pill is used by blood pill level body cultivators and is very nourishing. Meng Jing slowly regained her strength, climbed onto Jiang Pingin's back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and proudly said, "Hee hee, am I impressive? Top 10. Impressive." Jiang Pingin carried Meng Jing back. Xiaoqing looked at Meng Jing with a complex expression. Xiao Jing, I told you to tell Jiang Ping'an the competition rules. Did you not explain the rules fully? Meng Jing looked confused. Rules? What rules? I don't remember. Xiaoqing repeated the competition rules again. Upon learning that Jiang Ping'an had deliberately controlled his score to 50th place and would have to battle against the top 10 geniuses, Meng Jing's little face changed drastically. I'm sorry, Mutu. I forgot about this. Don't be sad. If I win, I'll give all the resources to you. Even if Jiang Ping'an was very strong, it wouldn't be easy to contend with the top 10 geniuses. There was a high probability of defeat. Jiang Ping'an smiled indifferently. It's fine. Meng Jing bit her red lip, feeling very guilty. She made a firm resolution in her heart that no matter what, she would break into the final top 10 and win back resources for Jiang Ping'an. The competition was still fiercely contested, reaching its final moments, and everyone was closely watching the last three individuals. A flash of light appeared, and Zhou Feng, panting, emerged from the secret realm. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, he wore a face of unwillingness. Damn it, only ranked third. The first two places were Fang Xing and Yin Huang. Once Zhou Feng was eliminated, Fang Xing and Yin Huang also came out. The reason they continued to hold on was that they were afraid Zhou Feng would catch up. Now that he had been eliminated, there was no need for them to stay inside any longer. First and second place was the limit of this competition, but it was not their limit. In the end, Fang Xing ranked first, having killed 5,732 beasts. The two behind him were not far off. This was a terrifying number. Many talented individuals looked at the three with awe in their eyes. As long as they do not fall, they will undoubtedly become prominent figures in the future. Ming Chun closed the secret realm, and the vortex in front of him disappeared, leaving only a huge light screen projection displaying the rankings. The second selection round ended, and the top 50 talents advanced. Many talented individuals lowered their heads in despair. They had initially thought to make a big splash in the competition and gain fame. However, just as it began, they were eliminated. Faced with these top geniuses, the others became overshadowed. Their pride was shattered. The third match will take place in the arena tomorrow, where 1 million spectators will watch. Now, the first round of drawing lots is underway. With a wave of his hand, the State Lord Ming Chun made the names of the top 50 talents appear on the light screen. These names quickly swirled together. Moments later, the names were paired into groups of 2 and rearranged in order. The drawing was completed randomly. The 50 talents saw the names of their opponents, and many directly cried out in despair. No, my opponent is actually Fang Xing. Accept your fate. My opponent is Yin Huang. Those ranked lower should not struggle. You will face the most terrifying geniuses. When Meng Jing and Jin Lin saw their opponents, and then saw who Jiang Ping'an's opponent was, their expressions changed. Ha ha ha. Zhou Feng laughed wildly, as if all the resentment in his heart had been released. He turned to Jiang Ping'an and sneered, Kid, your luck really isn't good. This time, I only need one sword to defeat you. Jiang Ping'an's opponent was none other than Zhou Feng. Moreover, it was in the first match. Zhou Feng felt that heaven was helping him. He had always wanted to face Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing. Unexpectedly, he encountered Jiang Ping'an in the first match. Wasn't this heaven helping him? During tomorrow's match, he would pretend to lose control of his strength and directly kill this trash Jiang Ping'an, who disgusted him. What right did he have to stand on the same stage as himself? Huh. The once proud Zhou Feng was now completely excited and had lost all his previous calm. Eagerly anticipating tomorrow's arrival, he hoped to deal with Jiang Ping'an first and then meet that little vixen Meng Jing. How dare you provoke me, Zhou Feng. Chapter 81. Hua Qingyu. I'm sorry. Back in the courtyard, Meng Jing lowered her head, fiddling with the corner of her clothes, her big eyes filled with guilt, not daring to look at Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an was both amused and helpless. You've said it 10 times already. It's really nothing. This little girl used to be quite bold. Why has she suddenly changed her temperament? However, you drew Zhou Feng, and if you were defeated by him again, you will definitely feel bad, especially since he might use lethal force. Meng Jing felt very regretful. Why didn't she remember the rules clearly at that time? Which caused Jiang Ping'an to suffer a big loss. Jin Lin patted Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder. Brother Jiang, don't be sad. Later, I'll bet 1 million on Zhou Feng to win. When I win the betting money, I'll treat you to a big meal. Meng Jing suddenly looked up, excitedly asking, "Can you still bet on this? Where can I buy?" Jiang Pinyin. Originally, he wasn't feeling bad, but upon hearing the words of these two guys, he suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Jean Lin said, "Generally, large-scale competitions open betting for outside cultivators, and various betting houses can take bets." Jiang Pingyin's eyes suddenly brightened, asking, "What are my odds?" Cough, cough. Jean Lin coughed twice. The weaker the combat strength, the higher the odds. Zhou Feng is a special sword cultivator and a genius of the Piamiao sect. If you bet on yourself, the odds might be over 3 times. Betting on him would only yield a multiplier of a few tenths. Hearing this, Jiang Pinyin rarely showed a smile on his face. Let South go and place a bet. This was a chance to make a lot of money, and he just happened to want to go out to gather some information. Haha, Brother Jiang is really open-minded. If ilose. Let us just make a profit from him. Jean Lin saw that Jiang Pinyin was not affected and laughed heartily. The three left the courtyard and headed to the Mingwang city. In Mingwang city, powerful individuals were everywhere, and many cultivators and strange beasts flew back and forth. The entrances of various betting houses were filled with people, resembling a long dragon, densely packed with no end in sight. Quite a spectacular sight. Brother Jiang, there are too many people at the other betting houses. Let us go to the Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. Cultivators spending over 10 million have a special passage, and I can help you place your bets. Jean Lin, hailing from a big family, was wealthier than some loose cultivators of the nascent soul stage, and his spending had long surpassed 10 million. No need, I happen to have some things to sell at the Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Pinyin declined the other's kindness and reminded, "Just a heads up, I'm not weak right now. If you want to make money, it's best to bet on me." Jean Lin glanced at Jiang Pinyin, who was still being held by Meng Jing while flying, fell silent for 2 seconds, and assured, "Don't worry, I will bet on you." Then bet 200,000 on Jiang Pinyin and 800,000 on Zhou Feng. Let us give Brother Jiang some face. Jiang Pinyin nodded. The three flew into the extremely luxurious Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce was larger than a city, with various areas inside. Beast area, weapon area, pill area, technique area. In the beast area, one could even sense the aura of a group of nascent soul-level beasts. The weapon area was even more terrifying, filled with a murderous aura that immediately indicated many had died from these weapons. The Chamber of Commerce was so vast that one could not finish exploring it in a day. Even Jean Lin, coming from a big family, was shocked by the scene before him. Truly, this was the most powerful chamber of commerce in the cultivation world. The cost of just this building was something their family could not compare to. The three separated. Jiang Pinyin took Meng Jing to find a beautiful maid and presented his 1-star gold card. "I want to sell something. It's very expensive, over 10 million, and I need a private room." "All right, young master, please follow me." The maid responded with a smile, her reaction very calm. Having worked in the Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce for a long time, she had become numb to such large numbers. Meng Jing quietly asked beside him, "What are you selling? If you need money to bet, I can give it to you." "Selling things is not important. I mainly want to inquire about some news." Jiang Pinyin had come this time to inquire about the ice crystal grass. He hadn't forgotten that his master needed ice crystal grass to save his life. The Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce might have news about ice crystal grass. Under the maid's guidance, Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing entered a private room. This room was much larger than the private room in the Black Wind City, and the surroundings were arranged with illusions, making it feel like being in a courtyard with a very pleasant environment. At the stone table in the courtyard sat a cultivator with a friendly smile. This cultivator was a bit plump, and his belly seemed ready to knock over the stone table. "Young master, what do you want to sell?" Jiang Pinyin took out a golden vial containing a drop of holy body blood. The smiling plump cultivator's expression suddenly became serious. "Please wait a moment. This is not a business I can handle in my position." The plump cultivator stood up and quickly pushed open the wooden door behind him and left. Meng Jing pulled Jiang Pinyin and anxiously said, "Would this thing cannot be sold. Holy body blood has enormous effects for body cultivators. If used on oneself, it will definitely make you stronger. The monetary value is even greater." Jiang Pinyin didn't mention that he used several drops of holy body blood every day. Not long after, The wooden door was pushed open, and a woman in a purple dress walked in. The woman had skin as white as snow, and her delicate ears were adorned with two sparkling blue gemstones. As she entered, the surrounding illusions flickered several times, and her bare, pure white feet floated without shoes, her azure pupils possessing a captivating charm. As she entered the room, a strange fragrance wafted into the nostrils, enchanting and exceptionally comfortable. Even Meng Jing, as a girl, couldn't he help but be mesmerized, thinking, what a beautiful sister. Behind the woman was an old crone, leaning on a cane, looking very unremarkable. Hearing Meng Jing's praise, watching Yu's red lips curled slightly. The little girl was not bad looking either. She would definitely be a great beauty in the future. Meng Jing blushed a little from the compliment, shyly lowering her head and hiding behind Jiang Pingyun. Jiang Pingyun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned to normal and handed over the golden bottle. A drop of holy blood. How much is it worth? Watching Yu was a bit surprised that Jiang Pingyun recovered so quickly. Did this little man not understand what a beauty was? Seeing her without much reaction, other men would have long been captivated. Watching Yu extended her delicate white hand, took the bottle, and casually handed it to the elderly woman behind her. 50 million spirit stones, how about that? Jiang Pingyun was stunned. Aren't you going to check the goods? The other party didn't even look and just quoted a price. Could it be that they had X-ray vision and could see what was in the bottle? Watching Yu smiled and said, this drop of holy blood was sold by me back then and later obtained by Wang Run. You may have already become his disciple, so it makes sense for this drop of holy blood to be in your hands. She was not afraid of the other party giving her a fake. Whoever dared to deceive the wealth source chamber of commerce, regardless of whether you were at the foundation establishment stage or not, could be wiped out as long as you weren't an immortal. Jiang Pingyun's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively took a step back. How do you know who I am? He hadn't even mentioned his identity, yet the other party knew. Watching Yu smiled slightly. It seems you still don't know that the Wealth Source Chamber of Commerce, besides selling tangible goods, is also the largest intelligence agency in the cultivation world, capable of buying and selling information. From the moment you killed the captain of Pingshui County, your information started being recorded. Hearing this, Jiang Pingyun's expression suddenly darkened. If the other party was buying and selling information, then his acquisition of the Wan Poison 7 Starworm could very well be sold. Thus, the death of Ma Wei could also be reasonably inferred to be related to him. Watching Yu's blue eyes seemed to see through people's hearts as she smiled and said, don't worry, there are some things we do not sell externally, such as transactions with our chamber. Jiang Pingyun's fingers trembled slightly. Sure enough, they knew about his killing of Ma Wei. Chapter 82. News of the ice crystal grass. Jiang Pingyun did not believe the other party's words. As long as the price was high enough, they would never refuse to sell. Of course, this matter concerned the reputation of their chamber. Unless the benefits were substantial, they mostly wouldn't sell. He had to be cautious when dealing with them in the future. It would be best to buy some techniques to change his appearance before doing business with them. 50 million deal. Jiang Pingyun agreed to the other party's quote. A drop of blood selling for 50 million was already terrifying. Even an ancient cultivator at the transformation stage would come to snatch it if they knew he had this 50 million. Without waiting for the other party to give him the money, Jiang Pingyun spoke again. You can place bets on tomorrow's match here, right? What are the odds if I bet on myself to win? Currently, it's 10 to 1. Watching Yu replied, 50 million, I'll buy it all. Jiang Pingyun said calmly. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Hua Qingyu's blue eyes. You really have confidence in yourself. Meng Jing's eyes widened, and she shouted, Woodenhead, are you crazy? It's not that I don't trust you, but this is 50 million. If you lose carelessly, that would be a huge loss. Even ancient cultivators wouldn't waste spirit stones like this. If you win, that's 10 drops of holy blood. Jiang Pingyun smiled. He was very confident in himself. Jiang Pingyun wasn't particularly concerned about this money. He just wanted to exchange for more spirit stones to facilitate future transactions. It was inconvenient to keep exchanging resources for spirit stones. All right, I'll place the bet for you. Give me the gold card. Watching Yu was very willing to accept this money. Everyone was betting on Zhou Feng to win. Their chamber would lose a lot of spirit stones. This 50 million could somewhat compensate for the loss. Watching Yu's slender fingers tapped the stone table. Suddenly, A projection composed of runes floated out. Jiang Pinyin looked at the scene in front of him in confusion and handed over his gold card. Watching You took the gold card and swiped it across the light screen, causing the runes on the projection to immediately fluctuate. Then, she clicked twice more on the light screen, and the runes flickered. Done. The purchase is complete. Watching You return the gold card to Jiang Pinyin. Once the match is over, if you win, this money will automatically be deposited into your gold card. This way, you don't have to worry about being targeted by strong individuals. Without your personal presence for the transaction, no one can touch your spirit stones. Whenever you want to use these spirit stones, you can use them at any branch of the Wealth Source Chamber of Commerce. All the store information is synchronized. Hearing this, Jiang Pinyin was greatly shocked. What is the principle behind this? I can't explain it to you. Simply put, it's a simple information transmission function realized through runes. Watching You didn't explain too much. Jiang Pinyin had gained more knowledge. He must study runes thoroughly whenever he has time in the future. Jiang Pinyin suppressed his shock and asked again, "Do you have ice crystal grass here?" You really have become Wang Ren's disciple. Watching You guessed Jiang Pinyin's purpose and waved her hand to dismiss the projection in front of her, saying, "Unfortunately, this plant is basically extinct. Perhaps there are still some in certain forbidden areas, but those places are inaccessible to anyone. Some major families might have stored some, but they won't sell. The last time ice crystal grass was seen was 130 years ago when someone cut an ice crystal grass seed out of a bedding stone." Jiang Pinyin was about to despair, but upon hearing the last sentence, his heart trembled. Bedding stones can yield ice crystal grass seeds? If that's the case, then he still had a chance. Watching You nodded, "It's possible, but the probability is very small." Jiang Pinyin clenched his fists. No matter how small the probability is, he must try. His master's lifespan is limited. Do you have a bedding stone area in your chamber? Of course, we do. Do you want to find ice crystal grass seeds through bedding stones? That's too naive. Watching You thought the information was a bit off. The intel said Jiang Pinyin was calm, steady, and mature beyond his years. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. He was quite foolish and naive. Not to mention whether bedding stones could yield ice crystal grass seeds. Even if there were seeds in the mother stone, how would he find them? Trying to find a seed from a stone is truly like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, this boy's determination to work hard for his master was commendable. If you want to seek ice crystal grass seeds, you can check out the bedding stone area in the 10,000 Great Mountains mining area. A lot of ice crystal grass used to grow in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Watching You kindly reminded him. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. If there is any news about ice crystal grass, please inform me. I am willing to buy it at a high price. Farewell." He was going to cut stones to find ice crystal grass seeds for his master. After speaking, he turned and left. "Hey, Wooden Head, you should be going back to cultivate now. You have a match tomorrow, and you bet 50 million. Meng Jing hurriedly chased after him. "This isn't a Wooden Head. This is a fool." Watching the two leave, the elderly woman behind Hua Qingyu spoke hoarsely. "Miss, there's no need for you to personally come see such a level of cultivator, is there? I don't care about Jiang Pinyin." Watching You shook her head, the golden hairpin on her head swaying gently. "I want to take a look at Meng Jing. This girl will suffer more than her mother. The one she loves will die. Her father will die. She is destined to be a tragic figure." The elderly woman was slightly taken aback. Has the miss received some information? After asking this, she quickly lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. I shouldn't have asked too much. I will be more careful in the future." Watching You coldly said a sentence and then left lightly. Jiang Pinyin left the private box and found a maid to lead him to the bedding stone area in the 10,000 Great Mountains mining area. The bedding stone area here was much larger than the area on the flying ship, with stones covering a radius of several hundred meters and over a dozen workers. This group of workers sat in the resting area, chatting in the sun. Today there are really few people. It's usually full. The Genius Competitions match is about to start, and everyone has gone to place their bets. That's much easier than stone gambling. Just pick one of two, and the winning probability is very high. Only a fool would play stone gambling. "Shut up. Customers are here." A few resting staff members quickly stood up, smiling to greet them. "Welcome. Are you two here to gamble on stones? The ores in our area are all top quality, with a very high explosion rate." Meng Jing pouted. This group really knows how to deceive people. Just a moment ago, They said only fools play stone gambling, and now they claim the explosion rate is high. Looking at Jiang Pingin's serious expression, Meng Jing sighed. This wooden block might really be foolish. Jiang Pingin's gaze swept over the area piled with rough stones, and some of them emitted a faint glow. These glowing stones must contain something. Jiang Pingin said, I'll point, you take. That one to the left. He pointed to 10 stones in succession. With each stone he pointed to, Meng Jing felt her heart bleed. Using this money to bet on Jiang Pingin is much better than buying these worthless stones. Now she could only pray that these stones contained treasures. The staff were overjoyed. A big spender was here. Professional stone gamblers need to look at the stone material, whether the tomb is a rich or layer, if the volume is large enough, and if there are accompanying minerals. Only after careful consideration can they make a choice. Except for destiny masters who dare to pick stones directly. Those who do so are usually novices. If they hit the jackpot, they would take all the rough stones. Chapter 83. Gambling on stones again. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, bless us with gems. Meng Jing seemed to be performing a ritual, her hands clasped together, mumbling, bowing to the left and then to the right. Jiang Pingin looked at her oddly. What are you doing? Of course, I'm blessing you. What if we lose? Meng Jing ignored Jiang Pingin and continued her murmuring. Jiang Pingin couldn't help but smile, feeling quite touched. This girl, aside from being a bit foolish and quirky, is really quite nice. Young master, 10 stones. A total of 730,000 spirit stones. The staff in the stone gambling area placed the stones on the counter and asked with a smile, Will be paid with a gold card or through spirit stones? Xiao Jing, help me pay the bill. Jiang Pingin had no spirit stones on him. The 300,000 he won last time on the airship was all with Meng Jing. Meng Jing gritted her teeth reluctantly and handed over a storage bag. With these 730,000, it could keep a nascent soul cultivator protecting him for a year. And Jiang Pingin was using it to buy these worthless stones. The more she thought about it, the more reluctant she felt. Meng Jing turned to Jiang Pingin, showing her little tiger teeth. If you can't find a treasure, I'll drink all your blood. Jiang Pingin smiled and said nothing. Even if he lost everything, the most she would do is complain a bit. He took out a knife and began to cut the stones. This time he was very careful, afraid of cutting into the ice crystal grass seeds and accidentally ruining them. The rough stone was cut at the edges, and when the fourth cut fell, a fragrant aroma wafted from the rough stone. There's something. Meng Jing's sadness instantly vanished, and her little head leaned in closer. Jiang Pingin carefully split the stone and took out the item inside. It was a piece of greenwood, about the size of a finger, with a pleasant fragrance. Xiantan greenwood. The staff in the stone gambling shop looked astonished. It wasn't because this item was particularly rare, but because the other party had cut such a good item from just the first stone. What kind of unbelievable luck is this? How much? How much? Meng Jing asked excitedly. She didn't care what this wood was. She just wanted to know the price. An old man stepped forward to take a look and said, This piece of Xiantan green wood is very old and has lost a lot of its essence. If it were from this era, it would be worth millions without question, but this one can only be bought for 430,000. Meng Jing was overjoyed. So expensive. She had already earned back half of her spirit stones at once, and now there were still 9 stones left. Maybe she could make a big profit. The old man shook his head, saying it wasn't considered expensive. This item is very useful for the spirit, and generally, treasures that are good for the spirit are priced high. He looked up at Jiang Pingin. Sell it? Sell. Jiang Pingin thought of keeping it, but to make Meng Jing happy, exchanging it for some money was fine. Meng Jing negotiated with the staff, and Jiang Pingin continued cutting stones. The second stone was the size of a head and had nothing inside. Many staff members breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. How could the hit rate be so high if he randomly picked stones? Hitting a piece of Xiantan green wood was already a blessing from their ancestors. While the staff were thinking this, Jiang Pingin cut open the third stone. Just one cut, and a terrifying aura of blood and malice erupted, as if a great demon had emerged. The staff in the shop were startled, and the shop's formation was instantly activated, automatically sealing the stone. Meng Jing almost dropped her storage bag, her little face pale. What is that? So frightening. For a moment, she thought she had been hit by Jiang Pingin's heavenly destruction technique and couldn't move. Looking at the stone, blood seeped out, and a pitch-black claw from an unknown beast appeared inside, exuding a terrifying aura. It seemed to be the remains of some ancient, fierce beast. The staff looked horrified. Just a single claw possessed such a terrifying aura. This fierce beast must have been incredible when alive. All the staff were stunned. This kid actually cut something again. What luck is this? Can this be sold? Jiang Pingin asked. Of course. This kind of fierce beast remains can be used to forge weapons, increasing their ferocity. It's one of the favorites of blacksmiths. The old staff member nodded affirmatively. For this piece of remains, our shop is willing to offer $1 million. No, give a bit more. Meng Jing snapped back to her senses and quickly bargained. She didn't understand this item. She just wanted to negotiate. In the end, they settled for an extra 100,000, reaching $1 million. Meng Jing was overjoyed. Not only did she break even, but she also made several 100,000 more. The luck with the wood was indeed invincible. She had previously worried he would lose money. How foolish, with him encountering her. How could his luck be bad? Oomph. Jiang Pingin continued cutting stones. The 5th, 6th, and 7th stones yielded nothing. Finally, on the 8th stone, he cut a crystal. Crystals are highly concentrated spirit stones, containing a certain amount of law power. A single crystal is worth 100,000. Only 100,000. Hearing the staff's quote, Meng Jing was somewhat dissatisfied. The other staff members wanted to smack her. Even for a casual gold core cultivator to take out 100,000 spirit stones at once isn't easy. Earning 100,000 in one go, what is there to be dissatisfied with? Jiang Pingin finished cutting the remaining stones, and no treasures were found. Even so, the staff were still very shocked. Buying 10 rough stones actually yielded 3 treasures. This probability is terrifying. It's almost on par with a Destiny Master's hit rate. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Pingin knew he should press the probability. Hitting 2 out of 10 was enough. He was afraid cutting too many things would raise suspicion. He continued buying. Jiang Pingin raised his hand, pointing at the mountains of rough stones, determined to cut out the ice crystal grass seeds no matter what. This time, Meng Jing did not stop him. She had already been convinced by Jiang Pingin's luck. Jiang Pingin continued cutting stones. This time, he spent 500,000 and only hit 2 ordinary gems, selling them for 300,000, resulting in a loss of 200,000. No wonder stone gambling is so easy to be criticized. Even hitting 2 pieces, he still lost money. Whether others can cut good items completely depends on luck. He continued buying rough stones, this time deliberately increasing the hit rate. Otherwise, Meng Jing would be on the verge of tears again. This time, among the 10 rough stones, there was a very rare piece, earning a profit of 500,000. As more and more rough stones were cut, the surrounding energy surged and divine light flickered. Rare ores, mysterious wood, and fragments of magical treasures were continuously being cut out. Jiang Pingin deliberately suppressed the probability, but still made over $1 million. However, he was not happy because the ice crystal grass seeds he wanted had yet to appear. The shop staff were dumbfounded nearby. Is this guy a Destiny Master practicing here? He must be a Destiny Master. Ordinary people would be lucky to get even 1 good stone from 100. Only a Destiny Master could have such a high hit rate. Look at how unhappy he is, clearly dissatisfied with his predictions. Destiny Masters are a special profession with a mysterious ability to predict fate. Most Destiny Masters do not have high combat power, and to earn money, they help people with fortune-telling. However, predicting others' destinies can easily lead to backlash. Therefore, to make money, Destiny Masters like to gamble on stones. The backlash from gambling on stones is minimal for themselves. For others, gambling on stones is just betting, but for Destiny Masters, it helps train their predictive skills and can earn the money. Thus, the shop staff speculated that Jiang Pingin was a Destiny Master. Chapter 84. Battle against Zhou Feng. Jiang Pingin was naturally not a Destiny Master. His high hit rate was entirely due to his right eye. Hearing the discussions of the shop staff, Jiang Pingin's mind stirred slightly. This profession, called a destiny master, seemed powerful in stone gambling. If he pretended to be one, perhaps he would not attract suspicion. A pile of stones was cut open, and even if a treasure worth millions appeared, Jiang Pinyin was still not happy. Where on earth are the ice crystal grass seeds? The next day, the third test of the genius competition began. Traditional martial arts competitions started today, with the top 10 selected based on combat power to participate in the contest for the Divine Island. Millions of people gathered at the Colosseum, with the audience filled with cultivators, the noise deafening. Watching the genius battles was not only a visual feast, but also a chance to learn something. Of course, most people came purely for the thrill of gambling. In the first match, who are you betting on? Obviously, it would be foolish not to bet on Zhou Feng. He is a genius from the Misty Sect. This Zhou Feng is a rare sword cultivator, entering the path with a sword, even among the Misty Sect. He is at the top of the genius ranks. I bet 10 spirit stones on Jiang Pinyin. If he wins, I'll earn 100. Idiot. If you believe he can win, you might as well go gamble on stones. You're bound to hit a treasure. Ordinary cultivators sat in the audience watching, while wealthy cultivators had private booths. The private booths were quiet, close to the battlefield, allowing for a clear view of the arena. Xiaoqing sat in the booth, frowning. Where have Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing gone? The competition is about to start. Why haven't they shown up yet? Jean Lin scratched his head. We went to the Fortune Prosperity Chamber of Commerce together yesterday. They said they were going to sell something, and then we parted ways. Feng Yuchen still hugged herself. Looking jealous, where else could they have gone? They must be at the inn. A man and a woman not returning all night. Where else could they be? Hearing this, several young girls blushed, pretending to look at the battlefield. Bang! The booth door was pushed open, and Meng Jing ran in happily, beaming. Xiaoqing relaxed her tight brows upon seeing her. Where have you been? Where's Jiang Pinyin? He went backstage to prepare. We were at the gambling stone site all day yesterday. You don't know, his luck was incredibly good. He made a huge pile of spirit stones. Meng Jing puffed out her chest, unable to resist showing off. Bang! Xiaoqing slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. You're still playing at the gambling stone site when the competition is today? Meng Jing lowered her head, realizing she had said too much. Xiaoqing rubbed her forehead. Forget it. Anyway, Jiang Pinyin can't win. Just rest well. Today, it will be your turn to compete. Xiaoqing had no hope for Jiang Pinyin. If Jiang Pinyin had drawn someone else, there might have been a slim chance. But he just had to draw Zhou Feng.